Episode 1. Is it merely 100,000 yuan? Fang Yanzhou, have you had enough of your tantrum? I assure you, my interaction with him was nothing more than a simple night's rest. Nothing untoward occurred. Besides, if you were not so financially incapacitated, would I find myself in this predicament? This is Beicheng. Do you still think it's our rural county? The girl before Fang Yanzhou voiced her grievances, while he remained silent, observing her with a gaze that betrayed both disappointment and a hint of indifference. The individual in question was Zhang Xiaohe, the girl he had pursued for 3 long years. They had been classmates from elementary through high school and even attended the same university. During high school, her gambling-addicted father abandoned their family, leaving them without a source of income. I supported you throughout high school for 3 years, covering your tuition and accommodation fees, and I even arranged for you to have a place near the school to ease your daily commute. I worried you might lack proper clothing, so I frequently took you shopping. For any skincare or cosmetics you desired, I would procure them without hesitation. And every year, I gifted you the latest model of phone. Enough. Zhang Xiaohe interrupted him irritably. What you're saying is pointless. I never coerced you into doing any of that. Moreover, you are not lacking in wealth. Just look at my roommates and the bags they carry. Their boyfriends pick them up and drop them off daily, while others with less financial means can whisk their partners away to the Maldives, flying first class and staying in 5-star hotels. And you? When I asked you for 100,000 yuan to buy a laptop, you were miserly and unwilling to part with it. You simply do not love me. Her words fell like blows upon Fang Yanzhou's heart, and he regarded her with a cold detachment, recalling the early days of their acquaintance. She had once sported the simplest ponytail, clad in a faded dress, calling him Yanzhou Gu as she trailed behind him. As beautiful as those memories were, the present felt excruciatingly harsh. Xiaohe, do you remember what you were like when we first met? The girl who once stood before him, so understanding and compassionate, had transformed entirely. It was said that exposure to different people and environments in university could change one fundamentally. Could it truly be so? Her response was immediate and furious. Fang Yanzhou, do you look down on me? Do you believe I am unworthy of finer things? My actions are merely to instill some ambition in you. Do you comprehend that? Fang Yanzhou scoffed. I may possess some wealth, but I am no fool to this. Zhang Xiaohe crossed her arms and retorted coldly. If that is the case, let us cease all communication henceforth. If you cannot endure this minor trial, it seems the adage holds true. A man's affections lie where his wealth is. You do not love me. Very well. Unexpectedly, he felt no sorrow, only a sense of relief. With the conversation having reached such an impasse, Fang Yanzhou concluded that further discourse was futile. He turned to leave. Transfer the money quickly while I am still calm. Zhang Xiaohe shouted at his retreating figure. She was utterly unperturbed by the thought that Fang Yanzhou might truly relinquish their bond after all, had they not weathered countless storms over the years. Would they truly sever ties over a mere 100,000? Fang Yanzhou had invested so much in her, and she understood that this alone signified his profound affection for her, an affection so deep that he would willingly lower all his boundaries for her. Even if she desired the stars from the heavens, he would find a way to pluck them for her. In a matter of days, Fang Yanzhou would undoubtedly approach her, armed with a bouquet and the 10,000 yuan, seeking reconciliation. Upon exiting the school, Fang Yanzhou hailed a cab and made his way to a bar. He settled in and promptly ordered a case of Budweiser, consuming bottle after bottle. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Xiaohe's mother. Hello? He answered. Yanzhou, just now Xiao, he called me in tears, confessing that she was wrong and shouldn't have acted so thoughtlessly. I just gave her a good talking to. Fang Yanzhou replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. He then heard her continue, well, that about Xiaohe's brother's tuition fees. What do you think? Tuition fees, you say? Yes. Yanzhou, you will help, won't you? Fang Yanzhou let out a cold laugh. Am I his father? Huh. If you need money, why not ask his father? Do you truly believe I'm an ATM? Fang Yanzhou, how dare you speak like that? Do you still wish to set foot in our home? The voice on the other end was laced with anger. Ha. You really want me to play the role of a father to your son? That would be quite the bargain for you, wouldn't it? And as for your daughter, I no longer want anything to do with her, so you might as well keep your distance. With that, he hung up and promptly blocked the number. The bar was alive with pulsating lights and electrifying music, The frenetic dance moves allowing Fang Yanzhou to momentarily drown out the anguish of his heartbreak. In truth, he had long since lost faith in Zhang Xiaohe. His affection for her had initially stemmed from her pure and kind-hearted nature. Coming from a humble background and facing ostracism during high school, this fragile girl had stirred his instinct to protect. He had secretly given her money, believing her tales of a family that valued sons over daughters. Yet, inevitably, that money had found its way into the hands of her brother. She had expressed her desire to avoid early romance in high school, and he had respected her wishes, maintaining a platonic friendship. However, upon entering university, she had begun to transform, her demands becoming increasingly insatiable. It was not long before she would concoct excuses to solicit funds from him, claiming she had no money for meals or that her skincare products had broken. Yet when he yearned to see her, she was either too busy or out dining with her roommates. Once, at the witching hour during a torrential downpour, she called, stating she had forgotten her umbrella, and provided him with an address before abruptly hanging up. Without hesitation, he summoned a cab and made his way there. However, upon arriving, he overheard a conversation from within. "Xiaohe, do you think he will come in this storm?" "Of course he will. If I tell him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. Even if it were raining blades, he would still show up, such a wonderful man, and you still aren't with him?" He heard the girl arrogantly declare, "I haven't decided yet. There are so many people pursuing me, I certainly don't want to make a choice too quickly." Fang Yanzhou had completely forgotten how he felt at that moment. He only remembered placing the umbrella by the door before walking away. He wanted to give up, yet had never mustered the courage until now he could finally let go completely. After finishing an entire box of alcohol, Fang Yanzhou was so inebriated that he could barely stand. He hailed a random taxi outside the bar, provided an address, and collapsed into a deep slumber. Half an hour later, he was jolted awake by the driver. "Young man, we've arrived." Fang Yanzhou, still disoriented, paid the fare and stumbled into the residential complex. Following his memory, he found the building and pressed the elevator button. The elevator ascended floor by floor. When the doors opened, Fang Yanzhou staggered out, fumbling for the keys in his pocket. His head was spinning, rendering the path ahead nearly invisible. It was particularly strange today. No matter how he tried, the key wouldn't fit into the lock. Damn it! He slammed the door in frustration, only to lose his balance and fall back. To his surprise, the door opened the next second. Dazed, Fang Yanzhou looked up to see a pair of exquisite legs, as smooth and white as jade, captivatingly beautiful. What splendid legs! Is this a fairy tale? Episode 2. The School Beauty's Room. Fang Yanzhou, suffering from a hangover, did not awaken until the following morning. The instant he opened his eyes, his mind was still foggy, and his first reaction was sheer bliss. This bedding exuded an irresistible fragrance, distinctly unfamiliar to him. Moments later, as he regained his senses, he noticed he was wrapped in a pink quilt. Wait a minute, this does not appear to be his room. Alarmed, he sat up abruptly, surveying his surroundings and realizing he was in an unfamiliar environment. Hadn't he returned home? Where is he? "You're awake," came a cool voice from beside the bed. Fang Yanzhou turned his head and froze. Before him stood a pair of beautifully rounded legs, concealed beneath a white shirt. Looking down, he noticed delicate feet, the toenails a soft pink. Fang Yanzhou involuntarily swallowed hard. "What are you looking at?" Being exceedingly honest, Fang Yanzhou pointed. Jiang Qinghuan followed his gaze and looked down. "You, pervert!" Fang Yanzhou blinked, feeling as though he were in a dream. The blushing figure before him was none other than Jiang Qinghuan, the campus beauty of Beijing University. She was dressed in a fitted white shirt, sunlight streaming through and subtly outlining her curvaceous figure. This was rather scandalous. No, that wasn't the main point. How did I end up here? You got drunk and walked into the wrong room. The girl resumed her icy demeanor, devoid of emotion, as though the blush on her cheeks belonged to someone else entirely. Fang Yanzhou scratched his head, finding it hard to believe. Was it truly possible to walk into the wrong room? Unless they were neighbors. Why apologies for troubling you, senior. Fang Yanzhou quickly rose, noticing that he had left the school beauty's bed in disarray, and hastily tidied it up. This was indeed the bed of the campus beauty. The mere thought of his body having spent an entire night on the bed of the campus belle filled Fang Yanzhou with an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. "Senior, I shall take my leave now." "Wait a moment." Fang Yanzhou halted, his gaze directed towards the expressionless beauty before him. It must be said that Jiang Qinghuan resembled a celestial being. As a freshman, this was only the second occasion he had encountered Jiang Qinghuan. The first was during the opening ceremony of the academic year, where she, as a third-year student, delivered a speech that left the entire audience, including him, in awe. Her exquisitely delicate face, with features so soft and flawless, and her eyes, as clear and radiant as a serene lake, epitomized purity. Yet such a visage was paired with a figure that could only be described as devilishly alluring. Her slender waist and long, fair legs, along with her stunning curves, evoked an overwhelming sense of admiration. Logically, such a beauty would easily become the object of countless male fantasies. However, what set Jiang Qinghuan apart was her ethereal demeanor. Her cold elegance made her seem untouchable from afar. Moreover, she was the president of the student council and had secured a national scholarship for 3 consecutive years, undeniably a top scholar. For someone of her caliber, merely approaching her or even exchanging a few words felt like an unattainable dream. Stay for breakfast. Fang Yanzhou stood in stunned disbelief, unsure if he had heard her correctly. To dispel any misunderstanding, Jiang Qinghuan casually clarified, "I bought too much for breakfast." With that, she pulled out a chair and began to eat, her ears subtly flushed, hidden from view. With others having extended their invitations, Fang Yanzhou felt it would be impolite to decline, so he took a seat across from her. The steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks emitted a tempting aroma. As he ate, he observed Jiang Qinghuan's elegance even while dining. However, he soon discovered he had misjudged. In a mere 5 minutes, she had devoured 2 fried dough sticks and 3 soup dumplings. This was an astonishing contrast to his expectations. He had always assumed that a beauty like her would maintain her figure by adhering to a strict diet. When dining with Zhang Xiaohe, they often quarreled over her dieting. Actually, it was more of Zhang Xiaohe's unilaterally expressed frustrations. Initially, when she began her diet, Fang Yanzhou, concerned for her health, attempted to intervene, only to be met with her ire, accusing him of not wanting her to improve. Eventually, he ceased his interference, prompting Zhang Xiaohe to accuse him of not loving her, questioning whether he found her weight gain distasteful. This left Fang Yanzhou utterly speechless. Noticing the silence at the table, Fang Yanzhou pondered whether he should say something. "Senior, thank you for your hospitality yesterday." "No need for thanks. Senior, I didn't cause you any trouble yesterday, did I?" "No, senior, this soy milk is truly delightful." Fang Yanzhou found himself a loss for words. He was not particularly adept at interacting with girls. Finally, once breakfast was finished, he volunteered to clear the table, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the satisfied expression on Jiang Qinghuan's face as she closed her eyes in contentment. It was rather endearing. Indeed, anything a beautiful person did was pleasing to the eye. However, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qinghuan, plagued by a condition known as skin hunger, often found herself enveloped in feelings of anxiety and emptiness, leading her to seek solace in food. This method proved effective, albeit temporarily. However, just last night, she discovered a more favorable approach. "He'll dispose of the trash as well," she remarked. Fang Yanzhou extended his hand to retrieve the refuse from the hands of the campus belle, their fingers brushing against one another. That sensation returned once more. Jiang Qinghuan struggled to suppress the urge to grasp his hand and draw it closer to herself. This overwhelming feeling had first emerged during their initial physical interaction. The previous night, after Fang Yanzhou had drunkenly collapsed at her doorstep, she hesitated for quite some time, ultimately deciding to assist him for the sake of safety. However, the moment her hand made contact with his arm, her mind exploded with realization. She knew she was utterly lost. Fang Yanzhou, appearing unfazed, casually accepted the trash, but noticed Jiang Qinghuan's cheeks flush and her breath quicken. He promptly inquired, "Are you unwell, senior?" At his question, her thoughts returned, yet Jiang Qinghuan, resembling a startled rabbit, replied curtly, "No, I need to rest." As always, she maintained her aloof demeanor, but her coolness did not come off as impolite. Fang Yanzhou chuckled, brushing off her attitude, convinced that having occupied her bed for an entire night had likely disrupted her rest. He then stepped outside. In that fleeting moment of closing the door, Fang Yanzhou was struck with disbelief. What was happening? The campus beauty lived right across from him. He had always assumed their relationship was merely one of residing in the same building. He had mistakenly pressed the wrong button in the elevator while drunk the night before. Never had he imagined that the campus belle resided just opposite him. How had he not noticed this before? Fang Yanzhou instantly felt he had missed a golden opportunity. After disposing of the trash, he returned home, where his golden retriever, Xiaobai, immediately rushed towards him, expressing its affection with enthusiastic licks. Satisfied after showering him with slobber, Xiaobai was still under a year old. Following their walk, Fang Yanzhou filled the dog's bowl with food. Realizing he was covered in dog drool, he decided to take a shower. Afterward, as he intended to toss his soiled clothes into the washing machine, an abrupt thought struck him. Oh no, he had left his jacket at the campus belle's residence. His hand, poised to open the door, hesitated. No, this wouldn't do. The campus beauty was likely resting at that moment. He had already intruded upon her for an entire night. It would be inconsiderate to disturb her again. Surely, they would encounter one another again in the future. He could address it then. Reflecting on their proximity, sharing the same building, he couldn't help but marvel at the smallness of the world. Initially, he had rented an off-campus apartment because he was unaccustomed to dormitory life. His roommates were pleasant enough, but one would snore loudly through the night, while another would pick up right where the first left off, creating a cacophony akin to a power drill, ensuring that sleep was elusive. Having always been a light sleeper, even the slightest noise would awaken him. Ultimately, he had no choice but to rent a modest residence close to the school. It was just the right size for one person, allowing him the peace to focus on his comic creations. Upon reflecting on this, Fang Yanzhou swiftly completed a shower, opened Weibo, and logged into his account. Indeed, a multitude of individuals were berating him. Where has this old rascal run off to? Is he contemplating a leap into the river because he can't pursue his goddess? Abandoning the game. May your entire family perish. Do not accuse me of cursing you, my friend. It's been 2 days and still no update. I'm dying here. In contrast, the female fans exhibited a greater sense of empathy. Yes, indeed, he is in my embrace. Enough of the noise, Zhou has already suffered enough. All right? Let the tears flow, then dry your eyes and continue drawing. Fang Yanzhou couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. His fans were well aware that he had been pursuing a childhood sweetheart for 3 years and often teased him about it. There was a palpable sense of helplessness, as if his hands could not reach through the screen. He selected a reply. The devoted suitor has turned the tide. I am now free. The truth was, Fang Yanzhou's nearly 1 million followers on Weibo stemmed from his boredom during high school, when he would share his drawings daily. He had a passion for art and had even studied it systematically for a while. Initially, he was pleasantly surprised when he garnered an audience. Gradually, his following increased until a prominent influencer shared his comic, causing his fan base to skyrocket. From that moment on, it became almost a side career for him, with regular updates and occasional advertisements. While he wouldn't claim to be financially liberated, he certainly had no trouble sustaining himself. Zhang Ziyo was well aware of these matters and frequently suggested he take on more advertisements than on one occasion. During a date, he excused himself to the restroom, only to return and find Zhang Ziyo had taken it upon herself to accept an advertisement on his behalf. The advertiser had a questionable reputation and had even issued warnings. Continuing to work with them was akin to leaping into a pit of fire. Fang Yanzhou was infuriated, yet Zhang Ziyo remained unfazed. I'm doing this for your sake, you know? They're offering substantial, what's wrong with accepting one advertisement? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to earn money these days? From that moment forward, Fang Yanzhou's disappointment only deepened. Giving up became an inevitability. He shook his head, wishing to dismiss such thoughts. Fans were indeed his lifeblood, and he should focus on satisfying their needs. All set, Fang Yanzhou exported the file and subsequently uploaded it to Weibo. A glance at the clock revealed it was already midnight. He patted his stomach, feeling a pang of hunger. Ever since having lunch at the school bell's home that morning, he hadn't eaten all day. As thoughts of Jiang, the school belle, crossed his mind, he unconsciously envisioned her blushing visage, which only heightened his agitation. He shook his head, attempting to rid himself of frivolous thoughts. Yet, the next moment, he found himself wondering what the school belle was doing at that very moment. Fang Yanzhou realized he was genuinely hungry, prompting him to hastily order takeout. Chapter 3, I Have a Friend. After confirming, he opened the green chat bubble and discovered numerous unread messages. At the top was a message from Xiao. He just reveals her sharp edges. Fang Yanzhou, how could you speak to my mother like that? Your behavior is utterly uncouth. Do you understand? You must apologize to my mother immediately, or I shall never forgive you. Fang Yanzhou, expressionless, swiftly blocked the user. He then opened another chat interface. The invincible King Kong Tyrannosaurus warrior exclaimed, "Today's plot is exceptionally thrilling. I saw your comment. Are you alright? What have you been busy with these days? I had fish-flavored shredded pork today, and it was terrible." Subsequently, he sent an animated meme. The Tyrannosaurus was among Fang Yanzhou's earliest fans. Back when he was not as popular as he is now, he often sent himself encouraging messages to persevere. After becoming acquainted, they added each other to their green bubbles. Whenever Fang Yanzhou updated, the Tyrannosaurus would message him privately. Sometimes, Fang Yanzhou would share grievances about Zhang Xiaoga, which puzzled him slightly. It was the fact that the Tyrannosaurus always included cute exclamations or adorable emoticons in his messages. Though perplexed, Fang Yanzhou refrained from questioning him out of courtesy. He speculated that beneath the rugged exterior of the Tyrannosaurus lay a heart as delicate as a maiden's. Although he did not understand, he respected it. Recently, life had become overwhelmingly burdensome, exhausting him greatly. Fang Yanzhou replied. The Tyrannosaurus did not respond. It was likely he had fallen asleep. Fang Yanzhou then glanced at the food delivery app. His rider was just a few minutes away. Ding dong. So swift? Is this rider on a rocket? Fang Yanzhou hurried to open the door. However, the person outside startled him. Jiang Xuejia? What brings the campus bell to my door at this late hour? Is there something you need? Jiang Qinghuan appeared to have just woken, clad in a silk camisole, her alluring figure subtly revealed. Fang Yanzhou quickly averted his gaze. Despite the campus bell's temptation, he upheld his moral principles. The girl's eyes were hazy, squinting as she stood there, lost in thought. A stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. What is happening? Fang Yanzhou's eyes widened, his body stiffened. The campus bell leaned in for a kiss. His mind went blank. What on earth is happening? Moreover, Jiang Qinghuan pressed her body against him, her arms entwined around his neck, nearly hanging on him. After the kiss, her head nestled against his neck, nuzzling affectionately. This is going too far. Before he could react, the food delivery boy arrived, holding the meal he had ordered. Whoa! The delivery boy was clearly startled. Fang Yanzhou hastily pushed Jiang Qinghuan away. Brother, it's late at night. My life is at stake here. Fang Yanzhou felt mortified, wishing for nothing more than to disappear. He quickly accepted the food, intending to pull the campus bell into the room to discuss matters further. However, the moment he touched her arm, she shrugged him off. Jiang Qinghuan stepped away from Fang Yanzhou, her entire demeanor relaxing as if the tension had dissipated. A look of satisfaction appeared on her face. She yawned and, lost in her own thoughts, returned. At the moment the door was closed, Fang Yanzhou felt a rush of emotions. He sat before the computer, gazing at his lips while stroking his neck. Realizing the lingering warmth of Jiang Qinghuan's body still enveloped him, doubts about the world crept into his mind. Was it merely a dream? Fang Yanzhou playfully flicked the nose of Xiao Bai, who barked at him in indignation. It was no dream. The school beauty? Kissing him? Embracing him? Fang Yanzhou licked his lips, as if he could still catch a whiff of the enchanting fragrance she exuded when she was near. Could it be that the school beauty was also intoxicated? The chicken leg rice before him suddenly lost its appeal. Everything had transpired so swiftly that he completely forgot the taste of Zhang's lips. Soft, that much he knew. Unable to recall, his mind felt overloaded, and he resolved to force himself to forget. After finishing his meal, the hour was late. With an early class at 8 the next morning, Fang Yanzhou hurriedly washed up and went to bed. The night was filled with dreams. Unbelievable. How could he lose? Beside him, Yanzhou angrily tossed his phone onto the table, biting into a cold egg pancake. Fang Yanzhou, groggy, was roused by the noise. Glancing at the teacher ahead who was speaking incessantly, and reminded him, "Zhua, keep it down in the morning when you're with the girls." He didn't know that An had already been with several girls in the months since school started, definitely not fewer than 20. Next to him, El Yuanqing teased. Recalling how An had changed his online name to Choose Me for Online Love, I'm super sweet. Fang Yanzhou shot a disdainful glance at him, whose mouth was smeared with grease. Dude, that's disgusting. What do you know? I'm the pioneer of online dating. What do I rely on? Your looks? Fang Yanzhou scrutinized his rather unsightly appearance. Money? He remembered that An had been living off instant noodles for days. and shook his head and pulled out his phone, revealing his chat history with a girl, clicking on the latest voice message. "Baby, I miss you." Instantly, all eyes in the classroom turned towards them. Fang Yanzhou and Elle Yuanqing stifled their laughter. This fool forgot to lower the volume. "Classmates, please maintain order." "Damn," my charming voice was heard by them, and cursed under his breath. "I hope they don't become infatuated with me. Honestly, your deep voice has that vibe of an internet heartthrob." Fang Yanzhou gave him a thumbs up. "If I had your face, Cheng's emotional intelligence, and Qin Ji's money, would I even need to put in this effort?" It then struck Fang Yanzhou that one person from their dorm had yet to arrive. "Where's Qin Yuji?" "Probably at some hotel," he mused, not finding it surprising. Qin Yuji was a local rich kid, the epitome of a second-generation wealthy individual. On the first day of school, he had arrived in a sports car, parading around campus and collecting dozens of girls' contact information. He was a decent guy. As for his personal life, it was a matter of mutual consent. Others had no say in it. After a morning filled with trivial classes, the three decided to head to the cafeteria for a meal. The cafeteria at Beijing University comprises 4 establishments, and they opted for the first one, conveniently passing by the playground. Lo and behold, is that not the illustrious Jiang school beauty? And Zhuang exclaimed dramatically, pointing at the enchanting figure approaching them. Today, the school beauty donned a simple yet pristine white sports outfit, appearing from afar like an immaculate white lotus, something to be admired from a distance, never to be sullied. Upon her arrival, all eyes on the playground gravitated towards her. Accompanying her was another girl, who, while possessing decent looks, paled in comparison to the radiant Jiang school beauty. Fang Yanzhou's gaze collided with Jiang Qinghuan's. The events of the previous evening replayed vividly in his mind. The softness of the school beauty's form, her cool lips, and her playful voice. He found himself lost in thought, yet Jiang merely cast him a cold glance before turning her attention elsewhere. They brushed past each other. A fleeting moment. Goodness, she is not merely a goddess. She is of celestial caliber. And Zhuang displayed an infatuated expression. "Do restrain your drool. You might frighten her away." Lu Yuanqing quipped with a sharp tongue. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou remained silent. Upon seeing Jiang Qinghuan, he could not help but recall the kiss they shared the night prior. Unconsciously, he touched his lips, his face flushing with embarrassment. This was his first kiss, yet Zhang's reaction suggested she had completely forgotten the incident. Could that be so? How could one simply forget such a thing? "Look at you. You are even more perverse than I am, probably fantasizing about kissing the school beauty right now." And Zhuang laughed heartily. Fang Yanzhou cleared his throat and tentatively remarked, "I have a friend." And Zhuang and Lu Yuanqing exchanged peculiar glances. And then, they chorused. Well, one night, he was waiting for takeout when suddenly the school beauty knocked on his door, kissed him without a word, and then walked away as if nothing had happened. What do you think she meant by that? Chapter 4. Sister, could you give me a ride? Lu Yuanqing slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh no. What happened?" Fang Yanzhou quickly inquired. "Did you sneak off to watch a movie without us last night? Do you have the link? Send it over. I want to learn." And Zhuang was laughing so hard he could barely stand, suggesting that he should package it into a file and send it as well. Fang Yanzhou felt exasperated. Not a single soul believed his words. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed implausible. The school beauty? Kissing him? He questioned his own sanity. Perhaps she had truly been intoxicated. He, being inherently optimistic, decided to let go of the perplexing thoughts. In any case, he would not cross paths with the school beauty again. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he had barely taken a seat when he looked up to see Zhang Xiaohe storming towards him with a plate in hand. Without preamble, she unleashed a torrent of words. "Fang Yanzhou, block my contact. What is your meaning? You spoke to my mother so rudely yesterday. Do you realize you nearly gave her a heart attack? If anything were to happen to her, could you bear the consequences?" Not far off, and Zhuang and Lu Yuanqing, witnessing the scene, hurriedly made their escape. Fang Yanzhou chose to ignore her. Zhang Ziyo assumed that he must have realized his mistake. But upon noticing the sweet and sour shredded pork on her plate, she frowned and remarked, "You know I detest sweet and sour shredded pork. Why did you order it?" Fang Yanzhou's indifference towards her was growing increasingly apparent. Upon hearing her words, he was momentarily speechless. It seemed that he had not communicated clearly enough, leading her to believe he was merely jesting. "First, I recall that we are no longer in a relationship. Second, if your mother has heart issues, it is due to your ineffectual brother and has nothing to do with me. Third, do not disturb me from now on, understood?" Zhang Ziyo was taken aback. This was the first time she had witnessed Fang Yanzhou speak to her in such a frigid tone. Previous suitors, though not always gentle, had never been so utterly cold. What is with your attitude? Tears welled in her eyes. Indeed, time had altered the man. Have you developed feelings for someone else? Do you think I am no longer as appealing as before, that you have grown weary of me? After all, she was the belle of her computer science class in her freshman year. How dare he treat her this way? In her eyes, Fang Yanzhou had always been compliant to her whims over the past 3 years. Whatever she desired, she could obtain by simply asking him. And the next day, it would be hers. Yet, just yesterday, her request had been denied for the first time. She could not fathom any other reason for his sudden change. Fang Yanzhou rolled his eyes, weary of further pointless conversation. He picked up his tray and turned to leave, wary of the potential folly in continuing a dialogue with someone so dim-witted. Seeing him disregard her, Zhang Ziao grew anxious. In the past, regardless of their disagreements, Fang Yanzhou would relent if she shed a tear. A profound fear surged within her. She was at a loss for what to do. Hastily, she retrieved her phone and called her mother. Mom, it seems Yanzhou is genuinely upset. On the other end, her mother shouted in anger, Zhang Ziao, do you realize your brother is currently waiting for money? At a time like this, you provoke Fang Yanzhou? Do you wish for our family to starve? Zhang Ziao felt a surge of anger but dared not voice it. Cautiously, she inquired, what should I do now? Well, deal with the mess you've created yourself. When dealing with men, just cry. The more pitiful you appear, the more likely he will soften. Do I really need to teach you this? I wonder what good your college education is doing you. With a loud click, her mother hung up the phone, leaving Zhang Ziao to sigh in disappointment. Born into such a family, what could she do? If she did not cling to Fang Yanzhou, her lifeline, her life would be over. With this thought in mind, she secretly devised a plan. Meanwhile, Yanzhou observed Zhang Ziao's retreating figure and clucked his tongue. I say, Yanzhou, what is it about Zhang Ziao that draws you to her? Fang Yanzhou bit into a chicken leg and replied, I don't know. It's just a feeling. You're going for pure love, huh? Fang Yanzhou smiled, but remained silent. Li Yuansheng, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke up. Don't take it the wrong way, but Zhang Ziao's family is like a bottomless pit. As the new semester commenced, I observed keenly that her intentions in approaching you were either to extract money or to have you accompany her on shopping excursions. While it is reasonable for us as men to spend a little to please those we cherish, one must not become a mere doormat. Are you aware of the whispers circulating among our classmates? Fang Yanzhou paused, setting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth. I am aware, they label me a sycophant. However, you need not worry. I have ceased to harbor feelings for Zhang Xiaohe. Our paths shall diverge henceforth. What a boast. Anyone can make bold claims. Fang Yanzhou chuckled, fully cognizant of their disbelief. It was only natural, given his tireless pursuit of Zhang Xiaohe for such an extended period. To suddenly declare his abandonment of her seemed rather implausible. Nevertheless, he intended to substantiate his words through actions. After their meal, the group returned to their dormitory. For convenience, Fang Yanzhou only returned to his rented apartment at night, as he had a bed and fresh clothes available in the dormitory. Upon entering, he collapsed onto his bed. The previous night had been restless, filled with a cacophony of chaotic dreams. Closing his eyes, he was inundated with visions of the campus beauty reaching up to kiss him. Such a lure can indeed lead one astray. He slipped into a drowsy slumber. Baby, do not fear. I shall protect you. Be a good one and consume the blood pack. How dare that fool steal baby S Blue? I'll confront him. Fang Yanzhou was roused from his slumber by these incessant calls of baby. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed Yanzhou across the room, engaged in gaming with a female companion. Zhuozi, what time is it? Yanzhou muted his microphone and replied in a normal tone. It's 6 o'clock. Fang Yanzhou sprang up. Why didn't you wake me? I feared I might disrupt your enchanting rendezvous with your fairy sister in your dreams. Get lost. Hastily, Fang Yanzhou donned his clothes and splashed some water on his face. Panic set in. He was running late. Today marked the occasion of their club's dinner gathering. Initially, he had little desire to partake in such activities, but upon learning it coincided with the senior's birthday, he felt it would be impolite to decline. The mere thought of encountering Zhang Xiaohe, however, filled him with annoyance. Unfortunately, at the start of the semester, Zhang Xiaohe had insisted he join this performance club, claiming it was rife with handsome fellows. Unable to refuse, he acquiesced. The dinner venue was situated at a Sichuan restaurant outside of campus. It was neither too far nor too close. He had intended to hail a ride, but today seemed cursed as he had yet to spot a single electric scooter along the way. He dashed forward, glancing at the time. Only 10 minutes remained, and he was bound to be late. Just then, he noticed a girl riding an electric scooter, heading toward the campus gate. With a bold demeanor, he hastened to catch up. "Sister, could you take me along?" However, when she turned to face him, Fang Yanzhou was taken aback. "What in the world?" "Jiang Qingwen." "Jiang Sr." Jiang Qingwen regarded him with an icy indifference, remaining silent. Fang Yanzhou found himself in a predicament. Had he known the individual before him was the campus flower, he would not have approached in such a foolish manner. Yet, having spoken, he could not retract his words. And with a steely resolve, he continued running. Senior, could you give me a lift?" He held no expectations. Others might agree. But Jiang Qinghuan would never casually engage with a boy she hardly knew. But wait, is there even a boy in this school who is familiar with Jiang Qinghuan? He braced himself for rejection, and his pace slowed. Chapter 5. The Legendary Body Fragrance? Just when he thought there was no chance, Jiang Qinghuan suddenly inquired, "Do you often flirt with girls like this?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou realized she had misunderstood. He hurriedly clarified, No, it's not like that. I'm just trying to catch a ride to the club dinner." He couldn't fathom why he felt compelled to explain so much to Jiang Qinghuan. The moment he met her cool, ethereal gaze, he recalled the kiss from the previous night, causing his mind to short-circuit. Judging by the school bell's reaction, it seemed she genuinely didn't remember. It wasn't so much disappointment as it was perplexity. "Come on," she beckoned. "Oh." Fang Yanzhou was taken aback. Jiang Qinghuan tilted her chin and said coldly, "If you're not getting in, I'm leaving." Wait, I'm coming." He finally found someone willing to offer him a ride, and it was none other than the school bell. Without hesitation, Fang Yanzhou plopped into the back seat, fearing that the opportunity to ride with her would vanish in an instant. "The address?" he asked. "To Lao Si's Sichuan cuisine. But just drop me off at the school gate." It was embarrassing enough to hitch a ride. He couldn't possibly ask the school bell to take him all the way. Seated in the back of the school bell's car, Fang Yanzhou felt a whirlwind of emotions. The autumn breeze of Beijing was gentle, and the school bell wore a fitted knitted cardigan, allowing him to clearly see the graceful curve from her waist to her hips, firm and alluring. "Does the school bell often work out?" he mused. A gust of wind swept through, carrying her scent into Fang Yanzhou's nostrils. It was identical to the fragrance he had detected in her room before, a fresh aroma that wasn't overpowering, unlike perfumes. It felt more like a natural fragrance emanating from her body. Fang Yanzhou even wondered if this was what people referred to as body fragrance. After all, when he was with Zhang Xiaohua, he would always notice the various scents of her perfumes, especially during summer when the mingling of sweat and fragrance created an intoxicating sensation. Though he could never show it, he forced himself to regain his composure when a thought struck him. "Senior, I think I left my jacket at your place." Jiang Qinghuan fell silent for a couple of seconds before responding awkwardly. "Oh really? I didn't see it. That's strange. Where could a mere jacket have gone?" However, if the school bell claimed she hadn't seen it, then it must be true. "I probably left it at the bar." Once again, they fell into silence. Fang Yanzhou recalled the kiss and decided he needed to clarify things. Tentatively, he asked, "Do you remember what happened last night?" "What happened?" Jiang Qinghuan's tone of confusion seemed genuine, extinguishing the courage Fang Yanzhou had just mustered. She truly didn't remember. Could it be that she had really been intoxicated? After pondering, this was the only explanation that made sense. Perhaps it was best to remain silent. The sensitivity of young women is often delicate. Thus, it is perhaps best to avoid confrontation in such matters. As thoughts drifted away, Fang Yanzhou came to his senses, only to find himself already at their destination. Upon disembarking, he immediately stepped out, scratching his head and somewhat bashfully apologizing. "I'm sorry for the trouble, senior." To his surprise, Jiang Qinghuan ignored him entirely, parking her electric bike and striding directly into the restaurant. The campus belle was also dining there. He intended to catch up to her, but a familiar voice called out from behind. Fang Yanzhou. Hearing this, he hastily entered the establishment without looking back. However, the woman behind him raised her voice even louder. Zhang Xiao, feeling slighted as he evaded her, could no longer hold back her tears. She rushed forward, grasping his arm, and tearfully implored, "Could you really leave me here all alone?" Fang Yanzhou let out a resigned sigh. In the past, Zhang Xiao's tears would have tugged at his heartstrings. But now he only felt irritation. "Sister, you're quite bothersome. What is there to cry about? Have you run out of money?" He had no intention of reclaiming the money he had given her. He wasn't lacking in funds, yet he refused to part with another cent for this woman. Zhang Ziyo was rendered speechless by his retort. The money she had previously spent on bags had long since dwindled, and with her brother's tuition looming, her finances were woefully insufficient. Fang Yanzhou, stop pretending. I just saw you arriving on a woman's electric bike. Fang Yanzhou replied candidly. Yes, I came on Zhang's bike. Is that supposed to be amusing? You're lying without even a script, aren't you? Jiang, the campus belle. Who do you think you are? Understanding her disbelief, he was disinclined to further justify himself. He had no obligation to explain anything to her. Zhang Ziyo's fury intensified at his feeble excuse, firmly believing he was being unfaithful. One day, she vowed to catch them in the act. Yet, as soon as Fang Yanzhou entered the private room, realization dawned upon him. No wonder Jiang Qinghuan had brought him here. It turned out they were both attending a gathering. He nearly misread the situation entirely, mentally chastising himself. After all, she was the campus belle. What was he thinking? The newly admitted students likely had not anticipated the campus belle's presence, and the atmosphere became considerably more vibrant. Zhang Ziyo had dressed to impress, having heard tales of the handsome boys in the performance club, most of whom came from well-off families. Determined to stand out, she hoped to gather a few admirers while simultaneously inciting jealousy in Fang Yanzhou, wanting to convey that she, Zhang Ziyo, was not without suitors. If he truly cared, he would hastily come to charm her. However, upon entering, her confidence waned at the sight of Jiang Qinghuan. With her presence, who would notice her? Indeed, all the male attention was swiftly commandeered by Jiang Qinghuan, each one eager to serve her. Senior, may I fetch you a glass of water? Oh no, this cup isn't clean. Let me rinse it with hot water first. Senior, are you cold? I brought an extra jacket. Jiang Qinghuan occupied the central position, clearly accustomed to such occasions, politely yet decisively declining advances. Fang Yanzhou was taken aback to discover that Jiang Qinghuan was the vice president of the drama club, which explained the abundance of male admirers within the society. They were all drawn to the campus belle. Chapter 6. The campus belle is both beautiful and adorable. The president of the drama club was a senior from the performing arts department at Beijing University. He had never anticipated that the campus belle would attend the gathering, especially considering that throughout their 3 years in college, Jiang Qinghuan had never participated in any social events of the drama club. This was indeed a first. He speculated that it must be due to the occasion of his birthday. Earlier in the group chat, he had sent out a notification, expressing his hope for everyone to join him in celebration. Qinghuan, I can't believe you actually came, Fang Yanzhou said, observing Chunhao's lewd expression with a sense of discomfort. Jiang Qinghuan sensed the proximity of the man beside her, instinctively furrowing her brow and distancing herself, wishing to avoid any physical contact. That familiar feeling of anxiety and unease washed over her once more. She felt quite regretful about attending this tedious gathering. Had she not glimpsed the photographs of the attendees, she might not have come. What a coincidence. Today is my birthday too. I'm so thrilled you could make it. Chunhao stammered, his shyness evident. Since their freshman year, Jiang Qinghuan had been his goddess. Many deemed her aloof and unapproachable, yet Chunhao believed that beneath her icy exterior lay a passionate heart. Her indifference was merely a result of not encountering the right person. One day, he was certain he would warm her heart, for he possessed both looks and wealth. Jiang Qinghuan seemed to have tuned out his voice entirely, showing no inclination to engage with Chunhao. He felt awkward and poured a glass of fruit wine for the campus belle. Qinghuan, you must be thirsty, he offered. Jiang Qinghuan shot him a cold glance. Indeed, she needed nourishment to soothe her agitated state. I don't want it. Well, the cup is dirty anyway, Chunhao replied, forcing a laugh as he quietly sipped from his own glass. What do you have in your hand? Jiang Qinghuan suddenly inquired. Following her gaze, she noticed Fang Yanzhou preparing to insert a straw into his milk tea. He blinked and replied honestly, soy milk rice mochi, with half the sugar. It was a last-minute delivery he had ordered on his way from the dormitory. Is it delicious? Fang Yanzhou nodded. Jiang Qinghuan continued to fixate on him, and Fang Yanzhou seemed to grasp her unspoken desire. Would you like to try some, senior? He tentatively asked. Sure. He had merely asked out of curiosity, not expecting her to genuinely agree. The surrounding atmosphere grew silent. Chunhao's expression darkened, and Zhang Xiaohai found the situation peculiar. Upon receiving the milk tea, Jiang Qinghuan wasted no time indulging in it. It appeared as though she had never tasted milk tea before. After her first sip, her eyes sparkled. and she eagerly consumed nearly half of it in quick gulps. How adorable, Fang Yanzhou thought, momentarily captivated. She resembled a little kitten. The surrounding individuals were equally astonished by the scene before them, their gazes toward Fang Yanzhou now tinged with curiosity. What is this young man's background? Is he quite familiar with the campus belle? Surely not, as the belle is notoriously indifferent to the male gender. Perhaps she is merely intrigued. Chen Hao, however, wore a ghastly expression. He had pursued the campus belle for 3 years. What made him think she would ever notice him? Though it was ostensibly a club gathering, it was, in fact, a celebration for Chen Hao's birthday, which commenced with cake and culminated in a 10-minute soliloquy. Fang Yanzhou, overwhelmed by the tedium, extracted his phone and opened the chat with the indomitable cosmic Tyrannosaurus warrior. The other party had messaged him that morning. Thanks for your effort. But I have an early class now. With nothing better to do, he casually inquired, are you also a university student? In the next instant, Jiang Qingwan's phone vibrated in her pocket. She unlocked the screen to see. Yanzhou, are you also a university student? Her expression remained unruffled as she replied, yes. Yanzhou continued, which university do you attend? Indomitable cosmic Tyrannosaurus warrior, Beijing University. To her astonishment, the reply came swiftly, buddy, a fellow alum. When shall we share a drink? Startled, Jiang Qingwan dropped her phone onto the table. What is happening, Qingwan? Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Hao and his sycophants rushed over. Jiang Qingwan, rarely flustered, regained her aloof demeanor within moments. She turned off her phone and calmly stated, it's nothing. Very well. Chen Hao returned to drinking with the others. Is everything truly all right? Fang Yanzhou observed the flush in the girl's ears, finding it curious. He glanced at his phone, only to find the Tyrannosaurus had ceased responding. Perhaps she was preoccupied. Fang Yanzhou paid it little mind, but Zhang Xiaohua caught his attention. She remained closely clustered around Chen Hao, hanging on his every boast. Each had their own aspirations. From the moment they parted ways, their paths were destined to diverge like parallel lines. Seizing the opportunity amidst the revelry, Fang Yanzhou discreetly slipped outside. The fresh air outside was indeed invigorating. He inhaled deeply, gazing up at the stars, and murmured his gratitude. Thank you for the milk tea. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled him. Turning around, he found the campus belle wearing a frosty expression, as though she were oblivious to his earlier gratitude. It's merely a cup of milk tea, no need for formality. Jiang Qingwan, however, spoke earnestly. I dislike owing favors. How about this? I'll give you a ride home. Is that appropriate? Fang Yanzhou scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having ridden on the campus belle's electric scooter earlier. After all, we live in the same area. With that, she confidently approached the scooter. We live in the same area? That seems reasonable enough. Get on. Fang Yanzhou obediently settled into the rear seat. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them. Fang Yanzhou struggled to think of topics to discuss with the girl. The campus belle, by nature aloof, was hardly likely to initiate conversation. Suddenly, the electric scooter hit a speed bump. Due to inertia, Fang Yanzhou was caught unprepared. As he was jolted upward, he instinctively grasped Jiang Qingwan's waist. Once he regained his composure, he swiftly withdrew his hand, startled by his own actions. What had he just done? I apologize, senior, I didn't realize. It's all right, came the calm response from the other party, seemingly unconcerned. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, this seemingly aloof campus beauty was experiencing a flurry of thoughts akin to a barrage of comets. His hand was so warm, reminiscent of that night. Why didn't he continue to hold me? On the other side, Fang Yanzhou breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the senior wasn't angry. However, in the next moment, his body once again left the seat as he uncontrollably grasped the girl's slender waist. Fang Yanzhou wished he could sever his own hand. Why couldn't he resist? I want to do it again next time. How peculiar, he thought. Why had he never noticed the numerous speed bumps on this road before? In a place unseen by him, Jiang Qinghuan curled her lips into a smile, and the emptiness within her was miraculously soothed. She then gently remarked, if you can't sit steadily, you may hold on to my waist. Just like that, continuously supporting him. That is not appropriate. Fang Yanzhou hastily declined. No need, senior. I can sit steadily. Thus, throughout the remainder of the journey, he desperately clutched his pants, fearful that he might lose control again if they hit a bump. Oh, Jiang Qinghuan's tone softened significantly, but fortunately, they encountered no more speed bumps along the way. After parking, the two entered the elevator one after the other. Thank you for bringing me home, senior, he said, although he had been on edge the entire trip. It was just on the way, she replied. Fang Yanzhou gazed at the exquisite profile of the campus beauty, recalling how, when he first arrived at the school, he often heard others describe Jiang Qinghuan as aloof and unapproachable. Now, it seemed that the reality diverged somewhat from the rumors, at least in his eyes. The campus beauty appeared both innocent and charming. Chapter 7. Can you help me fix the plumbing? Upon reaching the 22nd floor, Fang Yanzhou took out his keys, preparing to head home. However, he heard the campus beauty call out from behind. My plumbing is broken. Could you help me fix it? Of course. After all, during his high school years at home, he had frequently been tasked by his mother with household chores, whether it was unclogging toilets or cleaning windows. Fixing plumbing issues was trivial in comparison. Entering Jiang Qinghuan's room once more, Fang Yanzhou dared not glance around carelessly and headed straight for the restroom. Rolling up his sleeves to get to work, he turned on the faucet for inspection and discovered a leak at the inlet. He promptly removed the valve, rust-proofed it, tightened it, and reattached it. Done. Senior, it's fixed. He had barely taken 15 minutes. Jiang Qinghuan was taken aback by the speed of his work, momentarily flustered. It's fixed already? Fang Yanzhou assumed she doubted his skills, so he quickly turned on the faucet, and indeed, the water flowed normally once more. Seeing this, Jiang Qinghuan had nothing more to say. However, she suddenly noticed that due to the plumbing repair, the boy's white shirt had become damp, revealing the outline of his slender physique, with water droplets cascading down his forearms along the veins. A wave of discomfort washed over her, as if countless ants were crawling over her skin. Jiang Qinghuan spoke in a hushed tone. You are wet. Allow me to dry you off. Fang Yanzhou was about to refuse, yet he was taken aback as Jiang Qinghuan produced a rather incongruous pink towel, utterly at odds with her aloof demeanor, and boldly approached him, seizing his arm to begin drying it. Rather than merely drying, it would be more apt to describe her actions as gentle caresses. He could feel the warmth of the school beauty's palm, radiating heat as it glided back and forth across his arm, leaving him with a peculiar sensation. Moreover, the very fact that the school beauty was personally tending to him sent his heart racing uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qinghuan was fervently battling the impulse of her body to draw closer to him. Her rational mind urged her to cease, yet her physical reactions were beyond her control. Her thoughts echoed a singular phrase, "This is the end." The profound and indescribable sense of fulfillment she experienced was something she had never encountered in her 20-plus years of existence. How could this be? Though she suffered from a skin hunger, yearning for physical contact, her psychological barriers rendered her averse to the touch of others. The contradiction between her mind and body left her both fearful and longing. Yet, why was it that in the presence of this individual, she felt not only no aversion, but rather an overwhelming sense of satisfaction? She craved more, even wishing to press her entire being against him. Senior? Senior? Fang Yanzhou called out repeatedly, but the girl remained unresponsive. He quickly grasped Jiang Qinghuan's hand, asking, Are you all right? Startled, she withdrew her hand. Her expression icy as she retorted, I'm fine, you should go. Fang Yanzhou blinked, pondering the enigma of a woman's heart. One moment she expresses concern, and the next, she is coldly dismissing him. He was unconcerned, yet a lingering fear nagged at him that if this continued, she might fracture mentally. Then I shall take my leave. As he passed through the foyer, he casually picked up a trash bag. Once was for disposal, twice was also for disposal, driven by a mild obsession with cleanliness, ensuring that every visible piece of litter was eradicated. After closing the door behind him, Jiang Qinghuan finally unclenched her fist, exhaling a sigh of relief. Suddenly recalling something, she strode to her bedroom and opened the wardrobe. Among a collection of dresses, she spotted a men's denim jacket hanging conspicuously. Without a second thought, she retrieved it and, almost instinctively, buried her face in the fabric, inhaling deeply several times. However, it was far from sufficient. Realizing her actions, Jiang Qinghuan blushed fiercely and placed the jacket beside her pillow, determined not to succumb to temptation. Upon returning home, Fang Yanzhou sat at his computer, intending to draw. But as an hour slipped by, he found his mind wandering back to the image of Jiang Qinghuan's flushed, bewildered expression. It was no wonder he was lost in thought. Her reaction had been extraordinarily peculiar. The sensation was akin to being enchanted, as if she desired to consume him whole. With no inclination to update his work, he whimsically decided to take a day off, indulging in his capriciousness. At that moment, His phone vibrated several times. Glancing at the screen, he saw multiple unread messages. The allure of returning to the dormitory beckoning him. Qin Yuji messaged, "Zhozhou, guess what I just captured in a photo?" And Zhuang. This woman seems somewhat familiar. Lu Yuanqing. Those who betray true feelings deserve to swallow 1,000 needles. What are these people saying? With a sense of perplexity, Fang Yanzhou opened the image. In an instant, understanding dawned upon him. The location of the photograph appeared to be in front of the school gates. The two individuals captured in the image were Zhang Xiaohe and Chen Hao. Their demeanor was intimate. Chen Hao appeared to be intoxicated, while Zhang Xiaohe supported him. A smile gracing her face. Fang Yanzhou exited the picture, only to find several new messages in the group chat. They were nothing more than self-reassuring remarks. Fang Yanzhou responded succinctly, "Brothers, I've long since moved on. This won't hurt me." In the dormitory, the three roommates exchanged glances upon reading his reply. Can one truly recover from a breakup so swiftly? Could it be that Josie is merely putting on a brave front? 3 years of affection. And he claims to have moved on in just 3 days. Who would believe that? They presumed he was likely in tears, thinking, "Fear not, as old things pass away. New ones shall come. I shall introduce him to someone." Unbeknownst to Fang Yanzhou, his well-meaning roommates were plotting to find him a new partner. Meanwhile, he was lost in thought, gazing at the group photo on his phone. What a despicable character Chen Hao is. Here he is, pursuing the school beauty with great fanfare, while simultaneously engaging in ambiguous relations with other women. What if the innocent school beauty is deceived? As a neighbor, Fang Yanzhou felt it was his duty to gently warn her. Yet, the moment he realized he lacked her contact information, he hesitated. Perhaps it was best to refrain from intervening. Ultimately, he hardly knew the senior well enough to presume he had the right to offer such counsel. Sigh. For reasons unknown, a sense of heaviness settled in his heart. Fang Yanzhou hastily prepared instant noodles for himself and cooked some chicken breast for his dog, Xiaobai. They both enjoyed their meal heartily. Living alone, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of loneliness. As night fell, Fang Yanzhou lay in bed. First checking his messaging app, no new messages. He opened Douyin, mindlessly scrolling for an hour before boredom set in. Exiting that, he opened QQ, only to find himself unacknowledged. With a deep sigh, he resolved to sleep. He fell asleep quickly, but his slumber was light. Even the slightest noise could rouse him. In the dead of night, he was suddenly startled awake by a gentle knocking at the door. Initially, he thought he might have imagined it. Minutes passed, and the persistent knocking continued. Fang Yanzhou quickly sat up, retrieving the pepper spray from his bedside drawer. It was dangerous for a boy to be alone outside. He stealthily approached the door, intending to peek through the peephole to discern who was there. Upon doing so, he was taken aback. He hurriedly set down the pepper spray and opened the door, revealing Jiang Qingxian standing outside in her pajamas. The senior, Fang Yanzhou, was struck by an ominous premonition. Chapter 8. In good spirits as expected, in the next moment, the school beauty leaned in closer. This time, her entire body clung to him like an octopus, and as she tilted her head back, her dreamy gaze brightened upon noticing Fang Yanzhou's lips, and she immediately pressed her own against them. Fang Yanzhou's eyes widened in shock. He attempted to push her away, but he was taken aback by the strength she possessed. He could not dislodge her, as if she were determined to adhere to him. Ultimately, Fang Yanzhou ceased his struggles. He even felt as if the campus beauty were absorbing some kind of energy, for he could distinctly sense that after 10 minutes, Jiang Qinghuan naturally released him, her face radiating joy. Why was Fang Yanzhou so certain? Because this esteemed senior exhibited the same expression while indulging in soup dumplings and sipping milk tea. Without uttering another word, she effortlessly returned to her home. Upon gazing at the closed door, Fang Yanzhou nearly lost his composure. He settled in front of his computer, opened the browser, and typed 3 words, sleepwalking. He was now thoroughly convinced that this seemingly aloof campus flower might indeed suffer from sleepwalking. The last time, he had comforted himself with the notion that she might have been inebriated. However, this time, he detected not a whiff of alcohol. Furthermore, based on her entire demeanor and behavior, there was a 90% chance it was indeed sleepwalking. Otherwise, how could one explain her complete lack of recollection the following day? Contemplating this, Fang Yanzhou felt a pang of urgency. Should sleepwalking escalate, it could pose a serious risk to her safety. This situation was untenable. He rummaged through his phone contacts, preparing to call his mother. After about 10 seconds, the line connected. "You little rascal, do you realize what time it is? Have you lost your mind?" Fang Yanzhou glanced at the clock. It was 2:30 in the morning. Well, it did seem a tad late. But considering the gravity of his senior's sleepwalking condition, he felt indifferent to the hour. Mom, I need to ask you something. Upon hearing this, Yuya assumed her son had encountered some trouble and quickly inquired, "What mess have you gotten into now?" "It's not me, it's a friend of mine." "Do you think your mother doesn't use the internet?" Fang Yanzhou sighed. "It's truly about a friend. She seems to be experiencing sleepwalking." Fang Yanzhou's mother was a psychologist, and throughout his life, he had never dared to lie, for she could always see through his fabrications, resulting in a thorough reprimand. When the conversation turned to her area of expertise, Yuya became serious. "Sleepwalking? Are you certain?" "Typically, sleepwalking occurs in children or adolescents. The likelihood diminishes significantly in adulthood. I suspect it is sleepwalking." Sleepwalking is classified as a psychological disorder, and one must assess specific behaviors. "Has she exhibited any unusual actions?" Fang Yanzhou stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. He could hardly disclose that the campus beauty had come knocking on his door in the middle of the night to kiss him. Were he to voice that, others might think he was the one unwell. He suddenly regretted calling his mother. "Oh, it's nothing, Mom. You should get some rest." "You little brat, do you think you can toy with your mother? By the way, I just happened to be coming to North City on business this Sunday. Just you wait." With that, she abruptly hung up. Fang Yanzhou groaned in despair. With Yuya coming, he truly anticipated no peace. Exhausted, he lay on his bed, staring at his phone screen, poring over an abundance of information on sleepwalking. Before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. The following day, before 7 o'clock, Fang Yanzhou awoke. To be honest, he had not slept well throughout the night. Several times, he jolted awake, convinced he had once again heard a knock at the door. Fang Yanzhou felt that the school bell's somnambulism remained unresolved, and he was on the verge of nervous exhaustion. As he stepped out, sporting dark circles under his eyes after completing his morning routine, he coincidentally encountered the school bell, who was also leaving. Their eyes met, revealing mutual surprise. "Did you not sleep well? Did you forget again?" They both inquired simultaneously. "What did I forget?" Jiang Qinghuan asked, bewildered. Fang Yanzhou had anticipated such an outcome, and he sighed silently, managing a smile. "It's nothing." Today, Jiang Qinghuan was in high spirits. Strangely, she felt unusually invigorated over the past couple of days, as if a parched land had suddenly been replenished with a source of water, revitalizing her entirely. She pondered that it might be due to the boy across from her. Could merely a jacket and a few seconds of contact possess such enchanting power? Thus, when she saw him emerge with dark circles under his eyes, she took the initiative to speak. "Get more sleep. It's good for your health." Fang Yanzhou felt a burden of unexpressed frustration. He longed to shout at the school bell, "I can't sleep because of you. Because of you." "All right, senior," he obediently replied. Jiang Qinghuan nodded in satisfaction, preparing to jog in the community, unaware that the boy from across the hall was following her, appearing somewhat hesitant as if he had something to say. "Senior, do you have an illness?" Fang Yanzhou belatedly realized his faux pas and quickly clarified, No, I meant to ask if you've been under any stress lately." He had spent the previous night poring over materials that suggested occasional sleepwalking might stem from unresolved issues in life or mental pressure, leading to such episodes. Jiang Qinghuan scrutinized the boy before her. He was handsome, standing around 6 feet tall, dressed in trendy attire. He should typically be a heartthrob, yet his eyes conveyed a certain naive clarity. "What's your name?" she found herself asking impulsively. "Fang Yanzhou." Jiang Qinghuan nodded and then inquired, "Why do you ask?" "Do you like me?" She pressed, her vigilance as the school bell compelling her to clarify. If he answered affirmatively, she could easily reject him. No, I don't like you." Fang Yanzhou's mouth responded before his brain could catch up. He certainly did not wish to be lumped in with the likes of Chun Hao. That lecherous man. Jiang Qinghuan regarded him in astonishment. After days of interaction, she realized this boy seemed different from others, though reluctant to admit it. Every time he drew near, the atmosphere around her felt inexplicably more pleasant. "Then why did you ask if I've been under pressure recently?" Fang Yanzhou racked his brain for a plausible explanation. "Our psychology professor assigned us to investigate the mental states of those around us. So I thought I'd casually ask you, senior." Jiang Qinghuan nodded, stating, "I am in good mental health." With that, she turned and began her run. However, prompted by the young man's reminder, Jiang Qinghuan suddenly realized that it had indeed been quite some time since her last hospital checkup. Chapter 9. A perfect match between Scorpio and Cancer. Fang Yanzhou left early, arriving at school at 7:30. He took the opportunity to purchase a few steamed buns from a roadside vendor, intending to bring them back to the dormitory for his group of unruly companions. As expected, upon reaching the dorm, he found the three of them still fast asleep. Fang Yanzhou patiently waited until the clock struck 7:50 before rousing them from their slumber. When they finally awoke, their groans echoed like wails of despair. It was as if the school treated them like mere dogs. Unfortunately, from Monday to Wednesday, they had early classes starting at 8, a reality that made university life feel more burdensome than a cup of bitter coffee. After a quick trip to the restroom and a hasty splash of water on their faces, they glanced at the clock and realized they had only 5 minutes left. Fortunately, their dormitory was conveniently close to the classroom they were headed to that day. Books in hand and buns clutched in their mouths, they hurried towards the lecture hall. During the break, Yanzhou was still engrossed in a game with his friends, while the other two lay sprawled, catching up on sleep. Unable to contain himself, Fang Yanzhou reminded him, "Zhua, aren't you worried about the final exam if you skip class?" Yanzhou shrugged nonchalantly. "What is there to fear? I'll cram the week before finals and ensure I don't fail." That made sense. Fang Yanzhou found himself devoid of interest in his phone, letting out a deep sigh. Hearing this, Yanzhou abruptly exited the game, and the other two instantly jolted awake. "Josie, are you feeling down?" Yanzhou, usually carefree, now inquired with unexpected caution. Fang Yanzhou, puzzled, replied, "What am I sad about?" He was merely contemplating how to deal with the school beauty's sleepwalking issue. However, the other three were skeptical of his reaction, exchanging glances that conveyed their belief that this innocent young gentleman was merely putting on a brave front. With a sympathetic pat on his shoulder, Yanzhou said, "Brother, I understand. No one can cope with seamless transitions like that. If you want to cry, just let it out. My shoulder will always be there for you." Qin Yuji jestingly retorted, "Let us not go there. Can your feeble shoulder really be relied upon? Shut it. I will eventually build up an impressive physique." Fang Yanzhou exclaimed, "Hey, Josie, don't be disheartened. I'll introduce you to some lovely ladies, with your charm." "Finding the next one will be a breeze," Lu Yuanqing chimed in, sensing the unreliability of the previous two. Without further ado, he took out his phone and added Fang Yanzhou to a group chat. Upon seeing the group, which now counted 4 members including himself, Fang Yanzhou was bewildered. 2 of the other profiles were female. "What is this?" he asked, utterly confused. "These are some girls I recently met, a first year in the dance department. I've seen her photos. She possesses both elegance and beauty." "What? You scoundrel! You met someone without informing me," Yanzhou exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table as if accusing his roommate of hoarding secrets. Lu Yuanqing, intimidated by the outburst, quickly replied, all right. You can join us when the time comes." "Good lad," Yanzhou exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together and draping an arm over Fang Yanzhou's shoulder. "Watch as I teach you the ropes on how to charm beautiful ladies." Fang Yanzhou frowned, firmly stating, "No, thank you. I'd rather not." He was indifferent to the matter concerning Zhang Xiaoa. It was merely a misunderstanding on the part of his roommates. Moreover, he felt somewhat averse to the idea of meeting girls with a specific intent. It felt rather peculiar to him. In contrast to this, he held a stronger belief in fate. Observing his hesitation, Lu Yuanqing began to earnestly persuade him, stating, "It's not as if you have to discuss romance upon first meeting. It's merely about making friends and expanding your social circle." Fang Yanzhou expressed his skepticism, questioning, "Is there such a thing as a pure friendship between men and women?" This remark elicited laughter from the group, particularly from Qin Yuji, who had remained silent until then. "Josie, are you still living in the Qing dynasty? How could there be no pure friendship between the sexes?" Fang Yanzhou remained unconvinced, as he possessed his own set of principles regarding friendships and romantic relationships. He believed that the initial intentions were paramount, whether in love or friendship. However, noticing the concern from his roommates, he felt that further refusal would be somewhat inconsiderate. "All right, I'll go." At last, they endured until class concluded, and the group returned to their dormitory to prepare themselves. "Josie, aren't you going to change your clothes?" Yanzhou, having just washed his hair, applied hair gel while perusing a fashion magazine, preparing for his outfit. Fang Yanzhou was indifferent, believing that a normal appearance sufficed, as he had no intentions of pursuing romance. He surveyed the dormitory and noted the absence of someone. "Where's Lao Qin? Isn't he coming?" Lu Yuanqing, engrossed in his phone, replied, "He has plans with someone. Besides, if he goes, will we still have meat to eat?" Once they were ready, the group proceeded to the designated barbecue restaurant. The barbecue and hot pot establishment in the university town was both economical and affordable, making it an ideal venue for young couples. Upon their arrival, they found two young women already seated. As L. Yuansheng had described, they were indeed beautiful and exuded grace. One wore a short skirt, while the other donned a Korean-style outfit, both adorned with heavy makeup and exaggerated false eyelashes. Suddenly, Fang Yanzhou recalled Jiang Qinghuan's unadorned face. Noticing his dazed expression, the girl across from him became intrigued. "What is your name, handsome?" Fang Yanzhou. Subsequently, they all introduced themselves. The girl introduced herself as Zhong Xiaoding, while the Korean girl was Zhuang Xin. They ordered several plates of barbecue and began to discuss their interests and hobbies. L. Yuanqing adeptly flirted with the girls, and even in Zhua exhibited no shyness in front of the attractive women. The four engaged in lively conversation, while Fang Yanzhou quietly grilled the meat. Feeling at a loss for how to communicate with the girls, he had pursued Zhang Xiaohua for 3 years, yet their interactions seemed limited to monetary transactions. They rarely chatted otherwise. Fang Yanzhou had always thought this was normal until he entered university, where he realized that his relationship with Zhang Xiaohua was far from a healthy one. A healthy romantic relationship should involve mutual care and honesty, clearly. Even the basic element of concern was absent, as Zhang Xiaohua was unwilling to engage in normal conversation. "Handsome, what are your hobbies?" His thoughts were interrupted, and Fang Yanzhou looked up to see Zhong shouting, gazing at him, sleeping and playing video games. He refrained from mentioning his identity as a content creator. "Oh, are you in a relationship? Oh, are young women today so candid?" With a playful flutter of her large eyes, Zhong shouting inquired, "What is your zodiac sign?" "I guess it must be Cancer, right?" Fang Yanzhou was taken aback. How did she know? Observing his reaction, Zhong shouting realized her guess was correct and immediately excitedly took out her phone. "My cousin is a Scorpio, and you are a Cancer. You two are truly a perfect match. How about I introduce you?" Fang Yanzhou never anticipated such an occurrence in his life. He had only heard of zodiac girls while scrolling through videos, and now he encountered one in reality. "I'm sorry, but I don't have strangers." Chapter 10. It's actually the same person beside them, and Zhua, feeling exasperated, pulled Fang Yanzhou aside and whispered, "Are you foolish? There's a beautiful girl, and you want tea at her. How do you know she's beautiful? What if she resembles a flower?" Fang Yanzhou retorted with disdain for such matchmaking antics. Clearly, Zhong shouting overheard their conversation and earnestly declared, "I swear, my cousin is an absolute stunner. No one in the entire North City can compare." That seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? No matter how beautiful she is, can she surpass Zhang Xuejia? Fang Yanzhou internally scoffed, although he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Seeing him still hesitating, Zhua swiftly retrieved Fang Yanzhou's phone from his pocket, aimed it at his face, and executed facial recognition with remarkable precision. The operation was executed with speed and accuracy, and before Fang Yanzhou could react, he found himself added to a contact named 9 o'clock sleep in his friend list, who had sent him a message. Fang Yanzhou felt an urge to commit murder. Zhong shouting was elated, typing away on her phone. "How did the task go?" "Not bad," came the reply from 9 o'clock sleep, followed by a transfer of 1,000 yuan. Zhong shouting quickly accepted the money and inquisitively asked, "Cousin, you wouldn't have taken a liking to him, would you?" It was known that her icy beauty of a senior had never accepted any confessions from the opposite sex. In fact, she shunned both genders, leading a solitary existence devoid of social interaction. Zhong shouting scrolled through their recent chat history, which had begun with her sharing a plethora of daily musings, followed by a video of herself enjoying barbecue. Coincidentally, the video captured Fang Yanzhou grilling across from her. To her astonishment, her typically unresponsive cousin suddenly requested this person's contact. This was indeed monumental news. Yet, despite her relentless inquiries, the other party remained silent. Boring. Zhong shouting felt she must have missed something significant. Meanwhile, at the cafeteria, Jiang Qingxian stared vacantly at her phone, repeatedly switching through her contacts. She stumbled upon a startling revelation. The comic blogger she had been following with her secondary account was none other than Fang Yanzhou. Is there such a remarkable coincidence in the world? The very idol she had long admired turned out to be none other than the junior residing just across the hall, Jiang Qinghuan, who had switched to the account of the invincible cosmic giant dinosaur. She opened the chat window with Fang Yanzhou. Their conversation had lingered at the point where he had invited her to drink together, to which she had not responded due to an unexpected shock. Suffering from a severe case of skin hunger, she shunned all social interactions, yet deep within, she yearned for someone who truly understood her. When she had just entered her freshman year, She stumbled upon Fang Yanzhou's comic on Weibo and added him to her contacts. Their exchanges were often filled with trivial daily musings, yet they never delved into each other's personal matters. She relished this kind of relationship, secretive yet addictive, that allowed her to shed her aloof exterior and be her authentic self as Jiang Qinghuan. However, a sense of unease began to gnaw at her. What if he discovered her true identity? Would he distance himself from her? This thought filled Jiang Qinghuan with frustration. Why had she added this boy to her contacts? Ultimately, it was all Zhou Shouting's fault. Eating barbecue was one thing, but to do so with this boy, and then to receive a video from him. It was unfortunate that she had immediately recognized the boy in the video. Then, inexplicably, she had been compelled to request his contact. She could hardly empathize with the person she had been just moments prior. Jiang Qinghuan felt a strong urge to berate herself. Wan, are you alright? The ever-observant Xiong Jiangyi asked in alarm, noticing that the aloof goddess had been staring at her phone with a look of distress. Oh, I'm fine. Jiang Qinghuan quickly masked her expression, adeptly managing her demeanor. Chapter 11. The other party is typing Xiong Jiangyi's side. As Jiang Qinghuan's sole friend in college, she felt a deep sense of concern. Wan, are you hiding something from me? It was not without reason that she suspected Jiang Qinghuan's recent behavior had been exceedingly strange. She would often drift off into thought. And according to Xiong Jiangyi's observations, her fixation on her phone had intensified. Just moments ago, she had been lost in contemplation, staring at her phone without a word. As the only one aware of Jiang Qinghuan's skin hunger, Xiong Jiangyi felt it was imperative to monitor her mental state. Yet Jiang Qinghuan resumed her cool facade, insisting that everything was fine while occasionally glancing at her phone resting on the table. After finishing their meal, she opened the chat window only to find nothing. He hadn't replied? Why was he ignoring her? It was infuriating, yet she told herself that she hadn't cared that much. Jiang Qinghuan speculated that perhaps he simply hadn't seen her message. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fang Yanzhou had indeed seen her message as he was typing. However, he chose not to respond. After all, he had no interest in girls he met through such dubious means, even if she were as beautiful as a celestial being. It made no difference to him. To put it plainly, he harbored a slight case of mental fastidiousness. Much like Zhang Xiaoa, he can accept the impoverished background of his partner and is willing to financially support their education, even indifferent to occasional monetary transfers. However, he cannot tolerate the absence of genuine feelings from the other party, nor can he endure the constant calculation of how to extract money from him. To put it somewhat melodramatically, Fang Yanzhou perceives this as an affront to his emotional investment. He is a rather traditional and somewhat rigid individual, unable to embrace the concept of fleeting romances, firmly believing that taking one's time is a sign of sincerity. He even contemplated deleting his habitual 9 o'clock bedtime soon. After enjoying a barbecue, the group of boys began wandering through a street filled with snacks. During this time, the two girls purchased candied hawthorn, grilled cold noodles, and a plethora of snacks that Fang Yanzhou could not name. It is indeed remarkable how a girl's appetite can transform. Just moments before, both had claimed to be stuffed. Yet upon stepping out, it seemed their stomachs had instantly emptied, leaving them able to consume anything. Help! Just end me. I shall never meet in person again. Online romance saves money. And Zhou lamented quietly while paying. After covering the barbecue and snacks, he realized he would be living off instant noodles by the end of the month. He finally understood why the financially challenged are ill-suited for romance. Fang Yanzhou, relishing in his friend's plight, remarked that he need not rush to pay. Young man, your awareness is lacking. A man must learn to seize the opportunity to pay when out. Even if he loses his trousers, he must not lose face. While his words bore a certain truth, they were also rather blunt. Regardless, he merely wished to expedite the conclusion of this matchmaking endeavor. At last, the two girls, fatigued from shopping, were about to leave when Yanzhou eagerly requested to add their contacts. The girls graciously obliged without hesitation. Upon returning to their dormitory, the three boys were utterly exhausted. Checking their step count revealed nearly 20,000 steps. What a shopping spree. Fang Yanzhou felt drained. He preemptively declared that he would never partake in such activities again. He would rather dedicate that time to drawing more comic chapters to satiate his little fans. I, Yanzhou, shall remain dutifully as my online idol. Liu Yuansheng observed the two and found their expressions amusing. Is it really necessary for you both? Moreover, Zhuozi, you appeared quite excited when adding the contacts just now. And Zhou cleaned his battle shoes and switched back to the slippers he had purchased for merely 9 yuan. rolling his eyes at this remark. Of course. I've invested time. It's only reasonable to recoup some costs by acquiring contact information. Besides, with my looks, how could anyone genuinely take an interest in me? It's merely a psychological consolation. Typically, Yanzhou exuded a carefree and confident demeanor, yet his sudden seriousness caught Fang Yanzhou and Liu Yuansheng off guard. They exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. There is a saying that goes, true empathy is rare in this world. It is easy to understand others, but to empathize is challenging, especially among men. Where offering grandiose platitudes is less effective than bringing along a couple of buns at breakfast. Before long, the dormitory was once again filled with the resonant voice of Yanzhou, who was teasing a girl with his low, booming tone. Liu Yuansheng had already finished his evening routine and lay on his bed, engrossed in a conversation with an unknown girl from a different major. As for Qin Yuji, he was once again spending the night away from home. Fang Yanzhou glanced at the time. It was getting late, and with an early class at 8 tomorrow, he pondered that the dog food he had prepared for Little Bai would suffice. Feeling too lazy to venture out again, he decided to spend the night in the dormitory. With this thought, he retrieved his pajamas from the cupboard and took a refreshing shower. Ah, what a delight! Finally settled in bed. He intended to watch videos for a while before drifting off to sleep. However, upon unlocking his phone, he noticed an unread message. It was sent 10 minutes before his designated bedtime of 9 o'clock. Who are you? Fang Yanzhou contemplated for a moment, realizing it would be rather impolite not to respond. Thus, he replied directly, I am Fang Yanzhou, a freshman at Beijing University. He assumed the recipient would not see it immediately. Yet, as soon as he sent the message, the chat window indicated that the other person was typing. After half a minute of anticipation, there was still no reply. The words typing appeared and vanished intermittently. After 5 minutes, the message finally arrived. Just a single word, oh. Was that all? Logically, one would expect the other party to introduce themselves at this point. This cousin of Zhong Xiaoting was truly peculiar. Since that was the case, he decided not to reply. He placed his phone down and surrendered to sleep, indulging in sweet dreams. Meanwhile, at the Jiangding apartment, Jiang Qinghuan stared blankly at the chat page with Zhou, feeling a bit puzzled. How could this guy be so indifferent? Had Zhong Xiaoting not mentioned that the person she added was a stunning beauty with an alluring figure? Yet, upon further reflection, she realized that if he were to show enthusiasm merely because she was the campus belle, it might not bring her joy. Comforting herself, Jiang Qinghuan hummed a cheerful tune as she set her phone aside and walked to her bedroom, intending to wash the clothes she had changed out of that day. Amidst the pile, she noticed a men's denim jacket. Jiang Qinghuan removed it thoughtfully, inhaling its scent, which had faded significantly, almost entirely gone. This realization made her feel a sudden itch, a longing for human touch growing ever stronger. How uncomfortable it was. Memories of previous encounters with boys flooded her mind. It was astonishing how pleasurable being satisfied could be. Chapter 12. Like a little kitten, this sensation was akin to a little cat, once accustomed to scavenging for scraps, suddenly discovering the delight of delectable cat treats offered by a kind stranger. The kitten, astonished, marveled at the existence of such exquisite delicacies in this world. Consequently, when that person failed to present the treats, even the usual refuse lost its appeal. Jiang Qinghuan felt precisely this way now. She was in a state of restless yearning, craving that person's touch. No. How could she allow herself to descend into such depravity, to desire the touch of another, particularly that of a man? Could this truly be the persona of Jiang Qinghuan? How could she permit her desires to dominate her mind? Absolutely not. 5 minutes later, Jiang Qinghuan found herself standing before Fang Yanzhou's door. Upon closer inspection, she noticed she was holding a denim jacket. Indeed, she had come to return it. If he inquired, she would simply say she hadn't seen it until today while tidying up her home, when she fortuitously stumbled upon the jacket. Jiang Qinghuan was quite pleased with her rationale. She knocked on the door. No response. Could he not have heard her? She knocked a few more times. This time, she heard some movement from the other side. For some reason, she felt a twinge of anxiety. After a brief wait, the only reply was a cacophony of barking. Woof, woof. It seemed the puppy was desperate to come out. Jiang Qinghuan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Leaving a little dog alone at home so late was rather inconsiderate. She recalled their first encounter had been due to him being intoxicated and mistakenly entering the wrong door. Had he gone out drinking again tonight? How outrageous. Listening to the puppy whimpering inside the room, she felt a wave of sympathy wash over her. Although she maintained a fa of aloofness, She had a particular fondness for small animals, especially puppies. She lacked patience with people and had no desire for their company, but puppies were an entirely different matter. "Stay here, little one, and be good. I shall take my leave for now," she spoke softly. If anyone from school were to witness this, it would surely make headlines. Shock. The aloof school goddess exhibits an unexpected tenderness. The object of her affection? A dog. Having failed in her mission, Jiang Qinghuan felt a sense of discomfort envelop her, draining her of energy. After comforting the puppy, she returned home with the jacket in hand. She curled up alone in bed, draping the jacket over her face. Yet, how could its scent ever compare to genuine contact? She yearned for closeness. Jiang Qinghuan picked up her phone and switched to the account of the Tyrannosaurus. She opened the sole chat box in her list. "Jojo, are you there?" She wished to ascertain what he was doing and why he had not returned home. 10 minutes passed, then 20, even half an hour, yet no reply came from him. Frustrated, she tossed her phone aside. She had known all along that men were utterly unreliable. Wasn't it merely a craving for physical touch? After years of restraint, could she not endure this one evening? She fumed. Time for sleep. Yet throughout the night, she struggled to find rest. The following day, she rose with dark circles under her eyes. Gazing at her reflection, she hardly paid attention to the shadows beneath her eyes. She had never been particularly concerned with her appearance. Rather, she felt perplexed. Although she had experienced fleeting moments of contact with boys over the past few days, it had not significantly impacted her life. If anything, her sleep had improved. Yet last night, it was simply the absence of his touch that had robbed her of a good night's sleep. For many years, she had been restraining herself, despising the sensation of her thoughts being governed by her body. She refused to become a slave to her desires. However, ever since the arrival of that boy, this delicate equilibrium seemed to have been shattered. The feeling was profoundly unsettling. She had always held high standards for herself, and her life had never deviated from her meticulously crafted plans. She could not afford to delay any longer. Today, she would return to the hospital for a follow-up examination. At noon, Fang Yanzhou finished his class and hastily grabbed a bite in the cafeteria before heading home, eager to catch up on sleep. The torment of an early morning class demanded an entire afternoon of restorative slumber. As the elevator doors opened, he took out his keys to unlock the door, only to find the door opposite him swinging open as well. Fang Yanzhou felt a pang of unease and greeted cheerfully, "Hello, senior." To his dismay, Jiang, the campus belle, cast a cold glance in his direction before walking away without uttering a single word. His smile froze on his face as he opened the door, and Little White, his pet, excitedly bounded towards him, showering him with drool and eagerly seeking affection. Yet, it soon became apparent to Little White that its master appeared rather dejected, seemingly indifferent to its attempts for attention. How could such an adorable creature lose its charm overnight? Little White, what happened in just one night? Fang Yanzhou lamented as he lay on his bed, pondering the sudden change in the campus belle's demeanor. Why had she become so distant overnight? Just the previous day, they had shared lively conversations, exchanging laughter and engaging in normal discourse. He had thought she held a favorable impression of him. Moreover, he had noticed her somewhat haggard appearance, as if she had not rested well. Not well rested? Suddenly, Fang Yanzhou slapped his forehead in realization. Was it possible that her sleepwalking episodes had resurfaced while he was away? Had the campus belle sought him out? For reasons unknown, he felt a compelling urge to discover whether she had indeed looked for him the previous night. Thus, he opened a surveillance software application. Upon moving in, he had installed a camera outside his door for safety, but given the lack of incidents, he had never bothered to check it until now. He searched for the footage from last night, fast-forwarding to around 2 or 3 in the morning, only to find that the campus belle had not come by. How peculiar. An indescribable sense of disappointment washed over him. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that her absence meant she had not been sleepwalking. Yet, he could clearly see the dark circles under her eyes. Fang Yanzhou noted a peculiar pattern. Whenever the campus belle sleepwalked, she appeared vibrant the following day, whereas on days she did not, she seemed utterly listless. Could sleepwalking possess such miraculous effects? As he prepared to exit the software, Little White, in a fit of mischief, suddenly dashed over to disrupt him, pawing at his arm and rolling around on the bed. In its playful antics, it accidentally stepped on Fang Yanzhou's phone, tapping it with its paws. "Little White, you little rascal," Fang Yanzhou exclaimed, elbowing the pet away. "Today's treats are cancelled." Xiao Bai appeared to comprehend, emitting continuous whimpers. Fang Yanzhou chose to ignore him, only to be taken aback when he glanced at his phone. What was happening? The campus bell had sought him out. However, upon closer inspection at 11 o'clock, he discerned that she was holding his denim jacket. Wasn't he a peculiar? Hadn't he the campus bell claimed she hadn't seen it? In Chapter 13, The Psychologist. The surveillance footage revealed the campus bell in a state of apparent urgency as she knocked on the door, responding to Xiao Bai's cries with gentle words of comfort, urging the dog to behave at home. Such a side of the campus bell was entirely unfamiliar to him. Fang Yanzhou found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. The only certainty being his jealousy toward Xiao Bai. Sensing his owner's fierce gaze, Xiao Bai barked a few times, clutching his toy and scampering off. Alas, in that moment, Fang Yanzhou harbored an immense resentment towards himself for having agreed to meet someone yesterday. Had he not, he wouldn't have spent the evening shopping with a girl, returning to the dormitory so late, and consequently missing the campus bell's visit. Ultimately, he blamed one person. Fang Yanzhou seized his phone, furiously tapping the screen. Meanwhile, Zhua and L Yuancheng, engrossed in a video game in their dormitory, received messages from the same individual. Upon opening the message, they found a photo displaying a raised middle finger. What was this? Zhua retaliated with a similar gesture in response. Observing this, Fang Yanzhou chose to ignore the message, exiting the chat only to discover another notification. Scrolling down, he noticed a message from De Baolong sent yesterday around 11. Are you there? Fang Yanzhou hurriedly replied. Sorry for the late response. Is there something you need? Since entering university, Fang Yanzhou had joined various class groups, and each morning upon waking, the group messages would number in the hundreds. As a result, he often overlooked messages, sometimes replying days later. The late-night message from De Baolong sparked concern. He wondered if there was an urgent matter at hand. After a brief wait with no reply, Fang Yanzhou decided to open his computer to update his comic. Having abandoned his fans for 2 days, he could only imagine the flood of messages awaiting him. Upon logging in, he was met with a barrage of comments. The little brat has grown wings, daring to abandon his father. And I suspect the author is hiding under the covers, weeping after being rejected by the goddess. Among the remarks, one exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. Who has the author's address? I want to send a threatening note. Fang Yanzhou read a few, quickly closing the window. He recognized the formidable nature of these fans' critiques, and thus rolled up his sleeves to commence his work. Within 3 hours, he completed a chapter and swiftly uploaded it. Finally, he could silence this rowdy bunch. Standing up to stretch his neck and twist his waist, he glanced at his phone only to find that De Baolong still had not responded. How very strange. As a devoted fan of the great Tyrannosaurus, he would promptly send himself a message the moment a new work was released. This had been the case for many years. However, today felt distinctly unusual. Although he had never met the great Tyrannosaurus in person, their lengthy acquaintance online could scarcely be termed friendship. He sensed that the great Tyrannosaurus might be someone who struggled with social anxiety. Such a person likely had few friends in the real world. And if anything were to happen, it was probable that no one would be aware. Fang Yanzhou had a tendency to overthink. He could easily envision a socially anxious recluse committing foolish acts in a futile pursuit of a goddess. This thought prompted him to take action rather than remain passive. He opened the chat window with the great Tyrannosaurus once more and sent a voice message. As expected, there was no response. Why aren't you answering the call? Is something wrong? He thought anxiously, awaiting a reply. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan sat in a psychological consultation room, feeling an unusual nervousness as she gazed at the doctor across from her. Dr. Yu, has my condition improved? Dr. Yu Ya, one of the nation's top psychologists, was notoriously difficult to book an appointment with. Had it not been for her trip to North City, securing a meeting would have been nearly impossible. For many years, Dr. Yu had been overseeing her treatment, and Jiang Qinghuan placed immense trust in her. Dr. Yu adjusted her glasses, set down the report in her hands, and spoke with grave seriousness. Xiaohuan, I recall telling you that you must accept your current self. A wave of bitterness washed over Jiang Qinghuan, and she bit her lip in silence. She was acutely aware that she was different from others, and it was precisely this awareness that, beneath her seemingly proud exterior, belied a profound sense of inferiority. She could only shed her aloof facade in the presence of a select few, Dr. Yu being one of them. Observing the sorrow etched on the face of the beautiful young woman before her, Dr. Yu let out a barely perceptible sigh. She was familiar with Jiang Qinghuan's background. Her parents had passed away during her childhood, leaving her to live with her uncle and aunt. The experience of living under someone else's roof was far from pleasant, and her relatives treated her indifferently. Before attending university, she had been relegated to sleeping in a storage room, and even the utensils she used for meals were disposable. Such an environment had fostered within Jiang Qinghuan a dichotomy of being outwardly cold, yet inwardly passionate, proud in appearance, yet deeply insecure. Her yearning for intimate relationships had even led her to develop a condition known as skin hunger. How could one not feel sympathy for such a girl? Xiaohuan, I want to convey to you that although you are different from others, it does not imply that you are abnormal. Just as a cold or fever signifies a physical ailment that can be swiftly resolved, you are merely experiencing a psychological and emotional malaise. While it may be uncomfortable for a time, if you are willing, recovery can come swiftly. Do you understand? Dr. Yu gently guided the young woman before her. Jiang Qinghuan nodded, deeply touched. For a long time, she had felt there was no one to confide in until Dr. Yu's presence brought a sense of warmth. She was the most gentle and considerate psychologist Jiang Qinghuan had ever encountered. Every conversation with Dr. Yuya leaves Jiang Qinghuan feeling as though her soul has been rejuvenated. Previously, she had confided in other psychologists, but invariably, some lacked the ethics one would hope for. They would deride her for attributing her struggles to her upbringing, urging her instead to examine her own faults. Returning to the matter at hand, Dr. Yuya reminded her not to suppress herself deliberately, as it often leads to counterproductive outcomes. Puzzled, Jiang Qinghuan inquired, Dr. Yu, what do you mean by that? Dr. Yuya provided an analogy. It is akin to the unhealthy dieting practices many young women engage in, desperately stifling their appetites and unfulfilled desires, which may ultimately result in a rebound effect or even uncontrollable binge eating. However, she added, you are unlikely to face such issues at present. Jiang Qinghuan lowered her gaze, hesitating to speak. Dr. Yu, I have encountered a young man. Oh, doctor. Yuya raised an eyebrow, surprised. It was the first time a female client had spontaneously mentioned another person, particularly of the male persuasion, before her. I find that I do not seem to resist his touch. In fact, I might even be somewhat addicted to it. This last sentiment remained unvoiced. Doctor. Yuya gazed in astonishment at the girl whose cheeks were slightly flushed. A man capable of eliciting such a response from an aloof goddess must surely be exceptional. I reiterate, Xiaoyuan, do not suppress your feelings. As for whom you choose to engage with, even as your doctor, I have no authority to make that decision for you. Chapter 14. Everything that happens must be for my benefit. Upon exiting the consultation room, dusk had settled in. The sunset, a time when solitude often weighs heavily upon the heart, cast a beautiful glow that Jiang Qinghuan wished to share with someone. Suddenly, a thought of someone crossed her mind. She opened her messaging app and switched to the account of Debaolong. Upon entering, she was greeted with a flurry of missed voice messages. Why are there so many messages? Jiang Qinghuan wondered. She clicked in to discover they were all from the same person, Zhou. He had first responded to a message she sent the previous day, followed by inquiries about her well-being a few hours later, and then several voice calls. Throughout this period, engrossed in her conversation with Dr. Yuya, she had neglected to reply. Jiang Qinghuan stared at the multitude of messages, a peculiar sensation swelling within her. So, this is what it feels like to be cared for. It was rather pleasant. A faint smile unconsciously graced her lips, and in an effort to alleviate his concern, she hastily replied, Sorry, I was busy this afternoon and didn't see your messages. It seemed he had been eagerly awaiting her response, as he replied almost instantaneously, What happened? Is there anything I can do to help? While waiting for the bus, Jiang Qinghuan focused on her screen. She typed, It's nothing. After a moment's reflection, she deleted that and wrote, I'm okay, just had a bit of an unhappy incident. Once she sent the message, a wave of anxiety washed over her as she abruptly closed her phone. What had she just done? She had lied. Why? Jiang Qinghuan found herself unable to comprehend the reason behind her unease, her heart lingering on the awaited response from the other party. Upon reopening her phone, she discovered that there was still no reply, causing her to furrow her brow in frustration. Why the delay? Yet, in the next moment, a voice call notification appeared. A wave of heat surged through her face. No, her entire being. This person had dared to call her again. Should she answer or not? Caught in her hesitation, her body instinctively reacted. A familiar male voice emanated from the receiver. Hey buddy, what's up? Jiang Qinghuan swallowed nervously. She couldn't speak. Revealing her voice would expose her identity. Besides, it was evident that this fool believed she was male. Fang Yanzhou, after waiting all afternoon, was relieved when the call finally connected. He remained unfazed, as extroverts tend to be, effortlessly sociable. However, he noticed that the other side seemed quite tense. Having not uttered a word. "Buddy, can you hear me? Finally, you picked up. If you hadn't tea, I might have had to call the police. What's wrong? Let me help you out." As he awaited a response, Fang Yanzhou initially suspected his phone might be malfunctioning. A glance at his screen revealed 3 unread messages. "I'm fine. Just had a quarrel with my parents, feeling down, and didn't check my phone. So, it turned out to be shyness." Fang Yanzhou understood. Social anxiety often manifested in such ways. He continued to speak candidly. "Buddy, I'm not bragging, but my mom is a psychologist. And she was the one I feared most growing up. She had complete control over my mental state. Fortunately, I maintain a positive mindset. As long as it's not a matter of life and death, it's all trivial. Thus, living is all about one thing, attitude. Once you come to terms with it, you'll realize that everything that happens is for your benefit." While Fang Yanzhou was immersed in his passionate discourse, Jiang Qinghuan quietly contemplated his words. "Everything that happens is for my benefit." Dr. Yuya had once told her the same thing. At that time, enveloped in sorrow, she hadn't paid it much heed. Now, coming from this younger male, upon reflection, it seemed quite profound. After 10 minutes of monologue without a reply, Fang Yanzhou, unperturbed, asked, "Buddy, are you feeling any better?" The response came, "Much improved, thank you." There's no need for many words between brothers. They continued their banter until the bus arrived. "I have to get off now," she stated. However, Jiang Qinghuan did not immediately end the call. Fang Yanzhou, contemplating for a few moments, replied, "Hold on, let me ride the bus with you. We can hang up once you get home." Due to his mother's influence, he had always been particularly attuned to the emotions and mental states of others. Although de Bailong was male, Fang Yanzhou believed that psychological issues transcended gender. As a purveyor of positivity, he felt a responsibility toward his followers. What if this brother suddenly felt despondent on the bus and acted on thoughts he would later regret? Thus, he resolved to accompany him. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Qinghuan felt a tremor in her heart. Why is he being so kind to her? As she pondered this, she realized that the words had already escaped her lips. "Because we are friends," Fang Yanzhou replied with a sense of certainty. Why was he asking such a question? It struck him as peculiar. Wait, could it be? Bro, my orientation is towards women. Fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged women. Fang Yanzhou's voice quivered with urgency. Jiang Qinghuan stifled a laugh on the bus. Then, she considered, fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged? Isn't that description of me? Her striking appearance captured the attention of all the men on the bus as soon as she boarded, though she was preoccupied with her phone, occasionally smiling to herself. It was evident that a girl as stunning as her must already have a boyfriend. "Don't misunderstand, I was merely inquiring," de Bailong assured. Upon reading this, Fang Yanzhou felt relieved and couldn't help but tease, "Dude, I think you might be a bit too effeminate." His demeanor shifted entirely when interacting with males versus females. He couldn't help but wonder, if the person opposite him were the campus beauty Jiang Qinghuan, he certainly would not have been so unguarded. Jiang Qinghuan smiled but remained silent. Thus, the two shared a comfortable silence. Throughout the journey, she gazed out at the passing scenery, with Fang Yanzhou's voice occasionally rising above the background as he chastised a small dog. If life were like this, it wouldn't be so bad. Jiang Qinghuan closed her eyes, quietly savoring the moment, one of the few instances of tranquility she experienced. When the bus reached the final stop, passengers disembarked through the rear door. That was quick, Jiang Qinghuan thought as she opened her eyes, just in time to hear Fang Yanzhou respond to the audio announcement. "You've arrived at your destination." She sent him a message. "Yes, thank you for today, you can hang up now." "All right," he replied cheerily and promptly ended the call. After disembarking, Jiang Qinghuan glanced at their chat page, noting the call duration of 40 minutes. This marked her first time engaging in such an extensive conversation with someone, a memorable occasion indeed. She took a screenshot and saved it in her album. Perhaps she hadn't even realized it. But her earlier irritation towards this junior had dissipated entirely after witnessing his numerous calls. Chapter 15. Sweet Delights. How odd. Why hasn't the senior returned yet? After hanging up with de Bailong, Fang Yanzhou lingered at the door, occasionally peering through the peephole to observe the opposite side. He couldn't shake off the feeling of unease sparked by the senior's cold demeanor before she left. Thus, he remained vigilant, akin to a voyeur, monitoring any signs of movement from across the hall. However, night fell, and still, there was no sign of Jiang Qinghuan. Could it be that she wouldn't return today? Suddenly, the sound of the elevator chimed, followed by the sound of footsteps. It was the campus beauty. Fang Yanzhou's eyes brightened instantly. He then grabbed the garbage bag he had prepared, filled to the brim, and opened the door. As Jiang Qinghuan opened the door, her gaze met that of Fang Yanzhou, who had just arrived. What a coincidence, senior. Due to his nervousness, his voice rose several decibels. Jiang Qinghuan arched an eyebrow. It was him. Could he have been waiting for me all this time? She maintained her stoic demeanor and coldly replied, "What is it?" Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you have any trash to throw away." Originally, Fang Yanzhou had planned to coincidentally carry a garbage bag out, serendipitously encounter the campus beauty, and perhaps have her remember that her coat was still at her place, which she would then return to him. After all, as a thoughtful junior, he should offer his senior a way out. Jiang Qinghuan pondered for a moment and concluded that there wasn't much trash at home. However, the absence of trash did not preclude the possibility of creating some. "Yes," she replied, and promptly retreated into her room, rummaging through her belongings for quite some time. She filled the garbage bag with items from places that were seldom cleaned, such as the dust-laden space beneath the bed and the balcony cluttered with plastic bottles waiting to be sold. Approximately 10 minutes later, Fang Yanzhou watched in astonishment as the campus beauty emerged with a hefty bag of refuse. Did she never clean her home? No wonder the internet advises that to truly understand a girl, one should not merely observe her outward cleanliness, but rather the state of her bedroom. He recalled vaguely the interior of her room, only remembering that the quilt had a delightful scent. As he accepted the garbage bag, he considered reminding her that she seemed to have forgotten something, like his coat. Yet, judging by her expression, it appeared she had completely forgotten about it. The campus beauty's memory seemed to be somewhat lacking. Not wanting to bring it up himself, he hesitated, fearing she might inquire as to how he knew, which would require him to confess to having monitored her via surveillance, a revelation that might frighten her. "I'm leaving now," he announced, but was halted by Jiang Qinghuan's voice calling out, "Wait." She then turned and retreated into her room once more. Could it be that she had remembered to return his coat? Fang Yanzhou obediently stood in place, awaiting her return. After a brief interval, she emerged once again, this time holding a bag of sweet chestnut desserts. "Here," Jiang Qinghuan offered, extending the bag towards him. "For me?" Fang Yanzhou asked, uncertainty lacing his tone. "Is there a second person here?" He felt overwhelmed. This was a dessert gifted by the campus beauty. No one else was receiving such a treat. He quickly accepted it with care. But why was she giving it to him? Detecting the confusion in his eyes, Jiang Qinghuan explained, "You've helped me throw away trash so many times. This is my way of expressing gratitude." Yet, the true reason remained a secret known only to Jiang Qinghuan herself. "Thank you for comforting and encouraging me," she silently thought. "I see," Fang Yanzhou replied, feeling a bit bashful. The campus beauty was truly wonderful. "Thank you, senior. I will gladly accept it." After disposing of the trash and returning home, Fang Yanzhou gazed at the desserts on the table and couldn't help but chuckle. These were given by the campus beauty. He laid out the treats, revealing 2 boxes of souffle cheesecake. Although he typically did not favor sweets, believing them to be overly cloying in excess, he felt compelled to consume every last morsel since they were a gift from Jiang Qinghuan. However, before indulging, there was one more task to attend to. He took out his mobile phone, activated the camera, and began photographing the 2 boxes of desserts. From top to bottom, from left to right, he captured every angle in a complete 360 degrees. Upon reviewing his album, he was astonished to find over 100 photographs. He selected 3 that he found particularly pleasing and first shared them in the Temptations group chat for returning to the dormitory, followed by a post on his social media. The caption read, "Little desserts, heartfelt." After posting, Fang Yanzhou returned to the group chat. "Anjua, El Yuanqing." Only Qin Yuji commented, "Are you in love?" "In love?" Fang Yanzhou furrowed his brow. This was utterly unrelated. He immediately clarified, "Don't overthink it. I'm just sharing with you all." What he did not realize was that this explanation felt rather feeble, and very few would likely believe it. Even the comments beneath his social media post were predominantly inquiries about whether he was indeed in a romantic relationship. What? The iron tree has blossomed? Oh dear, little desserts. After 3 years of pursuit, have you finally won the heart of a beauty? Fang Yanzhou was utterly bewildered, especially feeling quite uncomfortable upon reading the last comment. The dessert gifted to him by his senior had no connection to Zhang Ziyo. To avoid further misunderstandings, he decided to delete the post. Just as he was about to confirm the deletion, he hesitated and instead opted to make it private, ensuring that no one would see it again. Setting his phone aside, Fang Yanzhou began to savor the delightful dessert his senior had given him. He carefully peeled open the packaging, gingerly picked up a piece, and delicately placed it into his mouth. Delicious. Xiaobai had already scampered over, tongue lolling and drooling, as if to say, "Let me have a taste. You enjoy your dog food. Don't you dare snatch from me." Fang Yanzhou, protective of his treat, swiftly retreated to a corner, completely ignoring Xiaobai's pitiful gaze. This was a gift from the campus belle, and he intended to relish it alone. Not even a dog, let alone a human, would be allowed to take it from him. He devoured 3 pieces in succession before placing the remainder in the refrigerator. Just as he prepared to wash up and retire for the night, bringing this perfect day to a close, his phone rang. The caller ID read, "Comrade Yuya." Fang Yanzhou answered, "Mom, what's the matter?" "Little rascal, just to inform you, I have arrived in Beijing." "What? Didn't you say you were coming on Sunday?" "Isn't there a warm welcome for me? I see you're in need of a good talking to." Fang Yanzhou quickly put on a smile. "Of course not. I was just thrilled to hear you're here. I just arrived today. What's the address of your place?" "I'll come by tomorrow." Fang Yanzhou internally lamented. How could his life be so arduous? "Mom, please don't come. There's nothing worth seeing here." "You brat. You're not secretly finding a girlfriend in college and cohabiting, are you?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou was taken aback and hurriedly explained, "How could that be, Mom? Is your son that kind of person? Enough chatter. Send me the address." After hanging up, Fang Yanzhou, feeling utterly despondent, sent over the address. In just half an hour, he felt as though he had traversed an emotional roller coaster. His heart could hardly bear the strain. Chapter 16. Red date, ginger, and egg soup the next day in class. Fang Yanzhou found himself engulfed in the dread instilled by his overbearing mother. Their household embodied a quintessential model of a strong woman and a submissive man. It wasn't that his father lacked capability. Rather, Yuya exhibited a more dominant personality, while his father seemed to relish the control exerted by his wife. Fang Yanzhou harbored the conviction that the world resembled a vast realm of admiration akin to that of Esau. Thus, from a young age, he vowed never to emulate his father's fate, becoming a henpecked husband. "Classmate Fang Yanzhou, are you there?" He snapped back to reality and glanced toward the door, where Jiang Qinghuan stood, resplendent like a red rose, captivating everyone's attention. It was the senior. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he laid eyes on Jiang Qinghuan, his previously sullen expression transformed into one of brightness, and he rushed toward her like an eager puppy. "Senior, is there something you need?" Upon closer inspection, he noted the pallor of her complexion. Her once rosy lips now appeared quite wan. "Is something wrong, senior? Are you feeling unwell?" "It's nothing serious. It's just that time of the month for girls," she refrained from voicing, merely indicating discomfort in her abdomen. Fang Yanzhou nodded pensively upon hearing this. "I came to inform you that the New Year's Eve party is approaching. The club is brainstorming for a performance. If you have any ideas, please let me know." "Oh, certainly." Though he bore little interest in the matter, he recognized the importance of fulfilling a task assigned by a senior. "I'll take my leave now." As he observed the school beauty's seemingly frail figure retreat, a pang of concern struck him. "Wow, when did you manage to charm the school beauty?" Upon returning to his seat, Yanzhou seized him, demanding an explanation, threatening expulsion from their friendship otherwise. Fang Yanzhou hesitated to disclose the fact that he and Jiang Qinghuan lived in adjacent rooms, opting instead for a casual dismissal. "We're in the same club. It's quite normal to know each other. Isn't it? Besides, what do you mean by charming? The senior is not someone who can be easily swayed." "Oh, you're getting flustered." Yanzhou chuckled, patting his shoulder, offering a word of caution, as someone who has been through it. "I must remind you that Jiang is a high mountain flower, proud and aloof, exuding an air of frosty reserve. Not a single male within a 50-meter radius dares to approach her. Despite the many wealthy suitors vying for her attention, she remains indifferent. You might as well abandon that thought." Fang Yanzhou frowned at this remark. It suggested that Jiang was a woman of principle, seeking authentic affection rather than material wealth. Seeing his earnestness, Yanzhou nodded in agreement, refraining from further rebuttal. Dreams are often grand, yet reality can be harsh. Indeed, in the real world, countless individuals compromise their integrity for financial gain. How many can truly remain true to themselves? Returning to his game, Yanzhou wrapped an arm around Fang Yanzhou. Noticing his lingering discontent, "All right, darling, I was wrong. I promise not to mention your goddess again." "Ugh, that is utterly revolting." Fang Yanzhou chuckled, pushing him away, for he had never truly been angry. However, Yanzhou made a valid point. Jiang Qinghuan is the campus belle, radiating perfection, while he, on the other hand, indeed, he falls slightly short compared to Peng Yuyan. As soon as class ended, Fang Yanzhou politely declined his roommate's invitation to dine at the cafeteria. He had more pressing matters at hand. Exiting the school premises, he hurried to the convenience store. Hello, do you have brown sugar? I want the finest. After making his purchase, he proceeded to the supermarket to buy a few eggs, along with red dates and ginger. Upon returning home, Fang Yanzhou quickly washed his hands, filled with confidence as he opened the tutorial. Yet, standing in the kitchen, he felt somewhat lost. What was the first step again? With no choice. Having lived alone for so long, he had never actually cooked. He utterly lacked this skill. Sigh. He decided to take it slow. His movements were deliberate. But when attempting to fry an egg for the first time, it fell apart. The second attempt also failed to take shape. It wasn't until the fourth try that he finally succeeded. Following the tutorial, he placed the red dates and ginger into a pot, and once the water boiled, he added the brown sugar and eggs. Perfect. All done. He had searched online during his lesson and discovered that abdominal pain in women could likely indicate the onset of menstruation. Thus, he immediately searched for a tutorial on a certain app. The app suggested that for menstrual cramps, taking painkillers could be effective. Fang Yanzhou promptly discarded this idea. Knowing that medication can be harmful and addictive, he came across a post by a girl who shared that whenever her period arrived, her boyfriend would prepare her a soup of brown sugar, ginger, and red dates, complete with a tutorial. Consequently, Fang Yanzhou procured the ingredients and quickly prepared the dish. Placing it in a thermos, he took a moment to savor the aroma. Not bad. He tore off a small bear-shaped sticky note and pinned a message to affix to the thermos. Seizing the opportunity while the campus bell was still away, he stealthily opened the door and placed the thermos at her doorstep. Upon returning home, his heart raced uncontrollably. This was the first time he had ever made something for a girl. In the past, even when he pursued Zhang Xiaohe, if she lamented about her abdominal pain, he could only suggest drinking more hot water. It turns out that when genuinely caring for someone, one can learn intuitively. Just then, a knock on the door jolted him from his thoughts. Fang Yanzhou's eyes brightened immediately. He composed himself before opening the door. Upon recognizing the person outside, he fell silent. Mom. Yu observed her son's changing expressions with keen clarity. What kind of expression is that? Are you so disappointed to see your mother? She slipped on her slippers, placed the household items she had just bought at the supermarket on the counter, and circled around Fang Yanzhou, surveying the room, confirming that no one else was present. She returned to the living room, noticing Fang Yanzhou still standing at the door, and asked, "What are you dawdling for?" The thermos remained at the campus bell's doorstep, indicating she had yet to return. Fang Yanzhou closed the door, looking despondently at his mother. "Mom, you actually came." So preoccupied with the campus bell's well-being, he had completely forgotten about his mother's visit today. Yuya shot him a disapproving glance, switching to her mother tiger mode. "Look at the clothes thrown haphazardly on the sofa. Moreover, have you not changed your bed sheets for yet another fortnight? And what of the little white one? Have you neglected to give him a bath once again?" Fang Yanzhou felt a throbbing headache. He knew that his mother had come solely to admonish him. He vowed that in the future, he would seek a gentle wife. Meanwhile, Yuya had wandered into the kitchen, and upon discovering a couple of misshapen fried eggs in the bowl, she exclaimed, "Fang Yanzhou, why are you wasting food on trifles?" Alas, those were the eggs he had ruined while attempting to prepare brown sugar egg soup for his senior. He rushed over, ingratiatingly stating, "Mother, I merely wish to prepare something for myself. Eating takeout all the time is hardly ideal." Chapter 17. The Black High Heels Yuya, cradling the little white one. Prepared to give him a bath. The little one was quite clever. He detested baths and would always hide beneath the bed whenever Fang Yanzhou attempted to wash him, refusing to emerge no matter how he called. However, under the formidable presence of Yuya, even the little white one dared not misbehave. He obediently stood in the bathtub, casting a sorrowful glance at his master. Fang Yanzhou was not faring much better. Having just tossed his clothes into the washing machine, he was now changing the bed covers, his demeanor brimming with resentment. "Mother, when will you be leaving? You ungrateful child. Your mother has traveled thousands of miles to see you, and you are in such haste for me to depart?" Fang Yanzhou lapsed into silence. Indeed, although his mother had frequently visited North City on business, this was her first visit specifically to see him. A mother's worry for her child knows no bounds. Although he longed for freedom, enduring a few days seemed hardly a tremendous burden. After changing the bed linens, Fang Yanzhou emerged drenched in sweat. What a tiring endeavor. Yuya teased. "Your physical condition as a university student leaves much to be desired. Otherwise, your future girlfriend may find you wanting. Fang Yanzhou's face flushed crimson. Mother, what are you saying? Changing bed covers is indeed the most tedious task. He collapsed onto the sofa, contemplating life. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan had just finished her club activities and was preparing to dine with Xiong Jiangyi. Why did you go out of your way today? Their SA group chat. You could have simply notified everyone there, Xiong Jiangyi questioned in bewilderment. Jiang Qinghuan replied nonchalantly, as the vice president, isn't it my responsibility to ensure everyone is informed? Xiong Jiangyi looked at her as if she were a ghost. Dear sister, you need not personally notify each individual in their respective classes. I am nearly exhausted after this entire day. Jiang Qinghuan felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing this. She had merely intended to inform one person directly, yet found herself questioning her actions, ultimately deciding to inform everyone in the club. Not only Xiong Jiangyi, but even Jiang Qinghuan felt a pang in her stomach. Reflecting on the day's events, she found it astonishing. Was this truly the behavior befitting a cool and aloof campus belle? No, I shan't dine. I must return to my dormitory for some much-needed rest. Then I shall head home. She had lost her appetite and felt utterly depleted, so she hailed a cab back home. Half an hour later, Jiang Qinghuan, weary from her day, descended the elevator and spotted something at her doorstep from a distance. What could it be? Approaching to investigate, she discovered it was a thermos. Instinctively, she glanced towards the opposite door. Could it be him? A flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Crouching down, she caught a faint aroma of red dates wafting from the thermos. A sticky note adorned its surface, inscribed with the words, "Drink it while it's warm. Remember to keep warm these days, don't catch a cold." In the lower right corner, a signature read, "A handsome junior." Jiang Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, her eyes slightly misty. Upon entering her home, she washed her hands and opened the thermos, greeted by the warm scent of ginger-infused brown sugar water, with 2 round poached eggs nestled inside. This was her first experience of someone preparing brown sugar water for her. She recalled her friend Xiong Jiang lamenting during her menstrual cycles about her boyfriend, who merely advised her to drink more hot water. At that time, she hadn't understood. Now, the truth dawned upon her. The sincerity of one person towards another is palpable. With this realization, she took a spoonful and savored it. It was delightful. Why had he made this for her? Did he often prepare such things for others? Just as she was basking in happiness, a wave of fear washed over her. Annoyed, she lightly smacked her forehead. Jiang Qinghuan, when did you start overthinking? He went through all that trouble to show his affection, and here you are doubting him. If there's anything to clarify, it's better to ask directly. Engaging in inner turmoil is futile. As she consumed the warm concoction, warmth spread through her body, alleviating the discomfort in her lower abdomen. It was surprisingly effective. After meticulously cleaning the thermos, Jiang Qinghuan decided to return it and express her gratitude. Passing by a mirror, she paused. The reflection revealed a young woman clad in a simple knit sweater and flared pants, her figure accentuated beautifully. Having just enjoyed the red date ginger soup, her complexion was flushed and her eyes sparkled alluringly. She looked nothing short of a goddess. Feeling that her appearance was still lacking, Jiang Qinghuan tied her hair into a high ponytail, allowing her delicate face to shine fully. Now she was perfect. With a confident smile, she pressed the doorbell across the way. Fang Yanzhou, sprawled on the sofa, was on the verge of dozing off after preparing soup for the campus belle and tidying his home. He felt utterly drained. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, jolting his lethargic mind. Rising to answer the door, he was stunned upon seeing the campus beauty. Senior, perhaps due to just waking up, a few unruly strands of hair stood up adorably on his head. Thank you for the soup. I feel much better now, she said, revealing the purpose of her visit. Fang Yanzhou, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. It was my first time making it. I was worried you might not find it to your liking. The revelation that it was his first attempt softened Jiang Qinghuan's expression. How did you know I was here? Fang Yanzhou smiled and explained. The senior said she was feeling unwell, so I searched online. It was merely a guess. Perhaps she is unwell due to that. His words flowed through Jiang Qinghuan's heart like a warm current. Thank you. I am truly grateful. The senior was indeed very polite. Fang Yanzhou silently mused. Just as he pondered whether to say something more, Yuya's voice emerged from the bathroom. Yanzhou, who is it? Alarmed, his expression shifted. Caught up in conversation with the senior, he had forgotten that his mother was at home. Due to the distance from the bathroom to the door, Jiang Qinghuan could not discern the voice clearly. Yet, it was evident that the speaker was female. A girl at his home? Jiang Qingwan lowered her head slightly and spotted a pair of black high heels. In an instant, her expression turned colder. An indescribable sense of grievance began to spread within her. She gazed at the flustered boy before her and, for some inexplicable reason, felt a surge of displeasure. With a frosty tone, she remarked, "I won't disturb you." She placed the clean thermos on the ground and turned to open the door. With a loud clap, it closed behind her. Fang Yanzhou had yet to react when he heard Yu Ye's footsteps approaching. "Who is it, son?" Chapter 18. I have someone I like. Nobody. Just a neighbor. Fang Yanzhou hurriedly shut the door, only to turn and find Yu staring at him. He had experienced that prickling sensation for over a decade. "Little brat, I know what kind of nonsense you're hiding. Speak up. Who is it?" Having a mother who was a psychologist felt like a lifelong nightmare. Yet this time, he truly hadn't lied. The campus belle was indeed his neighbor, yet he could not fathom why he felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he and the senior had nothing between them. Why was that? "Mom, it really is just a neighbor." She came to return something. To prove his honesty, Fang Yanzhou waved the thermos that the senior had just placed on the ground in front of Yuya. Seeing this, Yuya responded with skepticism. "Is that so? Perfect. I brought some local delicacies from Rongqing. I'll take them to her." With that, she began rummaging through the package she had just brought. "Hey, Mom. It's late at night." She's probably getting ready for bed. Girls rarely stay up late. "A girl? Your neighbor is a girl?" Yuya inquired excitedly. Fang Yanzhou slapped his own mouth. Oh no, he had let something slip. His mother, being a psychologist, could swiftly extract critical information from their conversation. "Is she pretty?" Fang Yanzhou replied earnestly. "Yes, very beautiful." No one could dispute the senior's beauty, not even his mother. "Good son, I'm waiting for you to graduate from college and quickly give me a granddaughter." Fang Yanzhou was left speechless. "What on earth are you talking about, Mom? You little rascal, don't think I can't see through you. Do you like her?" Yuya continued, while sorting through her package. "From the moment the door closed, it was evident to me that your face flushed, your gaze wandered, and a smile betrayed your composure. My goodness, your mother saw right through you." Fang Yanzhou gazed at his mother in horror. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. "I did not." He insisted. "I can remain indifferent to many things, but my words must remain steadfast." Suddenly, Yuya recalled something. "What about Xiaohe? Aren't you pursuing her anymore?" Fang Yanzhou found himself at a loss for words, mumbling that they had long ceased to be in contact. "It's not that simple," his mother replied. She knew her son well. Once he set his mind on something, he would never turn back until he hit a dead end. Observing the subtle shifts in Fang Yanzhou's expression, Yuya simply stated, "Such matters are for you to navigate. Just ensure you do not wrong the girl." Fang Yanzhou nodded earnestly. "I understand, mother." "Well, I must be off." Fang Yanzhou was taken aback. "Aren't you staying here? Your place is a mess. Akin to a dog's den. There's no room for me here. I shan't impose on you any longer. A grown son cannot be tethered." After Yuya departed, Fang Yanzhou surveyed his room, which was now 100 times cleaner than before. He had reason to suspect that his mother had come solely to supervise his chores. After freshening up and lying on his bed, the moment his eyes closed, images of the senior delivering the thermos flooded his mind. Enchanting, she resembled a celestial being. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Jiang Qinghuan lay on her bed, her eyes slightly reddened. That wretched junior. How could he treat her this way? Even with girls at home, he still shows such concern for her. Why? Jiang Qinghuan was overwhelmed with grievances she had no outlet for. She picked up her phone and opened the chat with Fang Yanzhou, furiously typing away. What a villain. In the midst of her furious tapping, she accidentally tapped his profile picture twice. I just tapped Fang Yanzhou and called him Dad. In an instant, she was so frightened that she tossed her phone away. Upon noticing a small caption, her face flushed crimson. How bizarre. A few minutes later, she received a message from him. Jiang Qinghuan lay on her bed, biting her lip, and quietly messaged, "I tapped wrong." How could one even make such a mistake? Fang Yanzhou didn't think much of it. To be honest, had he not been reminded, he would have almost forgotten that she existed in his contacts. He felt that maintaining this connection was not particularly beneficial. Thus, he sent a message. "If there is nothing else, I shall delete you." Upon reading this, Jiang Qinghuan furrowed her brow and quickly typed, "Why? Why?" Fang Yanzhou found it perplexing. He replied, "Because we do not know each other." A rather straightforward reason. Yet, Jiang Qinghuan felt an inexplicable discomfort. She pressed on with her inquiries. "Is it because you have a girlfriend?" He replied immediately, "No." Jiang Qinghuan sighed in relief, only for him to follow up with, "However, I do have someone I like." Jiang Qinghuan read that sentence several times in her mind. Someone he likes? Who could it be? She placed her hand over her heart and felt a strange ache. She could not quite articulate this feeling. It felt as though something was slipping away. She longed to grasp it, yet found herself utterly incapable. In that fleeting moment, a wave of discomfort washed over her. Damn it, her illness had flared up again. It was unbearable. Jiang Qinghuan curled up beneath her blankets, incessantly rubbing her arms in an attempt to alleviate her symptoms, but to no avail. She craved the touch of another, to be precise, that particular person. However, he had declared that he had someone he cared for. In an instant, an indescribable sense of grievance swelled within her, and her eyes began to mist. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou, oblivious to her plight, ceased his attempts at conversation when she failed to respond. As he recalled his previous message, "I have someone I like," a smile involuntarily crept across his face. At that moment, he felt an undeniable certainty. He had developed feelings for his senior. This was not a mere fondness typical of friendship, but a nascent love. This sensation was utterly novel to him, though he had harbored affections for others in the past. None had ever stirred such a mixture of nervous excitement and profound happiness within him. Indeed, it was happiness. He realized that true affection was simply the act of thinking about that person, which filled his heart with an unparalleled richness. Fang Yanzhou even felt as though the past decade of his life had been spent in vain. Restlessness plagued him. Sleep eluded him entirely. He tossed and turned in bed, only to rouse his pet. Xiaobai, Xiaobai, I have someone I like. Do you know who it is? Oh, it doesn't matter. Xiaobai, half asleep, regarded his suddenly neurotic owner with disdain. Eventually, overwhelmed by annoyance, it barked a few times, prompting Fang Yanzhou to withdraw. Thinking he might be awake until dawn, he was startled by a familiar knock at 3 in the morning. Chapter 19, Very Domineering. Fang Yanzhou sprang from his bed in a sudden leap. It was his senior. His heart raced in a manner entirely different from before. He hurried to the mirror, donning the attire he had meticulously prepared, a sleek black silk robe. Shedding his whimsical pajama ensemble. A mature man, he believed, should always exude his charm, a lesson gleaned from his readings. As he stood behind the door, he swallowed hard in anticipation and opened it. There stood Jiang Qinghuan, as dazed as ever. He braced himself for an impending kiss, yet after a moment's pause, the girl remained motionless. What was happening? Senior. At last, she stirred, only to swiftly raise her arm and deliver a playful punch to his chest. Ouch! He had not anticipated such strength from the typically delicate girl. Grinning through the pain, he thought to himself, a man must not easily admit to discomfort. After delivering her blow, Jiang Qinghuan seemed satisfied, and once again, she lunged toward him. Their bodies pressed tightly together, as if perfectly aligned. This time, the girl did not directly kiss Fang Yanzhou. Instead, she gently pressed her lips against his neck. How maddening! He suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Was this a test of his resolve? He attempted to push the girl clinging to him away, but, as before, no matter how much he tried, she returned to his side in an instant. Fang Yanzhou was on the verge of surrendering his struggle, yet the next moment, the senior became increasingly audacious, her movements relentless. How could anyone endure this? No. He grasped the girl's hand, his face aflame, stuttering as he spoke. Senior, please don't do this. He was truly nearing his breaking point. For reasons unknown, he sensed that the senior today was different from before, so domineering. Realizing the boy's resistance, Jiang Qinghuan let out a soft huff, withdrawing her hand and declaring, "You will belong to me sooner or later." With that, she walked away once more. After this encounter, Fang Yanzhou found himself in a cold sweat. The situation was spiraling further out of control. After a shower, seated at the edge of his bed, he resolved that he could no longer allow the senior to act this way. How could he permit her somnambulism to worsen due to his own selfish desires? That would be utterly despicable. With this thought, Fang Yanzhou concluded that he must address the issue at its root. To cure the senior's sleepwalking, he first needed to understand the reasons behind it. Surely, there were matters he was unaware of. However, given the nature of his relationship with the campus belle, the road ahead seemed long and arduous. He had no contact information for her. Their relationship was merely that of neighbors. Nevertheless, he believed that step by step, a solution would present itself. At Beijing University, in the drama club, the New Year's Day was approaching, and they were to present a program. I asked each of you to think about good ideas, Chunhao stated, surveying the silent students below. While he claimed that everyone should ponder seriously, in reality, Few took it to heart. After all, the club was not the student council. Most had joined merely to earn credits. Though a small fraction did so out of genuine interest. Fang Yanzhou certainly did not belong to the latter group. However, recalling the campus bell's request, he had indeed contemplated it for quite some time. Yet today, the bell had not attended the club meeting. Perhaps she was preoccupied with other matters. In the midst of everyone's gaze, he raised his hand. Chun Hao raised an eyebrow, recognizing him as the junior who had spoken with Qinghuan last time. Junior, do you have any ideas? Fang Yanzhou shared his thoughts. How about we adapt Cinderella? Chun Hao frowned. And your reasoning? Who wouldn't desire a sweet romance? Especially among contemporary university students? Although the tale of Cinderella is well-trodden, we believe that with our own innovations, it could still be captivating. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, Fang Yanzhou proved capable when it came to offering suggestions. However, as soon as he finished, Chun Hao was the first to disagree. No, we are university students. Cinderella is merely childish fare that hardly deserves the stage. Ah, dear junior, you still do not quite grasp the sentiments of contemporary university students. We must devise a program that is truly captivating. Do you understand what it means to be captivating? Ahem, I shall not elaborate further, but surely the boys comprehend. As he spoke, a rather lewd grin crept across his face. Fang Yanzhou frowned. Senior, how about we let everyone vote to decide? Voting sounds splendid. I concur. Let us conduct an anonymous ballot. Everyone, prepare a small piece of paper. Mark 1 if you agree with Junior Fang's proposal, and 2 if you side with the senior. The classmates around them readily echoed their agreement. Observing this, Chun Hao refrained from further comment. He cast a glance at the innocent junior, internally reveling in schadenfreude. As the president of the drama club and a third-year senior, he was confident that no one would fail to vote for him. After all, authority holds sway over all. It seemed this junior was yet unaware of the harsh realities of society. 10 minutes later, everyone submitted their notes to Chun Hao, brimming with confidence. He opened the first slip only to find a bold one inscribed upon it. A surprise, surely just an anomaly. He hastily opened the second, and again it was a 1. Clearing his throat, he continued to unveil each note, and nearly all bore the same numeral. His pride was somewhat bruised, and he felt a surge of displeasure within. Senior, what do the results say? Fang Yanzhou inquired with wide, curious eyes. Ahem, it appears everyone is quite eager to support Junior Fang. In truth, I believe your suggestion is excellent. Thus, it was decided. Our drama club shall present Cinderella. Fang Yanzhou beamed with joy, astonished that his idea had indeed been embraced. Chun Hao's expression soured as he added, the play is set, but we still require actors. Anyone wishing to audition may message me privately. With that, he departed. As the members of the club witnessed his exit, a senior approached Fang Yanzhou and teased, You, my friend, are a great benefactor to our club. Fang Yanzhou looked bewildered. What do you mean? Another senior promptly interjected, Had you not suggested Cinderella, our club would have faced disgrace. Chun Hao had always favored those vulgar and violent performances, arrogantly assuming we all shared his crass sensibilities. Indeed, compared to such fare, we yearn for pure love. Chapter 20. The nature of humanity. As the crowd dispersed, Fang Yanzhou prepared to leave, only to be halted by an individual. Faced with the girl before him, he felt utterly resigned. This woman was relentless. Fang Yanzhou, how long do you intend to create this turmoil? Zhang Xiao had demanded. She could not fathom where the man who once catered to her every whim had vanished. Overnight, it seemed he had transformed into a different person. Zhang Xiao, has no one ever enlightened you that the world does not revolve around you? Likewise, I cannot continually orbit around you. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao gasped, taken aback. What gives you the right not to orbit around me? Have you forgotten how you treated me before? Have you forgotten that you paid my tuition, bought me a phone and cosmetics? I desired for nothing that you didn't provide. Fang Yanzhou sneered. So you remember everything. Humanity is indeed a peculiar species. When someone pursues you, you scoff at their kindness. Yet, when they resolve to let go, you find yourself yearning for their affection. To put it simply, it's just one word, pathetic. Zhang Xiaohe was engulfed in immense fear, uncertain how circumstances had spiraled to this point. Recalling the cause of their argument, she set aside her pride and attempted to clarify. I merely accepted the pursuit of Qian Shao. Is that truly a fault? I swear, nothing untoward occurred between us. At that time, she had assumed Qian Shao would book 2 rooms, but unexpectedly, he mentioned difficulties in securing a reservation and opted for just one. when they found themselves in bed. Qian Xiao did indeed attempt to make advances, but she resolutely declined. She felt she had sacrificed so much for Fang Yanzhou. Yet he persisted in misunderstanding her, and even threw tantrums, which was profoundly disheartening. It matters not. I have ceased to concern myself with your affairs. There are now more pressing matters deserving of my attention. Fang Yanzhou, you shall come to regret this. With that, Zhang Xiaohe ran off, heartbroken. Fang Yanzhou curled his lip. After 3 years, it seemed Zhang Xiaohe truly did not comprehend him. No matter the decision he made, even if it were erroneous, he never expressed regret. Glancing at the time, he noted there was still ample opportunity to return to the dormitory and check on his group of friends. However, upon approaching the dormitory entrance, he was met with a gathering of people. What was happening? As he drew nearer, he spotted L Yuanqing and Yanzhou among the crowd, and he patted their shoulders. Sons, what is going on? The duo immediately gestured for silence upon his arrival and pointed toward the center of the throng. Fang Yanzhou squeezed his way through, only to be utterly bewildered. Was that not Qin Yuji? Upon closer inspection, he noticed a beautiful girl, her figure striking and her face contorted with rage, standing opposite him. She looked somewhat familiar. What on earth has transpired? He murmured. Old Qin is breaking up with a girl, but she is not one to back down. She insists on seeing him and claims she will return all the gifts he gave her during their relationship. This was truly explosive news. It seems old Qin has finally met his match, and Zhou and L Yuanqing remarked, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Fang Yanzhou still felt a sense of familiarity with the girl, as if he had encountered her before. He meticulously searched his memory for her identity. I know who she is, he exclaimed, his voice rising above the crowd, causing everyone to turn toward him. He quickly lowered his head, thinking, you cannot see me. You cannot see me. Who is she? And Zhou inquired softly. Just as Fang Yanzhou was about to respond, he reconsidered and fell silent. This girl seemed to have a good relationship with the senior, and revealing her identity could potentially tarnish her reputation. He had to tread carefully whenever the senior was involved. Noticing his continued silence, Yanzhou pressed him, you little rascal, be careful. If you don't finish your thought, I'll curse you to eat instant noodles without any seasoning. Fang Yanzhou blinked, rebound. You. Yanzhou was so infuriated that her teeth itched. Meanwhile, Qin Yuji glanced at the woman before him with evident impatience. Sister, can't we part amicably? Xiong Zhang's eyes reddened as she coldly retorted, scoundrel. Just wait until you end up on the confession wall. Little did she know, the boy wore an expression of indifference, shrugging as he replied, go ahead. I'm already a wreck, it matters not. Besides, how have I wronged you? Love is a mutual affair, and I simply wish to step away now. Is that a crime? I neither cheated nor was unfaithful, and throughout our relationship, I never asked you to spend a dime. I'm not unattractive either. You've not lost out, have you? Xiongjiang found herself at a loss for words. Every statement he made rang true, yet she was not easily fooled. Indeed, you're right, so I shall return every gift you bestowed upon me, along with all the expenses incurred during our relationship, which I've meticulously noted. I will transfer it all to you. Qin Yuji stared at her in disbelief as she produced a small ledger, nearly laughing in frustration. You kept accounts of our relationship? What of it? Just in case some men claim I've taken advantage of them upon breakup. Qin Yuji nodded vigorously, his annoyance palpable. Well, I never imagined Qin Yuji, would find myself outmaneuvered one day. Fine, transfer it. Following this, the girl tossed a burlap sack before him. Here, and there's more, she added. After completing this, she departed without a trace of longing. Qin Yuji's face flushed crimson with rage as he stared at the bulging sack at his feet. Scowling as he hoisted it onto his back and made his way through the crowd to his dorm. Observing this, Fang Yanzhou and the others immediately followed suit. Once inside, Yanzhou exclaimed dramatically, Goodness, Lao Qin, if I were a woman, I would marry you. Qin Yuji maintained a stoic demeanor, his expression darkening as he reviewed the numerous transfers of tens of thousands of dollars on his phone. Lu Yuanqing opened the sack, equally astonished. Inside were not only limited edition bags and high-heeled shoes, but also, astonishingly, women's lingerie. Didn't you all enjoy your spending spree? Lace, no less. Get that away. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuji quickly secured the sack. And Zhou teased, the life of a rich second generation is my dream. Right, Josie? After a moment of realization, he felt he had misidentified his audience. You two are a rich second generation. After a considerable amount of time at school, they had all come to understand each other's backgrounds. Although Fang Yanzhou was typically low-key, He always donned designer attire that ordinary families could hardly afford. Fang Yanzhou. Someone else looking for you at the dorm. Suddenly, the dormitory matron rushed in to call for him. Who? He instinctively inquired. The matron smiled warmly, speaking with a thick Hunan accent. Oh, you'll find out when you go see. The desk is quite tidy. Chapter 21. The lonely patient Fang Yanzhou descended with a face full of questions, only to encounter an unexpected visitor. Senior. In an instant, Fang Yanzhou felt a surge of anxiety. Why would the senior suddenly seek him out? Jiang Qingwan's expression was icy as she held a bottle of perfume in her hand, wordlessly handing it to him. In the process, her fingers accidentally brushed against his. Please return this to that man, and say it was forgotten by Jiang. Hearing her words, Fang Yanzhou was taken aback. Wait, how did the senior know he shared a dorm with old Qin? Perhaps, sensing the boy's confusion, Jiang Qingwan took the initiative to explain. I was watching from the side, didn't you notice? Really, did you not see me? She had deliberately positioned herself in a conspicuous spot. Ah, Fang Yanzhou thought, wanting to slap himself. He had been so engrossed in gossiping with Yanzhou and the others that he completely overlooked the presence of the senior. Oh no. She wouldn't think poorly of him because of this, would she? It made sense now. He had been puzzled about why so many people were gathered around. It was all to catch a glimpse of the campus beauty. He wanted to explain, but the girl before him offered no opportunity. After all, he wasn't that significant. The thought of those black high-heeled shoes made her irritable. She could wear high heels too. Her feet were beautiful, and she would look even more stunning in them. Jiang Qingwan uttered this and was about to leave when she was stopped by the boy. Their gazes locked, and he spoke with an unusual clarity in his eyes. You are important. Realizing the potential ambiguity of his words, Fang Yanzhou quickly added, No, what I mean is, I have always regarded you as a very important friend. Friend? Jiang Qingwan raised an eyebrow, recalling how he had mentioned liking someone the previous day, which sparked a mischievous thought. Your crush won't mind, will they? At that moment, Fang Yanzhou was still immersed in his explanation to Jiang Qingwan, entirely oblivious to how the campus beauty knew about his affections. Of course not. Because the person I like is you, he silently thought. Hearing this, Jiang Qingwan felt a slight warmth in her heart. Did his words imply that she held more significance than the one he liked? Throughout the day, Jiang Qingwan was perturbed, all because of a single statement from the boy that led her to overthink. She even wondered why she felt this way. The bottle of perfume was something she had chosen to give him. She merely wanted to observe his reaction upon seeing her. She couldn't explain her motives, but realized that when she heard him fret over her, the clouds of uncertainty in her heart dissipated in an instant. How strange. You only want to be friends with me? That slipped from her lips. Ah, what else would it be? Fang Yanzhou was perplexed. In his mind, simply being friends with the campus beauty was a dream beyond imagination. Although he harbored feelings for her, he didn't want to impose his affections, fearing it would burden her. He disliked that notion, especially when dealing with someone as exceptional as the campus beauty. He dared not hope for anything more. Her words, when heard by Jiang Qingwan, took on an entirely different connotation. She replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. I shall take my leave now. By the way, senior, since we are friends now, might we add each other on WeChat? Heaven knows the immense courage it took Fang Yanzhou to utter this phrase. He scarcely dared to meet the gaze of the campus belle. Jiang Qingwan froze momentarily before quickly retorting, No? I left my phone in the dorm. She hastily fabricated an excuse. Fang Yanzhou nodded, flashing a bright, carefree smile as he cheerfully suggested, Perhaps next time. Just as his words faded, a ringtone pierced the air. The fact that I do not sing heart-wrenching ballads does not indicate a lack of moments of heartbreak. I have never laid my wounds bare for others to dissect. The ringtone, it was evident, emanated from Jiang Qingwan's pocket. An awkward silence enveloped them. Jiang Qingwan instinctively sought to clarify. Ah, senior, I have something to attend to. I must be off. Fang Yanzhou practically fled the scene. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingwan frowned as she retrieved her phone to find a call from Xiongjiang. The typically aloof campus beauty felt an unusual urge to unleash her frustration. She answered the call. Xiongjiang, you are in big trouble. Oh no. Now she had inadvertently angered the junior. What was she to do? Jiang Qingwan returned to her dorm, burdened by her thoughts. Fang Yanzhou, upon returning to his own dorm, lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind swirling with thoughts. The senior won't add me on WeChat. She dislikes me. She must have grown weary of me long ago. He sighed and turned over. Taking out his phone, he opened a music app and searched for Eason Chan's Lonely Patient. The more he listened, the more sorrowful he became. The roommates in the dorm began to chime in with their sharp tongues. What's wrong, darling? Heartbroken? Aren't you going home tonight? Lost in his melancholy, he glanced at the time and realized it was quite late. No, I don't wish to return. He felt despondent, and the thought of encountering the senior only added to his anxiety, rendering the situation even more awkward. Thus, he resolved to distance himself from his heartache. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from someone on WeChat. The sight of the green bubble irked him. Opening it, he found a message from Big Tyrannosaurus inquiring about his activities. Nothing much. He was in no mood for conversation, so his reply was curt. Big Tyrannosaurus responded swiftly. Feeling down? This friend seemed rather perceptive, able to discern his mood even through the screen. With no one to confide in, Fang Yanzhou candidly replied, I've been disliked. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan, upon reading this message, was in her dorm as Xiong Jiangyi lamented about how despicable Qin Yuji was, expressing her disdain yet lamenting her inability to forget him. Jiang Qinghuan, wearing a blank expression, quipped, but just a moment ago, you were so defiant. How was she to offer gentle consolation to the junior? A woman must maintain a semblance of dignity, after all. Oh, Jiang Qinghuan replied dismissively, nodding in feigned agreement. By the way, why did you take so long to return that item? Did Qin Yuji say something to you? Xiong Jiangyi assumed that the bottle of perfume was returned to her by her close friend, who had given it to her ex-boyfriend. Jiang Qinghuan replied calmly. He didn't say anything. In truth, she hadn't even encountered Qin Yuji at all. Well, it seems he is resolutely determined to break up with me. Sign 1-1. I still feel so miserable. I believe I can't forget him. Do you think if I try to get back together with him, he would agree? Shut up. Jiang Qinghuan interrupted her. It was this incessant chatter that left her at a loss for words. Xiong Jiangyi looked at her best friend with a pitiful expression. You are the true culprit. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. Chapter 22. Is it just a massage? Misunderstanding? Upon receiving a message from the Tyrannosaurus, he fell into deep contemplation. Aside from the instances when the senior was sleepwalking, they rarely interacted, and it seemed there was truly little room for misunderstanding. He pondered that perhaps in the senior's eyes, he was merely an ordinary neighbor, not yet someone worthy of adding green bubbles. He felt an immediate sense of relief. What did adding green bubbles even signify? After all, he and the senior would not genuinely develop anything. In an instant, his previous gloom lifted, and he texted the Tyrannosaurus, It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter? Jiang Qinghuan, who had been glued to her phone, felt a whirlwind of emotions upon reading those words. What did it mean? Was he disappointed simply because she hadn't given him green bubbles? Her heart sank, overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling of emptiness and discomfort. This moment did not escape Xiong Jiangyi's notice. It was as if she had unearthed an astonishing revelation, and she stared at Jiang Qinghuan in disbelief. When had the aloof campus beauty ever shown such vulnerability? Sad? Upset? Over what? The burning curiosity ignited within her, momentarily overshadowing her own heartbreak. 1-1. Who are you chatting with? This question jolted Jiang Qinghuan back to her senses. She calmly shut her phone and casually picked up a magazine, stating, What chat? You're still pretending. I saw everything. Just now, you were staring at the screen with a lovesick expression. Don't think you can fool me. I've been observing you for several days. She recalled the last time they had lunch in the cafeteria, where this woman had adamantly refused to share anything. Now, she had finally caught her in the act. I don't know what you're talking about. Jiang Qinghuan maintained a stern expression, setting aside the magazine to grab a book, quickly flipping through the pages. In moments of awkwardness, one can perform numerous feigned actions in a second. Xiong Jiangyi narrowed her eyes, wearing a knowing expression. Still pretending. No wonder you were so impatient with me earlier. It seems your attention was entirely captivated by some man. Now she was utterly astonished. Which man could possibly draw the attention of the Ice Queen? Moreover, this was no ordinary Ice Queen, but one afflicted with a thirst for affection. She had originally thought that her dear friend might live a life of solitude. After all, not even a fly could approach Jiang Qinghuan. Observing Jiang Qinghuan's strong and composed demeanor, Xiong Jiang silently resolved to take action. Just wait. One day, she would unearth that boy. Since that incident, Fang Yanzhou had not returned to the rental apartment for several days. Without the senior's presence, daily life had become rather dull, filled solely with attending classes and the commute to them. The abundance of courses during the freshman and sophomore years drained everyone's energy, leaving them feeling utterly exhausted after each class. Even the notorious playboy, Qin Yuji, had recently toned down his antics. Tomorrow is Saturday. Shall we seek some amusement, my friends? Qin Yuji remarked mischievously. Fang Yanzhou and the others exchanged glances, and Yanzhou solemnly replied, Old Qin, although I, the old pig, may have a rather unseemly appearance and enjoy watching a bit of adult cinema, I still have my principles. The other two quickly chimed in, indeed. Qin Yuji rolled his eyes, realizing they had misunderstood him. What do you take me for? Am I that sort of person? The group nodded in unison. It wasn't prejudice. Rather, Qin Yuji's reputation as a playboy was well established. Following the uproar from his recent breakup, the entire school was aware of the handsome and wealthy playboy among the freshmen in the computer science department. They had assumed that his romantic prospects would plummet as a result. Yet surprisingly, the number of girls interested in dating him had multiplied tenfold. According to the confessions on the wall, he is handsome, fit, and showers us with gold coins. Even if he doesn't come home every night, we can turn a blind eye. After reading these comments, Fang Yanzhou felt that the world had morphed into something unrecognizable. Could it be that wealth truly allows one to barter their emotions? He expressed respect, yet could not comprehend. All right, let us go. Allow me to broaden your horizons. On Saturday, the group climbed into Qin Yuji's Rolls Royce, embarking on a team-building adventure. I am simply elated. I, the old pig, will become a wealthy man in my next life. The sports car sped along the road, catching the attention of passers-by. Yanzhou, seated in the front passenger seat, leaned out, the wind tousling his hair. I feel like the male lead in a romantic drama. Does anyone understand? Fang Yanzhou and Lu Yuancheng, sitting in the back, struggled to suppress their laughter. Xinjiai, where are you? I'm coming to marry you. Yanzhou chattered incessantly during the journey. About half an hour later, the car arrived at an upscale club. As they stepped out, Fang Yanzhou felt utterly drained. He had a few sports cars at home, but had never driven them. They were gathering dust in the underground garage. When his father had secretly purchased them, he had received a scolding from Comrade Yuya. His father merely replied, A man remains a boy until death. I am fulfilling the dreams of my youth. This had earned him a swift kick from his mother, rendering him obedient immediately. Fang Yanzhou initially found it refreshing. After obtaining his driver's license, he promptly chose a vehicle to hit the road. However, within 10 minutes, he was already feeling nauseous. He subsequently resorted to riding his electric scooter. Old Qin, what on earth have you brought us here for? Yanzhou, unable to contain his excitement, inquired. Rest assured, it's completely green and healthy. The group followed him inside, where he skillfully opened a private room. Upon entering, they discovered 4 beds within the room. A sense of foreboding washed over Fang Yanzhou. The three of them exchanged glances, recognizing fear in one another's eyes. However, the other two exhibited a barely perceptible hint of anticipation. Just as Fang Yanzhou was about to speak, 4 beautiful women entered, clad in coordinated traditional kipayos. The slits reached nearly to their thighs. Moreover, each adorned high heels and black stockings, their faces adorned with professional smiles. Lu Yuancheng blushed, quietly pulling Qin Yuji aside, exclaiming, What is this? I thought it was supposed to be green and healthy. They were still innocent university students, while they occasionally made risky remarks. The reality of the situation left them apprehensive, especially in such an establishment. Observing the frightened expressions of the 3 before him, Qin Yuji felt perplexed. What's the fuss? Isn't it just a massage? Chapter 23. What to do when you upset your boyfriend. Realizing they had misunderstood, the group shared a laugh. That's acceptable. Yanzhou glanced at the 4 female masseuses still standing. Each possessed a sweet smile and an alluring figure, proving quite irresistible. Furthermore, they all appeared to be over 25, exuding a mature and sensual aura. Yanzhou could scarcely contain his eagerness. Yet, Fang Yanzhou felt uneasy. Although he had never been to a massage parlor, he had encountered numerous posts online. Most massage establishments were known for hidden costs. After all, those in the know understood. Sometimes, it was beyond one's control. Even if he could maintain his boundaries, his other 2 roommates might not. Especially Yanzhou, who seemed utterly transfixed by the presence of beauty. He exchanged a knowing glance with old Qin, who immediately understood and addressed the 4 women, saying, Can we switch to male masseurs? Yanzhou's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, What are you doing, little Qin? Qin Yuji patted his head, reassuring, Calm down, my dear. This is for your own good. You are still naive to the harsh realities of society. Get lost. After the female masseuses reluctantly exited, shortly thereafter, 4 young men entered. Fang Yanzhou couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was the service industry now so keen on aesthetics? Goodness. The four young men who entered were each more handsome than the last. Upon closer inspection, it appeared they had applied foundation, and some had even lined their eyes. A touch effeminate. This inadvertently reminded him of the big Tyrannosaurus. Yet, the big Tyrannosaurus probably wouldn't wear makeup, being a homebody. How could he possibly understand such things? Except for Qin Yuji, the other three were experiencing a massage for the first time. Surprisingly, it was rather invigorating. The four young men appeared slender, yet possessed considerable strength. Bro, how much do you earn in this line of work each month? Yanzhou is notably affable, effortlessly striking up conversations wherever he goes. One of the massage therapists, sporting blue hair, smiled knowingly and remarked, well, the earnings are not fixed. It depends on one's personal ability. However, exceeding 10,000 is quite attainable. Yanzhou, taken aback, responded, is that true? What is the use of my undergraduate education then? Another individual interjected, listen, young man, I advise you to focus on your studies. Do you think that simply massaging is as easy as it seems? The most crucial aspect lies in maintaining good client relationships, understand? Hush. Speak less and don't lead the boy astray, someone else chimed in. The group understood. In this day and age, every endeavor poses challenges, and to earn more, one must often compromise oneself in various ways. Nonetheless, one truth remains evident. Professions are not defined by their prestige. Fang Yanzhou, visiting a massage parlor for the first time, felt a sense of novelty. Realizing he had no one to share his thoughts with, he casually snapped a selfie and sent it to de Baolong. After all, they were all men, and there was no need for discretion. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan, assisting a child with homework, noticed her phone vibrate and glanced at it. Seeing that someone had sent her a message through the green bubble, fearing she might miss the notification, she had been logged into her secondary account. Apart from that individual, no one else had messaged her. Teacher, I'm done, the student announced. Jiang Qinghuan nodded and replied coolly, there's still one more paper. Continue working while I step out to the restroom. Ignoring the student's groans, she took her phone with her. The two had not seen each other for days. Jiang Qinghuan was not intentionally avoiding him. Rather, she was uncertain about how to comfort the younger student. She had even searched online for advice, only to find that the default suggestions revolved around how to placate an angry boyfriend. The highest-rated advice was as follows. Ladies, it's simple. Slip into a sexy little dress. Leap into his arms, and with a sweet, coy voice say, darling, I realize my mistake. Will you forgive me? Upon reading this, Jiang Qinghuan felt her cheeks flush. What nonsense was this? Nevertheless, she took a screenshot to save it, just in case it proved useful in the future, justifying her actions to herself. Soon after, she stumbled upon a credible comment. Initially planning to wait for the right moment to share her findings, she was surprised when he messaged her first, completely unaware that de Baolong was indeed her. Sitting on the toilet, Jiang Qinghuan opened the message Fang Yanzhou had sent. Upon seeing the photo, her face turned crimson. What a creep. Why would he send this to me? The image depicted a young man wrapped in a white blanket, with his long, slender legs almost fully exposed, and faint hints of his abdominal muscles visible. Fang Yanzhou wrote, Buddy, massages are truly delightful. I'll take you to experience it sometime. To Fang Yanzhou. De Baolong was merely a shy recluse without friends, compelling him to consistently check in on him, ensuring he felt the warmth of genuine human connection. How could this guy be so brazen? She thought, appalled at the notion of sending such intimate images to a stranger. He is not afraid of being a villain? Jiang Qinghuan repeatedly enlarged the image, discovering that this young man's physique seemed quite impressive. Surely, it must feel delightful to touch, right? The mere thought of experiencing the sensation of his skin made her feel an overwhelming itch all over. This instinctive bodily reaction was beyond Jiang Qinghuan's control. Moreover, it had been many days since she had last encountered the junior. Who knows how she had endured the nights during this time? Jiang Qinghuan felt an intense loathing for her own body. Once her thoughts began to spiral, she could hardly rein them in. She pressed and held the photo, then clicked to save it. After this series of actions, Jiang Qinghuan felt like a pervert, and not just any pervert, but a frustrated one. It's all your fault. She fumed at the screen. A few seconds later, she coolly replied with a simple, oh. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou and his companions had concluded their massage, and, as they entered the car, he deliberately refrained from checking his phone. For one glance at it would make him want to retch. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fang Yanzhou first went to relieve himself, suddenly recalling that he had yet to respond to the Tyrannosaurus's message. He took out his phone, only to find a terse reply. Oh, how I see. Fang Yanzhou felt as though his enthusiasm had been extinguished. He promptly sent a voice call, but no one answered. What was going on? Who truly was the fan of whom? For a fleeting moment, Fang Yanzhou felt disoriented, as if their identities had somehow swapped. Fortunately, within a few minutes, the other party sent a photo. In it, a girl was engrossed in her exam. Are you tutoring? He hadn't expected the Tyrannosaurus to be an academic achiever as well. He had a special admiration for scholars. For instance, Senior Jiang, whose beauty was merely the most inconspicuous of her many virtues. She was inherently an outstanding individual. Suddenly, Fang Yanzhou yearned to meet this academic overachiever. Scholar, when shall we meet? Chapter 24. The hand-knitted scarf. Jiang Qingwan only opened her phone after finishing her tutoring session. Upon doing so, she discovered that the junior wished to meet her again. Naturally, as the Tyrannosaurus, her response was a resolute refusal to meet. While on the bus, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. What if one day the junior discovered that the Tyrannosaurus was actually her? The reaction would surely be entertaining. Lost in thought, she suddenly laughed aloud, drawing the attention of the passengers around her. Realizing her outburst, Jiang Qingwan cleared her throat and immediately shifted into her aloof goddess persona. Just then, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was her aunt. The usually composed campus beauty frowned slightly, seemingly recalling something unpleasant. After a moment of hesitation, she answered the call. Wan, why did you take so long to answer? Her aunt complained. Jiang Qingwan offered no explanation, simply saying, is there something you need? You child, can't your aunt be concerned about you without a reason? How have you been eating at school lately? Is your allowance sufficient? Though the words may seem caring, only Jiang Qingwan truly understands that her tuition and living expenses for university are solely earned by her own efforts. This so-called aunt merely speaks empty words. Akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, her intentions are far from genuine. Indeed, the next moment, she hears the woman cheerfully stating, by the way, your cousin just finished her college entrance examination, and she plans to visit you in Beijing for a couple of days. Jiang Qinghuan furrows her brow. Jiang Hui is coming? The mere mention of her cousin gives her a headache. Moreover, with her part-time tutoring job consuming her time, she has little chance to take care of her. Thus, she promptly declines, I'm quite busy and have no time. Upon hearing the rejection, the woman's expression darkens slightly, yet she maintains a feigned smile, saying, oh, Qinghuan. It's just a few days. It won't take up much of your time. By the way, Xiao Hui will arrive tomorrow and will message you when she gets here, so remember to pick her up. Before Jiang Qinghuan can respond, the woman abruptly hangs up. With an impassive expression, Jiang Qinghuan gazes at her phone. A palpable tension hangs in the air, and those around her instinctively begin to distance themselves. Perplexed by the sudden shift in demeanor from the previously cheerful girl, who now appears ready to unleash her wrath. Her pleasant mood shattered, she disembarks from the vehicle. Intending to return to her rented apartment after several days away, curious to see what awaits her, though she subconsciously chooses to disregard that question. Upon entering the elevator and reaching her floor, she instinctively glances at the door across the hall. The door stands firmly shut, exuding an eerie silence, as if the occupant has never returned. For reasons unknown, Jiang Qinghuan finds herself drawn back to the door. Perhaps it is the sound of footsteps she hears. Inside, her little dog, Xiaobai, rushes to the door, scratching eagerly with its paws. Is it you, little pup? Are you home alone? Jiang Qinghuan asks softly. As if comprehending her words, Xiaobai barks enthusiastically in response. How could someone leave this little dog alone at home again? Senior. As Fang Yanzhou steps out of the elevator, he notices a figure standing at his door, initially mistaking her for a thief. He approaches and discovers it is the esteemed Jiang Qinghuan. Glancing between her and his door, he inquires, Senior, are you looking for something? Caught off guard, Jiang Qinghuan has already devised a response upon hearing Fang Yanzhou's voice. Maintaining her composure, she replies, I was just about to head home when I heard your dog barking. If you own a pet, you must take responsibility. Leaving it alone at home every day is akin to abuse. Do you realize that? Fang Yanzhou blinks, finding the stern expression of his senior quite charming. No, that is not the point. It seems she has misconstrued the situation. He quickly reassures her, don't worry, senior. Whenever I am away, I hire someone to walk Xiaobai, and there is a large basket of toys at home. So, he shouldn't be bored, heh? Hiring someone. Is that safe? Fang Yanzhou pondered for a moment and said, safety is paramount. Nowadays, many university students take on such part-time jobs, particularly those from Beijing University. So there shouldn't be any issues. Is there really such a part-time opportunity? It seems she had misunderstood the other party. It had been several days since the last incident, and she still hadn't managed to soothe the junior. Upon their meeting, she ended up scolding him once again. Jiang Qingwan, when did your emotional intelligence plummet to such depths? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Right now? Please wait a moment, she said, not waiting for the boy's reaction before swiftly pushing the door open and entering. When she emerged, she held a pink handbag. Unlike the last time when she brought snacks. This time, the senior seemed to have a slight flush on her face. This is for you. Jiang Qingwan turned her head aside, though the blush on her ears betrayed her nervousness. Fang Yanzhou took it, puzzled, and upon opening it, was surprised to find a scarf, a vibrant red, quite festive. Is this for me? Ahem, it was a buy-one-get-one-free deal at the supermarket, and I don't have many acquaintances at school. Did the senior's words imply that he had been accepted? At the very least, she certainly didn't seem to dislike him. Thank you, senior. I will wear it every day, he exclaimed, immediately pulling out the scarf to put it on, only to discover a smaller scarf at the bottom of the bag, the kind that slips directly over the neck. Fang Yanzhou curiously retrieved it. Hey, why is there another one? Jiang Qingwan glanced at it, and, with an awkward expression, replied, that's a scarf for dogs, also a freebie from the supermarket. Are supermarkets really offering such generous promotions nowadays? Little boy, that dog is rather endearing. He donned the scarf, and the red hue enlivened his appearance. It's so warm. Seeing the boy grin foolishly, Jiang Qingwan felt the weight on her heart finally lift after these days of worry. All the time spent knitting the scarf had been worth it. So, you're not angry about what happened last time, right? She inquired cautiously. What incident? Fang Yanzhou stared at her with innocent, wide eyes. Jiang Qingwan frowned slightly. Had he really forgotten? What had all her anxiety over the past few days amounted to? Wasn't this boy yearning for her affection? If she hadn't reciprocated, wouldn't he feel disheartened? Do you still want my contact information? She couldn't help but ask. Fang Yanzhou immediately understood. So, the senior was concerned about the previous matter. Truth be told, he had long since moved past it. He thought she was still feeling guilty, so he quickly reassured her. Senior, after reflecting, I also believe I was too abrupt at the time. After all, we weren't very familiar. Chapter 25. The stranger Jiang Qingwan was utterly speechless. So this boy had already managed to console himself. She feigned indifference and said, oh, well, I originally intended to give you my phone number. But since you don't want it, let it be. Fang Yanzhou's eyes widened in surprise. What? Am I hearing correctly? The senior just said she would give me her phone number. Yes. I want it. As if fearing a change of heart from the other party, Fang Yanzhou immediately took out his phone. Senior, what is your phone number? The boy's excitement resembled that of an adorable puppy whose owner unexpectedly treats it to a chicken leg. Is it truly that exaggerated? Is one's own phone number such a source of joy? Subsequently, Jiang Qingwan recited a string of digits. Upon returning home, Fang Yanzhou found himself lost in contemplation, repeatedly gazing at the newly added number in his contacts. What should he label it? Senior Jiang. No, too unfamiliar. Beautiful sister. That won't do either. It lacks seriousness. After much deliberation, he shyly settled on two symbols, a heart icon and a small girl in a wedding dress. Ahem. Although a bit whimsical, one must have dreams. Mustn't they? Who knows? Perhaps fate might smile upon him and grant that dream in the future. Fang Yanzhou glanced down at the red scarf around his neck. Today felt extraordinarily blissful. Although the senior mentioned it was a gift from the supermarket, why did she choose to give it to him and not someone else? He looked over at the small white dog sleeping soundly in its bed, adorned with a matching scarf gifted by the senior. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Fang Yanzhou felt a peculiar sensation. It was as if the scarves around their necks were not mere accessories, but a bond tying both human and canine together. Yet, he willingly embraced being ensnared by the senior. As he prepared for bed, he removed the scarf and carefully placed it on his mattress, beginning to take photographs. He lost track of time in his endeavor. When he finally opened his album, the screen was filled with images of the red scarf. He then selected a picture he found particularly satisfying and shared it in the group chat. Instantly, the group buzzed with activity. His three roommates responded with a chorus of question marks. And joie, what an ugly scarf, seriously. Seeing this, Fang Yanzhou's temper flared. Nonsense. How is it ugly? This is the scarf gifted to me by the senior. I wouldn't allow anyone to disparage it. Are you sure, darling? There's a huge hole in it. It was only after his roommate's remark that Fang Yanzhou noticed the indeed conspicuous hole in the scarf, as if it had been mistakenly woven. Stubbornly, he retorted, "What do you know? This is the trend for this year. If you don't understand, just be quiet." After exchanging playful banter with his roommates, he hung the scarf up, completed his evening routine, and lay down in bed. His mind wandered through the day's events. Suddenly, he felt he had forgotten something. After pondering for a while, he finally recalled the senior's sleepwalking condition. He wondered if, during his absence, she had experienced any episodes. Realizing this, he felt compelled to find an opportunity to inquire further. Such a condition should not be neglected. The longer it's postponed, the more challenging it becomes to address. Then, he considered, would the senior come by today? Gradually, he drifted into slumber. Upon waking the next day, Fang Yanzhou's first thought was the surprising absence of the senior. He could not quite articulate whether he felt joy or disappointment. Then, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. From today onward, he has resolved to quit. Otherwise, he may face disdain from his wife in the future. It seems rather unjust, as there exists such a stark disparity between men and women in this regard. After completing his morning routine, Fang Yanzhou glanced at the weather. The temperature in North City had recently dropped, prompting him to don a thicker jacket and a pair of thermal leggings. There was no choice. Aging demands that a man safeguard his health. Otherwise, he might find himself confined to a wheelchair in his later years, merely observing his spouse dancing in the square with other elderly gentlemen. Just before stepping out, Fang Yanzhou retrieved his phone and opened his contacts. He found the note he had updated yesterday and contemplated sending a reminder to his senior to dress warmly as well. Thus, he sent a brief message, "Add more layers, it's cold." Subsequently, he dialed Ms. Yuya. The call connected swiftly. "Mom, I am about to set off." Today marks the day when his mother concludes her business trip and returns to Rome City. Before her departure, Yuya expressed a desire to visit her alma mater, North City University. Both of Fang Yanzhou's parents were students at North City University, having embarked on their romantic journey there, eventually leading to marriage and children. They often recounted tales of their courtship in his presence. Influenced by his parents, Fang Yanzhou also aspired to attend North City University, yearning to experience a love story akin to theirs, and, if fate allowed, to marry and have children, living a blissful life. He always believed that Zhang Xiaohan was the one with whom he could share his life. Regrettably, their paths diverged. Yet, at present, he feels indifferent. He has a senior now, though, to be precise, she is not yet his. As he stepped out, he fantasized about a chance encounter with Jiang Qinghuan. After all, he had not embraced or kissed her the previous night, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this absence. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to discover an unfamiliar face. "Who are you?" he asked, staring at the girl before him, who stood a good 2 heads shorter. In their apartment complex, typically there were only 2 households per floor, so aside from himself and his senior, there generally would not be anyone else visiting. Who was this unexpected girl with pigtails? Jiang Hui scrutinized the handsome young man before her, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had always believed that opportunities abound in big cities. Her classmates had doubted her, yet here she was, seizing an unexpected chance. "Handsome guy, shall we exchange contact information? Has the youth of today become so audacious?" Fang Yanzhou coldly declined. "Sorry, but I do not add strangers." Surprisingly, the girl did not seem deterred. She stepped closer, saying, "Oh, getting acquainted will only make us familiar with each other. What is your name? How old are you? Are you a student or working? By the way, are you a local?" Fang Yanzhou stared at the girl in embarrassment. What was going on? Is she out of her mind? Just as he was about to respond, a frigid voice interrupted him. Both he and the girl with pigtails turned to see Jiang Qinghuan, who was staring intently at them, her arms laden with bags. She swiftly positioned herself in front of Fang Yanzhou, her gaze icy as she fixed her stare upon the girl before her. "Jiang Hui, your audacity seems to have grown tremendously." Chapter 26. No objection to living together. As 3 Jiang Qinghuan stood at approximately 1.70 m, making Jiang Hui appear childlike in her presence, requiring her to tilt her head upwards to engage in conversation. "Sister, why so fierce? You're scaring me." The girl spoke in a coy tone, a stark contrast to Jiang Qinghuan's frigid voice. Fang Yanzhou found the senior's voice far more pleasant to the ear. "Behave yourself, or you can go back," Jiang Qinghuan retorted, her temper flaring at the memory of the 2 chatting nonchalantly. Observing the senior before him, Fang Yanzhou felt a sudden surge of protectiveness, reminiscent of a mother hen safeguarding her chick. However, he was perplexed as to why the senior was so irate. Brother, did you see that? This woman is terrifying. Jiang Hui pouted, feigning innocence as she clung to Fang Yanzhou. He felt a shiver run down his spine. He was not fond of such girls, finding them disingenuous. Jiang Hui, Jiang Qinghuan could no longer tolerate it. She promptly retrieved her keys, opened the door, and shoved both her luggage and cousin inside. With a resounding thud, she closed the door. Fang Yanzhou initially thought she would join them, but upon the door's closure, she regarded him with a look of disbelief. Senior, is this your sister? He recalled hearing the girl refer to the campus belle as sister. The moment the words escaped his lips, Jiang Qinghuan's expression darkened further. What, are you interested? Planning to pursue her? Would you like me to share her contact information? Jiang Qinghuan's imposing demeanor left Fang Yanzhou feeling diminutive in her presence. Why was the senior suddenly so fierce? Dazed, he stood frozen, hastily shaking his head. No, I'm not interested in her. He then inquired, Senior, are you still here? He had heard that during their menstrual cycle, girls could be quite temperamental. But he was unaware that this comment was a direct trigger. What? Do you think I'm being unreasonable? Fang Yanzhou was utterly flabbergasted. Heaven knows, that was not his intention. I didn't mean that. I didn't. Observing the boy's flushed face as he scrambled to explain, Jiang Qinghuan's expression softened slightly. Humph. At least this lad knows his place. Meanwhile, Jiang Hui had changed into the sailor outfit she had just purchased, sauntering out to wink at Fang Yanzhou. Brother, do you like this outfit? Before he could respond, Jiang Qinghuan dashed over, pushing her back inside, while fiercely admonishing Fang Yanzhou, no peeking. Then, he heard a chorus of wails from within. The once bustling hallway was now deserted, leaving him alone. Glancing at the time, his heart sank. Oh no, I'm going to be late. At Jiang Qinghuan's residence, Jiang Hui lounged with her legs crossed, engrossed in a game while munching on freshly washed grapes. Seeing Jiang Qinghuan maintaining a stern expression, radiating an aura of chilliness, and gazing at her with eyes that seemed to harbor a murderous intent, she helplessly remarked, Sister, is it really necessary? I merely teased your handsome neighbor. Jiang Qinghuan inhaled deeply. Do you think I am angry over this matter? What else could it be? You stood in front of him like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Jiang Qinghuan frowned, perplexed by the metaphor. Did she truly act that way? No, she did not. Observing her sister engrossed in an online game, she swiftly snatched the phone from her hands, inadvertently yanking the earphone cable along with it. In an instant, the game's voice chat blared out loud, a sultry bass voice emanating from the device. Baby, you can take this blue. Jiang Qinghuan coldly retorted to the phone. Get lost. In the dormitory, Anzhua, who was playing games with the girls, wore a face of utter disbelief. No. Can someone explain how that adorable lowly voice suddenly transformed into a cool goddess tone? Could it be a cross-dresser? Just as he was about to inquire further, the system notified him that the other player had gone offline. Sister, what are you doing? I was in the middle of a game with a guy. Don't think I'm unaware. Is this your new online romance? Jiang Hui replied with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, and he is a student at Beijing University. Just like you. Jiang Qinghuan scoffed. So, playing with me is a facade while your online romance is genuine. Struck by the truth, Jiang Hui shyly nodded, then bashfully added. Stop it. I just wanted to meet my boyfriend. Sister, to be honest, I feel like I've encountered true love this time. Jiang Qinghuan laughed derisively. If I recall correctly, you said the same about the last 5. Jiang Hui immediately countered. This time is different. The previous ones were all online romances. We never met in person. I can feel it. He must be a handsome and caring guy. Jiang Qinghuan was left speechless. Her sister had been infatuated with online romances since middle school, changing boyfriends countless times in a year, each claiming to be true love. When they broke up, she would cry as if her heart were shattered. Even in an online relationship, shouldn't a girl refrain from traveling such a distance to meet someone for the first time? Jiang Qinghuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. After their parents departed, she had taken refuge at her uncle and aunt's home. Although they treated her rather indifferently, their daughter, Jiang Hui, seemed unaffected by their demeanor. In her childhood, when Jiang Qinghuan often went hungry, Jiang Hui would sneakily bring her snacks. Their sisterly bond remained strong. Upon hearing her sister speak of her brother, Jiang Hui immediately retorted, that is not true. He doesn't even know I've come to Beijing. I plan to surprise him. Well, Jiang Qinghuan felt she was losing touch with the times. Could it be that one truly would traverse great distances for love? Jiang Qingwan pondered whether she might ever do the same for someone in the future. Suddenly, a face flashed through her mind. Wait a moment. What was she thinking? She instinctively shook her head, attempting to dispel the image of that person from her thoughts. By the way, sister, does that handsome guy across the hall have a girlfriend? Jiang Qinghuan immediately grew vigilant. What are you plotting now? Don't you have other older brothers? Jiang Hui chuckled softly and replied, I could introduce him to my close friend. Besides, why are you so anxious? With a mischievous grin, she added, you can't possibly be. Before she could finish, Jiang Qinghuan, resembling a startled rabbit, interjected, I'm not. And besides, he already has a girlfriend, so give up on that thought. With that, she dashed back to her room. TSK, TSK, TSK. Keep pretending. I wonder how long you can maintain that facade. Jiang Hui was certain that there was something amiss between the two. Thus, she glanced at the firmly shut bedroom door and purposely exclaimed, no worries. My friend said she wouldn't mind living as a trio. Chapter 27. Being pampered by a wealthy woman? When Fang Yanzhou arrived at Beijing University, riding a shared electric scooter, he spotted Yuya waiting at the entrance from a distance. She was adorned in a pale pink dress, complemented by a brown trench coat. From behind, she looked no different than a typical university student. He hurried over, only to find Yuya ready to scold him. He quickly soothed her, Mom, I was wrong. I just ran into the neighbor and chatted a bit. Please calm down. Yuya's previously grim expression brightened at the mention of the neighbor. Is it the girl who knocked on our door last time? Fang Yanzhou nodded, just as Yuya was about to say something. She suddenly noticed that her son appeared somewhat peculiar today. She scrutinized him from head to toe, eventually fixating on the striking red scarf around his neck. Son, we are not destitute enough to resort to wearing rags, are we? Fang Yanzhou, puzzled, asked, What do you mean, Mom? That shabby scarf of yours looks rather unrefined. Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou became agitated. Why does everyone keep saying the scarf gifted by his senior is unattractive? He thought it was beautiful and warm. This was a gift from someone. A gift from someone. Yuya, adept at reading emotions, immediately sensed something was amiss. She knew her son's character well. Back in high school, she had bought him a scarf, and he had vehemently resisted, claiming, wearing a scarf is too effeminate. Have you ever seen a real man wear a scarf? True warriors fear neither wind nor snow. Recalling this, Yuya began to piece things together. Most likely, this scarf was a gift from that neighbor girl. Otherwise, why would her son treasure it so dearly? University truly is a breeding ground for romance. Returning to her alma mater, she felt as if she had rediscovered her youthful memories. Mom, hop on. I'll take you for a spin, Fang Yanzhou said with a cheerful smile. However, Yuya glanced at the scooter beneath him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could this possibly attract girls? Son, how about I buy you a car? Fang Yanzhou quickly waved his hands in refusal. No. Riding this little scooter is just fine. It's comfortable. All right then. Yuya reluctantly climbed aboard. Fang Yanzhou was acutely aware that his mother was not accustomed to this environment, as during their time in Rongqing, his father had always driven her to and from work, come rain or shine. It is said that one can gauge a woman's well-being in marriage by observing her demeanor. Fang Yanzhou believed that his mother's youthful spirit could be attributed not only to her own disposition, but also to the affection of her devoted husband. Unbeknownst to him, the scene of him strolling around campus with his mother had been witnessed by Zhang Xiaohe's roommate. In her dormitory, Zhang Xiaohe was engaged in a voice chat with a recently acquainted wealthy young man when her roommate burst in, thrusting her phone in front of her with palpable excitement. Xiaohe, look what I captured, she exclaimed. Zhang Xiaohe, somewhat annoyed, took the phone and discovered a photo of Fang Yanzhou riding an electric scooter with a young woman. The girl's figure was appealing, leaving no doubt that she was a beauty. Instantly, Zhang Xiaohe's expression soured. Noticing her silence, her roommate inquired curiously. Fang Yanzhou, hasn't he reached out to you lately? You said he was busy, but it seems he is preoccupied with other girls. Another roommate chimed in, exactly. Riding an electric scooter for a date seems rather shabby, don't you think? Xiaohe, I don't mean to criticize, but considering your own qualities. Fang Yanzhou was so persistent with you, yet you couldn't bring yourself to reject him. And now look, he is merely playing around. Enough, Zhang Xiaohe retorted sharply. Fang Yanzhou's family is hardly impoverished. Throughout high school, he covered my tuition and living expenses, which clearly indicates that his family situation is rather decent. At least better than mine. She had often expressed a desire to visit his home, as one could glean much about a person's background from the state of their residence. Yet, Fang Yanzhou consistently found excuses to decline and seldom mentioned what his parents did for a living. Thus, while she was aware of his family's affluence, she remained oblivious to the extent of it. As they entered university, her needs increased, and he gradually became unable to support her. He even claimed that she had changed, seeking reasons to distance himself. In truth, she had never altered. It was merely that he failed to comprehend her. Witnessing him so swiftly move on to another girl left her feeling deeply unsettled. Could 3 years of their relationship be so easily cast aside? She refused to believe it and resolved to confront him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaohe quickly dressed and donned a mask to avoid encountering acquaintances. She hastened to the school gate, reasoning that any activities they might undertake would likely pass through this point. After a lengthy wait, she finally spotted Fang Yanzhou emerging on his electric scooter. As he approached, she immediately called out, "Fang Yanzhou." In that instant, upon seeing Zhang Xiaohe, Fang Yanzhou couldn't help but wonder if he had neglected to check the auspiciousness of the day, as misfortune seemed to befall him. He had just taken a stroll around campus with his mother, followed by a meal in the cafeteria, during which his mother regaled him with tales of how she met his father. Fang Yanzhou was nearly sated with dog food, preparing to escort his mother back to the hotel before heading to the airport. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohe appeared out of nowhere. He inquired, "Is there something amiss?" He had no intention of avoiding Yuya. After all, the truth would eventually surface. Zhang Xiaohe let out a cold huff, taking a detour to glimpse the face of the girl in the back seat. Upon seeing her, he furrowed his brow. Fallen. Fang Yanzhou had truly fallen. He had become so impoverished that he needed a wealthy woman to support him. Although the woman appeared well-preserved, adorned in luxurious brands, she must be at least in her 40s. She scolded angrily, "Fang Yanzhou, I never imagined you to be such a person. I used to think that even if you were not as affluent as my other suitors, at least you had a decent character. Now, it seems you are utterly contemptible. You would sell your body for money. Let me tell you, even if you think to use this money to win me over, I would never accept it, for it disgusts me." With those words, even a fool could discern their meaning. Fang Yanzhou's expression darkened as he sternly commanded, "Shut your mouth. Do not tarnish my mother and me with your filthy thoughts. Zhang Xiaohe, I will say this once more. You had better keep your distance, or I shall not be polite." After speaking, he bypassed the girl, who stood in a daze. Zhang Xiaohe was left bewildered. "What? Mother?" Chapter 28. You hurt me. Zhang Xiaohe returned to the dormitory in a daze. Her roommates, noticing her state, rushed over to ask, "What happened? Did you give that scoundrel a piece of your mind?" Zhang Xiaohe nodded. "That's right. Men should not be indulged, otherwise, they will think you are easy to bully." Zhang Xiaohe remained silent, her mind in disarray. How could this be? She never anticipated that the woman was Fang Yanzhou's mother. She had never met his parents. Upon seeing the woman, she instinctively thought Fang Yanzhou had found a wealthy patron to impress her. The woman was clad in designer attire, even carrying an Hermes bag. On the way back, she pulled out her phone to search for Herm's White House, discovering that it costs around 2 million. And this was merely for a bag. That figure seemed utterly fantastical to her. She had never considered that such a sum could be connected to Fang Yanzhou. She soon realized how much she had overlooked the kind of person he was. Regret washed over her for her previous and current impulsive behavior. In Fang Yanzhou's presence, her suitors paled in comparison. Given Fang Yanzhou's feelings for her, she could have lived a life akin to that of a wealthy wife. Yet now, it was all ruined. No, she could not simply sit idly by. Her sole thought was to salvage what remained. Fang Yanzhou had liked her for 3 years. If only she learned to show vulnerability, if only she made some changes, he would surely soften. After all, in her eyes, Fang Yanzhou was deeply infatuated with her. After bidding farewell to Yuya, Fang Yanzhou took a taxi directly back to school. Throughout the journey, the mother and son tacitly refrained from mentioning the earlier incident. Fang Yanzhou vividly recalls the day he entered university when you specifically imparted a significant message to him. "Son, you are now an adult, capable of making your own judgments. Henceforth, whatever choices you make, your father and I will not intervene, for this is your life." He felt immense gratitude for having such open-minded parents, recognizing that not everyone is fortunate enough to come from a nurturing family background. As he approached the campus, a message pinged on his phone, a reminder from the bakery to collect an order. Today marks Yanzhou's birthday. She had insisted on ordering some takeout and a few beers to celebrate in the dorm, yet it seemed remiss to forego a birthday cake on such an occasion. Thus, he, along with 2 other roommates, had secretly arranged for a birthday cake for her. As fate would have it, he was passing by the bakery and intended to pick it up. However, upon recalling the cake's design, he hesitated. Upon entering the bakery, Fang Yanzhou showed the staff the message on his phone. "All right, please hold on." He obediently waited in place. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a uniquely designed strawberry cake displayed in a showcase. The cake was modest in size, approximately 6 inches, and unlike others, it was presented in an enamel basin, exuding a vintage charm. Fang Yanzhou suddenly remembered seeing this cake on a video platform a few days prior, frequently appearing in various clips. Although he was unsure how the cake had gained such popularity, likely a marketing gimmick by some vendors, he dismissed the thought. After all, if other girls had it, why shouldn't he as senior have one too? "Hello, please wrap this one up for me," Fang Yanzhou called out to another attendant. "This cake costs 168. "No problem. Spending a little money to bring joy to my senior is worthwhile." At that moment, another staff member approached, carrying the cake. Instantly, all eyes in the bakery turned towards Fang Yanzhou. The girl holding the cake blushed, as if the dessert were a hot potato. While Fang Yanzhou found himself unable to lift his gaze in embarrassment, he swiftly took the cake and, with one hand clutching the cake, hurriedly exited. On his way back to the dorm, he kept his head down, fearing that any sudden movement might damage the cake. He dared not run, forcing himself to walk briskly. Unfortunately, he failed to notice someone ahead and collided directly with them. A wave of fragrance enveloped him. "I'm so sorry," he exclaimed, quickly apologizing. Upon looking up, he was taken aback to find it was Senior Jiang. She regarded him with an impassive expression and coldly remarked, "You've hurt me." In truth, she had spotted the boy approaching from a distance, noticing his furtive demeanor. Initially, she merely intended to see when he would notice her. She had not anticipated that he would walk straight into her. Strangely, at the moment their bodies collided, a delightful sensation coursed through her. It had been a long time since she had felt his presence, and this encounter stirred something within her. However, they were in public, and she needed to maintain her composure. Upon hearing that he had hurt her, Fang Yanzhou immediately grew anxious. "I'm so sorry, Senior. I hope I didn't hurt you. Why does this sound so peculiar?" Jiang Qinghuan frowned, pondering how this child seemed to divulge everything. Yet, upon witnessing his anxious demeanor, she felt a mischievous urge to tease him. "If you break it, will you take responsibility?" "Of course," Fang Yanzhou replied without hesitation. "I'll be responsible for a lifetime." The corners of Jiang Qinghuan's mouth twitched upwards, only to be quickly suppressed. "I'm just joking. I'm fine." How strange it was. When had she become so audacious? This marked their second meeting of the day, and Jiang Qinghuan felt a flicker of joy at the sight of the scarf she had gifted him still wrapped around his neck. Suddenly, she noticed that he was holding a cake in each hand. Upon closer inspection, her face flushed crimson. You pervert." "Huh?" Fang Yanzhou stammered, following her gaze. No, they're not mine. It's my roommate's birthday." At that moment, he wished he could vanish. All thanks to old Qin, who insisted that these cakes matched Yanzhou's temperament, leading him to embarrass himself in front of the senior. What a disaster. She wouldn't think he was some creepy pervert, would she? Yet, truth be told, the sight of the senior blushing was undeniably alluring. Jiang Qinghuan scoffed. She was not deceived. All boys were lecherous. And this seemingly innocent junior was, at the end of the day, still a man. Men were inherently flawed. She realized she had yet to own a lingerie style like this one. Did he also fancy such designs? Suddenly, she considered that perhaps changing her lingerie style occasionally might not be such a bad idea. For reasons unknown, Jiang Qinghuan found Fang Yanzhou's demeanor increasingly captivating, making her long to draw closer. She was alarmed to discover how liberated she had become. No, this was not who she was. "I have something to attend to. I must be going." Seeking an excuse to depart, Jiang Qinghuan hastily made her exit. "Wait, Senior." Fang Yanzhou extended a strawberry cake towards her, feeling bashful. "This is for you." Although his heart raced, the title of the aloof campus goddess was not easily earned. Jiang Qinghuan adjusted her expression within seconds and replied coolly, "Why are you giving this to me? You've given me desserts and a scarf, so I want to show my gratitude." Understanding dawned upon her, and she graciously accepted the cake. It was rather large. How could she consume it all alone? Observing her dilemma, Fang Yanzhou, fearing she might refuse, quickly added, "Senior can share it with my sister." Upon hearing the word sister, Jiang Qinghuan's expression instantly soured. Chapter 29. Even upon returning to the dormitory, Fang Yanzhou remained perplexed as to why the senior seemed upset again. He had intended to send a text to inquire, But as soon as he entered the dormitory, several friends pounced on him. "Darling, I heard you ordered a cake for me. I am profoundly touched." And Zhua clung tightly to Fang Yanzhou, theatrically sobbing a few times. "Ugh, how nauseating," Fang Yanzhou replied, exasperated. He placed the cake on the table, and Zhua, initially confused, suddenly understood upon seeing it. Laughter erupted in the dormitory, echoing like the sound of pigs. Old Qin gazed contentedly at this masterpiece and remarked, "Not bad, not bad." However, this crucial part still lacks sufficient size. Lu Yuansheng took several photos from every conceivable angle before he was satisfied. The subject of these photographs was a cake adorned with black lace lingerie. To achieve a lifelike effect, Old Qin had specifically instructed that genuine lace be used, bizarrely advising the seller that the larger, the better. Fang Yanzhou lamented, "I have had enough of you old lechers." But despite his words, Fang Yanzhou could tell that Zhua genuinely cherished the creation, as he was engrossed in contemplating how to divide the cake. He then declared his intention to devour both of the large spheres atop the cake. The birthday honoree's word was law. Everyone was quite accommodating. After all, it was a birthday celebration, and the aim was to revel in joy. As the clock struck midnight, they extinguished the lights, adorned Zhua with a birthday hat, and gathered around him to sing the birthday song. "Happy birthday, Zhuazi." Upon making his wish and opening his eyes, Zhua was surprised to find tears glistening in his eyes. "Brothers, I am deeply moved. In my next life, I shall still let you be my sons." "Oh, get lost." Scram. The few occupants of the dormitory exchanged playful jests, opening the takeout they had previously ordered and uncorking several bottles of beer. Just as they settled down, Zhua seized a bottle of beer and took a hearty swig. "Brothers, I have an announcement to make." Seeing the fervor in his demeanor, Fang Yanzhou and the others held their tongues, anticipating some significant news. "I am in a relationship." The dormitory fell into a profound silence. "Is that it?" they thought, dismissing it as trivial. Fang Yanzhou chuckled, not taking it seriously. After all, their dormitory's resident expert on online romances had been known to switch partners weekly, forming bonds amidst gaming sessions, so they had grown accustomed to such news. Noticing their lack of enthusiasm, Zhua pounded the table in indignation. "You don't believe me, do you? I have proof. Want to see? Show us, show us," Lu Yuanqing urged. Zhua unplugged his phone from charging, opened the photo album, and selected an image, first showing it to the nearest Lu Yuanqing. Lu Yuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Where did you steal this picture?" Hearing this, Zhua huffed, puffing out his chest with pride. "What do you think? My girlfriend is absolutely stunning." At that moment, Old Qin's curiosity was piqued, and he leaned in for a closer look. "Wow, an anime girl. Though I wonder how she looks without makeup." "Do not insult my darling," Zhua retorted. Come, let me see." Fang Yanzhou, upon glancing at the photo, was rendered speechless. "So what do you say, Josie? Are you at a loss for words due to her beauty?" Zhua beamed with pride and began recounting the story of how the two had met. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou's gaze remained fixated on the photo, and he felt his entire worldview shatter. The girl in the picture was someone he had encountered just yesterday. She was the younger sister of his senior. Fang Yanzhou was filled with trepidation. How could the world be so small? How could these two seemingly unrelated individuals be in a relationship? Observing Zhua's fervent enthusiasm, he tentatively inquired, "Zhuazi, has she seen your photo?" Though it pierces the heart, one must inquire. Zhua's emotions visibly sank. He sighed deeply before stating, "With a face like mine, any girl who sees me would have run away long ago." The three exchanged glances. In truth, Zhua was not unattractive. He hailed from the north, standing at a respectable height of 6 feet, not short by any means. His primary flaw was his weight, compounded by his lack of grooming, rendering him less appealing. After all, girls are creatures of visual perception, and first impressions hold significant weight. Thus, Liu Yuanqing took the initiative, declaring, "Fear not, my friend. We shall assist you in your transformation." "Indeed. What is that saying?" Fang Yanzhou quickly chimed in, "We'll accompany you." It was evident that Zhua remained unaware that the others had already arrived in Beijing. Fang Yanzhou speculated that the girl might be planning to surprise Zhua. Yet he decided against revealing this information, respecting the matter as one that belonged to her alone. Zhua appeared on the verge of tears again, but he downed another bottle of beer and began to revel with his good brothers. "Let us pledge brotherhood in Beijing, starting today. Let us share both fortune and adversity." The group frolicked until late into the night, even as the dormitory doors were locked. Fang Yanzhou remained the sole sober individual. his mind still pondering why the senior was upset. He recalled how, after uttering a particular remark, she had stormed off in a fit of anger. Initially, he considered pursuing her, but upon reflection, he deemed it inappropriate to chase her down in front of others, as it might tarnish her reputation. Thus, he resolved to send a text instead. "Senior, are you asleep?" It was already midnight, and Fang Yanzhou assumed she must have long been in slumber. Little did he know, Jiang Qinghuan was wide awake, clutching a ceramic bowl in her bedroom, indulging in strawberry cake upon receiving his message. Outside, Jiang Hui was in a fit of tears and protests. "Jiang Qinghuan, how could you eat alone? Can you even finish such a large cake? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight?" Upon uttering these words, she recalled that her sister, the campus belle, had a physique that never gained weight, which only fueled her indignation further. "I simply do not understand. Must you cherish such a trivial cake to this extent? You won't even let me have a taste. Does your conscience bear it?" Jiang Qinghuan disregarded the uproar outside, her lips curling in contemplation of how to respond. Earlier, she had lost control and turned away abruptly. Reflecting on it now, it seemed rather impolite. Why had she reacted with such anger? Jiang Qinghuan felt that this was unbecoming of her character. However, since he had reached out to her, it indicated he bore no ill will. With this thought, she felt her spirits lift and replied cheerfully, "No." She then inquired, "What is the matter?" After sending her message, she scooped up a large strawberry with her spoon. Delicious. Since her parents had departed, this was the first time someone had bought her a cake. It was her own cake, and thus, sharing it with others was out of the question. "If you want some, not a chance." Jiang Qinghuan mumbled softly to the door. Chapter 30. An unexpected encounter at the gym the following day. A cacophony of distressing yells emanated from the boys' dormitory. "Help! A group of gay men in room 214 are trying to assault me." Fang Yanzhou gazed helplessly at the scene before him. Old Qin and El Yuansheng were forcibly dragging the reluctant, still nude Enjoy out of bed. "Come on, get up. Who was it that shouted about a comeback yesterday?" Enjoy, clinging to his teddy bear blanket, lamented, "Brothers, after drinking so much 81 last night, I'm utterly spent. I beg you, spare me." Old Qin and El Yuansheng exchanged glances and released him. "Fine, you can lie down. But if you keep this up, your home will fall apart. The girls will run away, and the child will belong to the neighbor, Old Wang." Each word struck deep. Clearly, this statement was quite persuasive. Upon hearing it, Enjoy sprang up like a carp, dressed in under 10 seconds, and stood at the door, fuming. "Where are we going?" Fang Yanzhou silently gave a thumbs up to the two, impressed. One cannot help but marvel at the formidable power of love. 15 minutes later, the four arrived at the gym entrance. Enjoy looked at his 3 roommates, fearfully stating, "Brothers, are we really doing this?" Fang Yanzhou patted his shoulder and reassured him. "The first step to a comeback is weight loss. You need to shed that spare tire around your waist and build some muscle. Just imagine, when a delicate hand caresses your chest, that feeling will be unforgettable." Enjoy found himself daydreaming about intimate moments with his sweetheart, involuntarily chuckling. "All right, I shall go." The group entered, each purchasing a monthly membership. Enjoy, feeling somewhat sheepish, said, "Good brothers. You shouldn't have spent extra on me." El Yuansheng immediately replied, "Don't say that. I've been wanting to bulk up for a while. This is the perfect opportunity for us to supervise one another." Old Qin added, "I already have a habit of working out, so it doesn't matter where I train." Fang Yanzhou had a bit of a six-pack before university, but the combination of incessant eating and sleeping led to a noticeable weight gain. After all, they say girls prefer muscular men, and he felt he couldn't afford to slack off lest the senior girls lose interest in him. After changing, the four emerged from the locker room, unable to hide their disdain for each other's elementary physiques. "Old Qin, don't you work out regularly? It seems rather ineffective," one remarked. Old Qin cleared his throat and hastily changed the subject. "It's cold outside. Let us head in." They suppressed their laughter. The moment they stepped inside, Enjoy's eyes sparkled. Good heavens. This isn't merely a gym, it's a paradise for straight men. Even the usually composed El Yuansheng couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder they say gyms are hotspots for college romances. You could fall in love with 10 people in a second. It was no surprise that the boys were astonished. The gym at Beijing University was comprised of 90% students. Nowadays, not only boys enjoyed working out, in pursuit of the perfect physique, an increasing number of young women frequent the gym. Most notably, they don athletic bras and yoga pants that accentuate their alluring curves to the fullest. The atmosphere is reminiscent of the legendary quartet's venture into the Silk Cave, where one can only gaze in admiration at the perspiring beauties, as Yanzhou grins slyly, exclaiming, "How delightful!" Fang Yanzhou innocently inquires, "Zhuozi, have you already strayed?" Yanzhou retorts playfully, "Oh, spare me. I'm merely observing. Amidst the throngs of exquisite maidens, the humble pig, seek but a single scoop." He then strides confidently onto a treadmill. Just aside, Yanzhou is acutely aware that his roommates are here to motivate him towards a genuine transformation. He is filled with renewed vigor, not solely for his beloved, but also for his comrades. The four of them disperse to select their preferred equipment. Fang Yanzhou initially intends to perform a few sets of bench presses, but finds all the benches occupied. Just as he contemplates his next move, his gaze inadvertently locks with someone unexpected, leaving him in disbelief. It is indeed a senior. He immediately scurries over, exclaiming, "What a coincidence, senior! To behold your radiant beauty so early in the morning truly makes this day worthwhile." Jiang Qinghuan is clad in a delicate pink sports bra, layered with a fitted white jacket that cinches at the waist, complemented by soft pink yoga pants. Though she is dressed modestly, her figure is undeniably stunning, enough to make one swoon. The male patrons of the gym cast furtive glances in their direction, their glares seemingly directed at Fang Yanzhou, as if to question, "Why have you not replied to her message?" Jiang Qinghuan's voice turns icy as she queries, "Why didn't you respond to my message?" She had waited until midnight for his reply. Fang Yanzhou, blinking in confusion, responds, "Did I not reply?" He distinctly recalls sending a message, believing the silence was on her end. As he retrieves his phone and opens the messaging app, he is met with an awkward revelation. She had indeed replied, and instantly at that. However, after sending his message the previous night, he had intended to wait with eyes closed for her response, only to awaken at dawn, his mind clouded by thoughts of Yanzhou, causing him to forget. With a sheepish grin, he admits, "Senior, I simply forgot." Hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan furrows her brow slightly. Forgot? How could one forget such a thing? To him, she is merely a neighbor, an ordinary acquaintance. Memories of that day at her doorstep, where she wore striking black heels and he openly expressed his affections for another, flood back to her, stirring a pang of injustice within her heart, a feeling that brings a fleeting ache. Noticing her growing discomfort, Fang Yanzhou quickly expresses concern, "Senior, are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Qinghuan concocts a casual excuse, "It's nothing, just skipped breakfast." Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou eagerly responds, "Wait here, senior," before dashing off in a hurry. Watching the boy leave without hesitation, Jiang Qinghuan bit her lip, as if something was drifting further away from her. What could it be? She pondered, perhaps it was light. Chapter 31. Let me lean for a while before long. A clear voice echoed from a distance. "Senior." She turned toward the sound. A youth was sprinting towards her, his hair tousled by the wind, revealing his entire face. Sunlight bathed him, as if the light that belonged to her had finally arrived. The boy rushed over, holding warm buns and congee. "Senior, eat while it's hot." Although Jiang Qinghuan had already had breakfast, she had mentioned it casually, and he took it seriously. She accepted the bun and took a bite. It was filled with preserved vegetable and pork, truly delicious. The two sat in the gym's lounge, undisturbed by others. Fang Yanzhou took a seat, admiring the profile of the campus beauty as she ate, finding her incredibly adorable. "What are you looking at?" she asked suddenly. "You," he blurted out without thinking, realizing too late that it was rather impolite. Just as he was about to explain, she casually inquired, "Who looks better, me or her?" "Who?" he replied, puzzled by her question. "The person you like," she clarified. Fang Yanzhou frowned, uncertain how to respond. He certainly could not confess that the person he liked was her, as that would likely lead to rejection, perhaps even losing the chance of friendship. He followed his heart and earnestly said, "Senior, you're beautiful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan's lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed her charm was still quite significant. "Are you together with her?" she asked again. Fang Yanzhou answered truthfully, "No," since he had not yet pursued her. Jiang Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, realizing it was unrequited love. Her mood brightened considerably. The boy was very close to her, his warmth enveloping her. Staring at his bare arms, Jiang Qinghuan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Noticing her pale complexion, Fang Yanzhou asked worriedly, "Senior, are you still feeling unwell?" Jiang Qinghuan maintained her composure, replying, "Yes, I'm a bit dizzy. I want to lean on you." She craved the comfort of this boy to soothe her restlessness. "What should I do?" Fang Yanzhou was a bit at a loss. "How about I take you back to your dorm to rest?" Jiang Qinghuan shook her head, swallowing hard, and said, "Could you let me lean on you for a moment?" Fang Yanzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. He must have misheard her. Seeing his face turn even redder than hers, Jiang Qinghuan decided to tease him. "Is that not allowed? If you're unwilling, then forget it." She feigned a pout. Fang Yanzhou immediately nodded vigorously. Of course, of course. Who would refuse such a senior? Unless he is not a man. With that, he bashfully lowered his head, waiting for her to lean in. Jiang Qinghuan could hardly contain her anticipation. She immediately rested her head on the boy's shoulder. To enhance her comfort, she deliberately pressed her face against his skin, letting out a satisfied sigh. It was beyond her imagination how blissful she would feel if she could be close to him every day. At the moment her face touched his shoulder, Fang Yanzhou's heart erupted in silent exclamations. The senior had leaned into him. Although it was due to her feeling unwell, why had she chosen him over anyone else? Fang Yanzhou blushed. Despite having been kissed by her numerous times, the fluttering sensation still captivated him. As he pondered this, concern began to creep in. Wasn't the senior's constitution a bit too fragile? She sleepwalked at night and suffered from low blood sugar during the day. How could her body withstand such a toll? Gathering his courage, he asked, "Senior, have you ever experienced sleepwalking?" Jiang Qinghuan nonchalantly replied, "No, why do you ask?" Due to their proximity. The warmth of her breath enveloped him as she spoke. Fang Yanzhou restrained his voice and said, "Actually, you used to sleepwalk frequently, knocking on my door in the middle of the night." He halted there, believing that he had said enough. Continuing would only embarrass her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan immediately straightened up, her expression turning serious. "Really?" Fang Yanzhou quickly affirmed, "Absolutely." Her? Sleepwalking? Jiang Qinghuan could hardly fathom that such behavior was hers. "I knocked on your door, and then what?" "Then it was just cuddling and kissing." Yet, Fang Yanzhou dared not reveal the entire truth. Instead, he opted for a gentle fabrication. "That is all. You always knocked on my door, and when I opened it, you returned without saying anything." Observing the boy's earnest demeanor, Jiang Qinghuan sensed something amiss, a feeling of profound dissonance. Sleepwalking was one thing, knocking on a junior's door was another, but to leave without doing anything? That didn't quite align with her character, especially since she often found herself being rather bold in her dreams. "Oh, I see." As she resumed her aloof demeanor, Fang Yanzhou continued, "It would be wise for you to visit a doctor. Such conditions are detrimental to your health." Jiang Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. To discern whether her junior was lying, she saw only one way. "I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave." She quickly stood up, shedding her earlier vulnerability entirely. Fang Yanzhou, oblivious to any suspicions, nodded and smiled. "All right, senior." As he watched her retreating figure, a silly grin spread across his face. The sight of her silhouette was truly enchanting. Just then, his phone began to vibrate incessantly. Upon checking, he discovered messages from his friends back at the dormitory. "Josie, where are you?" It suddenly dawned on him that he had been in the lounge with the campus bell for quite some time. He dashed out to find his 3 roommates standing at the door, each wearing expressions of betrayal. "Come clean, what were you doing with the campus bell in there?" Feigning ignorance, Fang Yanzhou replied, "I have no idea what you're talking about." And Zhe, wearing a mischievous grin, remarked, "We all witnessed it just now. You and Jiang." The campus beauty emerged one after the other from within. "You little rascal, still trying to play the fool." Fang Yanzhou, feeling helpless, recounted the series of events. It was quite simple. The campus beauty felt unwell, and he had assisted her in resting for a brief moment indoors. Lu Yuancheng, with a sarcastic tone, teased, "TSK, TSK. TSK, while we were sweating profusely outside, you were inside charming the ladies. How shameless of you." "Nonsense. There is nothing between me and the senior," Fang Yanzhou replied earnestly. Observing his serious demeanor, the others ceased their teasing. They certainly would not overthink it. After all, it was hard to believe that the campus beauty would ever take a liking to their good friend. Please, she was the campus beauty, far beyond the reach of mere mortals like them. However, I advise you to be cautious while walking these days. I fear you might suddenly find a brick thrown your way. Chapter 32. The Campus Beauty's Fan Club. Why is that? Fang Yanzhou inquired. Qin Yuji looked at him oddly and remarked, "The photo of you speaking with the campus beauty in the gym has already been posted on the confession wall." "Is there such a thing?" Fang Yanzhou was taken aback. There was nothing he could do. The moment he saw the senior, his mind was entirely occupied with her. He hadn't even noticed someone stealthily capturing their interaction. "It's no big deal. Let them upload it. The innocent shall remain untainted." There is nothing to fear. Seeing his reaction, the other three shook their heads in disbelief. Josie, you are still too naive. Do you not know that the campus beauty has a fan club at school? A fan club? Is there even such a thing? He had never heard of it. This fan club was established when Jiang, the campus beauty, first arrived at the school, and it boasts tens of thousands of members, with 90% being male. And do you know what is the most bizarre part? What? Qin Yuji continued. The fans within it don't even aspire to be her boyfriends. Wait, what is a dream man? Fang Yanzhou pondered, perplexed by the unfamiliar term. A dream man is someone who imagines themselves in the role of the campus beauty's boyfriend. The strange part is that most of them don't actually wish to be her boyfriend. Rather, they fantasize about being her older brother or younger brother. Are there really people with such peculiar inclinations? Fang Yanzhou expressed his confusion, yet he maintained his respect for their preferences. Well, that is wonderful. It makes me happy that so many people admire the senior. Qin Yuji, exasperated with the naivety of the young lad, pressed on. How do you still not understand? Your recent actions are akin to playing with fire. To those fans, it's as if a random, inexplicable blonde has suddenly appeared, attempting to whisk away their beloved sister or little sister. Do you comprehend? Fang Yanzhou furrowed his brow. Is it really that exaggerated? You are an only child, aren't you? Fang Yanzhou nodded. Then that explains it. Qin Yuji turned to Lu Yuansheng and asked, Ah Cheng, what would you do if one day you saw your sister chatting with some random fool who appeared out of nowhere? The once composed young man suddenly erupted, launching into a flurry of punches and kicks at the air, exclaiming with fury, Damn it! No one is allowed to touch my sister. Old Qin nodded in satisfaction, remarking, Did you see that? This is what it means to be a protective brother. Fang Yanzhou was left speechless, questioning the exaggeration of the scene. The group noisily returned to their dormitory, as they had classes in the afternoon and he desired a brief respite. Meanwhile, at Jiang Qingwan's home, Jiang Hui observed the installation technician, supporting the latter while cheerfully advising, Uncle, please be careful and don't fall. Don't worry, dear, he assured her. Half an hour later, he announced, all done. Jiang Hui called out towards the inner room, Sister, time to pay. After Jiang Qingwan settled the payment, she followed the instructions to download a software application. Jiang Hui, puzzled, inquired, Sister, why are you installing surveillance cameras outside? It's none of your concern, Jiang Qingwan replied coldly. This behavior struck Jiang Hui as peculiar, and she surmised it must be related to the handsome young man across the street. Lost in her own deductions, she failed to notice Jiang Qingwan's indifferent gaze upon her. Jiang Hui, how long do you plan to stay here? Sister, you can't possibly want to drive me away already. I've only just arrived 2 days ago. Jiang Qingwan snorted dismissively, but remained silent. It was not that she wished her sister gone. Rather, she felt that the young man's constant presence around her younger sibling was detrimental to neighborly harmony. I have yet to meet my brother, so I shan't leave. At the mention of this, Jiang Qingwan felt skepticism rise within her. Could love truly blossom from an online romance? When will you meet this so-called brother of yours? Jiang Hui, looking somewhat distressed, replied, It's not that I don't want to meet him. I'm just not ready yet. What if he doesn't find me appealing? Not appealing? Jiang Qingwan scrutinized her sister from head to toe. Though Jiang Hui may not be the tallest, her figure belonged to the petite category. Yet, despite her height, her physique was undeniably commendable, with all the right attributes, even exceeding the average. As for her face, it was exquisite, akin to that of a doll. The beauty within the Jiang family was unparalleled. A man who could overlook her sister's charms simply did not exist. You're overthinking it. Whatever happened to your previous confidence? Jiang Hui pouted and retorted, Sister, you've never been in love, so you wouldn't understand. When you truly fall for someone, self-doubt creeps in. You worry about what flaws may displease them and fear that any strengths you possess might inadvertently hurt them. I once shared this ignorance, but ever since I met him, I've grasped the essence of genuine love. With that, she retreated to her bedroom, and soon the sounds of her gaming filled the air. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingwan sat on the couch, lost in thought, the weight of her sister's words echoing in her mind. Is self-doubt truly the first response when one loves sincerely? Reflecting on her 20-plus years of life, she realized she had never encountered anyone who instilled such feelings of inadequacy within her. Even when she suffered from a skin condition that hindered her ability to engage socially, she had never felt inferior to a specific individual. No, something was amiss. Suddenly, a visage surfaced in her mind, a face both sincere and handsome. It was only in the presence of this individual that she found herself fretting over whether she was performing adequately, anxious that if he were to discover her peculiar affliction, he might disdain her. Could this be love? For the first time, Jiang Qinghuan earnestly reflected upon her many unusual behaviors over the past few days, leading her to a conclusion: absolute nonsense. Humph, she had not fallen for him. She merely desired to be close to him, and felt a tinge of discontent upon hearing about his affection for someone else. Could such feelings be construed as love? Jiang Qinghuan refused to acknowledge it. Absolutely not. She grasped her phone, gazing at the surveillance footage displayed on its screen. Hadn't she merely knocked on the door without further action? Now, she was determined to uncover the truth of the matter. After Fang Yanzhou awoke, he proceeded to class with his roommates. Upon entering the classroom, every gaze converged upon him. As soon as he sat down, a fellow student thrust his phone into his face, exclaiming, "Fang Yanzhou, is this post true or false?" Fang Yanzhou took the phone and looked. There, atop the confession wall of Beijing University, lay an anonymous post. The title read, "Shocking. The aloof campus belle is seen laughing and chatting with a certain boy in the gym." Chapter 33. Mistakenly thought to be the campus belle's cousin. He had no intention of hiding anything. After all, there was nothing illicit between him and the campus belle. Bro, speak. What is your relationship with the campus belle? It can't be true what the internet says, that you two are actually relatives, right? Relatives? Fang Yanzhou was quite impressed by the imagination of these individuals. Why would they think such a thing? He shifted his focus back to the phone, noticing the comments section beneath the post was inundated. No, to be precise, it was being controlled. Hundreds of comments adorned with a singular prefix, Nguyenyuan's little house. It was evident that these individuals were all part of Jiang Qinghuan's fan club, each reiterating the same phrase: do not believe rumors, do not spread rumors. Protect Nguyenyuan for a lifetime. Even Fang Yanzhou, who had initially dismissed the matter, was taken aback by the fervor of these fans. Their enthusiasm rivaled that of the entertainment industry. Soon enough, he understood why his classmates had inquired about any familial ties between him and the senior. Beneath that post lay another anonymous message declaring, "I have solid proof. I can attest that the campus belle and that boy are not as you imagine. They are conversing because he is the campus belle's cousin." Many comments questioned this assertion. "I could claim to be the campus belle's cousin too. Do you have evidence?" To which the original poster replied, "My father works at the Education Bureau. I called and confirmed they share the same household registration. I cannot disclose others' privacy, believe it or not. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" Remarkably, some actually believed him. I think the original poster is correct. Would non-relatives engage in conversation? During the 3 years of university, how many of you have witnessed the campus belle initiate a conversation with a male student? Indeed, one must ponder. Aside from the fact that 2 of them are relatives, what other reason could possibly motivate the campus belle to engage with a boy? I concur. Frankly, the more I observe, the more they resemble each other. Not to mention, this young man is rather handsome, though he pales in comparison to my own charming self, who is often likened to Pring Yuyan from Beijing. What on earth is this about? Why must it be assumed that the senior speaks to him solely because they are related? Fang Yanzhou found the situation quite exasperating. He returned the phone to his classmate, who gazed at him with an insatiable curiosity for gossip. "So, you truly are the campus belle's cousin?" Fang Yanzhou remained silent. Nearby, Yanzhou, noticing the awkwardness, quickly interjected, Go, go, go. Off you go to play." My brother sprang forth from a stone. It was only when the teacher entered that the class fell silent once more. Fang Yanzhou stared at the ceiling, feeling utterly despondent. Oh heavens! Who will come to his rescue? And Zhua, relishing the situation, remarked, "I always said you were rather naive. Well, now you've become a campus celebrity. And the entire Beijing University is now aware that the campus belle has a cousin." Fang Yanzhou found no reason to smile. His initial intention to become the campus belle's boyfriend had inexplicably transformed him into her cousin. How could he be so unfortunate? Fang Yanzhou promptly felt despondent, resting his head on the desk, remaining silent. The class bell rang. "Class is over. Josie, let us go eat." "I'm not going." El Yuanqing exclaimed in horror. "You're not seriously going to starve yourself over this, are you?" "No, the club has an event. I don't have time." He had only just received the news. Such is university life, filled with engagements. Sometimes, a word from a senior must be attended to immediately, otherwise, you may find yourself in a difficult position later. When Fang Yanzhou arrived, most students were already present. However, Jiang Qinghuan was absent. Yet, even in her absence, No one dared to voice any objections. As the boys entered, whispers filled the room. It was evident they were discussing the confession wall. Fang Yanzhou ignored their scrutinizing gazes and took a seat. Zhang Ziyo had been fixated on the boy since he entered, hoping for a moment of eye contact, but he remained oblivious to her presence. She had seen the confession wall. The notion that Fang Yanzhou was the campus belle's cousin was utterly absurd. With everyone gathered, let us proceed with the matter at hand. Chen Hao, assuming an authoritative stance, proclaimed with a self-important air, "Our New Year's performance has already been decided. Previously, I asked you to privately message me about the roles you wish to play. Why has no one reached out?" The crowd lowered their heads in silence. It wasn't he that they lacked interest. The mere thought of Chen Hao as the director extinguished all enthusiasm. Noticing the silence, Chen Hao swiftly focused on one individual. "Classmate Yanzhou, do you have a role in mind?" His tone, drastically different from before, was now soft and persuasive, astonishing everyone present. It was the first time they had witnessed the term sycophant so vividly personified. Someone muttered quietly, and upon hearing this, Chen Hao's smile faltered momentarily. Yet he retained his composure. "If you have a role in mind, you must let me know, understood?" Fang Yanzhou, despite his naivety, was acutely aware of the sudden shift in the other party's demeanor. It appeared that he had genuinely been regarded as the schoolflower's cousin. "Well, I don't have any plans at the moment," he admitted, as he had never been particularly interested in acting. Had it not been for the presence of a senior, he would have likely withdrawn from the troupe by his second year. "I do." At that moment, a girl spoke up, revealing herself to be Zhang Xiaohe. "What role do you wish to play?" she asked. With unwavering confidence, Zhang Xiaohe declared, "I want to portray Cinderella." "The lead role?" "Absolutely," Chen Hao replied enthusiastically. Their camaraderie was well known within the club. "Additionally, I would like Fang Yanzhou to join me as the prince." "What nonsense is this?" Fang Yanzhou's face was a canvas of confusion. Before Chen Hao could respond, the boy coldly interjected, "I refuse to participate." The abruptness of his rejection caught everyone off guard, leaving Zhang Xiaohe feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chen Hao, realizing the situation, cautiously suggested, "Xiaohe, why don't you discuss it privately with Yanzhou?" As for the other roles, since there were no objections, he decided to finalize them. The tedious meeting concluded, leaving Fang Yanzhou ravenous, his stomach nearly touching his back. He pondered whether his friends had prepared his favorite dish, shredded pork and garlic sauce. His face was a portrait of longing for food. Yet he was unexpectedly halted by Zhang Xiaohe, who grasped his arm with surprising strength. "Is there something you need?" Previously, Fang Yanzhou had treated her with a semblance of courtesy, but now he was on the verge of expressing his desire for her to leave. Upon seeing his evident annoyance, Zhang Xiaohe burst into tears. "It would be a travesty if the Oscars did not award you a little golden statuette," she lamented. Fang Yanzhou, upon witnessing her tears, felt an inexplicable irritation, as though he had wronged her. "Yanzhou, I was in the wrong. I was immature before. Can you forgive me? I will apologize to your mother regarding the last incident. As for Qian Xiao, I have already rejected him and asked him to cease his pursuit." Her incessant babbling went unheard by Fang Yanzhou, who was solely focused on his hunger. Noticing that he did not contest her words, Zhang Xiaohe felt a weight lift from her chest. She knew that as long as she was willing to admit her faults, Fang Yanzhou would forgive her. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Fang Yanzhou, let us be together." Chapter 34. The schoolflower wants to play Cinderella. With a loud bang, the classroom door swung open. Fang Yanzhou turned to see Jiang Qingwan standing in the doorway, her expression unreadable. The pallor that had previously enveloped his face vanished, replaced by excitement as he exclaimed, "Senior, what brings you here?" However, Jiang Qingwan's gaze was fixated on Zhang Xiaohe, her expression devoid of emotion as she replied, "Just passing by." She had anticipated finishing her student council duties in time to attend the club meeting, only to find herself arriving late, though perhaps not entirely so. As she stumbled upon this scene, a girl confessing to her junior? Such audacity. "What are you two doing?" she inquired, directing her attention to the boy. Just as Fang Yanzhou was about to clarify, Zhang Xiaohe interjected, "Senior, this is my boyfriend." With that, she effortlessly linked her arm through Fang Yanzhou's. In an instant, a heavy silence enveloped the classroom. What was happening? Why had the atmosphere suddenly turned so cold? Fang Yanzhou released Zhang Xiaohe's hand, brushed off his sleeves, and furrowed his brows as he remarked, "What nonsense are you spouting? When did I become your boyfriend?" This woman certainly had an audacious demeanor. Upon hearing the boy's words, Jiang Qinghuan's expression softened slightly, yet her voice remained frostily indifferent. Isn't it common knowledge that romantic relationships are prohibited within the club? Is that a rule? Fang Yanzhou thought back to when he first registered. It was never mentioned to him. Did this mean he could not pursue a romance with a senior? A wave of disappointment washed over him. Noticing this, Jiang Qinghuan emanated an even colder aura. Zhang Xiaohe, feeling disgruntled, interjected, "Senior, when did our club establish such a regulation? I don't recall Senior Chunhao mentioning it." Jiang Qinghuan replied icily, "I instituted it. Do you have an objection?" Her formidable presence rendered Zhang Xiaohe momentarily speechless, although she still felt a deep-seated resentment. Did being the school belle grant her the right to wield her privilege to bully juniors? After Jiang Qinghuan departed, Fang Yanzhou remained ensnared in his melancholic thoughts, completely oblivious to Zhang Xiaohe's aggrieved expression. She tugged at his sleeve and implored, "Yanzhou, if you wish, we could secretly date. Dear lady, I have expressed countless times that I no longer harbor feelings for you. Kindly take your leave as far as possible." It was as if she were a cockroach that refused to be exterminated. Did this woman possess an ounce of sanity? Was she incapable of comprehending human speech? He simply could not fathom her persistence. She had once looked down upon him and now clung to him desperately. Her mental state was more precarious than that of any lunatic. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Xiaohe could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. "I know I was wrong. How could your heart be so cruel? I just agreed to date you. Isn't that what you've always wanted?" She failed to grasp that she had humbled herself to win him back, yet he could dismiss her so callously. It forced her to question whether his previous kindness had been sincere or merely a facade. "I have someone I like now." Zhang Xiao's eyes reddened as she pressed. "Who is it? What girl could possibly rival my beauty or figure? Not your concern. In any case, my past with you is over. Please cease your harassment," he coldly declared before departing without a backward glance. "Fang Yanzhou, I will not give up on you." Returning to his dormitory, Fang Yanzhou consumed the fish-flavored shredded pork rice his roommate had brought, all while chatting with his friend, the T-Rex. "Why haven't you updated your comic lately?" the T-Rex inquired. "Too busy," Yanzhou replied, his tone slightly petulant. After the previous incident, he still harbored some resentment towards the T-Rex. Was it proper for a devoted fan to avoid meeting and answering calls? He felt as though he was being strung along. "Have you eaten?" "No," he stated deliberately. "Oh," came the terse reply. "Was that all? As a proper fan, shouldn't one show some concern?" Fang Yanzhou found himself worried about the emotional intelligence of this fan. A reclusive boy with few friends and such low emotional acuity would find it exceedingly difficult to secure a girlfriend in the future. As a positive energy influencer, Fang Yanzhou resolved to genuinely assist his followers. "Bro, you're approaching this incorrectly. Thankfully, I'm a guy. If I were a girl, you'd easily find yourself at a disadvantage. Do you understand?" The Tyrannosaurus replied, "Is that so? How should I respond then? If the person on the other end is a girl, you should say, 'Darling, are you starving? Hurry and eat something. It pains me to see you like this.'" Jiang Qinghuan chuckled softly at the reply displayed on her phone screen, causing Chunhao's voice to abruptly halt. "Qinghuan, haha, what are you laughing at?" He scratched his head, feeling bashful. Realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, Jiang Qinghuan swiftly adopted her aloof demeanor, responding nonchalantly. "It's nothing. Please continue." "Oh," Chunhao resumed, "our club's New Year's program has been finalized, but we still need 2 leading roles. The character of Cinderella is tentatively assigned to Zhang Xiao, while the prince will likely be Fang Yanzhou." Jiang Qinghuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Fang Yanzhou?" Chunhao, eager to take credit, proclaimed, "Yes. He's the younger cousin of our senior." "Cousin? When did this junior become her cousin?" "Indeed." Chunhao pulled out his phone and flipped to the latest post on the confession wall. Upon seeing it, Jiang Qinghuan's expression shifted dramatically. Once she grasped the entire situation, she burst into laughter once more. This time, Chunhao was utterly stunned. A fairy truly is a fairy. Even her laughter is enchanting. There must be few who have witnessed the school belle smile throughout the entire university, he mused. Is the school belle truly this happy in my company? It seems I am one step closer to successfully pursuing her. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan remained oblivious to the young man's thoughts. "By the way, I believe we should reconsider the male and female leads. After all, this is a once-a-year New Year's program. Having 2 freshmen in the leading roles seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it?" Chunhao nodded vigorously. Yes, I feel the same way." Jiang Qinghuan continued, "especially for such an important role as Cinderella. I believe selecting an experienced member from the club would be more suitable. Do you understand?" This left Chunhao in a quandary. There were indeed many experienced members in the club, but Zhang Ziyo was certainly among those with both looks and figure. It seemed there was no one better except for the school belle before him. However, suggesting she take on the role was utterly implausible. After all, she was the most popular yet most aloof belle at Beijing University. To ask her to play Cinderella was absurd. Oh, by the way, I happen to have some free time recently. If the club truly cannot find a suitable actress, I could help. Jiang Qinghuan's casual remark astonished Chen Hao. Wait, he must have misheard. The school belle just expressed her willingness to play Cinderella? Chapter 35. A treasure what? Do you think I'm unsuitable? Jiang Qinghuan retorted. No. Chen Hao immediately shook his head, completely forgetting that he was the president. The thought of the school belle portraying the female lead left him unable to fathom how lively the New Year's gala would be. After all, though Jiang Qinghuan serves as the vice president of the drama club, she has never performed in a public setting. Her admission into the club was solely due to one thing: her stunning appearance. Over the years, no one has surpassed her, nor has anyone dared to question her reign. Thus, the leading role was decisively assigned to her. When Chen Hao relayed this news to Zhang Ziyo, she was taken aback. Why her? Wasn't it agreed that I would play Cinderella? Chen Hao nonchalantly replied. Circumstances have changed. The role has been reassigned. To whom? She inquired. In the entire drama club, Jiang Qinghuan possessed the highest allure and the most graceful figure. She could not fathom anyone more suitable for the part. You need not concern yourself with that. If Jiang Qinghuan is to take on the lead, this matter must be kept under wraps. I am preparing for our show to be the grand finale. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyo's expression darkened. She grasped Chen Hao's arm, her voice tinged with dismay. Senior, given our rapport, you must tell me. Her bond with Chen Hao was indeed closer than with others, primarily because they often indulged in drinks together. Through him, she had encountered numerous wealthy heirs. Yet, after much contemplation, she found herself preferring Fang Yanzhou. Those affluent individuals could take her out for entertainment or to upscale restaurants. Yet when it came to splitting bills or purchasing luxury items, they would vanish. She gradually realized that finding someone like Fang Yanzhou, both well-off and genuine, was a rarity. Thus, she was unwilling to let go easily. I can share everything with you, but this matter is non-negotiable. Noticing Zhang Ziyo's resolute demeanor, Chen Hao understood that she would not pry further, and her expression darkened. If I cannot play the role, neither shall anyone else. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou was fixated on his phone screen. His friend, the big Tyrannosaurus, had once again failed to respond to his messages. Was he truly that busy? Just as he contemplated sending another message, an unexpected phone call interrupted him. Take out. I didn't order any. Oh, all right, I'm coming down. After hanging up, Fang Yanzhou felt bemused. Someone had ordered him takeout? Concerned that the delivery person might be kept waiting, he quickly donned a jacket and rushed downstairs. Upon his return, he was laden with 2 large bags. The inhabitants of the dormitory gathered around him, exclaiming, Wow, Josie, are you experiencing a famine? Today isn't even Crazy Thursday. Do the wealthy squander like this? Ignoring the jest from his friends, Fang Yanzhou placed the takeout on the table, his mind racing to identify the generous soul who had placed the order for him. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up with a notification. Someone had sent him a green bubble. It was the big Tyrannosaurus. The takeout has arrived, right? Fang Yanzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? It was the big Tyrannosaurus who had ordered him takeout. He swiftly typed back, Bro, how did you get my dorm address? Jiang Qinghuan, on the other end, smirked as she replied, Don't worry about that. Just enjoy your meal. Such audacity. Upon reading her message, Fang Yanzhou could only think of 2 words, sheer boldness. But why did you order me takeout? The other party responded instantly, Aren't you hungry? Oh right. He had mentioned to them that he hadn't eaten. Reflecting on this, Fang Yanzhou couldn't help but want to slap himself. Who said our Tyrannosaurus Rex lacks emotional intelligence? His skills in charming the ladies are simply impeccable. Thanks, brother. But this is too much for me to finish alone. May I invite my roommate to join? The Tyrannosaurus Rex, being exceptionally understanding, replied, Of course. As he read the message, a warm current flowed through Fang Yanzhou's heart. If the Tyrannosaurus Rex were female, he would undoubtedly be infatuated. This terrifying thought only lingered for a moment before Fang Yanzhou swiftly dispelled it. You are truly hungry, Fang Yanzhou. Isn't the senior sister more appealing? Just as he pondered this, the other party sent another message. Could you send me a video of you eating? What an odd preference. As a resident of Rongqing, he had grown accustomed to a myriad of mind-boggling news reports. He felt compelled to be cautious. Brother, I am truly a straight man. Although I am handsome, humorous, and innocent, this is not my cup of tea. Jiang Qingwan couldn't help but roll her eyes upon reading this message. How self-absorbed can this guy be? Yet, he was rather endearing. She promptly clarified, don't overthink it. I simply enjoy watching others eat. She had previously come across a couple of college students who would film themselves dining together, occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes from their campus life. She had felt envious of that delightful atmosphere. It was something she longed for. With the other party's reassurance, Fang Yanzhou had no reason to doubt any longer. So he activated his front camera and took a bite of a hamburger, sending it to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Jiang Qingwan remained on the chat page with Fang Yanzhou, and upon receiving the video, she eagerly clicked to view it. In the video, a boy clad in a gray sweatshirt, with delicate features, was munching on a hamburger, resembling a little hamster. She became so engrossed that she didn't even notice someone standing behind her. Since when did you develop a taste for eating broadcasts? Xiong Jiangyi chimed in unexpectedly, causing Jiang Qingwan to instinctively cover her phone. She composed herself and replied, What? Eating broadcasts? Weren't you just watching one? That host is quite handsome and not greasy at all. What's his name? I need to follow. Recently, she had been on a diet and had become infatuated with various eating broadcasts, though most featured excessive quantities of food that often left her feeling unwell. This little boy was quite delightful. Xiong Jiangyi had taken out her phone, only to see the campus belle wearing an irritable expression, as if someone had angered her. Speak up, she urged. I don't know, Jiang Qingwan responded coldly, still shielding her phone screen. Xiong Jiangyi looked puzzled. Then just take a look. Yet, Jiang Qingwan simply placed her phone in her pocket and said in a low voice, This is mine. Xiong Jiangyi nearly let a curse slip. Jiang Qingwan, when did you become so stingy? Jiang Qinghuan feigned ignorance of her words, engrossed in the pages of her book. Oh, I understand. Are you afraid that your treasure of a blogger will gain more recognition? Treasure? Jiang Qinghuan's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, though perhaps a tad exaggerated. It was not entirely unfounded to refer to it as a treasure, especially since it belonged solely to her. Chapter 36. Dressing style having satiated his hunger and thirst. Fang Yanzhou was preparing to tidy up for his journey home when, suddenly, Yanzhou, engrossed in his video game, let out a shriek. What the heck? My darling says she is in Beijing. She wants to meet. The inevitable had arrived. The other two roommates, upon hearing this, immediately expressed their excitement. That's amazing, Zhuozi. A beautiful woman is throwing herself at you. You truly have surprised me. It is well known that in this day and age, online romances abound. Yet few progress to the point of meeting in person. Moreover, it is rare for a woman to travel such a distance to seek out a man. Relationships often hinge on a delicate balance of pros and cons. At that moment, Yanzhuo's heart raced, and his face flushed with exhilaration. It was evident that he was overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, in the next instant, he caught a glimpse of his own physique in the mirror, and his enthusiasm waned. How could he possibly meet anyone looking like this? It would be a miracle if he didn't scare her away. Alas, surely, she would find him unappealing. Fang Yanzhou abruptly abandoned his intention to return home, sensing that his friend was in need of support. Zhuozi, do not fret. Meeting in person at least leaves no regrets. Fang Yanzhou reassured him. They were still young, with ample opportunities to learn from their missteps. Lao Qin chimed in supportively. Exactly. Be a man and charge forth boldly. Motivated by his friend's encouragement, Yanzhuo's spirit was reignited. Yes, indeed. The worst that can happen is being rejected. It's not like I haven't faced rejection before. He seized his phone and sent a message. Darling, let us meet tomorrow at 2 p.m. at the entrance of Beijing University. That night, the boys of dorm 214 busied themselves with preparations for their roommates' rendezvous. Lao Qin produced his limited edition donkey brand jacket, while Fang Yanzhou retrieved his long-neglected black submariner watch. Lu Yuanqing lent Yanzhou his well-worn guide to wooing women, honed over many years. As the clock struck 11, the dormitory lights dimmed, signaling the onset of the students' nocturnal escapades. Fang Yanzhou, having spent 2 days away from home, grew concerned about the well-being of his dog, Xiaobai. He reached out to the college student he had hired for dog walking. Hey, how is Xiaobai doing today? The reply came swiftly. Video. Upon opening it, he saw Xiaobai riding a small toy dog, his little rear end swaying back and forth. This rascal. The student responded, Brother, I can't control him. Fang Yanzhou replied awkwardly, It's fine. Just let him be. After putting down his phone, he contemplated the necessity of arranging for Xiaobai to be neutered. As he closed his eyes, ready to succumb to slumber, Yanzhou's voice erupted from the adjacent bed. "Darling, don't leave me." Taking a deep breath, Fang Yanzhou settled back down to sleep. 5 minutes later, Yanzhou's voice rang out again. "Darling, I promised to lose weight." This was followed by a wail. Fang Yanzhou exchanged a glance with the other two, and they all perceived the patience reflected in each other's eyes. They endured for the sake of their brotherhood. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan observed her frantic cousin, who appeared ready to lash out. The bedroom was a chaotic spectacle, strewn with an array of garments. Uniforms, fitted blazers, bodycon skirts, stepmother dresses, kipayos, and even bikinis had been unearthed. Jiang Hui stood frozen, her doll-like face contorted in confusion, unsure of which outfit to choose. "Sister, what style do boys prefer?" Before Jiang Qinghuan could respond, her cousin chided herself. "How foolish of me to ask you." After all, her sister had barely interacted with men. So how could she possibly know? Jiang Qinghuan felt a twinge of disdain. Who said she was clueless? If she was uncertain, she could simply inquire. With that thought, she retrieved her phone, opened her contacts, and found a name adorned with a little hamster icon. Clicking on it. "What style of clothing do you like girls to wear?" At the moment Fang Yanzhou received the text, he was engrossed in scrolling through videos. He was certain he wouldn't be getting any sleep that night. Upon seeing the message from his senior, he felt a moment of confusion, followed by contemplation. As a man, he inevitably harbored certain inclinations, and everyone has their peculiar preferences. Up until now, Fang Yanzhou was aware of his foot fetish. As for what kind of clothing he preferred on girls, he reflected back to his childhood, when he loved watching Republic of China dramas with his parents. The actresses in those shows typically wore kipayos. He remembered that during his adolescent years, the first dream he had featured a girl clad in a qipao. He always believed that women in kipayos possessed a unique allure, mature yet sensual. In retrospect, this seemed to embody his subconscious preference. Thus, he replied candidly, "Qipao." Jiang Qinghuan, who had been eagerly awaiting a response, displayed a troubled expression upon reading his message. She had never worn a qipao before. However, she mused that occasionally altering her dressing style might not be a bad idea. She set her phone down and pointed to a new Chinese-style qipao on the bed, saying to Jiang Hui, "I'll take this one." Jiang Hui was taken aback, her face a canvas of confusion. "Huh." Then, she watched in disbelief as her beloved cousin unceremoniously shoved her out of the room and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Realizing what had happened, she shouted, "Jiang Qinghuan, are you out of your mind?" 10 minutes later, the bedroom door swung open. Even though she was accustomed to the familiar face she had known since childhood, Jiang Hui could not help but be astonished. Though they were both women, the disparity was striking. Jiang Qinghuan stood before her in a black embroidered qipao, accentuating her alluring curves, complemented by her cool demeanor, elevating the entire atmosphere. "Sister, the way this qipao fits you is worlds apart from how it looks on me." Although it was a knee-length qipao on Jiang Qinghuan, it transformed into a figure-hugging dress. Jiang Qinghuan replied without a hint of modesty, "I have long legs." Jiang Hui was rendered speechless, but soon she sensed something amiss. The esteemed, aloof campus belle was having a wardrobe change in the middle of the night. There was certainly something fishy going on. "Sister, what made you suddenly want to wear a qipao?" Jiang Qinghuan calmly remarked, "Let's change the style." It's not that simple. You see, when a girl suddenly starts to dress up and alter her style, it usually signifies one of two things. Either she has been heartbroken, or she has fallen in love. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. "Sister, do you know what would complement a qipao beautifully?" "What?" Jiang Hui replied earnestly, "Black stockings." As she spoke, she retrieved a pair of unworn black stockings from her suitcase and thrust them into her companion's hands. "You must wear this tomorrow. I guarantee it will captivate him." Jiang Qinghuan had never donned such stockings before. Once she comprehended her friend's suggestion, she stubbornly retorted, "I merely wish to change my style. Don't overthink it." With that, she retreated to her room, clutching the black stockings. Jiang Hui watched her escape with a sly grin. "Future brother-in-law, how will you thank me?" She chuckled as she turned back to her room, her gaze lingering on the heap of clothes sprawled across her bedroom floor. Then, her smile froze. "Wait. Who exactly am I meeting tomorrow?" Chapter 37. Call me sister brothers. Wish me luck. In dormitory 214, Yanzhou wore an expression akin to facing death. The other three formed a line, embracing each other warmly. In brotherhood, words were unnecessary. After Yanzhou left, Lao Qin inquired, Do you think Shuizi will succeed this time? Lu Yuanqing shook his head. It wasn't that he lacked faith in his friend. Rather, the world today was starkly pragmatic and unforgiving. The more genuine the emotion, the rarer its encounter. Ordinary people merely sought mutual benefit. The wealthy favored the young and beautiful, while the young and beautiful desired handsome men. And the handsome sought affluent women. This vicious cycle perpetuated itself. Sincere souls continuously missed each other. Forget about that. Shall we play some games? Fang Yanzhou, now dressed and shoed, stated, No, I need to head to the club. Lu Yuanqing frowned, puzzled. How is your club busier than our student council? Fang Yanzhou shrugged. Who knows? At the start of university, I found the student council too troublesome, so I opted for the club, hoping to earn some credits. Little did I expect to be summoned multiple times this month. The key is, encountering senior sisters would be a bonus, but they hardly ever attend. This time, I don't hold much hope. On his way to the club, Fang Yanzhou happened to pass by the sports field. Unlike any other day, Beijing University's playground buzzed with activity today. Some were jogging, others playing basketball, and many were strolling. However, he soon realized that although everyone appeared engaged in their own pursuits, their gazes were subtly directed toward a singular location. Following their line of sight, Fang Yanzhou noticed a tall girl clad in a black qipao, draped with a shawl. Her lips crimson and teeth pearly white, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Isn't she cold dressed so lightly? He internally scoffed. Truly, today's girls would go to great lengths for beauty. As he approached, Fang Yanzhou discerned her features more clearly. It was her. In the next moment, she simultaneously turned her gaze toward him. Fang Yanzhou immediately rushed over. Senior, Jiang Qinghuan, with her keen eyesight, had already spotted the boy in the distance. But it seemed that the foolish lad had not yet realized it was her. What a coincidence! In truth, she had been standing on the playground for half an hour. Upon discerning his attire, Fang Yanzhou shyly lowered his gaze, only to find himself captivated by a pair of exquisite legs clad in black stockings. Goodness, senior, aren't you cold in that? Cold, extremely cold, Jiang Qinghuan replied, though she would never admit it. Instead, she countered, does it not look good? Fang Yanzhou nodded vigorously. It looks marvelous. Absolutely stunning. It perfectly strikes my aesthetic. Suddenly, he recalled the previous night when she had inquired about his preferences for women's attire, to which he had responded with Chongsam. A wave of self-importance washed over him. Could it be that she dressed for him? Jiang Qinghuan, sensing his thoughts, was about to tease him when she was interrupted. Hello, senior. May I take your picture? A boy suddenly approached, clutching a professional camera, overwhelmed by shyness. He spoke with his head bowed. Jiang Qinghuan recognized him as Wang Tao, the administrator of her fan club and also a devoted admirer. Her fan club operated with remarkable professionalism, featuring anti-hate initiatives and dedicated promotion posts. They would familiarize themselves with Jiang Qinghuan's schedule, capturing her essence without causing disruption, and subsequently sharing the images online for the fans of Beijing University to admire. Jiang Qinghuan had always been indifferent to such matters, and due to her aloof demeanor, few fans dared to approach her. However, this time, perhaps because she had donned an unusual outfit, Wang Tao was eager to seize the opportunity to capture the beauty of the campus flower. Nervously, he awaited her response, not daring to harbor high hopes, as rejection was a common occurrence. Okay, she replied, and Wang Tao looked up in astonishment, only to quickly lower his gaze again, overwhelmed by her striking beauty. Could it be true? The campus beauty had indeed consented. Seeing this, Fang Yanzhou prepared to withdraw, as it would be inappropriate for him to linger while she was being photographed. However, Jiang Qinghuan stated, but I want to take a picture with him. She glanced at Fang Yanzhou, who was evidently still processing her statement. Wang Tao, upon noticing the handsome junior before him, recalled the recent gossip on the confession wall and promptly exclaimed, of course. If he's the campus flower's cousin, then there's no problem. Initially, their fan club had intended to teach this impudent lad a lesson, but upon realizing his connection to the campus beauty, they promptly fell in line. Thus, Fang Yanzhou obediently followed Jiang Qinghuan to the tree. All right. Yes. Just like that. Now change your pose. Hold it. Perfect. After half an hour, Fang Yanzhou was in a daze, utterly unaware of what he had just done. Meanwhile, Wang Tao, gazing at the photographs of the handsome young man and the beautiful girl in the camera, felt exhilarated. This, indeed, was art. If posted on the school forum, one can hardly imagine the fervor it would incite. Although reluctant and wishing to converse with the goddess a little longer, he understood that as a devoted fan, It was time for him to withdraw. I'm feeling a bit chilly. Could you fetch me a cup of milk tea? Jiang Qinghuan suddenly requested of Fang Yanzhou. Of course. Senior. Fang Yanzhou replied obediently before departing. Once he was out of earshot, Jiang Qinghuan turned to Zhou Tao and said, "Add a green bubble. Send me all these photos." Zhou Tao was so overwhelmed with excitement, he nearly lost control. The goddess actually wanted to exchange contact information with him. Absolutely, absolutely. He stammered, trembling as he took out his phone, ready to scan the QR code for the green bubble. However, Zhou Tao, fearing the goddess might change her mind, was startled when she added, "These photos cannot be posted on the forum." They were her pictures with the younger male student. The mere thought of sharing them with unrelated individuals, who might even attract a swarm of admirers for this lad, unsettled her. Her possessions were meant to be savored solely by herself. Zhou Tao immediately declared, "No problem." If any members of the fan club inquired, he would simply say the goddess had not consented to the photos. Clever indeed. After successfully adding the goddess's green bubble, he left feeling utterly satisfied. Just then, Fang Yanzhou returned, brimming with excitement, holding the milk tea. "Senior, warm your hands." He thrust the drink into Jiang Qinghuan's grasp. Their hands brushed against one another, and Jiang Qinghuan instinctively grasped his. Fang Yanzhou was momentarily taken aback. Clearing her throat, Jiang Qinghuan remarked, "Your hands are quite warm. Though I am young, I am in good health." Fang Yanzhou boisterously replied. Jiang Qinghuan chuckled, holding the milk tea, and suddenly recalled the words on the confession wall. She teased, "Call me sister." Chapter 38. In his embrace, Fang Yanzhou was stunned. A touch of shyness washed over him. As the only child in his family, he had never addressed anyone as sister before. Although he thought this, he obediently murmured, "Sister." The sound of sister reached Jiang Qinghuan's ears, evoking a unique emotion within her. Observing the boy's flushed ears, she felt an overwhelming desire to pull him into her embrace and ruffle his hair. Surely, it would be quite comforting, wouldn't it? The typically aloof and proud school belle was now lost in her own reverie, laughing softly. "Are you all right, senior?" Fang Yanzhou asked, feeling a sudden chill as he noticed her unexpected laughter. Meeting her indifferent gaze, he sensed an unsettling feeling, as if he were being scrutinized. Jiang Qinghuan quickly composed herself, taking a sip of her milk tea. That was close. She nearly gave herself away. The two chatted as they walked, discussing mostly trivial topics. "What did you eat today? What have you been busy with lately?" Most of the conversation stemmed from Fang Yanzhou's attempts to engage, and Jiang Qinghuan's responses remained succinct. He had grown accustomed to this. After all, she was the aloof senior. If she were more talkative, it wouldn't align with her persona. Upon arriving at the meeting room, the club members had yet to gather. Upon seeing the two enter together, Chunhao immediately approached them, urging, "Quick, take a seat." Fang Yanzhou selected a seat and settled down, while Jiang Qinghuan stood hesitantly to one side. Should she sit down, or take a seat beside him? A moment later, Fang Yanzhou sensed a waft of fragrance beside him. He glanced down to find the senior girl adorned in a black dress accentuating her long legs. Instantly, he removed his jacket and draped it over the legs of the campus beauty. The girl was clad in a qipao, which made her prone to accidental exposure. This lad was surprisingly thoughtful. Jiang Qinghuan slightly curled her lips in amusement. Meanwhile, Chunhao, whose gaze had been rather lecherous, immediately averted his eyes upon locking gazes with Fang Yanzhou. He began to address the matter at hand. Today, they were to discuss the New Year's program. Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou frowned. With not everyone present, why commence the discussion? His gaze coincidentally met Chunhao's. Ultimately, the club had decided that Yanzhou would assume the role of the male lead for this event. What? He distinctly remembered having declined the last time. This was undoubtedly the work of that woman, Zhang Xiaoa. Fang Yanzhou promptly refused, stating, "President, I'm afraid I'm not suited for this role." Firstly, he had no interest. Secondly, the mere thought of partnering with Zhang Xiaohe filled him with a sense of foreboding. Let whoever wishes to take on this fortuitous male lead do so. Unbeknownst to him, after uttering these words, the expressions of everyone present grew peculiar. First was Chunhao, who appeared somewhat embarrassed, then puzzled, as he involuntarily glanced at the previously silent Jiang Qinghuan. The moment he looked, he was taken aback. The campus beauty was gripping her milk tea so tightly that it had begun to deform, and her cold eyes seemed to emanate a certain murderous intent. She lowered her gaze and spoke in a soft, yet chilling tone. "Why do you not wish to?" When he realized it was the senior asking, Fang Yanzhou quickly replied earnestly, "I do not wish to partner with Zhang Xiaoa. That crazy woman would undoubtedly seize every opportunity to pester him. After he spoke, he felt the air around him lighten considerably. Jiang Qinghuan's previously morose expression returned to normal as she took a sip from her milk tea, finding it quite sweet. Upon hearing his words, Chunhao immediately clarified, "The female lead has changed, it is now Qinghuan." What? The leading lady is now the senior? This meant he would be performing alongside her. As the male and female leads were thus confirmed, Fang Yanzhou's expression transformed into one of sheer delight. Starkly contrasting his earlier demeanor when he had believed the lead was Zhang Xiaohe. Jiang Qinghuan observed this shift keenly. Zhang Xiaohe was the girl who had confessed to the junior last time, wasn't she? The junior seemed to exhibit considerable aversion towards her. With the leads and supporting roles settled, Chunhao promptly announced that rehearsals would take place every weekend. This meant he would be able to see the junior every weekend. Although they were neighbors, the assurance of weekly encounters brought Jiang Qinghuan immense satisfaction. After the official matters were settled, Fang Yanzhou and Jiang Qinghuan exited together, only to collide head-on with Zhang Xiaohe. Yanzhou. Upon recognizing the boy, Zhang Xiaohe's eyes sparkled, and as she glanced sideways, she met the deep gaze of the campus beauty. A tremor coursed through her heart. Uncertain of the reason, when the campus belle gazed in her direction, she felt as if she were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. One misstep could lead to a painful bite. She had committed no wrongdoing, so what was there to fear? Initially, she intended to seek you out in the dormitory, but your roommate informed her that you were at the club. That day ended on an unpleasant note, as the boy declared he had affections for someone else. Upon returning to the dormitory, she asked her roommate for analysis, and they collectively concluded that it was merely a fade. After pursuing her for 3 years, to suddenly profess feelings for another seemed utterly implausible. "Shall I treat you to dinner? Your favorite barbecue?" She looked at him with hopeful anticipation, only to discover indifference reflected in his eyes. Fang Yanzhou relished barbecue, yet in 3 years of courting Zhang Xiaohe, they had never shared a meal together. Each time she was mentioned, she displayed a look of disdain. The aroma of barbecue was overwhelming and unclean, leaving her new clothes tainted. Now, inexplicably, she suggested treating him. It was entirely unnecessary. Just as he prepared to decline, Jiang Qingxian interjected. "He doesn't wish to go." Her cold tone bore an undeniable authority. Standing on a higher step than Zhang Xiaohe, coupled with her dark attire, she exuded an aura of dominance, rendering Zhang Xiaohe akin to a mere fledgling in her presence. Indeed, she was intimidated by the reputedly aloof campus belle's imposing presence. Nevertheless, she summoned her courage and retorted, "You are not him." "How do you know he doesn't want to go?" Jiang Qingxian raised an eyebrow, turning to the boy beside her. "Oh, do you wish to go?" Fang Yanzhou shook his head vigorously. Ridiculous. How could he possibly want to attend? Moreover, he sensed that should he even slightly nod in agreement at that moment, his fate would be dire. Jiang Qingxian appeared satisfied with his response. She redirected her gaze to the begrudging Zhang Xiaohe and inquired, "Classmate, is there anything else?" Zhang Xiaohe, incensed, found herself at a loss for words. Wasn't it said that campus belles always traverse their paths alone? Why now did she meddle in others' affairs? Being rejected repeatedly. Even though Zhang Xiaohe had braced herself, her heart still ached. Watching the despondent figure depart, Fang Yanzhou fell into a reverie. Had he known this would be the outcome, would he have acted differently? Such a person was not worthy of sympathy. "Are you feeling pity?" Jiang Qingxian coldly remarked, gazing ahead. "No, merely reflecting," he replied. "Reflecting?" Jiang Qingxian countered. Fang Yanzhou nodded, stating, "People often learn to cherish what they have only after it is lost." Chapter 39, You Eat. "Just right for nourishment, accompany me to a place," Jiang Qingxian suddenly declared, her expression remaining impassive. "Where to?" Fang Yanzhou instinctively inquired. Displeased by his reaction, Jiang Qingxian retorted, "What? Are you afraid I'll devour you?" Although she yearned to consume this junior entirely, Jiang Qingxian believed in simmering him slowly, like a frog in warm water, until he could no longer leap away, wholly belonging to her. Fang Yanzhou promptly denied. How could that be? In his heart, the campus belle was an utterly innocent girl. How could she ever do something to hurt him? As they walked together, one in front and the other behind, Fang Yanzhou obediently followed Jiang Qinghuan. Presently, even if he appeared at school alongside the campus beauty, no one would find it strange, for they all assumed the two shared a sibling-like bond. This thought troubled Fang Yanzhou, who wanted to be the younger brother of the senior. He aspired to be her man, a true man. Gazing at the girl's delicate profile, Fang Yanzhou inquired, "Sister, the school is buzzing about our supposed sibling relationship." Jiang Qinghuan replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. "So, shouldn't we clarify things?" he suggested, genuinely fearing that the rumor might morph into reality, leaving him in a predicament. Although the future was uncertain, he wanted to eliminate any potential misunderstandings for now. "You're right," Fang Yanzhou's eyes brightened. "How about we say we are father and daughter instead?" The moment those words escaped his lips, a flush crept across his face. Was this something a senior would say? "Are you joking, sister?" he stammered. Jiang Qinghuan feigned ignorance, her brow furrowing slightly. "What's wrong? Is there an issue with that statement?" Fang Yanzhou's face turned crimson as he suddenly grew serious. "Sister, you cannot say such things to a boy." "Why not?" she asked playfully. Because it might attract the attention of unscrupulous men." He felt compelled to protect her innocence. A warm sensation coursed through Jiang Qinghuan at his words. This foolish boy truly believed she was oblivious to such matters. After all, her laptop contained a plethora of videos, quite the extensive collection, encompassing various genres. Before long, Fang Yanzhou found himself standing before a storefront adorned with the words "Old Soldier Barbecue." To his surprise, his senior had brought him to a barbecue place. "What are you standing around for?" she teased. "If it weren't for your earlier sadness, I wouldn't have thought to come here." Realizing the reason for her choice, Fang Yanzhou felt valued for the first time. Life can indeed be wondrous. A girl who had known him for 3 years showed little interest in his preferences, while someone he had known for merely a month took his casual remarks to heart. As they settled down, Jiang Qinghuan stared at the menu, uncertain of what to order since she had little experience with barbecue. Observing her hesitation, Fang Yanzhou kindly took the menu from her and called out to the owner, 20 skewers of lamb, 20 skewers of beef, 10 oysters, and 2 lamb kidneys. He then ordered some vegetables as well. Jiang Qinghuan silently watched him, suddenly feeling that the man placing the order was truly handsome. When Fang Yanzhou looked up, he caught her gazing at him with sparkling eyes. "Sister, do I have something on my face?" He had casually wiped his face before leaving. He hoped it wasn't anything unsightly. Jiang Qinghuan quickly masked her admiration with indifference, replying, "Nothing, I just think you look quite handsome." Upon hearing these words, Fang Yanzhou immediately straightened his posture, beginning to recount the love letters he had received during his middle and high school years. "Senior, I'm not exaggerating. Every time I entered the classroom in high school, my desk was filled with snacks from girls in other classes. And during every basketball game, girls would bring me drinks." Fang Yanzhou said with fervor, completely oblivious to the emotions of the girl before him. Jiang Qinghuan, unable to bear it any longer, softly remarked, "It seems you were quite popular." The thought of so many girls liking the younger student made her feel uneasy. If she were around, what business would those girls have? Fang Yanzhou, a straightforward young man, failed to realize his misstep, nodding enthusiastically, "Of course." At that moment, he was eager to prove to the girl he admired that he was indeed exceptional. However, as soon as these words left his lips, Jiang Qinghuan's expression turned cold, and she fell silent. Bewildered by his unawareness, Fang Yanzhou asked, "Senior, what's wrong?" Just then, the owner of the barbecue shop arrived with their recently ordered dishes. Having overheard their conversation, after all, it was hard not to notice such a striking duo in the establishment. "Young man, how could you talk about your admirers in front of your girlfriend? Clearly, you have never been in a relationship." The barbecue shop owner's words struck a chord with Fang Yanzhou, who suddenly realized his blunder. Feeling awkward, he scratched his head, wishing to convey that he and Jiang Qinghuan were not even in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but the owner had already moved on to attend to other customers. How could he have been so foolish to mention other girls in front of her? "Senior, I was wrong." A true man must be adaptable and courageous enough to take responsibility for his mistakes. He cautiously observed Jiang Qinghuan's expression, noting that she still kept her head down. Ignoring him, he quickly offered her a piece of grilled meat. "Senior, eat." Jiang Qinghuan was nearly exasperated by this man. How could someone be so obliviously straightforward? She retorted, "You eat, it's just what you need." "Need? What a joke. I'm a youthful man. I don't require such things. I want to eat." "Absolutely not." Jiang Qinghuan sighed, feigning anger. "Then I want to talk to you. Eat, eat, eat." Fang Yanzhou immediately shoved the food into his mouth. "Senior, you should eat too." "I want to eat. You must take care of yourself, understand?" Jiang Qinghuan said with a playful smile. Today, for reasons unknown, she had been saying things that made him blush. Didn't she realize that uttering such contrasting words while possessing such a beautiful face was utterly disarming? At that moment, 10 large oysters were presented. Jiang Qinghuan, with great thoughtfulness, removed the meat from each oyster and arranged them carefully before the young man. Fang Yanzhou was momentarily stunned. "Senior, aren't you eating?" His intention was to share the delicacy with her. "I'm allergic to seafood," Jiang Qinghuan replied nonchalantly. "Now I understand." "Duly noted." Fang Yanzhou chuckled, thoroughly enjoying his meal. Suddenly, from outside the shop's glass door, he spotted an unexpected figure. Chapter 40. Why is the senior so indulgent towards him? Jiang Qingyuan followed his gaze and furrowed her brows, uttering, "Jianghui?" Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to those outside. The previously dejected girl rushed in upon spotting the two at the barbecue shop, exclaiming with fervor, "Boss, bring me 2 jin of erguo too." Without hesitation, she seated herself and snatched the unfinished oysters from Fang Yanzhou's plate. This was truly disheartening for Fang Yanzhou. Those oysters had been personally selected by the senior for her. However, noticing the girl's slightly reddened eyes, it appeared her date with Yanzhou had not gone smoothly. As a gentleman, he felt it inappropriate to confront her. At that moment, Jiang Qingyuan, mimicking the assertiveness of the earlier male customer, called out loudly, "Boss, bring 10 more oysters." "All right. Wait, isn't the senior allergic to seafood?" Yet, in the next instant, he realized that the oysters were likely intended for her sister. "What's the matter? Did the date not go well?" Jiang Qingyuan inquired. Jiang Hui finished a plate of oysters and, in a fit of indignation, declared, "I swear, I will never engage in online dating again." "Oh no," Fang Yanzhou cautiously interjected. "Are you dissatisfied with him?" His intention was merely to gather information for his good friend. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed the murderous glint in the senior's gaze. "Mind your own business," she retorted. "Do you really want to converse with another woman?" Fang Yanzhou promptly nodded in agreement, intimidated by her formidable presence. Jiang Hui lamented, "He treats me well. Yet he's just not that appealing." After finishing their meal, she excused herself under the pretense of having other matters to attend to. Fang Yanzhou could not restrain himself from defending his friend. Ultimately, a man's character is of utmost importance. One cannot solely consider appearances in a relationship, right? He glanced cautiously at the senior and noticed her icy stare directed at him. A chill ran down his spine, and he dared not utter another word. "I understand the reasoning," Jiang Hui sighed. Just then, the boss approached with the 10 oysters they had ordered. As Jiang Hui reached out to grab one, a sharp slap echoed, leaving the back of her hand reddened. She covered her hand and looked at her cousin with a mixture of grievance and confusion. "What was that for?" Without a word, Jiang Qingyuan placed the plate before Fang Yanzhou, commanding, "Eat." Both Fang Yanzhou and Jiang Hui were left bewildered, one in surprise and the other with a sense of indignation. "What about me?" Jiang Hui pointed to herself. Jiang Qingyuan pushed the remaining half plate of edamame toward her, coldly stating, "You can have this. Why should he eat meat while I'm left with vegetables? That is not fair." Too absorbed in her sorrow earlier, Jiang Hui now realized her sister was dining alone with a boy, and not just any boy, but the handsome lad from across the street. It was impossible that nothing was amiss between them. Her eyes glimmered with mischief as she turned to Fang Yanzhou. "What do you think of me, handsome?" Jiang Hui leaned on the table, cradling her face with her hands, her big eyes blinking at him. Fang Yanzhou, momentarily stunned while eating an oyster, chuckled awkwardly. You're all right." With a playful blink, Jiang Hui asked, "Would you be my boyfriend?" Whether she is serious or jesting, Fang Yanzhou can discern the distinction. The younger sister of the senior before him is evidently teasing him. Nevertheless, he responds earnestly, "No." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Qinghuan's previously tense demeanor relaxes immediately. She is well aware of Jiang Hui's charm, an archetypal soft girl, the epitome of many straight men's ideals. She would never admit that her palms had grown clammy from anxiety moments ago. "Oh, why not? Are you dissatisfied with my figure?" Jiang Hui inquired, lowering her head with a feigned sense of grievance. Before the young man could clarify, she added, "Though my chest isn't particularly ample, my dairy is quite alluring." Such boldness in her speech is striking. Jiang Qinghuan could no longer endure it. She stood up and dragged Jiang Hui outside. "Are you angry?" Jiang Hui remarked, unperturbed, with a playful smile. Only those familiar with Jiang Qinghuan comprehend the terrifying nature of her ire when provoked. However, in the past, Jiang Hui might have felt intimidated. At this moment, she felt no fear, especially since she seemed to have uncovered a little secret about her sister. What do you intend to do? Jiang Qinghuan questioned. What? Are you feeling jealous? Jealous? Jiang Qinghuan furrowed her brow, her expression revealing confusion. She merely sensed a flicker of irritation. Could this truly be construed as jealousy? Observing her sister's countenance, Jiang Hui realized that Jiang Qinghuan had yet to grasp the situation. Alas, my love is doomed to destruction. She gazed helplessly at the sky before retrieving something from her pocket. What is this? Jiang Qinghuan inquired as she received 2 movie tickets. The film, titled Never Go Home, is a recently released horror movie. I had intended to watch it with him, but now I bestow it upon a fated companion. I never watch movies, she added. Her aversion stemmed from a condition of skin hunger. She is unaccustomed to the confinement of a theater filled with people. Jiang Hui rolled her eyes in exasperation, saying, Is that so? Then I shall go alone with the handsome guy? Just as her words left her lips, Jiang Qinghuan tucked the movie tickets into her pocket and coldly replied, Leave. By the time Jiang Qinghuan entered, Fang Yanzhou had already finished the oysters on the table. He had remained seated, obediently waiting for her without even glancing at his phone. In a good mood, she approached him and asked, Are you still eating? Fang Yanzhou shook his head. He had consumed enough oysters and knew that indulging further would ruin his chances of sleep that night. Moreover, for reasons he could not fathom, he felt that the senior treated him much like a younger sibling. If he were to encapsulate this sensation in a single word, it would be pampering. This realization startled him. As a grown man, he could not afford to appear effeminate. Thus, he strode confidently to the checkout counter. Boss, time to settle the bill. To his surprise, the proprietress cheerfully remarked, Young man, your girlfriend has already settled the payment. What? The senior has already paid? Fang Yanzhou felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. I truly envy you. Your girlfriend is not only beautiful, but also remarkably understanding. You must cherish her. Fang Yanzhou nodded in agreement. Indeed, my senior is the best in the world. As they exited the barbecue restaurant, Fang Yanzhou expressed his gratitude. Thank you for treating me to barbecue, senior. Jiang Qinghuan, lost in her thoughts, did not hear him. Senior? She responded, somewhat startled. Jiang Qinghuan's demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural as she looked at him. Fang Yanzhou furrowed his brow, puzzled by her odd behavior since her return. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qinghuan was preoccupied with devising a reasonable excuse to watch a movie. Chapter 41. The Boy Who Shines Senior. Shall we return to school? Although he wished to spend more time with her, he felt it imperative to respect her wishes. Do you have something to attend to? Jiang Qinghuan inquired hesitantly. Not really. If I must say, it might be to console my heartbroken roommate. Then accompany me to the movies, Jiang Qinghuan stated decisively. Initially, she sought a pretext, but then realized that her desires required no justification. Fang Yanzhou's eyes brightened. Consoling his roommate could wait. Accompanying his senior to the cinema was of utmost importance. I shall purchase the tickets. He pulled out his phone to check for the latest films. Suddenly, 2 movie tickets appeared before him. Oh, senior, are you a magician? Fang Yanzhou joked. Jiang Qinghuan clarified. These were bought by Jiang Hui, but she is unable to attend, so she gave them to me. Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou instantly comprehended. This meant the tickets were originally meant for Jiang Hui and Yanzhou, but now they would be his and the seniors. Apologies to my friend. I shall enjoy the film on your behalf. The cinema was conveniently located a mere 10-minute walk from Beijing University. As they walked side by side, Fang Yanzhou felt a delightful illusion that they were in a romantic relationship, having dined and now heading to the movies together. What are you thinking about? Jiang Qinghuan silently criticized, noting his silence. Fang Yanzhou shyly inquired, Senior, what type of boy do you like? Me? Jiang Qinghuan glanced at the boy beside her. Illuminated by the streetlight, as if he radiated light himself. I prefer those who shine, she replied instinctively. Huh, shine? Are you referring to Ultraman? He could not help but comment on her peculiar thought process. They soon arrived at the cinema entrance. Wait a moment, senior. Jiang Qinghuan was unsure of his intent, only to watch him return with a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of milk tea. This young man was surprisingly considerate, she mused, smiling subtly when he was not looking. The seats Jiang Hui had purchased were located in the center of the 4th row. By the time they entered, the cinema was nearly full, surrounded by couples on all sides. 10 minutes into the film, Fang Yanzhou finally realized, to his horror, that it was a horror movie. Oh no, he feared nothing in this world except horror films, which would inevitably lead to nightmares. Upon realizing that the senior sat beside him, Fang Yanzhou reassured himself. Fearing not, for surely the senior must be more terrified than he. After all, she was a girl, and her courage likely paled in comparison to his. As half an hour passed, he occasionally glanced at Jiang Qinghuan, wishing to offer her comfort during her moments of fright, hoping to display his masculinity. However, he observed the senior maintaining an air of calm as she stared ahead, occasionally letting out a cold chuckle. Fang Yanzhou pondered for quite some time, but could not discern the humor in the film. All he felt was a desire to weep. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan found the movie unbearably tedious. How could Jiang Hui have chosen such a film? She resolved to have a word with her upon returning. Turning to gauge the boy's reaction, she discovered an amusing fact. Whenever the female ghost appeared, his body would tense up instantly, followed by a nervous shaking of his legs. And, when overwhelmed, he would shut his eyes. So, the junior was afraid of ghosts. How endearing. Sipping her milk tea, she casually placed her hand on the armrest, fortuitously brushing against the boy's hand. Fang Yanzhou, who had been engulfed in fear, widened his eyes upon feeling the warmth of her touch. He had indeed made contact with the senior. Although he considered their past encounters intimate, this simple gesture still sent his heart racing. His attention was solely fixated on the warmth of their skin meeting. In the shadows, Jiang Qinghuan felt a surge of delight. It had been several days since she had last touched the junior. Merely observing him from a distance made her heart flutter. Especially in public, she had to exert tremendous self-restraint to avoid leaning closer to him. While this fleeting contact was but a drop in the ocean, it was nonetheless better than nothing. Yet, she craved more. How she wished to bind him to her side. As the latter half of the film unfolded, both their attentions had drifted far from the horror. Eventually, the movie concluded, and Fang Yanzhou withdrew his hand, leaving Jiang Qinghuan with a twinge of regret. If only the film had lasted a little longer. However, after 2 hours, her rear had grown sore from sitting. Exiting the cinema, they found the streets nearly deserted. Upon checking his phone, Fang Yanzhou's heart sank. Midnight had struck. The dormitory would be locked by now. They had been so engrossed in the film that the late hour had completely escaped their minds. Jiang Qinghuan, too, recognized the predicament. How could Jiang Hui have booked such a late screening? What was her intention? Oh, please don't let us be stranded. Fang Yanzhou awkwardly turned to Jiang Qinghuan. Senior, we can't return to the dorm. Initially vexed, Jiang Qinghuan's spirits lifted upon seeing the junior's conflicted expression. What shall we do then? She inquired playfully. Fang Yanzhou hesitated. He was at a loss for words, fearing that if he spoke, his senior would perceive him as a villain. Let's get a room, Jiang Qinghuan suggested in a calm tone, startling the innocent young man, Fang Yanzhou. He blinked in disbelief. Senior, aren't you angry? Jiang Qinghuan was puzzled. Why would she be upset? With no other options, she decisively declared, I'll book the room. She swiftly picked up her phone to make a reservation. Fang Yanzhou immediately intervened. I'll do it. This is no task for a girl. He quickly located the nearest hotel to the university, only to find that it offered only a king-sized bed. Without hesitation, he exited to search for alternatives. Jiang Qinghuan watched intently as he navigated through his phone and immediately interjected, No need to search further. Let us take this one. Fang Yanzhou was taken aback. How can that be acceptable? How could 2 of us share a bed? I have a meeting at 7 tomorrow morning. If it's too far, I want to make it, she explained. Realizing there was no alternative, Fang Yanzhou promptly booked the room, his heart racing at the thought of spending the night in the same space as his senior. Rest assured, senior, I will be on my best behavior. Chapter 42. Sounds from the bathroom. On their way to the hotel, Fang Yanzhou was exceedingly anxious. Senior, do you have your ID? Are you afraid of ghosts? Look at all these couples around, huh? The moment he uttered those words, he wanted to slap himself. Of course, the hotels near the university were predominantly frequented by young couples. On weekends, they were bustling with activity. Fortunately, both of them had their IDs. While checking in at the front desk, Fang Yanzhou, still clinging to hope, inquired, Are you certain there are no twin rooms available? The receptionist shot a strange glance at him and the stunning girl beside him, responding impatiently, None left. Nowadays, college students can be quite troublesome. They demand twin rooms for their escapades, yet prefer to use one bed for sleeping and another for their activities, leading to a shortage of twin rooms. Could you provide us with an extra blanket? After a moment's hesitation, the receptionist acquiesced, silently contemplating the oddity of the request. Fang Yanzhou accepted the room key. His cheeks flushed and said to Jiang Qinghuan, Senior, let us go. Jiang Qinghuan followed behind, stifling a laugh at the sight of his reddened ears. It seemed that this junior was indeed quite innocent. For reasons unknown, even though it was her first time spending the night with a boy, she felt more excitement than apprehension. Perhaps it was because she had finally found an opportunity to draw closer to him. This very scenario had played out countless times in her dreams. Upon locating their room number, Fang Yanzhou inserted the key card and stepped inside. The sight that greeted him was a large bed, causing him to gulp nervously as he awkwardly entered. Senior. Although he felt immensely anxious, he understood that as a girl, Jiang Qinghuan likely felt even more trepidation. After all, spending the night with someone she hardly knew would naturally evoke concern. Do not be afraid, he attempted to reassure her. As a result, he discovered that Jiang Qinghuan calmly changed her shoes and thoughtfully placed the disposable slippers at his feet. Changing shoes. Oh. Fang Yanzhou obediently removed his shoes and changed into the slippers. I am going to take a shower. You can watch TV for a while, Jiang Qinghuan said before entering the bathroom, leaving Fang Yanzhou alone outside. Gradually, he sensed something was amiss. What was going on? Why did it seem that the senior was entirely unperturbed while he felt so awkward? This was not right. The senior must be feigning calmness. He needed to act confidently. After all, the senior liked men who were as bold as Ultraman. With this thought, Fang Yanzhou took a deep breath to relax. He then turned on the television and switched to the children's channel, where Bears Are Coming was playing. He tried to force himself to focus, but after a minute, he found it utterly impossible. The sound of the shower echoed from the bathroom. Although the design of the hotel bathroom was not overly revealing, with frosted glass on the side facing the bed, it was still difficult to see the person inside. Yet, he could discern a tempting silhouette moving back and forth. Fang Yanzhou forced himself not to look, his heart racing. He absent-mindedly stared at the television, where Bald Strong was once again chopping down trees, only to get beaten shortly thereafter. Soon, the sound of water ceased. Fang Yanzhou gulped. I'm done, you can go now, Jiang Qinghuan said as she emerged wrapped in a white towel. Fang Yanzhou couldn't help but glance over. Her hair was still damp, droplets cascading down to her collarbone. It was then he noticed a small mole just below her collarbone. As his gaze wandered further down, he was struck by the alluring curves of her figure, causing his face to flush crimson. He quickly looked down. No, he could not linger any longer. I'm going to shower, he stammered, hastily retreating into the bathroom, perfectly encapsulating the phrase fleeing in panic. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan had taken in every one of his movements since her exit. Indeed, she had intentionally acted this way. It appeared she could still captivate this boy. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling quite pleased with herself. On the other hand, Fang Yanzhou, once inside the bathroom, immediately regretted his decision. The confined space was suffused with the fragrance of the senior's recent shower, enveloping him entirely. No, he couldn't think about that. He quickly adjusted the shower to cold water. After a swift wash, he intended to get dressed, but caught sight of the black stockings the senior had discarded, hanging on the handrail. In that instant, Fang Yanzhou understood a term: helplessness. 10 minutes later, he finally emerged. You took so long, Jiang Qinghuan remarked discontentedly. Fang Yanzhou awkwardly smiled, remaining silent, as a hairdryer appeared before him. Help me dry my hair, Jiang Qinghuan said, having waited for him for quite some time. I've never dried anyone's hair before, he admitted, fearing he might hurt her. Everything must have its first time. Jiang Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. All right. She turned her back and sat on the edge of the bed, seemingly unable to contain her anticipation. She possessed a peculiar habit of relishing the sensation of others touching her hair. Fang Yanzhou gently played with the strands of her hair with his left hand while holding a hairdryer in his right. He was exceedingly cautious, fearful that any undue force might tug at her hair. The two remained silent. Fang Yanzhou gazed at the senior's reflection in the mirror. Her eyes were closed, and she appeared to be in bliss, a faint smile gracing her lips. This sight evoked memories of his parents. After his mother washed her hair, his father would instinctively assist her with the drying. It was a moment of serenity and happiness, akin to the one he shared with the senior now. 15 minutes later, the senior's hair was dry. Is that all? Jiang Qinghuan opened her eyes, a hint of grievance evident in her gaze. Was that too swift? She desired more. Sighing. Upon noticing the senior's dejected expression, Fang Yanzhou hastily inquired, Senior, were you dissatisfied with my service? Service? What an odd word. Jiang Qinghuan chuckled softly. Fang Yanzhou was momentarily entranced. The senior's laughter was truly enchanting. Yet, in the next instant, Jiang Qinghuan reverted to her aloof demeanor, stating, Not bad. I shall employ your assistance again next time. With that, she slipped beneath the covers, her movements fluid and devoid of any embarrassment. This left Fang Yanzhou feeling somewhat awkward. The senior was remarkably innocent. Did she not fear that he might be a bad person? Fortunately, the hotel had provided an extra blanket, or he would have truly struggled to find rest. He nestled into another blanket and then dared not move. Chapter 43. What is your relationship with the school beauty? As the only child in his family, Fang Yanzhou had always slept alone. Thus, he had never experienced sharing a bed with another person. His first time had been given to the senior. The mere thought of it thrilled him. Apparently, simply lying beside someone he cherished, without any further actions, was enough to bring him prolonged joy. Although it was a spacious room, the bed was not particularly wide, allowing him to distinctly perceive the fragrance emanating from her. Oddly enough, even though they both used the same body wash, the senior smelled remarkably delightful, so much so that it made him feel a bit drowsy. I've turned off the lights. Jiang Qinghuan's cold voice broke the silence. In an instant, the room was enveloped in darkness, the only sounds being their synchronized breaths. Jiang Qinghuan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She had endured for so long. From the moment she first laid eyes on him, she recognized the magnetic attraction he held for her. Her body had chosen him. Thus, despite her attempts at restraint, she could not resist her instincts. Especially now, with them lying on the same bed, the proximity only intensified her desire to be closer to him. Just as her anxiety peaked, she heard heavy breathing beside her. Jiang Qinghuan furrowed her brow. Was he asleep? She turned her head slightly. Indeed, the young man lay with his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling in a remarkably steady rhythm. Was she truly so devoid of allure? She, the campus belle, was she really so innocently slumbering? In the darkness, Jiang Qinghuan's lovely visage was tinged with irritation. However, since the junior had succumbed to sleep, could she not indulge her whims? Thus, Jiang Qinghuan extended her hand from her cocoon of blankets, stealthily burrowing into the boy's covers. How wonderfully warm it was. No wonder it was said online that boys generally possess a higher body temperature than girls. The boy let out a soft mumble, seemingly lost in dreams. Alarmed, she quickly withdrew her hand. Upon realizing her earlier actions, Jiang Qinghuan's face flushed crimson. Fortunately, she had not been discovered. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. The following day, Fang Yanzhou awoke feeling quite uncomfortable. The night had been unbearable. He had experienced a dream that felt astonishingly real, creating a sense of déjà vu. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. He wished to use the restroom, but his body refused to cooperate. Lowering his gaze, he was taken aback to discover the campus belle's head nestled against his shoulder, her long legs draped over him beneath the covers. Those legs were remarkably fair. Witnessing such a striking sight first thing in the morning, Fang Yanzhou felt an urgent need to relieve himself. He gently attempted to shift his shoulder, only to have the senior's arm immediately wrap around him. When he tried to lower her arm, her legs tightened their grip even more. Just as he pondered his next move, the girl unexpectedly released him and turned over to continue sleeping. Finally, Fang Yanzhou let out a sigh of relief. He hurried to the restroom. Having endured the discomfort for far too long, he could finally liberate himself. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that the seemingly aloof senior was surprisingly adorable in her slumber, tossing about like a child. He felt he had stumbled upon a hidden secret. Unbeknownst to him, while Fang Yanzhou was in the restroom, Jiang Qinghuan had already opened her eyes. In truth, she had been awake for quite some time, seeing the junior sleep so peacefully. She couldn't bear to wake him and chose instead to observe him quietly. As for why she had entwined herself around him like an octopus, that was entirely deliberate. After all, she was asleep and aware of nothing. Since she was unaware, even if he were to awaken, he would likely remain silent. She felt no embarrassment. The awkwardness belonged to him. After Fang Yanzhou finished in the restroom and refreshed himself, he emerged to find the campus belle already dressed. She greeted him with a smile. Good morning. The senior appeared to be in good spirits, seemingly oblivious to the previous night's events. Suddenly, he became aware of a grave concern. With such innocence, would she be vulnerable to deceit? Senior, you must never sleep beside others in the future. Observing his serious demeanor, Jiang Qinghuan suppressed a laugh and asked, why is that? Surely, she could not admit to fearing he might cling to someone else. Fang Yanzhou concocted a reason, stating, there are many bad people outside when I'm not around. You must ensure your own safety. Jiang Qinghuan mused to herself about this foolish boy. It was uncertain who among them was truly the villain. Time was of the essence, and they needed to return to school promptly. As they exited the hotel, they unexpectedly encountered a figure. Qin Yuji spoke with a teasing tone. Fang Yanzhou, aren't you going to explain yourself properly to your father? He wrapped an arm around the waist of a girl beside him. Get lost. Fang Yanzhou retorted irritably. I have a meeting at school. Upon seeing Qin Yuji, Jiang Qinghuan recalled that he was indeed the ex-boyfriend of Xiong Jiangyi and also a roommate of her junior. It seemed this man still had a notorious reputation, and she resolved to advise Xiong Jiangyi to stop lamenting over such an unworthy scoundrel. As she viewed her senior's departing silhouette, Fang Yanzhou's disdain for Qin Yuji intensified. He had hoped for more time with her. Darling, you head back first. Qin Yuji instructed the beautiful girl beside him. What about the gift? She inquired. Be good. I'll give it to you tomorrow. With that, he and Fang Yanzhou strolled back to school together. Speak honestly, what is your relationship with the campus belle? Fang Yanzhou, feeling exasperated, recounted the events from beginning to end. Wait, are you implying that the girlfriend of Zhuozi is actually the younger sister of the campus belle who dined with you both last night and casually gifted you 2 movie tickets, only for you to discover after the film that the dormitory was locked, prompting you to book a hotel, where ultimately only one room was available? Qin Yuji articulated the entire scenario in one breath, leaving Fang Yanzhou dumbfounded. Are you a swimming champion? Enough. Stop digressing. I've noticed your storytelling skills have markedly improved. You should consider writing novels with such talent. Aware of Qin Yuji's skepticism, Fang Yanzhou felt no inclination to elaborate further. Although the tale sounded absurd, reality often eclipsed fiction in its absurdity. Believe it or not, seeing that his companion was not jesting, Qin Yuji grew serious. Contemplating for a moment before stating, it seems this aloof campus belle is not as simple as she appears. Fang Yanzhou's anger flared immediately. What nonsense! The senior is the most innocent of all. Not the campus belle, but aren't you renting a place outside? Qin Yuji struck at the crux of the issue. Fang Yanzhou was momentarily taken aback. Right. He and the senior both rented apartments off campus. With the dormitory locked, they could have simply returned to their respective homes. Yet, it had completely escaped his mind at that moment, and he assumed the senior had not considered it either. Ahem, I must have forgotten. Qin Yuji wore a knowing expression, as if he could see through the facade. Having played the field for many years, he discerned that this seemingly aloof campus belle might not be as uncomplicated as she seemed. Do you think she is a pure white lotus? Perhaps, in reality, she is a 1,000-year-old vixen, the kind that ensnares hearts. Sighing, he mused that it was amusing how this boy remained oblivious, destined to be thoroughly taken advantage of, even dressing her at the end of it all. Yet, there was a certain amusement in the situation. Observing the astuteness of Qin Yuji, Fang Yanzhou cautioned. If we are indeed brothers, let us keep this matter confidential. He himself was indifferent, primarily concerned about the potential impact on his senior's reputation. Fear not. My lips are sealed. Qin Yuji chuckled, draping an arm over Fang Yanzhou's shoulder as they made their way, stopping to purchase breakfast for their 2 dorm mates. Upon entering room 214, they were met with drawn curtains and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Fang Yanzhou's heart sank. Could it be that Jiang Hui had returned home that evening and broken up with Yanzhou? With this thought racing through his mind, he hurried to Yanzhou's bed. There, he found Yanzhou cocooned in blankets, trembling slightly. Was the poor child weeping? Fang Yanzhou hastily consoled him. Zhuozi, there are countless fish in the sea. Why fixate on just one flower? There will always be someone who appreciates all of you. Trust me, do not be disheartened. With that, he cautiously lifted the covers. What he discovered was Yanzhou, laughing gleefully at his phone, displaying no signs of heartbreak. Hee. My sweetheart wanted to break up with me yesterday. This came as no surprise. However, noticing Yanzhou's reaction left him puzzled. Why was he so jubilant? Had he been rendered foolish by the news? Fang Yanzhou exchanged glances with Qin Yuji, who immediately proclaimed, Zhuozi, do not despair. I have long asserted that such girls are unreliable. Before he could finish his thought, Yanzhou interrupted, You shall not speak ill of my sweetheart. Qin Yuji wore a look of utter disbelief. All right. Each of you is defending either your senior or your sweetheart. I have become the great misanthrope here. He shook his head in exasperation. How frightening love can be. Although my sweetheart wishes to part ways, she did say that if I lose 20 pounds in a month, she will consider being with me again. 20 pounds. The other 3 in the dorm exchanged glances. It was indeed a daunting task. Losing weight requires immense self-discipline. Hunger is not the enemy. Temptation is the true adversary. For my sweetheart, I can certainly do this. And Zhuo declared with determination, clearly resolute in his decision. Go for it, son. We will always be your support. Seeing his enthusiasm, Fang Yanzhou felt a wave of relief. It seemed Jiang Hui still harbored feelings for Zhuo and would not easily let go. By the way, Josie, why didn't you return last night? He was taken aback that the conversation had turned to him so swiftly, his expression momentarily stiffening. Fortunately, he had prepared an excuse on the way. I returned to my rental, my little dog. Hasn't he been eating well these past few days? And I was worried. Oh, I see. In truth, he had not seen his dog in several days, and a pang of guilt struck him. He resolved to ensure he visited home that evening. No matter what. After a day filled with mundane classes, Fang Yanzhou felt utterly drained. As soon as class ended, Zhuo bolted from the room. Is Zhuozi in a hurry? Lu Yuanxing inquired, shaking his head. He.s. just worried that there won't be any available spots at the gym later. The swiftness of action is truly astonishing. The power of love is indeed magnificent. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingwan returned to her rented apartment after a long day of student council affairs. Upon entering, she noticed Jiang Hui had ordered a bucket of fried chicken, indulging in chicken wings while engrossed in a drama. How comfortable you are. As soon as Jiang Hui saw Jiang Qingwan, she immediately set down the chicken wings and rushed over, her face brimming with curiosity. How is it? Jiang Qingwan deliberately inquired. Feigning ignorance. Don't play coy, sister. I specifically booked late-night tickets. Did you devour your prey last night? Jiang Hui grinned mischievously, her demeanor starkly contrasting her innocent appearance. Jiang Qingwan changed into her slippers, took a sip of water, and replied nonchalantly, nothing happened. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hui was incredulous. How could that be? With a cheap how and black stockings, that's the ultimate combination. He remained unaffected? There can only be one explanation. He can't possibly be incapable, right? No sooner had she spoken than Jiang Qingwan shot her a cold glance. She had checked. Everything was fine. What does it matter to you? Jiang Hui pouted. Am I not just concerned for you? Not necessary. When are you leaving? This person's presence was somewhat of an inconvenience. Humph, I'll leave tomorrow. She had already given that person a chance. The rest depended on fate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingwan's expression softened slightly. She returned to her bedroom, changed into her nightgown, and then opened a surveillance app on her phone. The empty corridor revealed nothing. She frowned slightly. Was he not coming home tonight? She stared intently for a long while until she finally spotted a familiar figure on the screen. Quickly, she stood up and opened her bedroom door, only to find Jiang Hui sprawled on the sofa with her legs crossed. Clearing her throat, Jiang Qingwan said, I took care of that trash for you. Huh. Jiang Hui was taken aback. When did Jiang Qingwan become so considerate? Oh, in an instant, the trash on the table was removed, and Jiang Qingwan stepped out with a bag of garbage. Chapter 45. Is the senior sister coming to my house? As she opened the door, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Fang Yanzhou, who had just come out himself. What a coincidence, Jiang Qingwan remarked coolly. Senior sister. The moment Fang Yanzhou saw Jiang Qingwan, his eyes lit up. Jiang Qingwan noticed the change in his expression, and her heart swelled with delight. Humph. It seems this brat is eager to see her as well. No sooner had she thought this than Xiaobai, the dog, dashed out of the room, barking incessantly. Fang Yanzhou bent down, bracing himself to be knocked over, as Xiaobai had become quite the hefty creature under his care. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiaobai deviated from his usual behavior, not leaping toward him, but rather toward the standing senior sister. Wong, Wong, Wong. Xiaobai panted, looking up at Jiang Qingwan with bright, sparkling eyes. How could there be such an adorable golden retriever? Her heart melted at the sight. Yet, recalling Fang Yanzhou's presence, she feigned calmness. Senior sister. Aren't you going to pet it? He recalled having seen on the surveillance footage that the senior seemed particularly fond of the little white creature, treating it with exceptional gentleness. Why then did she now appear so aloof? Do you want me to touch it? She inquired, and without waiting for Fang Yanzhou to nod, she added, then I shall. Subsequently, she bent down and gently caressed the little white one's head. The creature squinted its eyes slightly, seemingly in bliss. How adorable. Just as charming as the junior. Jiang Qinghuan internally squealed, maintaining an expressionless facade. All right. Reluctantly, she withdrew her hand. However, the moment her hand left the little white one's head, it burrowed into the hem of Jiang Qinghuan's nightgown. This little rascal. Fang Yanzhou immediately scolded, Little White, come out. This mischievous creature had unabashedly snuck in. He contemplated pulling it out but hesitated, fearing the senior might think he had encouraged such behavior. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan, unfazed by the little white's antics, calmly addressed it, "Little white, come out." The creature obediently emerged, panting and looking up at its mistress with innocence. Fang Yanzhou would never admit to the pang of jealousy he felt towards the little white one. "Little white, let us go home," he exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Qinghuan saw right through his thoughts and teasingly asked, "Why are you so fierce? It's not like I've ever seen it." In his excitement, he inadvertently blurted out his true feelings. Instantly, his face flushed a deep crimson. Oh no, now the senior must think he is a pervert. He attempted to clarify. But Jiang Qinghuan interrupted, "Do you really want to see?" She tilted her head, looking at him with an innocent expression. It was utterly unfair. Fang Yanzhou felt his heart flutter. How could he harbor such base thoughts about such a sweet, naive senior? "I don't want to. Not at all. I was just joking, senior." "Oh," Jiang Qinghuan replied softly, the single word hanging in the air. Whether it was Fang Yanzhou's imagination or not, he felt that her expression had momentarily turned melancholic. Surely, he must have misinterpreted it. At that moment, the little white one emerged from the hem of Jiang Qinghuan's gown, happily panting as it gazed at its owner, as if to boast. What a silly creature. Today, or rather these past 3 days, there had been no chicken legs to eat. He ushered the little white one home and turned to Jiang Qinghuan, saying, "Well, senior, I'll be heading back now." With that, he slammed the door behind him. Was he really leaving just like that? She had waited for so long, and he didn't even invite her in for a while. Irritated, Jiang Qinghuan opened the door and tossed the trash onto the table. Upon seeing the garbage again, Jiang Hui was bewildered. "Sister, didn't you go to throw away the trash?" Jiang Qinghuan snapped back, "Do it yourself. If you're this lazy, what man would dare to marry you?" With that, she returned to her room, leaving Jiang Hui exasperated. "What? She hasn't offended anyone?" Jiang Hui yelled, "Jiang Qinghuan, are you having a split personality?" As soon as she finished her sentence, Jiang Qinghuan emerged once more from her bedroom. Jiang Hui immediately clutched her chest, fearfully exclaiming, "What is the matter? Are you planning to resort to violence?" To her surprise, Jiang Qingyuan paid her no mind and simply donned a jacket before stepping out, leaving Jiang Hui utterly perplexed. What was all this back and forth about? Counting steps, perhaps? Ding dong. Jiang Qingyuan pressed the doorbell of the opposite apartment. Instantly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed within. Fang Yanzhou opened the door. "Senior, what brings you here?" he inquired, for it was uncommon for Jiang Qingyuan to seek him out without a significant reason, save for her episodes of sleepwalking. "Let us compare scripts," Jiang Qingyuan proposed. She had meticulously prepared her rationale, speaking with an unflappable demeanor. She was certain he would not decline. "Script? What script?" Fang Yanzhou replied, somewhat bewildered. Jiang Qingyuan's expression turned serious as she reprimanded him. "Have you truly forgotten? The New Year's program for the club, Cinderella. As a member, how could you overlook such an important matter?" Her probing inquiry rendered Fang Yanzhou as bashful as a schoolboy caught in mischief, his gaze dropping to the floor. "Nevertheless, it's fortunate that I reminded you," Jiang Qingyuan added, her tone softening. "But, senior, hasn't the script yet to be distributed?" Fang Yanzhou questioned. He recalled the president mentioning that the script would be handed out in a couple of days. "Although we lack the script, we can discuss the original tale to better understand how we should perform, can we not?" Jiang Qingyuan replied, her face betraying no emotion. Fang Yanzhou nodded in agreement, secretly admiring her, thinking, "Senior is indeed remarkable. How about you come to my house, and we can explore it together?" Fang Yanzhou suggested tentatively. "I was waiting for you to say that." Jiang Qingyuan feigned reluctance, replying coolly, "Very well then." Fang Yanzhou's room was arranged similarly to hers. Yet this marked Jiang Qingyuan's first visit to a male's abode, which she found quite intriguing. Upon her entrance, Xiaobai whirled around in excitement. To prevent a repeat of earlier incidents, Fang Yanzhou temporarily confined the dog to its cage. Noticing Jiang Qingyuan surveying his room, he sheepishly remarked, "Senior, it's a bit messy in here." Ever since his mother had tidied up after him, he had neglected to maintain it. What is this?" Jiang Qingyuan approached the sofa, pointing at a pair of green shorts. "That is my underwear," Fang Yanzhou exclaimed, dashing over to snatch it up and hastily stow it in a cabinet, awkwardly insisting, "Senior, I assure you it's been washed." Indeed, it had been laundered. He simply forgot to put it away afterward. Oh no, what had he done? Had he known better, he wouldn't have let her in. His reputation was now in shambles. Is there a line like that? Jiang Qingyuan's drawn-out "oh" was tinged with innocence as she remarked, "So, you like green?" "I do not." Fang Yanzhou quickly refuted. "What kind of man likes green?" This pair of underpants was casually picked up by him a year ago while his mother was shopping at the supermarket to meet the minimum spend. He has worn this one pair of underpants for an entire year. Senior sister, let us swiftly delve into the script. He hurriedly shifted the topic. However, Jiang Qinghuan slightly curled her lips, clearly unwilling to let him off the hook. She pretended to sniff the air and remarked, "It seems there's a hint of perfume in your room. Have you brought any other girls in here?" In truth, she had not detected any fragrance. Jiang Qinghuan deliberately stated this to observe the junior's reaction. Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou exhibited a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "I have never brought a girl in here." He then shyly added, "You are the first, senior sister." "Liar," she retorted with a huff. "Last time, I clearly saw a pair of black high heels in your house. When I delivered your lunchbox, there was someone else in your home. Let us see how you explain that." "Last time?" Fang Yanzhou struggled to recall, and then it dawned on him. "Senior sister, that was my mother. It just happened to be Yuya's first day." "Your mother? So all this time, I was envious of your mother?" Jiang Qinghuan felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, I was merely asking casually." Fang Yanzhou blinked, surprised that the senior sister remembered such a long-ago incident. "So, are you feeling jealous, senior sister?" He thought to himself, delighting in the idea. The sight of a jealous senior sister was quite adorable. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan had already settled onto the sofa, her demeanor serious as she commanded, "Aren't you coming over soon?" "Coming right away." Fang Yanzhou promptly rushed over and sat beside Jiang Qinghuan. As he drew near, he could catch a whiff of her alluring scent. It was intoxicating. Moreover, the alluring black lace nightgown she wore, with its plunging neckline, accentuated her gentle aura. "Do you find it beautiful?" Jiang Qinghuan inquired. Fang Yanzhou instinctively nodded, replying, "Yes." "You look like a fairy." Jiang Qinghuan turned her head, gazing into the boy's enamored eyes. "How about you bind yourself to me forever?" she said, leaning forward, gradually closing the distance. Her warm breath brushed against Fang Yanzhou's face, causing him to swallow nervously. What did the senior sister just say? Bind. Surely, she was joking. Jiang Qinghuan let out a soft laugh, quickly reverting to her aloof persona as she remarked, "I was quoting a line from Cinderella. Did you not recognize it?" "Huh. Is there such a line in Cinderella? How come I didn't know?" Nevertheless, Fang Yanzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness, he thought. In this society governed by law, how could the senior sister possibly act in such a manner? Observing the boy's sudden relaxation, Jiang Qinghuan began contemplating a matter in her heart. How could she mold the junior into the person she desired? She could not guarantee what actions she might take in the future. What if he couldn't handle it? What if he ran away? No, she absolutely would not allow such a scenario to unfold. If the younger student were to flee, she would confine him, forcing him to gaze at her each day. "Senior, what are you thinking?" Fang Yanzhou inquired with concern, having noticed that the senior was lost in her own thoughts, exuding an unsettling aura. "Nothing," Jiang Qinghuan replied coldly, then retrieved her phone to search for the script of Cinderella. Such a well-known fairy tale hardly warranted discussion. Jiang Qinghuan merely sought a pretext. Her true intent was never about the script. Moreover, the person beside her was insufferable. That stepmother and stepsister are utterly outrageous. Fang Yanzhou exclaimed indignantly as he looked at his phone. Observing his immersion in the narrative, Jiang Qinghuan asked, "What would you do if I were bullied?" Fang Yanzhou immediately responded, "I would never allow anyone to mistreat you, senior. If someone dares to bully you, I would ensure they suffer dire consequences." His earnestness stirred a warmth within Jiang Qinghuan. Having lost her closest kin at a young age, she had lived a life of dependence, devoid of friends or confidants. Until she encountered a young boy, for the first time yearning to be close to someone, to possess someone. She gazed at the boy's delicate profile, an impulse to reach out suddenly arising within her. She was curious about the texture of his skin, as she slowly extended her hand. Just as she was about to touch him, the doorbell rang. The little white dog barked once more. Jiang Qinghuan quickly withdrew her hand. Damn, so close. Huh. Who could it be at this hour? Fang Yanzhou wondered, preparing to rise to answer the door. In the next moment, a girl's loud voice echoed from outside. Jiang Qinghuan, where did you put my maid outfit? It was Zhang Hui. Jiang Qinghuan's expression darkened instantly. She intercepted the boy who was about to open the door, hastening to it herself. Upon opening the door, she found Zhang Hui looking at her with a teasing expression. Hee hee, I knew you were here. Zhang Hui marveled at her own cleverness. Jiang Qinghuan sneered. Get lost. Why? I just came to say goodbye to the handsome guy, she retorted, then squeezed through the gap, and, upon seeing Fang Yanzhou, deliberately raised her voice. Brother, I'm leaving tomorrow, so don't miss me too much. Fang Yanzhou awkwardly chuckled. I probably won tea. Jiang Hui grinned mischievously. You're being coy. In reality, I wouldn't mind living together with the three of us. Jiang Hui. Jiang Qinghuan tugged at her arm, whispering a warning. Are you trying to get yourself killed? It was evident that Jiang Qinghuan was genuinely on the verge of anger. All right, I was wrong. I just wanted to tease the handsome guy a bit. Is that so serious? You're like a protective hen, Jiang Hui teased. Women in love are truly terrifying. You should rest early. I'll take my sister home now, Jiang Qinghuan declared, pulling her sister away without further ado. You're leaving already? I haven't spent enough time with the senior yet. After Jiang Qinghuan departed, Fang Yanzhou gazed at the desolate home, feeling an unexpected sense of discomfort. When would he be able to spend every day with his senior sister? Upon returning home, Jiang Qinghuan wore a displeased expression as she sternly warned Jiang Hui. You are not to speak to him again. Jiang Hui, wide-eyed in disbelief, stared at her sister, who had once been the aloof campus beauty, now uttering such words for a man. Sister, you are clearly infatuated, she remarked with an expression that conveyed her understanding, further irking Jiang Qinghuan. Be quiet. Chapter 47. Nowhere to go, however. Before leaving, as the caring younger sister, Jiang Hui felt compelled to lend a helping hand. Jiang Qinghuan furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. What are you planning to do? Jiang Hui mischievously winked, replying mysteriously, I want to tell you. With that, she hummed a tune and retreated to her bedroom. The following morning, Jiang Qinghuan accompanied Jiang Hui to the high-speed train station. Just before departing, Jiang Hui flashed a sly grin, proclaiming, Sister, you will definitely be grateful for what I've done. This girl was surely up to no good. Remember to message me when you get home, understood? Got it. Watching her sister's figure fade into the station, Jiang Qinghuan felt an emptiness within her. Though she often expressed annoyance at her sister, deep down, she recognized Jiang Hui's importance in her heart. However, as she stood at the threshold of her home, unable to locate her keys in her bag, all warmth and affection dissipated. Jiang Hui, you had better explain yourself. Jiang Qinghuan seethed, brandishing her phone. Meanwhile, Jiang Hui, engrossed in a game with Yanzhou on the train, answered the call with irritation. Sister, I'm in the middle of a game with my brother. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising fury, Jiang Qinghuan asked with restraint, Cut the nonsense. Where are the keys from my bag? She had always kept the house keys within her bag, and after Jiang Hui's arrival, she had given her a spare key as well. Now, her own key was nowhere to be found, and Jiang Hui had yet to return the spare key. It was evident that this mischief was Jiang Hui's doing. What keys? Jiang Hui innocently inquired, glancing at the two identical keys in her own bag. Oh no. Sister, you haven't lost the keys, have you? What will you do now? Does that mean you can't get into the house? Jiang Qinghuan fell silent at that moment. Is this what you call a surprise? Jiang Hui calmly replied, Sister, why are you so angry? Isn't this what you wanted? You're talking nonsense. Jiang Qinghuan retorted. How rude. Jiang Hui continued. I'm merely creating an opportunity for you two. Oh dear, we're entering a tunnel. I must hang up now. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Jiang Qinghuan stared at the disconnected phone and the door she could not enter, her anger gradually subsiding. Who said this was what she desired? Did Jiang Hui believe she understood her so well? Uffed. How self-righteous. In an effort to prove herself wrong, she opened her contacts and dialed a locksmith's number. Beep beep. Hello? The phone was answered, but Jiang Qinghuan immediately hung up. No, that wouldn't he do. Unlocking the door surely incurs a cost, doesn't he it? Her tutoress' salary had yet to be disbursed. Therefore, she must refrain from frivolous expenditures. Moreover, as a young woman, allowing a stranger to unlock her door seemed rather unsafe, didn't he it? Yes, indeed. Consequently, Jiang Qinghuan confidently rapped on the door across the hall. Fang Yanzhou, still enveloped in the embrace of slumber, was startled awake by the persistent knocking. Groggy, he glanced at his phone and noted the early hour, only 7 o'clock. Who could be knocking at such an unholy time? A wave of morning irritability washed over him. Being abruptly roused from a deep sleep was particularly vexatious. He dragged his heavy body to the door. What met his eyes was a visage of unparalleled beauty. Wow! To behold his senior so early in the morning. Was he still dreaming? I forgot my keys, Jiang Qinghuan admitted, a tinge of guilt creeping into her heart. But wait, What was there to feel guilty about? Had she not merely stated the truth? Standing tall, she asserted, I have nowhere else to go. Fang Yanzhou was instantly alert. This was no dream. It was indeed his senior. She claimed she had forgotten her keys and that she had nowhere to go. In that moment, his heart ached for her. Winter had settled upon Beicheng, and the morning chill was biting. Surely she would freeze outside. Senior, please come in, he urged, stepping aside to allow her entry. Jiang Qinghuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the younger student did not pose any further inquiries. Once inside, Fang Yanzhou promptly poured her a glass of hot water. Senior, I must head to class now. Would you mind waiting for me at home? He glanced at the time. It was already quite late, though he longed to linger with her a while longer. The looming specter of the formidable instructor's class extinguished that desire. Are you going to leave me here alone? Jiang Qinghuan uttered, unbeknownst to her. With a hint of a pout, she simply felt a twinge of reluctance to part ways. Upon hearing her words, Fang Yanzhou's heart softened, and he quickly reassured her. Once my class is over, I'll bring you something delicious, all right? Jiang Qinghuan frowned, perplexed. Why did he speak to her in such a condescending tone, as if she were a child? Did she truly need something to eat? I want to have spicy prince, she declared, referring to a brand of spicy snacks she had recently grown fond of. Having seldom indulged in snacks during her childhood, she had developed a habit of stocking up on various treats as an adult, a means of compensating for her earlier deprivation. Fang Yanzhou was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly aloof school beauty would have a penchant for spicy snacks. The image of her, with an impassive demeanor, munching on spicy strips struck him as utterly adorable. All right, whatever my senior desires, I shall procure, he vowed. After he departed, Jiang Qinghuan surveyed her empty home, a wave of sudden melancholy washing over her. Just then, a series of excited barks erupted, and there was little Bai. Instantly invigorated, she seized the key Fang Yanzhou had left behind and eagerly led little Bai outside. While walking the dog, she happened to pass by the vegetable market. An idea suddenly struck her. By the time she returned home, Jiang Qinghuan was carrying a large bag of groceries. She placed the pork ribs, pig trotters, and a plethora of vegetables into the refrigerator. After that, she lovingly wiped down little Bai, replenished its food bowl, and tidied up its toys. Having completed all these tasks, she still felt invigorated. What else could she do? Jiang Qinghuan made her way to the bathroom, only to discover a pair of autumn clothes belonging to a male, resting in the basin. They were red, quite festive. A scene flashed in her mind of him standing before her in a full red outfit, foolishly calling her senpai. And she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Quite adorable indeed. With that thought, she instinctively reached out to wash the clothes in the basin. She worked efficiently, and soon enough, Fang Yanzhou's autumn clothes and several pairs of socks were all clean. As she prepared to hang them on the balcony, she looked up and noticed a solitary pair of underwear fluttering in the breeze. This time, it wasn't tea green, it bore a design of Ultraman. This guy really didn't own a single normal pair of underwear? Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Jiang Qinghuan reached out her hand. At the moment her fingers brushed against the underwear, she recoiled in shock. Jiang Qinghuan, oh Jiang Qinghuan, how did you stoop to this level? Not even sparing a pair of underwear? She shook her head, attempting to rid herself of these unhealthy thoughts. Yet, sometimes the more one tries to suppress something, the more insistent it becomes in one's mind. She recalled the feeling of lying in the same bed with him that day, so beautiful and fulfilling. How wonderful it would be if they could always share a bed. With that thought, a smile crept onto Jiang Qinghuan's lips. She had begun to anticipate the arrival of night. However, before that, she needed to ensure her junior was well fed. After all, it said that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Fortunately, she usually cooked for herself and was quite adept in the kitchen, certainly no less skilled than the chefs at those small restaurants. She wanted her junior to remember her cooking long after he had tasted it. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou, engrossed in class, rested his chin on his hand, daydreaming. How he missed his senpai. What could she be doing right now? He could send her a text to inquire. Immediately, he pulled out his phone, accessed his contacts, and found his senpai's information. What could he say that wouldn't come off as too deliberate? After some thought, he typed, Senpai, what is little Bai doing? In truth, he didn't really care what the dog was up to. That little rascal didn't require his concern. After hitting send, he waited. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Every few moments, Fang Yanzhou glanced at his phone. Unfortunately, it remained silent, devoid of any notifications. Odd. Could his phone be broken? Growing increasingly anxious, He wished he could fly home right then to see what his senpai was up to. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qinghuan was currently lying on his bed, snugly wrapped in a blanket. She comfortably squinted her eyes, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Ah, how delightful. She turned over, resting her head on the pillow, inhaling deeply. A contented sigh escaped her lips. Even if she couldn't be with the junior, simply catching a whiff of his scent was pleasurable. To her surprise, Fang Yanzhou's bed was remarkably comfortable, and most importantly, it exuded the fragrance of her favorite soap. It was reminiscent of the scent he typically carried, intoxicating her with every breath. She wished to meld herself into his bed, lingering there for eternity. This thought startled her. Why was she becoming increasingly peculiar? Soon, she conjured a justification. To love someone or something is to possess it. Isn't it? One should employ every means to attain it. Isn't there a saying circulating online? To love is to possess, while to cherish is to restrain. Jiang Qinghuan had never subscribed to that notion. In her eyes, loving someone meant doing everything possible to be with them. If that person resisted, she had no qualms about employing unconventional methods. Lost in her thoughts, she soon drifted into slumber, experiencing one of the most restful sleeps she had in a long while. When she awoke, it was nearly dusk, for reasons unknown. Waking up close to nightfall always filled her with a profound sense of loneliness and sorrow. The yearning to be tightly embraced by that person intensified within her. She fumbled for her phone and discovered several unread messages, all from the same individual. Senior sister, what is Xiaobai doing? Senior sister, class is so boring. The last message, sent half an hour ago, read, Senior sister, I'm about to finish class. Upon reading it, Jiang Qinghuan furrowed her brows. About to finish class? Given the timing, he should be nearing home. She sprang into action, noticing the once neatly arranged sheets now crumpled, which pleased her immensely. This was precisely the effect she desired. Next, she headed to the kitchen, retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator: yellow soybean and pig trotter soup, braised pork ribs, and stir-fried water spinach. That should suffice. She was quick in her cooking. Everything could be ready within an hour, though the pig trotter required a longer simmering time. Xiaobai, with his keen nose, detected the savory aroma of meat and hurried over, wagging his tail. Good boy, I'll prepare your meal shortly, she said, patting his head as she continued bustling about in the kitchen. After class, Fang Yanzhou dashed out of the classroom. An acquaintance jokingly shouted from behind, running so fast. Your wife must be waiting at home. His senior sister had not responded to his messages all afternoon, causing him great concern. He pedaled home on his electric scooter with remarkable speed. Upon opening the door, he was met with the enticing aroma of pig trotters. How was such a scent present in his home? You're back, she greeted. Jiang Qinghuan donned a pink Sailor Moon apron, her waist-length hair elegantly pinned up. The dim light cast a warm glow upon her radiant face, leaving Fang Yanzhou momentarily mesmerized. Who could comprehend that this scene mirrored the very plots of the comics he had illustrated? The male protagonist returns home from work, only to be greeted by his wife, who has prepared a meal in anticipation of their shared dinner. In this moment, happiness crystallized before him. An impulsive urge to embrace his senior suddenly surged within him. Why are you dawdling? Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner will soon be ready, Jiang Qinghuan urged, darting into the kitchen to check on the pig trotters simmering in the clay pot. Ah, splendid, they'll be ready shortly. Fang Yanzhou, moving in a daze, made his way to the restroom. As he passed by the bedroom, a fleeting glance revealed something that left him astounded. Wait, didn't I make the bed before I left? I felt tired during lunch and took a nap, came Jiang Qinghuan's soft voice from behind him. So, she had slept in his bed? Panic seized him. Surely the sheets weren't soiled? His mind raced, but thankfully, his daily bathing ritual should suffice. The thought of his senior having rested on his bed ignited a desire to leap onto it and inhale her lingering scent, yet he dismissed the notion, deeming it inappropriate. Upon washing his hands and emerging, he beheld the dining table lavishly adorned with an array of dishes. Wow, senior, you can cook? He exclaimed. In this era, females proficient in culinary arts had become a rarity. Most were treated like princesses at home, unwilling to learn skills previously unfamiliar to them. Fang Yanzhou had thought he would never encounter such a girl. Who do you think you're looking down upon? Jiang Qinghuan retorted, her tone laced with displeasure. What? Don't you like it? How could that be? I adore you, senior. Fang Yanzhou blurted out, the realization of his words plunging them both into silence. Jiang Qinghuan lowered her gaze, a rare blush gracing her cheeks. Hee hee, I meant to say I love the dishes you've prepared, he added, attempting a feeble explanation. You haven't even tasted it yet. How can you know if you like it? Jiang Qinghuan scoffed, clearly skeptical of his sweet talk. Do we even need to sample it? Surely, your cooking must be delicious. Senior, may I take a photo? Fang Yanzhou asked shyly. He had a habit of documenting moments, especially everything related to his senior, cherishing the memories they evoked whenever he revisited the album. Sure. While I don't quite grasp why you wish to photograph it, if you want to, then indulge yourself. Fang Yanzhou adjusted several angles, capturing numerous shots. The dishes prepared by his senior were nothing short of extraordinary, visually stunning, aromatic, and delectable. He selected a photo and shared it in a family group chat named Loving Each Other Like a Family. After sending the message, he set his phone down and announced, Senior, I'm about to dig in. He could hardly contain his excitement. Fang Yanzhou first sampled a piece of braised pork ribs. Exquisite. How could it be so delicious? Senior sister, this is truly delightful. His eyes sparkled as if he had savored some rare delicacy. Subsequently, he tasted all 3 dishes, each deserving of the title of culinary masterpiece. He instantly felt that the dishes prepared by his senior sister could easily outshine those crafted by chefs at 5-star hotels. In that moment, he was so engrossed in his meal that he forgot to engage in conversation with Jiang Qingxian. Observing the boy devouring his food with such enthusiasm, Jiang Qingxian couldn't help but express her astonishment. She recalled a video on her phone of him eating a hamburger, where he appeared as earnest and absorbed as a little hamster during mealtime. A wave of satisfaction washed over her heart. In truth, those who love to cook may not do so solely out of passion, but rather for the sheer joy of witnessing their creations being completely devoured. Watching him eat with fervor, Jiang Qingxian suddenly realized that no matter how exhausting cooking might be, it was all worth it for moments like this. Just then, Fang Yanzhou's phone buzzed incessantly with new messages. In the family group chat, after he posted the photo, Yuya sent a teasing remark. Eating takeout again? When will you learn to cook for yourself? The next second, a person named Yaya chimed in. Eating takeout is unhealthy. Your mom is right. You need to learn to cook, or how will any girl ever want to marry you? Fang Yanzhou was left speechless upon reading that. Takeout. This was a lovingly prepared dinner by his senior sister. He set down his chopsticks and quickly clarified, attention, this is not takeout. This is a heartfelt dinner. You can't even get a taste of it. Only I get to enjoy the dishes made by my senior sister. After sending the message, he put down his phone and noticed that Jiang Qingxian was watching him intently. Senior sister, is there oil on my face? He asked. No, Jiang Qingxian replied, shaking her head. Is it delicious? Delicious. Truly delightful. He exclaimed. Quite nice. The emotional value is abundant, she mused, realizing that her plan was unfolding successfully. She was one step closer to fully claiming the younger studentess' attention. Fang Yanzhou grinned foolishly, feeling overly stuffed from the meal. And soon the plates on the table were completely empty, having been cleared by him. However, he belatedly noticed that his senior sister hadn't touched her food much. Oh no, he had been so focused on eating that he completely forgot about the presence of another person at the table. I'm not very hungry, Jiang Qingxian said. Sensing his embarrassment and offering a thoughtful explanation, Fang Yanzhou sighed in relief. Yet, to make amends for his earlier oversight, he volunteered to wash the dishes. All right, Jiang Qingxian agreed, not stopping him. She settled onto the sofa to play with Xiaobai for a while. After washing the dishes, Fang Yanzhou returned to find Jiang Qingxian and Xiaobai playing with toys together. The scene was heartwarming, and he couldn't resist capturing the moment with a photo from a distance. In the photograph, the senior's lips curled into a subtle smile while the little white dog playfully licked her face. The angle of the capture was impeccable. He promptly set this image as his wallpaper. Jiang Qinghuan noticed Fang Yanzhou, who had been standing in the background, and furrowed her brow, asking, What are you dawdling for? Nothing, Fang Yanzhou replied with a smile. The two fell into a silence, the stillness in the air palpable. Oh, I almost forgot the most crucial matter. As if struck by inspiration, Fang Yanzhou hurriedly retrieved a large shopping bag from his backpack and approached Jiang Qinghuan as if to present an offering. Senior, here you go. What is it? Jiang Qinghuan took the bag and, upon peering inside, could not suppress a twitch at the corners of her mouth. To her astonishment, the bag was filled to the brim with spicy snacks. Alongside spicy prints, there were various brands of these treats. This foolish boy. Did he really buy every type of spicy snack in the supermarket? It would be disingenuous to claim she was not touched. Although she had merely mentioned it casually, he had taken her words to heart. Apart from her parents, he was the first person to treat her this way. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely a whisper. Fang Yanzhou waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, really. But senior, you've lost your keys. Should we call a locksmith?" He gazed at her with earnest eyes. Jiang Qinghuan felt a pang in her heart. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of grievance. "Do you want me to leave?" What a question. He could never bear to see his senior go. Of course not. At that moment, Jiang Qinghuan lowered her head, contemplating how to mask her discomfort. An idea struck her. "It's quite late now. Perhaps it's best not to trouble a locksmith." She feigned a look of distress. To Fang Yanzhou, this expression only highlighted her kindness. He reflected on his oversight, realizing the weather outside suggested an impending downpour. "Let us discuss it tomorrow." Jiang Qinghuan sighed in relief upon hearing this. "By the way, senior, why don't you sleep in my room?" Jiang Qinghuan's heart leapt with joy, but this elation quickly dissipated upon hearing his next words. "I'll sleep in the adjacent room." He had rented a 2-bedroom apartment, keeping one room available in case of emergencies, though it had remained unoccupied due to poor lighting. The smile that had almost graced Jiang Qinghuan's lips froze in place, her emotions a whirlwind. How could she have forgotten that this boy had another bedroom? "Oh," she responded flatly. Strange, he thought. Why does the senior seem a bit disheartened? "I'll go wash up first." As Jiang Qinghuan pondered her next move, she suddenly recalled something. She returned, a hint of shyness evident as she addressed Fang Yanzhou. I don't have any change of underwear." Chapter 50. The elegance of purple. Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou initially considered offering her a new pair of his own, still in its unopened packaging. However, upon remembering the cartoon character emblazoned on them, he decided against it. This garment looks quite peculiar on the senior. The more he contemplates, the more awkward it seems. He recalls that the structure of women's lingerie differs significantly from that of men's. Thus, he resolves to venture out to purchase some. There is a chain supermarket located beneath their residential complex, where such items are likely to be available. "All right," Jiang Qinghuan replied with an expressionless face, though she was secretly stifling a smile behind the bathroom door. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her cheeks felt warm. After receiving the girl's consent, Fang Yanzhou hurriedly dressed and made his way to the supermarket below. Upon arriving at the women's lingerie section, he found himself quite perplexed. The sales clerk, noticing a young man standing dazedly in front of the shelves, approached him with an enthusiastic demeanor. "Young man, are you here to buy something for your girlfriend?" she inquired. Fang Yanzhou shyly nodded. The saleswoman then began to eagerly guide him on how to select suitable lingerie for his girlfriend. "What is her weight?" This question left Fang Yanzhou at a loss. He pondered for a moment, recalling the senior's figure. She was undoubtedly the type where all the right curves were present. Yet she remained slender, perhaps around 90 pounds. He ventured a rough estimate. The saleswoman continued her inquiries. What size does she wear? How was he to know? Assuming he was merely bashful, the saleswoman patted Fang Yanzhou's shoulder and said, "Oh, don't be shy, young man. I have plenty of experience. Just tell me if it's about the same size as your fist, and I can gauge the approximate size." Fang Yanzhou's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, "I don't know. Probably about the same." Having never encountered such matters, he was at a loss. The only time he had been close to the senior was when she had sleepwalked and pressed against him. Having uttered that sentence took every ounce of courage he had. "Help me." He had assumed that women's lingerie was akin to men's, but he was utterly unprepared for the intricacies involved. The saleswoman, accustomed to all sorts of situations, pondered for a moment and then remarked, "You are indeed fortunate, young man. We have a plethora of styles. Which do you fancy?" "Anything will do," he replied, eager to pay and leave. Ultimately, the saleswoman selected a set of purple lace lingerie for him. After hastily completing the transaction, Fang Yanzhou fled the store. On his way home, he reassured himself, "It's nothing at all. Just consider it a preliminary exploration. Who knows, I may return in the future." Soon, he arrived home. The sound of running water still echoed from the bathroom, indicating that the senior had yet to finish her shower. With the bag in hand, he sat obediently on the sofa, waiting. After a moment, he was struck by an idea. He retrieved a white shirt and a pair of athletic shorts from his wardrobe. He had worn them only once before washing and then relegated them to the cupboard. Since the senior had no change of clothes, he decided to offer her these. Having prepared everything, he sat upright, yet the saleswoman's words lingered in his mind. The senior's physique was truly remarkable, fitting the archetype of a sophisticated woman. Though he encountered many girls, He was certain that the senior was indeed among the finest. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to cease his thoughts. The color purple, indeed, exuded a certain allure. He pondered, surely no boy could resist. One must admit, the older woman had a keen eye for selection. As he was lost in thought, a cool voice broke the silence. I'm done washing. Fang Yanzhou immediately snapped back to reality and rushed to the bathroom door. Senior, just crack the door open, and I will hand you your clothes. No sooner had he spoken than the bathroom door swung open, revealing a slender, delicate arm glistening with droplets of water. Hand it to me, Jiang Qinghuan urged, waving her hand. Fang Yanzhou quickly complied, and the door was promptly shut again. Inside the bathroom, Jiang Qinghuan opened the shopping bag, and at the moment she pulled out the lingerie, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. What is this? She unfolded the panties, only to find that the fabric, which should have been conventional, was now replaced with a mere string. Although she had encountered such styles while browsing an Orange app, she had never purchased any. After all, when she once clicked to check the reviews, they were predominantly from boys, implying that most were bought for their girlfriends. Holding this scorching hot potato, Jiang Qinghuan was taken aback that the seemingly innocent boy harbored such thoughts. A slow smile crept onto her lips. Quite nice, she liked it. Thus, she obediently donned the lingerie, layering it beneath a boy's white shirt and shorts. I'm done washing. As Jiang Qinghuan stepped out, Fang Yanzhou turned at the sound. In that instant, his mind erupted in sparks. Senior, you look stunning. The words escaped him instinctively. The sight of her in the white shirt was utterly captivating. How to describe it? Chaste yet undeniably alluring. It was evident to Fang Yanzhou that the white shirt was slightly translucent, subtly revealing the purple lingerie he had selected. No, he could not continue to look. If he did, he would lose control. Though, truth be told, he was already on the brink. At that moment, thunder rumbled outside, jolting Fang Yanzhou back to reality. Senior, I'm going to take a shower now. Observing the boy's hasty retreat, Jiang Qinghuan felt a flicker of intrigue. She had caught the infatuation in the young man's eyes, all too clearly. In a good mood, she pulled out her phone, opened the green bubble chat, and navigated to her conversation with Jiang Hui. I owe you a meal. I'll treat you when I get back. The reply came instantly. Sis, take it easy. Don't wear the handsome boy out. This girl, always spouting nonsense. We are pure. Jiang Hui. I understand. This is what they call a platonic friendship. Jiang Qinghuan was at a loss for words, wondering what the junior's lips might taste like. Perhaps tonight, while he slept, she could sneak a taste. Yet, recalling the boy's earlier words before his shower, a bucket of cold water doused her enthusiasm. She could not share the same bed with him. What was the purpose of her painstaking efforts to come to his home? Furthermore, after spending the afternoon doing his laundry and cooking, a little interest should be reasonable. What a stingy fellow. Chapter 51. Warm milk. Fang Yanzhou quickly took a refreshing shower, and upon emerging, he noticed that a gentle rain had begun to fall outside. Its droplets softly tapping against the glass, enveloping the home in a serene tranquility. However, the living room was devoid of his senior's presence. Perhaps she had retreated to her room. Fang Yanzhou thought little of it as he dried his hair, preparing to wash the clothes and socks he had changed out of over the past few days, only to discover that his dirty laundry had mysteriously vanished. Curiosity sparked an incredulous thought within him. To verify his suspicion, he made his way to the balcony. Indeed, the once barren drying rack was now adorned with freshly laundered garments and socks. There was no doubt as to who had performed this kind deed. A warm current coursed through Fang Yanzhou's heart. Not only had she taken the initiative to wash his clothes, but she had also washed his socks. To be honest, since elementary school, he had always washed his own socks, never having received assistance. His first instinct was to feel a pang of sympathy, realizing the effort she must have exerted. With this thought in mind, Fang Yanzhou wished to express his gratitude to her in person. However, upon entering his bedroom, he found it empty, which stirred a flicker of doubt within him. At that moment, he heard a noise emanating from the kitchen. Rushing over, he discovered his senior preparing something. Upon closer inspection, he found it to be milk, the very same that his mother had bought for him during her last visit, which he had yet to open due to his laziness. Noticing his arrival, Jiang Qinghuan casually remarked, "A warm glass of milk before bed promotes restful sleep." "Thank you, senior," Fang Yanzhou replied, suddenly wishing that this moment could last indefinitely, allowing him to see her every day. He felt as though they shared a bond akin to that of an old married couple, comforting and reassuring, even if it was merely his own fanciful notion. Nevertheless, Fang Yanzhou cherished this connection deeply, and when she handed him the milk, he instinctively took a photograph. Seeing this, Jiang Qinghuan couldn't help but inquire, "Do you enjoy taking pictures?" Fang Yanzhou nodded. One could say that. In truth, he had never been fond of photography, even during his high school infatuation with Zhang Ziyo. He had never thought to document their moments together, finding it all too cumbersome. However, since developing feelings for his senior, he had come to see photography as a delightful endeavor. Consequently, the act of capturing moments held little significance. What truly mattered was the subject of those moments. Moreover, there was an underlying desire within Fang Yanzhou to showcase this special occasion, the milk prepared for him by his senior. Who else could claim such a privilege? No one. Yet, he had already shared this on his social media, with friends, and in family chats. Where else could he possibly post it? Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Good night, senior. Please rest early," he said before retreating to his own room. Jiang Qinghuan watched as the young man's back disappeared, nearly amused to the point of exasperation. This fool, she thought, leaving her at a loss for words. If it were any other boy sharing a space with her, he would have sought every possible excuse to draw closer. Yet here he was, seemingly indifferent to the opportunity. However, Jiang Qinghuan pondered, was she not merely captivated by the purity and sincerity emanating from the young man? After Fang Yanzhou returned to his bedroom, he swiftly powered on his computer, uploaded his previous drafts to Weibo, and in the next moment shared a picture accompanied by the caption, "Good night, brothers. Remember to drink a cup of warm milk before bed." Consequently, as soon as the photo was posted, an avalanche of comments flooded in. "Oh, warm milk? You can't possibly be in a relationship, can you? In a relationship? Unfollowed. Warm milk? It can't be what I'm thinking." Fang Yanzhou perused all these comments, chuckling to himself. This group of friends was simply envious of him, envious of the school beauty who prepared warm milk for him. With his purpose fulfilled, Fang Yanzhou felt a secret delight within. As he lay on his bed, engrossed in his phone, a message suddenly popped up. It was from Big Tyrannosaurus. Indeed, it had been quite some time since they last conversed. "Big Tyrannosaurus, are you in a relationship?" Ha ha ha. This was the effect Fang Yanzhou desired. "Bro, don't be jealous. Are you feeling envious?" A moment later, Big Tyrannosaurus replied, "Is she beautiful?" As if this required questioning. "Jojo, of course, she is celestial." Just a wall apart. Upon reading this, Jiang Qinghuan couldn't help but smile. Although countless people had praised her beauty throughout her life, she remained unperturbed by such compliments. Yet, when it came from the younger student, her heart felt as though it had plummeted into a pot of honey, sweet and joyous. Nonetheless, she maintained her aloof demeanor and replied simply, "Oh." Clearly, she had forgotten it was her alternate account. After seeing her message, Fang Yanzhou assumed Big Tyrannosaurus had been provoked and teasingly replied, "Are you feeling upset? Bro, I still don't know what you look like. Send me a picture so I can help you with a makeover. Isn't that trendy nowadays?" Fang Yanzhou was quite confident in his fashion sense. "Big Tyrannosaurus, let me see you first." "Jojo, it's not that I want to show you. I just fear it might discourage you." "Big Tyrannosaurus, afraid are we?" Upon reading this, Fang Yanzhou immediately leaped off his bed. Is that a challenge? He had a reasonable amount of confidence in his looks, modesty aside. He was merely a notch below Peng Yuyan. However, he rarely took selfies or shared his pictures on social media. He opened the camera, switched to selfie mode, and gazed directly into the lens. He casually snapped a photo. Done. It was a straight out of the camera shot, guaranteed to dazzle Big Tyrannosaurus's eyes. After clicking send, he followed up with, "So what do you think? Am I handsome?" On the other end, Jiang Qinghuan burst into laughter upon seeing the photo sent. The face was handsome, but the angle was horrendous, not even capturing a tenth of his real-life appearance. Nevertheless, she still saved the photo. Noticing the other party had fallen silent, Fang Yanzhou urged, "Your turn, bro. You can't back out now." If he didn't receive a response soon, Jiang Qinghuan feared he might genuinely become upset. After all, she had previously rejected the younger student numerous times, so she casually snapped a photo. Then, she opened an image editing application. This software could create a gender-swapped version of herself, transforming her photo into that of a male, while her facial features remained unchanged. Once the synthesis was complete, Jiang Qinghuan took a glance. It was quite impressive, very lifelike. Subsequently, she opened another image editing software and made slight adjustments to her features. After meticulously reviewing the result, she sent it out. Jiang Qinghuan was untroubled by the possibility of the younger student discovering her ruse. After all, Boys generally lack understanding in this regard, especially straightforward ones like him. Sure enough, the latter sent a message almost immediately. Bro, you're so handsome. Jiang Qinghuan raised an eyebrow and replied, what do you think? Zhou Zhou responded, TSK TSK TSK. I'm feeling a bit ashamed. You're just a smidgen more handsome than I am. However, I've noticed something. Jiang Qinghuan's heart raced. Surely, he wouldn't find out, right? Chapter 52. Thunder, I'm afraid you look like someone. Jiang Qinghuan held her phone with both hands, nervously swallowing. Who? Zhou Zhou replied. You don't know him. Fang Yanzhou repeatedly opened the photos sent by the big Tyrannosaurus, and the more he looked, the more he felt the big Tyrannosaurus resembled his senior. Although the big Tyrannosaurus had a wider face and lacked the senior's delicacy, his appearance was still quite unexpected. He had always assumed the big Tyrannosaurus was a typical couch potato. But now it seemed he was actually a brooding young handsome man. Bro, when are you coming to North City University for a visit? Fang Yanzhou sent another invitation. He genuinely wanted to befriend the big Tyrannosaurus, as this was one of his earliest fans, and they had chatted online for quite some time, leading him to believe their friendship was substantial. After sending that message, the big Tyrannosaurus fell silent once more. No way. Had he been rejected again? Just when he thought there was no hope, the big Tyrannosaurus replied, sure. It wasn't easy, but the brooding young man had finally agreed. Zhou Zhou, let's set a time. The big Tyrannosaurus, how about next Sunday? Zhou Zhou, no problem. For some reason, the thought of meeting the big Tyrannosaurus in person made Fang Yanzhou a bit excited. This would be his first encounter with an online friend. Zhou Zhou, I'm off to sleep, good night. The big Tyrannosaurus replied instantly, good night. Following that, the other party sent a cute emoticon. Fang Yanzhou fell into another bout of contemplation. This person still carried such a delicate demeanor. When they met, he would certainly need to give him a good lesson. Such a demeanor could easily lead girls to mistake him for a sister. After putting down his phone, Fang Yanzhou lay in bed, his mind swirling with the events of the day. He suddenly felt that ever since encountering his senior, his life had become enriched, no longer dull and monotonous. With that thought, he picked up his phone again and sent a message to his senior. Good night, senior. He waited for quite some time, but there was no reply. She was probably asleep. Just as Fang Yanzhou was preparing to drift off, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed from outside. The gentle patter of rain had suddenly transformed into a torrential downpour, the droplets rhythmically striking against the glass, creating a cacophony of sound. Fang Yanzhou retrieved earplugs from the cabinet and promptly inserted them into his ears. Perfect. Now he could indulge in a restful slumber. He was never particular about the beds he slept on. Although this one was not as comfortable as the one in his own bedroom, Fang Yanzhou was not so fastidious. In just about 10 minutes, he succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan lay tossing and turning in bed, finding it exceedingly difficult to fall asleep. In truth, she was devoid of any sleepiness. Lying on the bed of the younger student, the entire room was imbued with his scent. The yearning for his touch grew increasingly intense. While she could usually maintain a reasonable social distance during their interactions, at this moment, her rationality had long since abandoned her. She craved his embrace, needed him to hold her tightly, and perhaps even more. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder reverberated outside, prompting Jiang Qinghuan to spring up. She approached the boy's bedroom and knocked on the door, but received no response. Furrowing her brow, she wondered what could be the matter. Had he fallen asleep so soon? She knocked again with more force, yet still no answer. With her patience waning, she decided to call him. Fortunately, Fang Yanzhou's phone had not been silenced. When he heard the ringtone, he was momentarily bewildered. Who could be calling him at such a late hour? Upon glancing at the screen, he realized it was his senior. Wait, what could she possibly want at this hour? Instantly alert, he hurriedly got out of bed, opened the door, and found Jiang Qinghuan looking at him with a face full of distress. In that moment, his heart melted. Senior, what is it? He inquired. Jiang Qinghuan replied softly. I'm scared. Scared? Scared of what? Gazing into the depths of his clear eyes, she playfully infused her voice with a hint of vulnerability. Thunder. I'm afraid. Perhaps sensing her trepidation, another ominous rumble of thunder roared outside. Jiang Qinghuan, frightened, dashed into Fang Yanzhou's room, observing the once aloof senior now appearing so fragile. Fang Yanzhou's protective instincts surged. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in his mind. Protect the senior. Why don't you sleep in my room? He suggested. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan felt a surge of joy within, though she feigned hesitation, softly murmuring, isn't that inappropriate? It's all right. You can sleep in the bed, And I'll take the floor, Fang Yanzhou replied nonchalantly. After hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan recalled the strategies she had come across in her research on how to win over a boy. It advised that to conquer a man's heart, one must sometimes retreat to advance, and to feign weakness at opportune moments. With this in mind, she immediately stood up, pretending to leave. Never mind. I've already troubled you enough. How could I let you sleep on the floor? Upon hearing her words, Fang Yanzhou immediately insisted, not at all. I don't find it troublesome in the slightest. Really? Jiang Qinghuan inquired, feigning doubt. Absolutely. However, how could I allow you to sleep on the floor? Let us share the bed instead. Fang Yanzhou blinked, puzzled by his senior's suggestion. Share a bed? Although they had slept together once in a hotel due to circumstances, it felt inappropriate now. He did not wish to take advantage of his senior. At that moment, the naive Fang Yanzhou mistakenly thought he was the one benefiting from the situation. It was only later, after being thoroughly taken advantage of, that he realized he was but a mere fool in front of her. Noticing the boy's hesitation, Jiang Qinghuan seductively coaxed, It's fine, we can do it like last time. Each with our own blanket. What do you think? That didn't seem too unreasonable. All right then. The plan was set. Jiang Qinghuan secretly rejoiced and naturally lay down in the spot where Fang Yanzhou had just been. The warmth from the boy lingered in the bedding, enveloping her in a cozy embrace. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou fetched the blanket from the adjacent room, and upon returning, he found his senior already settled in. He encouraged himself internally, telling himself not to be afraid. They had shared a bed before. As long as he woke up before her the next morning, it wouldn't be too awkward. With this thought in mind, Fang Yanzhou lay beside her, and they both sank into a comfortable silence. At that moment, Fang Yanzhou was ruminating on how to initiate a conversation, while Jiang Qinghuan was thinking, lying next to this junior feels utterly delightful. The sensation of relaxation coursed through her, making her crave more. Once the junior fell asleep, she intended to indulge herself fully. Are you not sleeping yet? She asked, noticing Fang Yanzhou staring intently at the ceiling, wide awake. I'm not tired, he replied. He had dozed off briefly, but was now very alert. Oh, Jiang Qinghuan responded nonchalantly. If he wasn't going to sleep, how could she execute her plan? Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky outside. An idea sparked in her mind, and she softly called out while leaning against the boy's shoulder. Fang Yanzhou instantly tensed up. Senior, don't be afraid. I'm here. He reassured her. Jiang Qinghuan smirked in a way that Fang Yanzhou couldn't see, her voice trembling slightly as she said, I've been afraid of thunder and lightning since childhood. In truth, she wasn't afraid at all. It was her sister Jiang Hui who trembled in fear, often running to her room with a blanket during thunderstorms. At those times, Jiang Qinghuan would entertain her with ghost stories, causing her sister to scream in fright. Jiang Hui's irrational fear of ghosts puzzled her, as Jiang Qinghuan was a staunch materialist. After all, was there anything more terrifying in this world than humans themselves? Thus, she felt no fear towards such phenomena. Yet, in front of her junior, she could feign it, if it meant getting closer to him. A little acting was a small price to pay. Now, her face comfortably nestled against his shoulder. Though he remained in his pajamas, it was certainly better than nothing. Fang Yanzhou's heart raced wildly. His senior was so close. Fang Yanzhou discovered that no matter how familiar he was with his senior, whenever she drew near, his heart would race at an abnormal pace. In an attempt to alleviate the suffocating atmosphere, he initiated a conversation. Surely, during her childhood, when she was frightened, she would seek comfort from her mother. In Fang Yanzhou's mind, a girl as exceptional as his senior must have had parents who doted on her. However, after he uttered this remark, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Just as he began to wonder if she had fallen asleep, Jiang Qingxian suddenly spoke. My parents passed away in a car accident when I was 4. Fang Yanzhou felt an urge to slap himself. He had not anticipated that the seemingly aloof and unapproachable campus beauty bore such a background. His heart ached for her. It's all right, it's all in the past, Jiang Qingxian said lightly, as if she had long since ceased to allow her past to affect her emotions. Yet, Fang Yanzhou understood that the loss of loved ones is not like the torrential rain outside at this moment, but rather a prolonged dampness that lingers throughout one's life, stirring waves even on the most ordinary days. Those who have not experienced it can never truly empathize. Unable to articulate anything particularly eloquent, Fang Yanzhou pondered for a moment and earnestly said, Senior, death is not the end, forgetting is. As long as you remember them in your heart, your loved ones never truly leave. This was wisdom imparted to him by his mother. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Qingxian felt a sting in her nose. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Having grown up in her uncle's home, even though they were relatives, a certain distance always lingered. At the moment her parents passed, all familial ties seemed tinged with ulterior motives. This was also the reason why she had never asked her aunt and uncle for a single cent during her university years. She did not wish to owe anyone anything. Yet now, it felt as if she had found a reason to embrace life fully, and that reason was the person beside her. No matter what, she would cherish him and ensure he belonged solely to her. With this thought in mind, she could not help but express, "I will possess you completely." However, her voice was barely a whisper, and the boy did not catch it. When she looked at him again, he had already fallen asleep. This fool, so carefree and oblivious. Yet, she adored this simplicity about him. He was a ray of light in her otherwise dreary world. She recalled Dr. Yuya's words, explaining that her skin hunger syndrome stemmed from a lack of love in her original family, which had caused both psychological and physical issues. Was her skin hunger truly a desire for touch? No, it was fundamentally a longing for love. So why did she not recoil from the proximity of this junior, but instead find herself enamored? In that moment, clarity washed over her. It was simply because she had found someone willing to love her. With this realization, Jiang Qingxuan's heart began to feel grounded. She turned off the light and quietly nestled in the boy's embrace. Then, like an octopus, she clung to him. It was wonderfully comfortable, in every conceivable sense. A night of sweet dreams ensued. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Fang Yanzhou opened his eyes, feeling somewhat disoriented. Who am I? Where am I? This does not seem to be my bedroom. Could it be that I have ended up in my senior's bed again? Yet, in the next moment, Fang Yanzhou was jolted back to reality. What senior's bed? This was merely his other bedroom. However, he quickly became aware of a pressing issue. He urgently needed to relieve himself. Fang Yanzhou had intended to wake up before his senior did, but upon awakening, he discovered that he was alone. Where was she? After rushing to the bathroom, he hurried to the kitchen, only to find it empty. The living room was devoid of life as well. The entire space felt desolate, with him as the sole occupant. After all, his senior had only stayed over because she had forgotten her keys. She must have returned home by now. He sighed. Beautiful moments always seem so fleeting. Today was Saturday, a rare occasion free from school, and Fang Yanzhou planned to nurture his bond with Little Bai. For instance, he intended to schedule a neutering procedure for him. Little Bai? Only then did he realize that even Little Bai was nowhere to be found. That foolish dog. Surely he hasn't figured out how to open the door and wandered out? Ever since Little Bai grew up, he had learned to open doors himself, frequently going out alone to explore before returning home. Concerned for his safety, Fang Yanzhou had eventually hired a college student to take him out on a regular schedule. Just as Fang Yanzhou prepared to search for him, a noise from the front door caught his attention. He dashed over, and upon seeing who it was, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Senior, you're back." Jiang Qinghuan entered, one hand holding breakfast and the other gripping a dog leash. Upon hearing his words, she immediately frowned. "What? You're not welcoming me?" Fang Yanzhou quickly shook his head, accepting the breakfast from her hand, entirely disregarding Little Bai, who was wagging his tail excitedly at his side. "Thank you for the breakfast, senior." "No need to thank me. It was on my way," she replied. In truth, it was not merely on her way. She had specially woken up early to take a taxi 8 kilometers to purchase the jianbing guozi. The reason was simple. Last night, while the junior was asleep, he had mumbled in his dreams, "Boss, I want a jianbing guozi. Add an egg, sausage, and spicy strips." She had been awakened by the commotion and, upon searching on her phone, discovered that there were no nearby vendors selling jianbing guozi. Thus, she had no choice but to rise early to procure some. Fang Yanzhou was blissfully unaware of this, and Jiang Qinghuan had no intention of divulging this to her junior, as it was her own volition to do so. Revealing it would only impose pressure on him. As long as it was something she willingly undertook, she never sought anything in return. However, the caveat was that the junior must wholly belong to her. Should he dare to reject her when she finally confessed her feelings, she would not hesitate to employ some extraordinary measures to keep him by her side, despite her usual indifference. Jiang Qinghuan was resolute when it came to matters she deemed significant. She would press forward, no matter the obstacles, without a hint of retreat. Fang Yanzhou was still immersed in the delightful aroma of the jianbing guozi, entirely oblivious to the fact that senior sister's gaze upon him seemed much more fervent than before. "I'm going to my part-time job today, so behave yourself at home," Jiang Qingxian advised, as if she had already claimed this place as her own. Fang Yanzhou felt a twinge of shyness upon hearing her words. Why did he have the impression that he was being doted upon by Senior Sister? No. A true man should learn to cherish his wife. Although Senior Sister was not yet his wife, who could predict what the future holds? Dreams are essential. What if they come true? Senior Sister, let me escort you, Fang Yanzhou said, hastily finishing his jianbingguozi. Seeing Jiang Qingxian preparing to leave, he quickly stood up, thinking that the matter of neutering Xiao Bai could wait. As long as it concerned Senior Sister, everything else could be set aside. Jiang Qingxian hesitated for a few seconds before responding. The place where I work part-time is quite far from here. It's unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou immediately replied, That is all right. I can ride my electric scooter. No need, she said, and Fang Yanzhou felt a sense of disappointment wash over him. It's cold outside. You should stay home. Jiang Qingxian wished to prevent any misunderstandings and expressed her true feelings. So that was it. Senior Sister was indeed looking out for him. Realizing this, Fang Yanzhou felt a bit careless. It was indeed cold outside, and if he were to ride his scooter with Senior Sister, it would be surprising if she didn't catch a cold. At that moment, he finally recognized the significance of owning a car. After Jiang Qingxian departed, Fang Yanzhou dialed his mother's number, opening with, Mom, are you still serious about buying me a car? On the other end, Yuya erupted in exasperation. Get lost. What is wrong with you early in the morning? Last time you didn't want one, and now you're backtracking? Fang Yanzhou forced a smile. The weather has turned cold, and I'm worried about freezing. In truth, it wasn't his own discomfort that concerned him, but rather that of Senior Sister. He was tough and resilient to the cold, yet Senior Sister, being a delicate girl, would surely feel the chill. No money were the cruel words that Fang Yanzhou instantly recognized as a dead end. It wasn't that there was no money. It was that she didn't want to give him any. His mother had always been this merciless. After hanging up, Fang Yanzhou checked his bank balance. There wasn't much. Around 600,000. This wasn't an extravagant display on his part. As a moderately popular content creator, this amount barely scratched the surface compared to what other creators earned. In the era of social media, earning money is relatively easy. However, he had been quite laid back, previously turning down numerous advertising offers from companies, adhering to the philosophy that if one person is well-fed, the whole family won't starve. And he held little desire for wealth. Yet now, a sense of urgency had suddenly arisen within him. The reason was none other than Senior Sister. He wished for her to possess the finest things, but all of that required material support. What good is it to love someone if it's only words? Although he had stumbled in his previous relationship with Zhang Xiao, he refused to let the negative energy from that experience taint his feelings for the next person he cared for, as it would be unfair to them. With this thought, Fang Yanzhou felt it was time to make a small sacrifice for his fans. He glanced at his Weibo private messages, filtering out the vitriol from fans. Approximately a dozen merchants had reached out, but their offers were disappointingly low. Only one category piqued his interest, commanding a significantly higher price, a specific type of service product. An advertisement fetched an astonishing 200,000, a tempting sum indeed. With that amount, he could purchase a decent vehicle, ensuring a measure of comfort. For the sake of his senior, he decided to take the plunge. Fang Yanzhou promptly added the green bubble of the contact, and within minutes, they sent him a draft and their requirements. After a few moments of perusal, he felt as though he had opened the door to a new world. To his astonishment, the items originally designed for women were remarkably advanced. Not only were there numerous styles, but innovative modes had emerged. The once common vibration patterns had been rendered obsolete. The representative was exceedingly enthusiastic. Joda, please provide me with an address, and we will send you samples. Samples? He thought incredulously. What would a grown man need such items for? I think it's unnecessary, he replied. The representative persisted. You must. Company policy dictates that we send samples to promotional influencers. We mere mortals must follow our leaders. Recognizing the struggles of the workforce, Fang Yanzhou decided to send his address without further ado. If they were to send something, so be it. He could simply store it away upon arrival. Following the representative's instructions, he organized the draft and images, uploading them before clicking publish. As soon as the post went live, it was met with a flurry of friendly banter from his followers. Don't scare me. Is there a hidden truth beneath your skin? Oh my, Joda, you have changed. You are no longer that innocent young man. By the way, does this actually work? I'm considering buying one for my girlfriend. Soon, a female follower replied to the comments. I've used it. It's better than a boyfriend. If you're insecure, don't buy it, or you might be judged. I've purchased it, I'll give feedback once I've tried it. Perusing the comments, Fang Yanzhou couldn't help but marvel at the liberation of thought among people. He had always believed there was nothing to be ashamed of regarding such items. After all, everyone has needs. However, the publication of the advertisement did not guarantee immediate financial gain. He would have to wait another fortnight. Checking the time, he picked up his phone. "Senior, have you arrived?" Jiang Qinghuan, just stepping off the bus, felt her fingers stiff with cold but quickly replied, "I'm here." "What are you up to?" "Preparing to get Xiaobai neutered." "Neutered?" Jiang Qinghuan furrowed her brow and replied, "You must wait for me. I can't miss such an important occasion." Although he was uncertain why she insisted on accompanying him, he obediently replied, "All right, senior." But what was he to do instead of taking Xiaobai for the procedure? Fang Yanzhou pondered for a moment. Since his senior had worked so hard to prepare dinner for him the previous night, he would take the opportunity to showcase his culinary skills today, even though he had never cooked before. Chapter 55. The Art of Understanding Men. He could hardly believe that as an undergraduate, he would struggle to learn how to cook. With unwavering confidence, Fang Yanzhou opened his little green book, ready to search for the necessary ingredients and recipes. After acquiring a basic understanding, he promptly placed an order for groceries online, embodying a singular principle throughout: laziness. While waiting for the delivery, he decided to tidy up his clothes on the balcony. Midway through, he was drawn to a charming object, a pair of pink panties that his senior sister had discarded yesterday, adorned with a petite bow at the front and a large heart at the back. It was undeniably youthful and did not align at all with her typically cool demeanor. He suddenly recalled the first time he visited her home. It seemed her bed linens were all in shades of pink. Through their interactions, Fang Yanzhou had long realized that his senior sister was a person whose outward appearance starkly contrasted her inner self, a phenomenon often referred to online as being introverted yet flirtatious. However, such a revelation only heightened his desire to explore her character further. The more he interacted with her, the more he found himself captivated by her personality. He neatly folded his clothes, deciding it was best to refrain from touching hers out of respect. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan, still engaged in her tutoring side job, was eager for the day to conclude. The high school senior she was teaching, Zhang Tingting, had a woefully inadequate foundation, seemingly beyond redemption. Each day, the student was preoccupied with discussing matters of romance. "Teacher Jiang, are you in a relationship?" Zhang Tingting inquired, setting down her pen with a curious expression. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan responded sternly, "Is that an appropriate question for you to ask?" "Humph, stop pretending. I've noticed since our last lesson that you seem distracted." Upon this remark, Jiang Qinghuan introspected, realizing it might indeed be true. Since meeting Fang Yanzhou, a significant portion of her thoughts had wandered to him, and if this continued, would she not become what people referred to as infatuated? No, she insisted to herself. She was not merely infatuated. Is that something you, a child, should be concerned with? Zhang Tingting, undeterred, retorted, "Teacher, I've already had 3 boyfriends. It's uncertain who the real child is." She added confidently, "Moreover, my strategies to handle a man are undoubtedly more advanced than yours." Jiang Qinghuan was taken aback by her response. Was this the kind of conversation a high school senior should be having? Were today's youth so precocious? Yet, as a senior who was significantly older, she refused to admit inferiority to a mere child. "Oh, and what methods do you possess?" She feigned indifference as she inquired. Zhang Tingting leaned closer to Jiang Qinghuan's ear and whispered a phrase. Upon comprehending it, Jiang Qinghuan's face flushed with embarrassment. "Is that really effective?" she mused, finding it hard to believe such advice. Zhang Tingting, undaunted, insisted, "If you don't believe me, try it out today. It will surely work." Jiang Qinghuan, somewhat skeptical, soon realized she had been led by the nose by a young girl. Instantly, she adopted a stern demeanor, declaring, "What nonsense. I have no need for that. I must complete 2 more sets of exercises before I can even think about eating." Zhang Tingting let out a lament, pondering the woeful plight of a high school student. Once she entered university, she vowed to sleep in until her heart's content every day. During class, Jiang Qinghuan hastily glanced at her phone, only to find it devoid of any messages. Did that insufferable junior not think of her at all? As she sat on the bus, her mind was consumed by Zhang Tingting's words. Should she give it a try? No, she was the aloof campus belle. Such actions would be too incongruous with her persona. Yet, was the junior truly an outsider? Compared to others, he certainly did not qualify. Soon, however, Jiang Qinghuan found herself ensnared in another dilemma. How could she continue residing at the junior's home? Although she lacked a key, gaining entry was not a challenge. But if she lingered too long, her intentions would become all too apparent, potentially frightening him. In an instant, she was engulfed in uncertainty, exuding an aura that seemed to warn others to keep their distance. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and upon seeing the notification, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She quickly answered, her tone cool. "What is it?" On the other end, Fang Yanzhou exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Senior, I'm cooking today? When will you be back?" Jiang Qingwan suppressed a smile, her previous menacing demeanor dissipating. "I should be back in about an hour." An hour? That felt far too soon for Fang Yanzhou, who doubted his culinary skills could meet the challenge of preparing 3 dishes in such a short time frame. "All right, Senior, I'll hang up now." "Wait, you're cooking?" Jiang Qingwan suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, questioning whether the junior could even cook. Listening to his excitement, she refrained from dashing his hopes and instead cautioned, "Remember to turn on the range hood." The range hood? How naive. He didn't even know what that was. Surely, he must be a privileged young master. "It's all right. Go ahead," she thought, praying that the house would not explode upon her return. After ending the call, Fang Yanzhou swiftly unpacked the ingredients he had purchased online. Initially, he had considered seafood, but upon recalling the senior's allergy, he dismissed that notion. Besides, he had no idea how to prepare it. The simple home-cooked meals felt daunting. So he ultimately settled on frying steak. Surely, he could manage that. Having perused a guide, he felt confident that it was simply a matter of having hands. His fervent efforts led to a shocking outcome. Why is it so burnt? Can this even be eaten? No matter, he resolved to try again. He had bought 10 steaks. Fearing he might run short, he offered the charred piece to his dog, Xiaobai, and began anew. This time, he was cautious, aware that wasting food was a disgrace. Yet again, he faltered. His grasp on the heat remained elusive. For the first time, Fang Yanzhou truly understood the chasm between theory and practice. Xiaobai seemed to sense something, barking persistently. All right, you win." Fang Yanzhou consoled himself internally, reassuring that it was just an opportunity to pamper Xiaobai a little. After several attempts, he finally succeeded with the 3rd piece, although its appearance left much to be desired. This piece, he decided, was for himself. The one prepared for his senior must be nothing short of perfection. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside the door. It was his senior. Fang Yanzhou rushed to open the door, but as it swung open, his expression immediately soured. Chapter 56. You aren't trying to date, are you? What brings you here? The girl standing at the threshold was momentarily taken aback, jokingly exclaiming, "Tiske, am I not welcome? You aren't hiding a woman, are you?" Fang Yanzhou rolled his eyes. The visitor was his childhood friend, Wu Yu. Despite the masculine name, she was indeed a girl. Known for her fiery personality, she was the legendary Sichuan Chongqing dragon. She was one of his few female friends, and they had grown up like 2 peas in a pod. So Fang Yanzhou never regarded her as a woman. Moreover, she had never been in a romantic relationship or had a crush, at one point leading him to question his own sexual orientation. This sensitivity stemmed from the peculiarities of their hometown. After entering university, Wu Yu remained local while he ventured to Beijing. At the start of the semester, he had shared his address with her, and she had promised to visit when she had the chance, but Fang Yanzhou had never taken it seriously. To his surprise, she had indeed come to find him. Wu Yu entered, first scanning the living room, then casually flopping onto the sofa, exclaiming, "Ah, living alone is truly delightful." She sighed, noticing Fang Yanzhou still standing at the door, his face resembling that of someone who had just ingested something distasteful. "What's wrong? Am I such a disappointment?" "No. I'm elated, positively overjoyed," Fang Yanzhou gritted through his teeth. Suddenly, Wu Yu inhaled deeply, rose from the sofa, and marched into the kitchen. Upon spotting the steak in the pan, she exclaimed, "How did you know I was hungry?" Without hesitation, she grabbed the steak with chopsticks and stuffed it into her mouth, showing no semblance of ladle-like restraint. The next moment, she spat it out. "Are you trying to poison me?" Fang Yanzhou felt an overwhelming urge to expel her, knowing that his senior was already on her way back. "Don't you have class?" Wu Yu replied, sipping water. "I'm in a vocational college. Quite different from you undergraduates." She said this with a teasing tone. Fang Yanzhou was well aware of her antics. She enjoyed jesting. Besides, it hardly mattered whether Wu Yu attended university, as she would inherit her father's business upon graduation, much like Qin Yuji, a quintessential second-generation rich kid. "I had a spat with my dad, and he froze my card. So I came to seek refuge with you." Wu Yu feigned a pitiful demeanor. attempting to elicit sympathy from Fang Yanzhou, only to be met with disdain in his eyes. He found no interest in further conversation, gesturing towards the door and coldly stating, "Leave. Me?" Wu Yu, in disbelief, pointed at herself, only to hear the notification of a transfer on her phone. Upon checking, she found it was merely 1,000 yuan. What can 1,000 yuan even do? It wouldn't even cover a meal, she thought. Besides, I could just stay at your place. Fang Yanzhou felt a twinge of anxiety. The senior would likely return soon, and if they crossed paths, he would be at a loss for words. Wu Yu, skeptical, began inspecting each room. Suddenly, she let out a shriek. By the time Fang Yanzhou rushed over, it was too late. Wu Yu was staring at a pair of pink panties on the balcony. Her face a mask of horror as she exclaimed, "Josie, you have this kind of preference? What on earth is this?" Fang Yanzhou replied, exasperated, "This isn't mine." Wu Yu's imagination ran wild. "You haven't started dating, have you?" "Not at the moment." "Not at the moment?" Wu Yu seized upon this phrase, her expression shifting to one of knowing amusement, albeit in a rather cheeky manner, though her beauty softened the effect. "I get it, you're still in the ambiguous phase." "The ambiguous phase? With the senior? Does that count?" Fang Yanzhou had never been in a relationship, so he hadn't pondered this before. "Forget about it. I transferred you 1,000, didn't I? There are small inns near Beijing University, 200 yuan a night, enough for 5 nights. Before Wu Yu could respond, there was a knock at the door. "Oh, the senior is back." Before Fang Yanzhou could intervene, Wu Yu dashed to open the door. In that fleeting moment, her expression froze. Wow, a goddess. Upon seeing a girl at the door, Jiang Qinghuan's demeanor sharpened instantly. "Who are you?" she asked, taking the initiative. At that moment, Fang Yanzhou hurried over, quickly explaining, "Senior, this is my childhood friend." "Childhood friend? A girl?" Her displeasure was palpable. "Oh," her tone turned icy. Wu Yu, quick-witted, recalled the panties she had seen on the balcony, immediately deducing the nature of their relationship. One couldn't help but marvel at Fang Yanzhou's luck. "Goddess, come in." She eagerly took Jiang Qinghuan's hand, pulling her inside as if afraid she might flee. Then, with utmost seriousness, she added, "Don't misunderstand, I have no interest in him. If I liked him, I would have made a move back in high school when he was my devoted admirer. Dear, if you can't articulate, perhaps it's best to remain silent," Jiang Qinghuan said, her brow slightly furrowed. "Devoted admirer?" Wu Yu was about to elaborate when Fang Yanzhou interrupted, "Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I'll have to ask you to go." Jiang Qinghuan glanced at him, responding coolly, "You go cook." "Understood, senior." Fang Yanzhou obediently went to prepare his steak. Wu Yu observed him with a look of triumph, pulling Jiang Qinghuan to sit on the sofa. Lowering her voice, she said, "Sister, whatever you wish to know, I promise to share everything without reservation." "Did he have someone he liked in high school?" "Indeed. For 3 years." Jiang Qinghuan's expression darkened momentarily. Wu Yu continued, "However, I doubt he has any lingering affections now. After all, the girl before us is infinitely superior to that wretched Zhang Ziyo. In fact, the two are not even in the same league." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan's demeanor softened slightly, yet the thought of the other party harboring an unattainable infatuation for a white moonlight tightened her chest with unease. Wu Yu carefully scrutinized the girl's expression, secretly amused. Indeed, she was being intentional. Given Fang Yanzhou's character, he would certainly refrain from revealing his long-standing crush. Yet, some matters are not easily concealed. A woman's jealousy is a formidable force. It is far better to be aware of such things in advance than to be blindsided later. Furthermore, a touch of jealousy can facilitate the progression of their relationship, though that is not always the case. Jiang Qinghuan's heart surged once more. Chapter 57. A realization. Wu Yu feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, you didn't know?" Jiang Qinghuan shook her head, indicating her ignorance. The junior had never broached such topics in her presence. They attended the same university. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh as she restrained her expression and asked, "What is her name?" Working in the student council, it was quite simple for her to investigate someone. "Zhang Ziyo," Wu Yu replied without hesitation. After all, she would be leaving in a few days, and what transpired afterward was of no concern to her. Zhang Ziyo. The name sounded familiar. Jiang Qinghuan pondered for a few seconds before recalling. She had a tendency to overlook individuals who were irrelevant to her, believing it a waste of time. However, anyone associated with the junior would be instinctively etched into her memory. Zhang Ziyo was the girl who had confessed her feelings to the junior in the classroom. and also the one who had invited him to dinner after a club meeting. This was the individual who had captured his affections for 3 years. In that moment, Jiang Qingwan found herself at a loss for her emotions. She did not feel hurt, but rather, jealousy surged within her. How could this girl possess 3 years of the junior's affection? Although she recognized this was a matter of the past, Jiang Qingwan could not shake her discontent. What she desired was the junior's complete devotion. If his heart still harbored feelings for another, she would surely lose her mind. Yet, before she could spiral into madness, she would secure the entirety of his heart. Wu Yu discreetly observed the fairy-like girl's expression, reveling in her inner delight. They are definitely mutually attracted, yet too timid to take the plunge, she mused, drawing from her extensive experience with romance novels. After all, when one falls in love, the initial response is often insecurity. She understood this well. Having said her piece, the rest was up to Fang Yanzhou and how he would soothe her. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Fang Yanzhou was absent-mindedly grilling steaks. Heaven forbid, he hoped Wu Yu's loose tongue would not betray their secrets. He desired to eavesdrop on the conversation between two individuals. Alas, when he initially rented this abode, his sole stipulation to the agent was that the sound insulation must be impeccable. As fate would have it, he now finds himself suffering the consequences of his own choices. However, the solitary consolation lies in the fact that the steak he prepared was nothing short of perfection, a reward for the afternoon he dedicated to its mastery. Sister, it's time to eat. Yay, meal time. Upon the mention of food, Wu Yu dashed to the dining area, only to be met with an immediate sense of dismay upon seeing the spread laid before her. With an expression of utter disdain, she pointed at one of the plates and exclaimed, "What is this? Steak paired with instant noodles?" Fang Yanzhou replied with calm composure, "There's no pasta, so instant noodles will suffice. A fusion of East and West, what is wrong with that?" Wu Yu nodded vigorously. Recalling the piece of steak she had consumed upon entering the house, it felt as if her taste buds had been assaulted. Fairy sister, how about we dine out together instead?" To her surprise, Jiang Qingwan was already seated at the table, calmly taking a bite of steak and declaring, "Delicious." Wu Yu felt as though she had been struck down by 1,000 blows. She suddenly realized that remaining here would be a grave error. Well, you all enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave." Fang Yanzhou, eager for her departure, unabashedly replied, "If you're leaving, don't come back." Wu Yu responded with an exaggerated gesture and promptly exited. Once she departed, the room fell into a serene quietude. Fang Yanzhou sat across from his senior, observing her elegantly savoring the steak, and inquired, "Sister, is it to your liking?" Jiang Qingwan replied, not lifting her gaze, her tone nonchalant. "As long as it's good." A look of delight instantly illuminated Fang Yanzhou's face. Jiang Qingwan, feeling a surge of frustration, could not comprehend the source of her discontent. Logically, she held no claim to feel this way. Yet, she was undeniably unhappy, a heaviness weighing upon her heart. "I am not happy." Rather than bottle it up, she chose to voice her feelings. At that moment, Fang Yanzhou, with mouth full of noodles, looked up in bewilderment at Jiang Qingwan's confession. His adorably dazed expression nearly broke her composure. No, she must maintain her seriousness. What was the matter with Zhang Xiao? So, this was the reason for her displeasure. Fang Yanzhou hastily swallowed the noodles he had been chewing, barely chewing them at all, and quickly clarified, "Sister, I admit I once liked her, but that is now a thing of the past. I swear, I harbor no feelings for her at all. If I do, may I never stand upright again." For a man, there could be no more terrifying fate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingwan's face turned crimson. This fool, what was he saying? What if he truly couldn't stand upright? All right, but I must impose a punishment upon you." "Punishment?" Fang Yanzhou asked. "All right, how would you like to punish me, sister?" Jiang Qingwan pondered for a moment, having no clear ideas, and replied, "I haven't thought of anything yet. Let us save it for later." "Very well." Fang Yanzhou was completely ensnared in her words, oblivious to the inherently ambiguous nature of the term punishment. Jiang Qingwan secretly chuckled to herself, thinking how naive this younger student was. She simply couldn't allow anyone else to take him away. She intended to keep him for her own careful nurturing. After they finished their meal, Jiang Qingwan decided to wash the dishes, but Fang Yanzhou stopped her. "Senior, you've worked hard at your part-time job today. Let me take care of this," he said, stepping into the kitchen and diligently scrubbing the plates. A good man, Jiang Qingwan mused. Yet, speaking of part-time jobs, she recalled what Zhang Tingting had whispered to her earlier that day. something that sounded rather implausible. Should she give it a try? Moreover, judging by the younger student's demeanor, he seemed in no hurry to send her away. Since he did not mention it, she would pretend to forget. Jiang Qinghuan reassured herself and said to the boy washing the dishes, "I'm going to take a shower now." "All right, senior," he replied. Jiang Qinghuan retrieved her freshly laundered undergarments from the balcony. She had to admit that although the lingerie purchased by the younger student was quite alluring, it was rather uncomfortable to wear, especially the lower part, which chafed when she walked. As she entered the bathroom, her mind was elsewhere, consumed by thoughts, rendering her somewhat dazed even while showering. After tidying up the kitchen, Fang Yanzhou was utterly exhausted. At home alone, he was accustomed to behaving however he pleased. But with his senior in his space, he felt compelled to maintain some decorum. Just as he was about to take out his phone to watch a video, a scream echoed from the bathroom. Chapter 58. Sprained ankle. Fang Yanzhou rushed to the bathroom door, instinctively reaching for the handle, only to hesitate and pull back his hand. It would be awkward if she were undressed. He anxiously called out, "Senior, are you all right?" Inside, Jiang Qinghuan sat on the floor, furrowing her brow in evident pain. Damn it! She had been preoccupied with Zhang Tingting's words while showering and, in a moment of distraction, had slipped while dressing, tragically spraining her ankle. Now, she had no need to pretend. She truly could not stand. If she wasn't mistaken, her ankle was likely swollen like a pig's trotter. Not receiving a response, Fang Yanzhou grew increasingly anxious outside the door. "Senior?" Jiang Qinghuan forced herself to sit up, wrapping her bathrobe around her and calling out, "You can come in." Upon hearing her invitation, Fang Yanzhou disregarded his reservations and pushed the door open. The moment he entered the steamy bathroom, his gaze fell upon Jiang Qinghuan, who was in a rather disheveled state on the floor. As he stepped in, he noticed her eyes were slightly red, her right hand clutching the towel tightly, revealing her fair shoulder. "I've sprained my ankle." The once aloof goddess now looked pitiable, and Fang Yanzhou's heart melted. He hurried over, crouched down, and gently grasped her delicate ankle. "Ouch!" Jiang Qinghuan instinctively tried to pull away. "Don't move," she heard him command, taken aback by his sudden assertiveness. Once, she perceived herself as a docile puppy in his presence, but at this moment, Jiang Qinghuan found herself reevaluating her understanding of young men. Had she been too rigid in her preconceived notions? Nonetheless, there was something rather delightful about being treated with a hint of severity. In fact, she seemed to savor it. Could it be that she possessed an unusual penchant? Her thoughts drifted, and by the time she regained her composure, she noticed the junior slightly bending down. One arm wrapped around her own, the other cradling her knee, lifting her effortlessly into a bridal carry. Was this what they called a princess carry? Jiang Qinghuan blinked, and from her vantage point, she had a perfect view of the boy's profile. Handsome, indeed. Without a second thought, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Fearing she might tumble, Fang Yanzhou gently placed the senior on the bed, tenderly tucked her under the covers, and then turned away, his intentions unclear. Was he leaving just like that? Jiang Qinghuan pouted, gazing longingly at his retreating figure. After all, it was a rare opportunity for intimate contact with the junior, and yet, it felt all too fleeting. Just as her spirits began to sink, she noticed Fang Yanzhou re-entering the room, holding something. Upon closer inspection, it was Yunnan Baiyao spray. Jiang Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Subsequently, she observed Fang Yanzhou sitting at the edge of the bed, carefully holding her injured ankle with a serious expression. In the past, he might have been distracted by the allure of her graceful foot, but now, concern overshadowed all else. Her ankle was severely swollen, indicative of a significant fall. He sprayed the medicine on the inflamed area, then placed his palm gently over it, massaging with just the right amount of pressure. Jiang Qinghuan watched his every move. Feigning indifference would be a lie. She felt deeply touched, yet more than that, she found it soothing. It was often said that men's body temperatures are higher than women's, and now, it was evident. The warmth of his hand against her skin brought her an exquisite sense of comfort that radiated from within. If only this moment could last indefinitely. Unbeknownst to Fang Yanzhou, the campus belle's thoughts were far from his own. He was wholly focused on the massage, devoid of any ulterior motives. After all, with the senior injured, it would be utterly unfeeling to let his mind wander elsewhere. Is this better? Jiang Qinghuan seemed a bit dissatisfied, relishing the experience. Fang Yanzhou, mistaking her frown for concern over her injury, reassured her, "Don't worry, if it's still swollen tomorrow, I'll take you to the hospital." He had indeed contemplated whether to escort her for medical attention. However, they were in the suburbs, surrounded by small clinics. And reaching a hospital would require a taxi ride of over half an hour. With the late hour and the cold weather, Fang Yanzhou's resolve to acquire a car strengthened. This way, the senior would suffer less. Senior, I'm going to take a shower now. Go ahead. After he left, Jiang Qinghuan picked up her phone and snapped a photo of her ankle. Continuing, she opened the green bubble and sent a message to Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting replied, "Wow. Teacher Jiang, you really play the part well." Jiang Qinghuan was at a loss for words and responded, "Thanks to you, it has come true." Zhang Tingting added, "No way. Teacher, how can you act and still get hurt?" Jiang Qinghuan decided to never trust the words of these youngsters again. Relying on others is far less reliable than depending on oneself. Just as she was about to turn off her phone, she saw another message from Zhang Tingting. "But teacher, you are so beautiful and outstanding. Just standing there, someone would be enamored with you. Why would you worry about men?" Upon reading this, Jiang Qinghuan fell into contemplation. Throughout her life, many had admired her, though mostly for her appearance. Yet, beauty inevitably fades, and there will always be someone more beautiful than her. When the day comes that she loses her looks, will those who profess to adore her remain? The answer is no. As for the junior, Jiang Qinghuan could not confidently utter that negative response just yet. Therefore, if it is not unique and unwavering affection, she would rather forgo it. However, for anyone Jiang Qinghuan deems worthy, she would certainly strive to win them over. She firmly believes that what one earns through effort is the best. Yet, how could she convey these musings to this young one? Thus, Jiang Qinghuan maintained her usual aloofness and replied, "Have you finished the math problems?" As expected, no further messages arrived from the other side. When Fang Yanzhou finished his shower and entered the bedroom, he happened upon Jiang Qinghuan, lost in thought. She appeared quite adorable. "Senior, are you troubled?" He assumed she was still distressed over her sprained ankle. After all, girls tend to be more sentimental. Jiang Qinghuan nodded and replied, "Yes." Fang Yanzhou immediately offered, "If you have anything to say, you can share it with me." Jiang Qinghuan then casually asked, "Where will you be sleeping tonight?" Chapter 59, An Unexpected Delivery. Was this what she had been pondering? "I'll sleep next door," Fang Yanzhou replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan had nothing further to say. Although Zhang Tingting's approach was questionable, she had made a valid point. When dealing with men, being overly demanding is not advisable. One must allow them some space. This way, they will always think of you. After exchanging goodnights, Fang Yanzhou returned to his room. Before sleeping, he set an alarm for 7 in the morning. He intended to rise early to buy breakfast for his senior. After spending considerable time together, Fang Yanzhou discovered that the campus beauty was quite a disciplined individual. Since her foot was injured, the task of purchasing breakfast would fall to him. The next morning, Jiang Qinghuan limped out of her bedroom, supporting herself against the wall. To her dismay, the place was empty, and Xiao Bai was nowhere to be found. Just as she was about to call her junior, the front door swung open. "Senior, breakfast." Fang Yanzhou entered, allowing Xiao Bai inside. The moment Xiao Bai saw Jiang Qinghuan, it attempted to leap toward her. "Xiao Bai." Fang Yanzhou quickly intervened upon witnessing this. In jest, Xiao Bai's physique, combined with the injury sustained by the senior, would likely result in a secondary disability should he be knocked over. Xiao Bai, ever perceptive, halted his advance upon hearing his master's admonition, instead circling around Jiang Qinghuan. This scene rendered Fang Yanzhou utterly speechless. This foolish dog, enamored by any beautiful lady, seemed to regard the world as if it contained only the senior since their acquaintance. When other young women on the street attempted to pet him, he would aloofly turn away. It must be said that he inherited this trait from his master. "Senior, please take a seat," Fang Yanzhou urged, assisting her to the dining table before thoughtfully placing breakfast before her. A simple fare of fried dough sticks and soybean milk. Yet Jiang Qinghuan found it more delightful than any breakfast she had savored in over 20 years. Observing the senior relish her meal filled Fang Yanzhou with immense satisfaction. "Are you not eating?" Jiang Qinghuan inquired. "I won't eat. I have to go to school." "To school?" Jiang Qinghuan frowned, asking, "But today is Sunday. What do you need to go for?" "We have a rehearsal for our club's program," Fang Yanzhou reminded her. Only then did Jiang Qinghuan recollect. Indeed, Chun Hao had mentioned the necessity of attending rehearsals every Sunday, a detail she had entirely forgotten. "Then I shall go too." As the lead in the program, her presence was essential for practice. Wait, wait. Fang Yanzhou exclaimed in alarm upon seeing her attempt to rise. "This is absurd. You are still injured. How can you walk such a distance?" Your priority now is to rest. Noting his fervent response, Jiang Qinghuan's mind immediately conjured the name Zhang Xiaoa. An inexplicable sense of crisis washed over her. What if she did not attend, and the junior rekindled an old flame with her? Seeing Jiang Qinghuan's determination, Fang Yanzhou quickly coaxed, "Senior, could you wait until your foot has healed? I promise to bring you delicious treats upon my return." "Humph," she scoffed, recognizing his tactic. "Do you think I would fall for that? It's still the spicy prince. The last batch I bought is all gone." "Very well. As long as you can rest assured at home, I shall fetch whatever you desire." With that, Fang Yanzhou left, glancing back multiple times. Left alone, Jiang Qinghuan found herself quite bored. As noon approached, she contemplated rummaging through the kitchen for something to prepare. Just then, the doorbell rang. Could it be the junior returning so soon? Surely not. With eager anticipation, she opened the door, only to be greeted by a delivery person. "Your takeaway." "Oh," Jiang Qinghuan replied coolly. After shutting the door, she opened the package to discover a serving of eel rice. Without a doubt, she knew who had ordered it. At that moment, a message chimed on her phone. It was from the junior. "Senior, your heartfelt takeaway has arrived. Remember to collect it." Jiang Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle. With no one else in the house, she felt free to express her amusement. This junior was quite thoughtful, aware of her mobility issues, and considerate enough to order her a meal. Thinking of this, she snapped a photo and sent it back, replying, "Received, it's delicious." Upon receiving this message, Fang Yanzhou was dining in the cafeteria with his club members. "Is it delicious?" Yet, it appeared that the senior hadn't even unwrapped the package. A grin spread across his face, and Chunhao, noticing this, teased, "Junior, have you fallen in love?" Ever since discovering that he was Jiang Qinghuan's cousin, the attitude of this individual towards him had undergone a complete transformation. "No, what nonsense, cousin." These were mere rumors, and Fang Yanzhou felt compelled to clarify. "I believe it's necessary to state that Jiang Jie and I do not share any blood relation." The club members were taken aback. "What does that mean?" Fang Yanzhou grimaced and replied helplessly, "It simply means we are not relatives." Is it really that easy to spread rumors nowadays? What nonsense people spout without a hint of accountability. Seeing his earnestness, the club members could only believe him. Meanwhile, Chunhao's expression darkened. If they were not relatives, then what gave him the right to converse so casually with the campus belle? Could it be that this junior actually had a notable background, wealthier than him? Chunhao could fathom no other explanation. "Junior, do tell, what does your family do?" The other members wore scornful expressions upon hearing this. Chunhao was adept at gauging the winds. He would inquire about each member's family background. Those with connections he would elevate, while he dismissed ordinary folk. With clear eyes, Fang Yanzhou replied, "My mother is a psychologist." Not particularly impressive. Chunhao pressed further, "And your father?" "A lawyer." "Oh." Chunhao felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, it was just an ordinary family. How much could a lawyer earn? Reluctantly, he inquired, "Which law firm does he work for?" Fang Yanzhou responded earnestly, "Zhongqing Law Firm." "He is a partner." At this revelation, silence enveloped the group. Zhongqing is among the nation's premier law firms, handling numerous high-profile economic disputes for the wealthy. The annual salary of an ordinary lawyer is quite substantial, let alone that of a partner. Moreover, it must be noted that a lawyer's social standing is high, often. Even wealth cannot guarantee one's case being accepted. It seems this usually low-key junior harbors remarkable depth. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan was savoring the heartfelt lunch prepared by the junior. Her gaze fixed on her phone, anxious not to miss any messages from him. Regrettably, after that initial message, the junior had not texted again. Perhaps he had become preoccupied. After satisfying her hunger, she reclined on the sofa. Just then, the doorbell rang. Who could it be? She first glanced through the peephole, and upon seeing it was a delivery person, her enthusiasm waned. Upon opening the door, she accepted the package from the courier. "Thank you." Closing the door, she glanced at the order details, finding nothing at all. What could it possibly be? The confidentiality maintained was quite impressive. Chapter 60. Confiscated. Jiang Qinghuan placed the package on the table. Should she open it and take a peek? Let it be, after all. This concerns the privacy of a junior, and even among the closest of individuals, a modicum of space should be preserved. With this thought in mind, she activated her camera and captured a photograph to send to her junior. 10 minutes later, a message arrived. "Senior, could you please help me unwrap it?" Upon reading this, Jiang Qinghuan's eyes sparkled with delight. This was not an act of her own accord. It was a request from him to assist with the unwrapping. In high spirits, Jiang Qinghuan hummed a tune, relishing the warm feeling of being trusted. She procured a pair of scissors and, with a vigorous motion, sliced through the package. It is said that girls possess an extraordinary knack for unboxing. Eagerly, Jiang Qinghuan tore open the box. However, upon her first glance, her smile abruptly froze. What on earth is this? She quizzically retrieved the packaging, revealing a toy. Upon reading the product description, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. What in the world? Why would a junior purchase such an item? Perverse. Although she had never used such a thing, her experiences from various videos on her computer suggested this was indeed a certain type of product. Jiang Qinghuan contemplated unwrapping it, but hesitated, deciding it prudent to inquire for clarity first. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou exited the school and happened upon a supermarket, remembering to purchase some spicy snacks for his senior. With this thought, he hurriedly dashed to the store, completing his shopping in mere minutes and preparing to check out. Fang Yanzhou, is that you? Hearing the familiar voice, he looked up to find Zhang Xiaohua clad in a cashier's uniform, gazing at him in surprise. Fang Yanzhou was equally taken aback. Who would have thought he would encounter her here? Such a fateful connection. Observing the large bag of spicy snacks he had purchased, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Yanzhou, do you have a child at home? She recalled that he never indulged in such junk food. Fang Yanzhou remained silent. Completing his transaction and preparing to leave, his senior awaited him at home, and he had no intention of wasting time on someone unrelated. Fang Yanzhou. Zhang Xiaohua followed him, her heart tightening as she noticed his indifferent demeanor. Aren't you surprised to see me here? Although her family was not affluent, after meeting Fang Yanzhou, he had ensured she suffered no hardships. In fact, she had lived better than many girls from ordinary families. However, since their falling out, her spending habits had plummeted. Coupled with her mother's insistence on promptly paying her brother's tuition, she had resorted to part-time work at the supermarket. Yet, having grown accustomed to a life devoid of want, how could she endure such poverty? In truth, she remained unwilling to accept her current circumstances. She could not fathom that upon witnessing her plight, he would remain unmoved. I was wrong in how I treated you. I failed to cherish you properly. Now I realize my grave mistake, and I understand you are truly the best for me. This marked Zhang Xiaohua's first admission of vulnerability. Regrettably, it was too late. Fang Yanzhou, upon hearing her words, felt not a stir within his heart. I believe you are doing remarkably well in your work here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at him in disbelief. What did he say? Remarkably well? Fang Yanzhou did not perceive any issue with his words. This life inherently belonged to Zhang Xiaohua. His existence had allowed her to lead a life that was not truly hers. Was it truly justifiable to possess everything that others had never experienced without any effort? Now, he was returning the life that rightfully belonged to Zhang Xiaohua to her. He believed this to be the best choice. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say more, but was interrupted by the boy before her. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Watching him depart, Zhang Xiaohua felt an unprecedented sense of sorrow. She realized that she might genuinely lose this boy who had once treated her so well. Fear enveloped her like never before. However, after a short while, she managed to compose herself. Although he no longer harbored affection for her, it was merely due to her actions that had caused him pain. As long as she corrected her mistakes and was willing to put in the effort, she could surely restore their relationship to its original state. Zhang Xiaohua was confident. After all, she understood Fang Yanzhou well. His social circle was quite narrow, and he hardly knew any other girls. Eventually, he would come to realize that she, Zhang Xiaohua, was the better choice. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou rode his electric scooter against the biting wind, swiftly making his way back to the community in under half an hour. Senior, I'm back, he exclaimed joyfully, carrying a large bag of spicy snacks, much like a child awaiting praise. Upon entering, he immediately sought the presence of Jiang Qinghuan. After changing into his slippers, he spotted her sitting motionless on the sofa, her expression grave and her aura commanding. Fang Yanzhou instinctively became cautious, as if he had been caught in wrongdoing. What was happening? Why did he feel as though he had done something wrong? Senior? He called out tentatively, then waved a package of spicy snacks in front of Jiang Qinghuan. Tada, your favorite spicy snacks. Humph. Jiang Qinghuan turned her head away, displaying a rather proud demeanor. The sight of her was irresistibly charming, and Fang Yanzhou was instantly enchanted. Senior, did someone upset you? I can help you teach them a lesson, he said gently. Jiang Qinghuan raised her chin and pointed at a delivery box on the table. Fang Yanzhou looked over, puzzled, and asked, what is it? To be honest, he could not recall purchasing anything online recently. As he opened the delivery box and examined its contents, he immediately stuttered, "Take this. Senior, I swear, I did not buy this." Oh no, surely, she wouldn't think him a lecherous individual. Although he could not entirely deny that notion. Jiang Qinghuan replied coldly, "You didn't buy this?" Fang Yanzhou nodded and promptly recounted the entire sequence of events, including the revelation of his identity as a blogger. After listening to his explanation, Jiang Qinghuan furrowed her brow. Did the junior promote something? In recent days, her attention has been entirely focused on the junior, having not devoted any time to his Weibo profile for several days. Given this, it all makes sense now. Observing her expression, Fang Yanzhou initially assumed that the senior did not believe his words, prompting him to immediately retrieve his phone and display his backend interface before her. "Senior, look at this." Jiang Qinghuan was already aware of this information, yet she pretended to glance at it before nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. Fang Yanzhou let out a sigh of relief and inquired, "So, how should we handle this little toy?" Confiscate it. Chapter 61. Protecting her? Huh. Confiscate? Is that even an option? Nevertheless, whatever the senior said was final. After all, keeping this item served little purpose for him. He watched as Jiang Qinghuan took the box and walked to Fang Yanzhou's former bedroom, seemingly placing the items in the cupboard. "Senior, shall we order takeout for dinner?" Although Fang Yanzhou had initially contemplated cooking for her, he quickly dismissed the thought upon reflecting on his culinary skills. Allowing him to cook might result in the senior suffering more than just an injured foot. Sounds good. Jiang Qinghuan did not refuse, as she was not particularly picky about food. Moreover, the prospect of spending another night at the junior's residence lifted her spirits immensely. Rather than the food itself, she was more concerned about finding reasons to remain at Fang Yanzhou's home. He was unsure of her specific culinary preferences, only recalling that she could not eat seafood. Yet he seemed to remember her fondness for spicy dishes. During their last club gathering, he had noticed her relishing the boiled meat slices on the table. With this in mind, he swiftly located a Sichuan restaurant on a food delivery app, ordering several signature dishes along with 2 servings of rice. "Senior, let me massage your feet." After placing the order, Fang Yanzhou did not forget the most crucial task. Though the senior's ankle appeared less swollen than the previous day, caution was still necessary. Jiang Qinghuan nodded lightly and said, "Come here." Fang Yanzhou obediently sat beside her, awaiting her instructions. He then observed Jiang Qinghuan casually resting her leg on his, coolly commanding, "Massage." Fang Yanzhou blinked in surprise. He had not anticipated this posture for a foot massage, as it seemed somewhat intimate. Nevertheless, he complied with the senior's request. Just as he was about to begin, he realized something was amiss and awkwardly admitted, "Senior, I forgot to bring the ointment. It's in the bedroom." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan awkwardly lowered her leg, seemingly flustered by her haste. Fang Yanzhou hurriedly dashed to retrieve the ointment before returning to the sofa. Noticing his eager expression, Jiang Qinghuan playfully teased him. "Massage? Huh, this feels different from before." Fang Yanzhou glanced at his leg, then at the senior's. Jiang Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle at his dazed demeanor, subsequently resting her leg back on him. "Massage." This was not the first time the senior had smiled at him, yet Fang Yanzhou felt that her smile was eternally captivating, regardless of the moment. Wasn't it said that the senior was aloof? Regardless, he found her to be exceedingly adorable, utterly charming. Following the method from yesterday, Fang Yanzhou sprayed the medication on his senior's ankle and gently massaged it with a moderate pressure. It must be said that the sensation of touching the skin of someone one cherishes is undoubtedly one of the most exquisite experiences in the world. It felt akin to floating on clouds, eliciting a delightful sense of euphoria. Observing the pleasure on his senior's face, Fang Yanzhou felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, with the pressure he was applying, she should have felt a slight pain. Why then did she appear so utterly comfortable? "Are you all right, senior?" Fang Yanzhou inquired tentatively. He then noticed Jiang Qinghuan's thick eyelashes fluttering as she contentedly replied, "I'm fine, continue." "Very well." For a fleeting moment, Fang Yanzhou felt akin to a masseur, albeit a complimentary one. "All right, senior." Reluctantly, he released his hand. Soon after, the takeout arrived. Fang Yanzhou promptly opened the door to retrieve it and arranged the dishes on the table one by one. When Jiang Qinghuan glanced over, she was pleasantly surprised to find that they were all her favorites. Although she was not originally from Rongqing, she had a profound love for spicy food. Observing her satisfied expression, Fang Yanzhou knew he had made the right choice. Indeed, he soon witnessed her indulging heartily in the meal. Due to the spiciness, her lips turned a vibrant red. It must be said, in such a state, she appeared exceedingly kissable. Noticing Fang Yanzhou's unwavering gaze upon her, Jiang Qinghuan assumed it was due to her voracious appetite and, feeling a bit self-conscious, remarked, "Am I eating too much?" "Not at all. Senior, please eat more." Fang Yanzhou encouraged as he pushed the dishes closer to her. Ultimately, both of them feasted to their heart's content. What a delightful experience. The combination of delectable food and a junior who brought her joy were the only two things in the world that made her feel truly happy. After the meal, they each finished their personal grooming, and Fang Yanzhou swiftly returned to his room. Jiang Qinghuan stealthily emerged from her own room, and, upon seeing his door firmly shut, let out a humph. Humph. Is she really that wary of me? Is she so afraid that I might take something from her? Originally, Jiang Qinghuan intended to knock on the door to express her fear of sleeping alone. However, upon reflection, she realized that this excuse could not be employed frequently. Overuse would render it ineffective. "Oh, Jiang Qinghuan, can you not learn to sleep alone?" Yet in the next moment, recalling the sensation of being touched by her junior, she immediately dismissed that thought. Sleeping alone was absolutely out of the question. However, for the sake of future happiness, enduring it for now might not be such a hardship after all. Chapter 62. An unconscious display of affection. The next day dawned, marking yet another dreaded Monday. Upon rising, Fang Yanzhou felt as if life had drained him of all vitality. He opened his bedroom door, only to find the house eerily empty. His senior was once again absent. Realizing this, Fang Yanzhou frowned. Has her foot healed enough for her to be so carefree? Thus, he promptly dialed her number. "Senior, where have you gone?" A cool voice emanated from the other end of the line. "I have already arrived at school. Your foot is fine now." In truth, it still hurt a bit. However, Jiang Qinghuan considered herself not overly delicate. It was merely a minor injury. Were it not for the deliberate pretense of vulnerability before her junior, she would have certainly been able to walk unassisted by now. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yanzhou felt a twinge of concern. Although the senior was already in her third year, Fang Yanzhou couldn't shake the feeling that she was even busier than he was. Perhaps this is the nature of exceptional individuals. Upon arriving at school, Fang Yanzhou first returned to his dormitory to reunite with his companions. The moment he appeared, Yanzhou rushed over, wearing an inquisitive expression. "So, what have you been up to these past few days?" Fang Yanzhou responded innocently. "Oh, nothing much. I just spent 2 days living under the same roof as the senior. Truly, nothing happened." "Is that so?" Yanzhou looked skeptical. He couldn't help but think that his roommate exuded an aura of a married man and suspiciously asked, "You're not falling in love, are you?" "Absolutely not." Fang Yanzhou replied frankly, admitting that he hadn't yet pursued the senior. TSK. I don't believe you at all. If you do start dating, you must allow me to vet your partner. Don't settle for anyone subpar. This remark was clearly a jab at Zhang Xiao from before. Rest assured. Besides, the senior is no ordinary girl. She is a celestial being. The group headed to class, enduring a torturous morning until they finally reached mealtime. As soon as class ended, everyone bolted out. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Fang Yanzhou suddenly remembered something and took out his phone. "Senior, have you eaten?" The reply came almost instantly. "Not yet." Meanwhile, Xiong Jiang observed Jiang Qinghuan, who was eating her meal, with an eager gaze and asked, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Jiang Qinghuan looked perplexed. What is the point of discussing the cafeteria food? As long as it's edible, that is sufficient. "Hey, this is a special meal I brought for you," Xiong Jiang insisted. Knowing that Jiang Qinghuan had difficulties with her foot, she had bought an extra portion for her. All right. You're the best friend in China," Jiang Qinghuan replied with a resigned smile, recognizing Xiong Jiang's theatrics. To be honest, the cafeteria food was truly unappetizing, and she couldn't fathom how the school could be so cruel to its beleaguered students. Nevertheless, even though she had something to eat, it did not prevent her from telling her junior that she hadn't dined yet. After all, girls must know when to feign vulnerability, as Zhang Tingting had advised her. Upon seeing the senior's message about not having eaten, Fang Yanzhou immediately told the cafeteria lady, "Annie, I'd like 2 orders of chicken chop rice. Please pack them." "Wait, Josie, aren't you eating with us?" And Zhua, who was in line behind him, inquired. "I have something to attend to. See you later, brothers." "I'm certain Josie is off to meet a girl." And Zhua grumbled to L. Yuanqing. As Fang Yanzhou exited the cafeteria, he hurried towards the girls' dormitory while messaging Jiang Qinghuan. "Senior, which dormitory number are you in?" "Number 8. What is this kid asking that for?" Jiang Qinghuan thought to herself as she continued eating. After the junior sent his question, He ceased responding. What could be the reason for his silence? It is unclear when it began, but whenever he failed to respond to her messages in a timely manner, she would become restless, enveloped in an indescribable sense of anxiety that few could comprehend. At one point, she even suspected her skin hunger had flared up again. Lost in thought, Jiang Qinghuan suddenly found herself engulfed in a wave of despondency. Would a normal young man truly accept that his partner had psychological issues? This was precisely the reason why Jiang Qinghuan hesitated to advance her relationship with the younger student. It seemed Zhang Hui's words held a grain of truth. In the presence of someone she admired, it was all too easy for her to succumb to feelings of inadequacy. Abruptly, the vibration of her phone jolted her from her reverie. "Senior, come out." Jiang Qinghuan glanced out the window and spotted a boy standing at the base of the dormitory. Wasn't that the younger student? She blinked, her distant gaze betraying a hint of barely perceptible delight. Noticing her intention to leave, Xiongjiang hurriedly interjected, Yuan. Where are you going? I'll accompany you." Jiang Qinghuan replied coolly, "No need." "Why not? Your foot isn't well. What if you hurt it again?" Xiongjiang asked with wide, innocent eyes. "I have something to attend to." Without waiting for a response, Jiang Qinghuan briskly exited the dormitory. She appeared entirely unaffected. Not at all like someone nursing an injury. Something felt amiss. Her intuition told her that this aloof beauty harbored a secret. After a moment's contemplation, Xiongjiang quickly donned her clothes and stealthily followed suit. Once Jiang Qinghuan descended the stairs, she immediately spotted the younger student waiting by the dormitory entrance. Indeed, his looks were quite striking. However, her expression darkened instantaneously. Before him stood a petite girl, her face adorned with a bashful smile. "Hey there, could I get your contact information?" Upon hearing the girl's words, Jiang Qinghuan's face turned a shade darker. No, in stark contrast to his earlier flustered demeanor around seniors. Fang Yanzhou exuded an air of cool detachment, resolutely rejecting the girl. The girl, upon being turned down, wore a displeased expression and huffed, "How rude," before storming off. Witnessing this, Jiang Qinghuan's expression softened slightly. She approached, feigning ignorance, and asked, "Who was that?" As Jiang Qinghuan approached, Fang Yanzhou beamed and greeted her, "Senior." He then noticed for the first time that she had come down in her pajamas. This particular set of pajamas, with its soft fabric and little cat ears on the hood, combined with her current icy demeanor, made for an adorably charming sight. "Humph," she huffed, lowering her gaze to avoid his. Fang Yanzhou discerned an intriguing pattern. Recently, she had been playfully flirting with him, oblivious to her own actions. What a delightful contrast she presented. Fang Yanzhou, slightly taller than Jiang Qinghuan, bent down and inquired with a teasing tone, "Senior, are you unhappy?" Chapter 63. Is it not permissible to change one's taste? Jiang Qinghuan tentatively asked, "Why didn't you give that girl your contact information?" Although her question was somewhat rhetorical, women often delight in posing queries for which they already know the answers. Even the seemingly cold and aloof campus belle is not an exception. Fang Yanzhou straightened his posture, a serious expression illuminating his gaze as he declared, "I do not harbor any affection for her, so why should I offer others false hope?" Jiang Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. "Is that so? Yet, it appears that the young lady finds your actions rather impolite." Impolite? Fang Yanzhou did not perceive it that way. "I possess the right to refuse." Upon hearing his assertion, Jiang Qinghuan suddenly regarded the younger student with newfound admiration. Although she projected an air of indifference, her heart was tender and easily swayed. In contrast, the younger student, while appearing innocent, was decisively resolute when faced with challenges. Jiang Qinghuan's heart involuntarily quickened. Surely, anyone would be captivated by such a young man. It seemed the charm of the younger student was considerable, instilling a sense of urgency within her. For a fleeting moment, she even contemplated confining the young man within her home, ensuring he ventured nowhere, thus deterring anyone from coveting him. Observing the deepening expression on Jiang Qinghuan's face, Fang Yanzhou waved a hand before her, inquiring, "Senior, what are you contemplating?" "I am pondering how I might devour you." "Ah?" Fang Yanzhou momentarily faltered. "Senior, you truly possess a knack for humor." This was the first occasion he witnessed the campus belle making a jest. It was indeed rather chilling, evoking a sense of dread. Noting his bewildered expression, Jiang Qinghuan's playful spirit ignited, as she stepped closer, teasingly remarking, "Let me consider how to consume you. First, I shall remove your clothing, then toss you into the bathtub for a thorough cleansing." "Wait, senior." Fang Yanzhou chuckled nervously. Haha, my flesh is unpalatable. As she approached, he hastily created distance. His face a mask of terror. It was not that he was timid, but rather that the earnestness in her expression instilled within him the genuine fear that she might indeed devour him. A soft laugh escaped Jiang Qinghuan, unable to suppress her amusement. Recently, she had discovered a delightful pastime, teasing the younger student. It seemed that regardless of her words, he would take them at face value. How wonderfully naive. Upon witnessing her laughter, Fang Yanzhou instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him, grinning foolishly as he remarked, "Senior, you are smiling. So you are no longer angry, right?" Although he was uncertain why she had been upset, girls' tempers often flared and dissipated swiftly. Jiang Qinghuan, upon hearing his words, quickly restrained her smile, responding coolly, "I am not." She neither smiled nor was she angry. "Senior, shall we find a place to dine?" Fang Yanzhou had not forgotten the primary purpose of his visit. Very well. Soon, the two discovered an empty classroom during lunchtime. Most students had returned to their dormitories after their meals, leaving the area deserted. Fang Yanzhou retrieved his lunch, presenting a bowl of chicken cutlet rice before Jiang Qinghuan. Upon seeing the dish, Jiang Qinghuan fell silent. She had just finished a serving of chicken cutlet rice. Noticing her hesitation, Fang Yanzhou queried, "Senior, do you not enjoy it?" Without waiting for her response, he took a bite, his hunger overwhelming. Delicious. This particular chicken cutlet rice was his favorite on campus. Whenever he was at a loss for what to eat, he would invariably choose this dish. Jiang Qinghuan observed him relishing his meal and began to question whether she had dined on the same chicken chop rice as he had. Although she felt quite full, she picked up her spoon for a taste. "How is it?" Fang Yanzhou inquired with bright, eager eyes. "It seems rather delightful," she replied, puzzled by the stark contrast in their experiences despite the identical dish. Watching her junior enthusiastically devour his food, Jiang Qinghuan's appetite surged unexpectedly. The once dull meal vanished within moments. "Jiang Qinghuan." Suddenly, a furious voice erupted from the classroom entrance. Jiang Qinghuan looked up to find Xiong Jiangyi, hands on her hips, glaring at her, and Fang Yanzhou. "Oh, isn't that old Qin's ex-girlfriend?" The roommate of the campus belle, Fang Yanzhou remarked, recognizing her. "Hello, senior," he greeted with keen awareness. Xiong Jiangyi hurried over, her small steps quickening as she peered down at the 2 portions of chicken chop rice on the table. She then regarded Jiang Qinghuan incredulously. "You're not eating." A sharp glance from Jiang Qinghuan silenced her immediately. All right, she conceded, casting a mournful look at her dear friend. "Who was it that brought you chicken chop rice from the cafeteria? Who claimed it was mediocre? Who said they were busy but ended up here with a man?" "Wait, a man?" Xiong Jiangyi abruptly turned to scrutinize the young lad seated across from Jiang Qinghuan, her eyes narrowing as she appraised him from head to toe. "What are you doing?" Jiang Qinghuan interrupted impatiently. Xiong Jiangyi huffed, pleased to have finally caught her friend. All of Jiang Qinghuan's peculiar behaviors could now be explained, and the source of it all was this handsome young man before her. "One. Aren't you the one who dislikes chicken chop rice the most?" Xiong Jiangyi taunted. "This is bad." Fang Yanzhou realized he had stepped into a minefield upon hearing her words. He had no idea that the senior despised chicken chop rice. Yet, had she not just savored it? Isn't it acceptable to occasionally change one's palate? Jiang Qinghuan retorted coldly, her gaze filled with warning. However, Xiong Jiangyi remained undeterred, standing firmly by Fang Yanzhou's side as she innocently remarked, "Senior, you're so fierce. I'm quite frightened." Fang Yanzhou shifted uncomfortably on the bench, feeling like a pincushion. It seemed that the senior was to be feared, and her friend even more so. "By the way, Junior, how did you come to know our dear Wan?" she inquired, genuinely curious. After all, this was the aloof goddess of Beijing University, known for her reclusive nature and her aversion to dining with the opposite sex. To claim they were merely platonic friends? Absolutely implausible. Fang Yanzhou found the circumstances of their acquaintance to be surreal. Moreover, he sensed it was a little secret between him and Jiang Qinghuan that he preferred to keep private. "If you're full, you should run a few laps on the playground," Jiang Qinghuan declared imperiously. Xiong Jiangyi pouted, "Is that necessary? It's just a few questions. Like protecting a little chick." "Not happening," Jiang Qinghuan retorted. Xiong Jiang's eyes glimmered mischievously as she said, "Junior, gather all the boys from your dorm. I'll call a couple of my girlfriends." Her playful grin hinted at some mischievous scheme. Jiang Qinghuan's eyelids fluttered nervously as she furrowed her brow and asked, "What are you planning this time? Don't lead the junior astray." Chapter 64, Stepmother's Influence. Seeing her friend's anxious expression, Xiongjiang was at a loss for words. Don't overthink it. I am quite innocent, you know. Recently, escape rooms have become quite popular. We can join forces with our 2 dorms and gather a total of 8 participants. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan hesitated. Surely, an escape room would involve interaction with many people. The mere thought of it made her feel uneasy. Just as she was about to decline, Xiongjiang chimed in. Let us opt for a horror-themed one. The others are rather dull. Horror? Jiang Qinghuan suddenly recalled the last time she watched a horror film and the junior's reaction. The idea intrigued her. It surely would be entertaining. All right, she acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Xiongjiang's eyes widened in surprise. My goodness, the power of love is indeed remarkable. Capable of motivating Jiang Qinghuan, who hasn't participated in a group activity for 3 years, to join in. What about you, Junior? Xiongjiang continued. Oh, I just realized I don't even know your name. She inquired enthusiastically. Initially, Fang Yanzhou hesitated. After all, it was a horror-themed event. He was the type to tremble in fear even at horror films. What if he lost control during the game? Yet, the thought of joining the seniors spurred him on. I'm in, he declared, exuding the bravado of a hero embarking on an uncertain quest. Jiang Qinghuan stifled a laugh. Xiongjiang regarded him, and Fang Yanzhou realized he had yet to fully respond. Senior, my name is Fang Yanzhou, he quickly added. Oh, little Zhou, she exclaimed, only to receive a disapproving glare from Jiang Qinghuan. As they returned to their dorm, Fang Yanzhou had intended to escort the senior but found no opportunity, watching her silhouette fade into the distance with a sense of resignation. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned to leave, Jiang Qinghuan glanced back. Xiongjiang, observing this, sighed in exasperation. Come on, you two. This isn't scene from a Qiangyao drama. It's not like you want to see each other again. Jiang Qinghuan cast a proud glance at her friend and replied coolly, you wouldn't understand. This remark struck a nerve with Xiongjiang. I've been in relationships before. She retorted, really? But didn't you just break up last month? Jiang Qinghuan's words rendered Xiongjiang speechless. Maintaining her smile, she turned to her dear friend and said, Nuan, lick your lips. Confused yet compliant, Jiang Qinghuan followed her instruction, only to look at Xiongjiang in bewilderment, asking, what's wrong? You've just been poisoned, Xiongjiang replied before storming off in a huff. Meanwhile, upon returning to his dorm, Fang Yanzhou promptly roused his still-sleeping roommates. Gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. Lu Yuancheng, staring at his tousled hair, lamented, don't tell me you're in a relationship. Not at all. After class tomorrow. How about we go to an escape room? But it's just us big men. We want to have enough people, Qin Yuji interjected. Not to worry. I'll invite a few more friends. Upon hearing his words, the others in the dormitory exchanged glances. And Zhua, filled with curiosity, remarked, Josie, you're not a local. Where would you find friends? This observation held merit. Ever since starting university, Fang Yanzhou seemed to have made no effort to cultivate friendships beyond a few roommates. He believed that quality outweighed quantity when it came to companionship. You'll find out tomorrow, he replied cryptically. In response, Qin Yuji propped his chin up, wearing an expression that suggested he was aware of more than he let on. Fang Yanzhou cast a furtive glance at Qin Yuji, concealing the fact that one of those so-called friends was his ex-girlfriend. If he revealed this, old Qin would undoubtedly decline the invitation. For the sake of the senior, he had no choice but to betray his comrades. Apologies, my brothers. The following afternoon, with just half an hour left until classes concluded, Fang Yanzhou fixated on the clock, willing time to hasten. Yet, with thoughts of their impending outing, anxiety began to creep in. Josie, do you need to relieve yourself? And Zhuo whispered beside him. Shut up. Where are we meeting your friends later? Lu Yuanqing interjected. Ah, I almost forgot about that, he exclaimed, hastily retrieving his phone to message Jiang Qinghuan. Senior, where shall we gather? The response came swiftly, at the entrance of Laobing Barbecue. This was a place Fang Yanzhou recognized. He had dined there with the senior before. As soon as class ended, the 4 from room 214 rushed outside, walking in a line, each adorned with charming smiles. And Zhuo confidently swept his hair back, stating, I can't shake the feeling that we resemble a group of 4. The others nodded in agreement, resonating with his sentiment. Upon exiting the school gates, they made their way toward their destination. Wait, is that the campus bell? And Zhuo exclaimed, pointing ahead. I swear it feels like she's looking at me. Fang Yanzhou had already spotted Jiang Qinghuan standing ahead. Today, she donned a striking red bodycon dress, accentuated by cascading waves in her hair. Notably, She seemed to have applied makeup, and he could discern this from the vivid hue of her lips. Unlike her usual self, today she exuded an alluring charm. Is this truly appealing? Jiang Qinghuan nervously adjusted her hair, uncertain if the junior would appreciate her ensemble. Xiong Jiang, brimming with confidence, assured her, "Don't worry, Wan. No man could possibly resist the allure of a sultry style." "What does sultry style even mean?" she queried. "You wouldn't understand," Xiong Jiang replied, waving at the approaching four. Lu Yuanqing, incredulous, turned to Fang Yanzhou and asked, "Josie, your friend I sent the campus bell, is it?" Fang Yanzhou chuckled, conceding, "Indeed." Lu Yuanqing gave him a thumbs up, impressed by his friend's ability to attract such a companion. However, upon recognizing who was waving, Qin Yuji's expression instantly stiffened. Through gritted teeth, he demanded, "Josie, care to explain?" Realizing he had inadvertently led his good friend into a predicament, Fang Yanzhou quickly offered an apologetic smile. "Brother, my bad. I'll treat you to a fancy dinner. I promise, some exquisite Japanese cuisine." Satisfied, Qin Yuji nodded in approval. After a brief encounter, silence enveloped the group. The once chatty Xiong Jiangyi, upon recognizing Qin Yuji, retreated behind Jiang Qinghuan, whispering, "Why didn't you tell me that my elementary school roommate is this scoundrel?" Jiang Qinghuan replied coolly, "You didn't ask." Indeed, Xiong Jiangyi had brought along 2 other girls from the dorm of campus beauties who had moved out to live with their boyfriends during their sophomore year. Meanwhile, Zhuo and Lu Yuanqing, typically loquacious, found themselves at a loss for words, feeling unusually shy in the presence of such beauty. It was Jiang Qinghuan who first broke the silence, her words evidently directed at one individual. Chapter 65. Unable to identify his flaws upon receiving instructions, Fang Yanzhou promptly opened a ride-hailing app, ordering 2 cars to separate the boys and girls. While waiting, Xiong Jiangyi's other 2 roommates scrutinized Fang Yanzhou with unabashed intensity, their gazes akin to predators sizing up their prey. Observing this, Jiang Qinghuan interposed herself between them, her frosty glare issuing a silent warning. How intriguing it was that a man could evoke such concern from the icy campus beauty. Surely, he was destined for success. "Ladies, shall we indulge in some milk tea?" Lu Yuanqing broke the awkward tension, demonstrating his prowess as a social butterfly. The girls eagerly expressed their desires, yet Jiang Qinghuan remained silent, prompting Lu Yuanqing to cast a pleading glance at Fang Yanzhou. The latter exchanged a brief look with Jiang Qinghuan before declaring, "I will cover for the senior." A satisfied smile graced Jiang Qinghuan's lips. Indeed, he was a promising protege. The others fell into silence, an inexplicable sense of brilliance radiating above their heads. "Then, I'll accompany Josie to procure the milk tea." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuji interjected, "I'll join as well." "Me too." And Zhuo quickly raised his hand, humorously dreading the thought of facing so many senior girls alone. Moreover, he already had a girlfriend and needed to maintain a respectful distance from other females. As he watched Qin Yuji's retreating figure, Xiong Jiangyi stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn that scoundrel. Does he truly wish to avoid me?" Jiang Qinghuan, lost in thought, paid no heed to her best friend's lamentations. She pondered over the junior's outfit, wondering if he had dressed up specifically to impress her. Meanwhile, on their way to buy milk tea, Zhuo chattered incessantly, "Josie, do enlighten me. When did you become so familiar with the campus beauty? Oh my goddess. This is my first time observing her up close. Wait a moment. You and Jiang Qinghuan aren't actually related, are you?" Previously, rumors had circulated about their relationship, and Zhuo, who had been skeptical, now found himself reconsidering the truth of these claims. Fang Yanzhou sighed in resignation. "I simply admire her. It's as straightforward as that." There was no need for concealment regarding his feelings, as he was more concerned about others mistaking his relationship with Jiang Qinghuan for familial ties. Upon hearing this, Zhuo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, my brother is quite bold. You are something else." Zhuo gave him a thumbs up. He recalled that he had previously advised his good brother to give up early. After all, that aloof school belle was not someone mere mortals like us could aspire to win over. Yet, a month later, he realized that he was indeed the fool in this scenario. Seeking validation from the other 2, he discovered they bore expressions of indifference. What is this reaction? Why did he feel as if he were the only one in the dormitory left in the dark? Qin Yuji smiled quietly, saying nothing. Ever since he had stumbled upon the 2 emerging from the hotel, he sensed that the unfolding of events would take an unexpected turn. As for Lu Yuanqing, He had evidently already come to terms with this reality, exhibiting a far greater composure than Yanzhou. Fine, fine, so everyone is putting on a facade of profundity. Is it? Yanzhou promptly closed his mouth, resolving that from this moment on, he would utter not another word. Upon arriving at the milk tea shop, Yuansheng recited the orders of the three girls as if reading from a menu. Once finished, all three turned their gazes toward Fang Yanzhou. 1 cup of soy milk rice mochi, with 5 parts sugar, please. He remembered that this was the drink the senior most adored. Moreover, it was the very first drink he had asked her about. Oh, 1 cup of soy milk rice mochi, Yanzhou mimicked Deng Chao's expression. After the milk tea was prepared, Fang Yanzhou instinctively took the cup meant for Jiang Qingwan. Yuansheng grabbed 3 cups and signaled for his other 2 roommates to each take one. Yanzhou immediately exclaimed, No, no, I can't fetch milk tea for other girls. My baby knows it will make her angry. Yuansheng maintained a smile as he looked at Qin Yuji, who arrogantly declared, I want tea help my ex-girlfriend carry anything. Yuansheng was rendered speechless. Fine, fine, everyone is finding reasons that he cannot refuse. Are they? When they returned, the car had already arrived. Fang Yanzhou hurriedly passed the milk tea to Jiang Qingwan, saying, Senior, drink it while it's warm. Thank you, replied Jiang Qingwan as she settled into the back seat. Meanwhile, the boys took their seats in another vehicle. Once in the car, Fang Yanzhou did not glance at his phone again, nor did he dare to utter another word. It is known that for those prone to motion sickness, even the slightest movement at this moment could have dire consequences. In the girl's car, Xiong Jiangyi took a sip of her milk tea and found it unsatisfactory. Strange, why does it taste less delightful than before? She mused, then glanced at the milk tea of the person beside her. Wan, let me have a sip of yours. She leaned over, preparing to bite the straw, only to find herself biting into thin air. She looked at Jiang Qingwan with a bewildered expression. No drinking. Why not? Xiong Jiangyi asked incredulously, her mind racing with a rather ominous answer. Could it be, Wan, that your brain has gone soft from being in love? Just because it was bought by that junior. No one else can touch it? Is love truly this abstract? I'm not in love, Jiang Qingwan replied, taking a sip of her milk tea. Xiong Jiangyi, with an expression of disbelief, said, Yes, this is what you city folks mean by more than friends, less than lovers, seeing Jiang Qingwan not deny it. Xiong Jiangyi and the other 2 roommates looked at her as if they had seen a ghost. A few individuals immediately became animated. No way, Wan, are you serious? One questioned. Perhaps, came the reply. Perhaps? Xiong Jiangyi, well acquainted with her dear friend, deduced that when she said perhaps, it was undoubtedly a foregone conclusion. I never engage in uncertain endeavors, Jiang Qingwan added. Due to her upbringing, Jiang Qingwan firmly believed in a saying, if it belongs to her, it will never be lost. If something is lost, it was never truly hers to begin with. But how does one ascertain if a person belongs to her? Naturally, it is through the passage of time that such truths are revealed. Time will provide her with the answers. At that moment, observing the resolute gaze of the girl, Xiong Jiangyi felt deep sympathy for Fang Yanzhou. Whether being chosen by Jiang Qingwan was a blessing or a curse depended entirely on his interpretation of the situation. What is so good about that junior? Another girl questioned skeptically. Though he is somewhat handsome, there are plenty of attractive individuals at Beijing University, each with their own unique charm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingwan contemplated for a few seconds before bursting into laughter, prompting her friends to believe she had lost her sanity. Then, she swiftly composed herself and, with a serious tone, remarked, What should I do? I seem unable to find any flaws in him. This statement rendered everyone in the car speechless. Xiong Jiangyi chuckled nervously, falling silent thereafter. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt at the escape room venue. Fang Yanzhou quickly exited the car, feeling that if he lingered any longer, he might be sick. After Jiang Qingwan disembarked, she sought the figure of someone. Noticing his pale complexion, and approached him, asking, Are you feeling unwell? I feel a bit carsick, he replied. Jiang Qingwan pondered for a moment before promptly retrieving something from her pocket. Here you go. Fang Yanzhou, surprised, exclaimed, An orange. Senior, are you Doraemon? Jiang Qingwan, with her slender fingers, peeled the orange, placing the peel under Fang Yanzhou's nose, instructing, Take a few deep breaths. How did you know I get carsick? Fang Yanzhou inquired curiously. Jiang Qingwan hesitated, realizing that he had indeed mentioned it to her before, though technically, it was relayed through the intermediary of a mutual friend, de Baolong. during their early conversations when they frequently chatted about everything under the sun. On one occasion, Fang Yanzhou had casually mentioned it, and she had made a mental note of it. Guess, she said playfully. Jiang Qingwan had initially intended to give it to him when he entered the vehicle, but out of shyness with so many eyes upon them, she refrained. Thanks to the senior's timely intervention, Fang Yanzhou felt considerably better. Then you should eat this orange, he offered. Sure. Jiang Qingwan noticed that her junior had a profound fondness for food. Whenever the topic arose, his eyes sparkled with delight. She found this trait endearing. The two shared an intimate atmosphere, entirely oblivious to the 6 others standing behind them. When Fang Yanzhou turned around, he met the 6 pairs of resentful eyes, and he quickly offered an embarrassed smile, saying, "Let us head inside, everyone." Among the 8 individuals present, only Xiong Jiangyi and Qin Yuji had experience with escape rooms, and the two immediately engaged in a heated debate over which scenario to play. "This one is intriguing. You wouldn't understand," Xiong Jiangyi retorted. "It's not that you find it interesting. You merely think it has more handsome characters," Qin Yuji sneered. "How dare you accuse me of being shameless? Who are you calling shameless? Speak for yourself." Their exasperation was palpable, with each remark stoking the flames of their rivalry. Sensing the escalating tension, Jiang Qingwan furrowed her brow and interjected, "Silence, both of you." She then pointed to one particular scenario, stating, "Let us choose this one." The scenario she indicated was based on a film titled Churanmei and belonged to the childhood horror series. Fang Yanzhou swallowed nervously, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The attendant at the front desk, noticing their unease, offered a friendly warning. "Be advised, there may be instances of chasing and dragging during the experience. If you wish to reconsider, now is the time." "No worries," Jiang Qingwan replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of confidence. However, the other 4 boys, including Fang Yanzhou, wore expressions of concern. And Zhuo whispered, "Guys, no matter what happens, let us stick together, all right?" They were soon ushered into the dimly lit, enclosed space. Fang Yanzhou's breath quickened as he stood there. He had only ever observed others being pursued in escape rooms from afar, finding amusement in their plight. Now, immersed in the experience, he felt the palpable terror for himself. In this narrative, they needed to uncover clues step by step to unravel the mystery of Churan Mei's abduction and ultimately escape. While the process of solving the puzzles was relatively straightforward, the oppressive darkness heightened the difficulty. At that moment, Fang Yanzhou felt utterly lost, and Zhuo clung to the wall, too frightened to move. The other girls sought refuge behind the boys, even the senior sister. "Hey, where's the senior sister?" Realizing this, Fang Yanzhou began to scan the area, only to have someone unexpectedly tap him on the shoulder. Startled, he let out a scream, shocking the others in the process. "Josie, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Fang Yanzhou chuckled awkwardly. "Didn't someone just tap me?" "That was me," came a cool voice from behind. Jiang Qingwan had approached him and asked, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid? That's impossible," he exclaimed. "It's just an escape room. How could I possibly be scared?" "I'm not afraid. Senior sister, stay behind me. I'll protect you." The more anxious he grew, the louder he spoke, oblivious to his own nervousness. Jiang Qingwan stifled a laugh. "Is that so? You will protect me?" "Of course," Fang Yanzhou replied confidently. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed behind them, accompanied by a woman's eerie shriek. Instantly, everyone's hearts raced. "Quick, run!" And Zhuo trembled, his voice quivering. Without thinking, Fang Yanzhou instinctively grasped the hand of the senior sister beside him and dashed forward. Unable to see the path clearly, he relied solely on instinct. Before long, the group scattered in all directions. "Senior sister, hurry inside." Before Jiang Qingwan could utter a word, Fang Yanzhou swiftly pulled her into a narrow cupboard. As the footsteps receded into the distance, Fang Yanzhou gradually relaxed. It was then that he realized he was still holding the hand of his senior. Letting go was out of the question. In this moment, they faced each other, acutely aware of their heartbeats. The proximity caused both to swallow nervously. In the past, when his senior had sleepwalked, she would often entangle herself with him. Yet the sensation now was entirely distinct. Even without any overt actions, Fang Yanzhou could feel the surge of adrenaline coursing through him. "Your hand is sweating," Jiang Qingwan remarked softly, her slightly flushed face concealed in the shadows as she leaned slightly forward. She took a quiet, deep breath, finding comfort in closing her eyes. At that moment, she felt her very soul was being satiated. Upon hearing her words, Fang Yanzhou instinctively attempted to release her hand, only to discover he could not. I am afraid, she stated, her expression devoid of emotion. In truth, she found the scenario rather tedious. Do not fear, senior. I am here, he declared. Despite having nearly crumbled in fright moments before, nonetheless, he was determined to maintain his composure in front of her. However, in the next instant, the cupboard door was suddenly yanked open with a force that could only belong to Chu Rinmei outside. This is it. Fang Yanzhou felt cold sweat trickling down his back, fearing his lifelong reputation was about to be tarnished. But before he could fully comprehend the situation, his senior immediately pushed the cupboard door wide open, delivering an elbow strike that sent Chu Rinmei staggering back. Get lost, she commanded, still gripping Fang Yanzhou's hand as she addressed the bewildered figure beside them. Refusing to concede, Chu Rinmei lunged towards them, her wig in tow. Jiang Qingwan quickly pulled Fang Yanzhou aside. Are you seeking death? Chapter 67. Who is truly frightening? Who is the ghost? Why does this beautiful lady seem more terrifying than he? In escape rooms, the participants were predominantly male. It was understandable, as such high-risk environments deterred most women, who might fear personal harm. Fang Yanzhou stood behind Jiang Qingwan, filled with admiration for her. Who said this senior was timid? She was absolutely incredible, bolstered by her support. Fang Yanzhou felt emboldened. He would not fear even 10 Chu Rinmeis. The actor portraying Chu Rinmei, after a moment of contemplation, swiftly turned and dashed in the opposite direction, his speed astonishing Fang Yanzhou. A minute later, a piercing scream echoed through the air. In that instant, Fang Yanzhou truly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, since Chu Rinmei had chosen to pursue his good friend, she would not reach him so soon. Senior, let us gather clues, he suggested. Fear notwithstanding, they could not neglect their primary objective. All right, she replied, and together they ventured into another room in search of clues. In this regard, Fang Yanzhou excelled remarkably. He often indulged in mystery-themed comics, relishing the art of deduction and the pursuit of evidence. To put it plainly, the theme of this escape room was inspired by the film The Village of the Damned, and the script bore striking similarities. Before long, he and his senior found 2 keys. Just as they were about to exit one of the rooms, anguished screams from Enjoy echoed from outside, growing ever closer. Oh my God, don't chase me. Where are you all? I never want to play again. Just as Enjoy was about to enter their room, the senior swiftly slammed the door shut. Fang Yanzhou stood dumbfounded, while Jiang Qingwan awkwardly explained, Aren't you scared? In the darkness, her face was obscured. Yet Fang Yanzhou felt a wave of disdain directed at him. Scared? Certainly not. To prove his bravery, he opened the door wide. Outside, Enjoy lay sprawled on the ground, terrified, while Chu Rinmei tugged at his leg as if attempting to drag him away. However, her efforts were futile as Enjoy's weight thwarted her attempt, and she soon gave up after moving him a few inches. Upon seeing the boy who had just opened the door, Enjoy immediately shifted his focus, bursting into laughter. Regret washed over him. In the next moment, Jiang Qingwan appeared behind him, and with a sudden rush of panic, he fled without a backward glance. The earlier elbow strike still throbbed painfully. Observing Chu Rinmei's retreat, Fang Yanzhou attempted to close the door, only to discover it would not budge. Looking down, he realized that his good friend was still lying on the floor. Goodness, he hoped his friend hadn't been rendered senseless by fright. He crouched down and gently shook the other's body. Zhuozi, wake up. Slowly, the latter opened his eyes, his lips trembling slightly. Fang Yanzhou leaned in closer and heard him utter, Baby, please save me. With a look of disdain, Fang Yanzhou stood up and said to Jiang Qingwan, Senior, let us go find the others. With that, he naturally grasped Jiang Qingwan's hand, bypassing the still prostrate Enjoy, and walked away. Jiang Qingwan's heart raced as she gazed at their clasped hands. It was peculiar. No matter how many times she interacted with the junior, she always felt a sense of novelty, as if the experience would never grow tiresome. When they finally rejoined the other 5, they found Xiong Jiang hiding behind Qin Yuji, while Lu Yuansheng was flanked by 2 seniors on either side, each linking their arms with him. In short, apart from Fang Yanzhou and Jiang Qingwan, everyone else appeared thoroughly tormented. Are we playing the same game? Qin Yuji gritted his teeth and inquired. Fang Yanzhou blinked innocently and replied, Indeed. It's just that he has a senior to protect him, while you all do not. Hey, where did you all run off to? A familiar voice chimed in from behind as Enjoy cast a resentful glance at the group, lamenting why he was the only one left alone. Why was Chu Rinmei fixated solely on him? Good brother, the organization will remember you. Lu Yuansheng patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. After they finished speaking, everyone set out to find the last key, and soon they succeeded. As they escaped, the expressions on each face were etched with the 4 characters, survivor's relief. Only Jiangqing Yuan appeared contemplative. Was that truly the end? Why did time seem to pass so swiftly? She felt as though she hadn't quite had her fill of excitement. When she lifted her gaze, she noticed the other 6 individuals were all staring in the same direction. Looking down, she realized she and the junior had still been holding hands. Observing this, Fang Yanzhou immediately released his grip, explaining, "Ahem, it was just too dark earlier." Yanzhou scoffed. From this moment on, he resolved to remain silent. Jiangqing Yuan glanced at her empty hand and suddenly felt that everyone around her was rather bothersome. "Where should we go now?" one of the girls inquired. Considering the rarity of their outing, the college students were reluctant to return so soon. "Let us go to the amusement park," exclaimed Xiongjiang, only to be met with a disdainful look from Qin Yuji. "Childish." The girl rolled her eyes and said, "Raise your hand if you agree to go." Except for Qin Yuji and Jiangqing Yuan, everyone else eagerly raised their hands. Fang Yanzhou raised his hand solely because he wished to spend more time with the senior. But upon noticing that Jiangqing Yuan had not raised hers, his hopeful expression dimmed slightly. Perhaps the senior was a bit tired. His change in demeanor did not escape Jiangqing Yuan's notice, and soon after, she expressionlessly lifted her hand. "It's not impossible to have some fun. With a count of 7-1, I have triumphed. Those who do not wish to go may take a cab back immediately." Xiongjiang remarked with a hint of sarcasm, the identity of the certain someone being clear to all. In the end, Qin Yuji still decided to join them. They took 2 cabs, and during the ride, Fang Yanzhou pulled out the orange peel that the senior had given him, inhaling its fragrance. Seeing this, Lu Yuansheng asked with curiosity, "Where did you conjure that orange peel from?" "It was given by the senior," Fang Yanzhou replied candidly, earning him a round of disdain from the 3 in the dormitory, with Qin Yuji sharply commenting, "Josie, you're not just infatuated, you're senior obsessed." He did not refute. There seemed to be some truth in that statement. Chapter 68. Your little cat. They arrived at the largest amusement park in Beijing, boasting a plethora of attractions. Due to it being a weekday, the crowds were sparse. Upon entering, Xiongjiang, like a wild stallion, dashed towards the drop tower and excitedly exclaimed, "Let us ride this." The others remained silent, but Jiangqing Yuan decisively stated, "I want to ride it." Fang Yanzhou quickly added, "Neither will I. If the senior wasn't going to ride, then he certainly wouldn't either." Standing beside Jiangqing Yuan, Fang Yanzhou observed her expression and noted her slight frown, indicating her strong aversion. He seemed to have uncovered a little secret about her. Compared to some supernatural frights, she appeared to be far more afraid of the drop tower. "Then let us ride the roller coaster," Xiongjiang suggested next. Fang Yanzhou noticed that this friend of the senior seemed to enjoy thrilling activities. However, upon hearing about the roller coaster, Jiangqing Yuan's frown deepened even further. Before she could utter a word, Fang Yanzhou promptly declared, "I shall not go." Jiang Qinghuan glanced at the junior beside her, who met her gaze with an expression that yearned for praise. Hey, what are you two exchanging glances for?" Xiongjiang, hands on her hips, regarded the pair with evident dissatisfaction. "How about this? Let us split up. Those who wish to join me can stay." The moment she finished speaking, the crowd dispersed instantly, leaving only Qin Yuji standing there in bewilderment. Why was no one informed? He thought, swearing he had no desire to engage in any amusement park rides with that insufferable woman. Alas, it was too late. Xiongjiang had already dragged him to the ticket booth. "You're the one, ex-husband." Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou and Jiang Qinghuan wandered off together elsewhere. Suddenly, a little girl pushing a small cart approached. "Big brother, do you want to buy a headband for the pretty sister?" Fang Yanzhou assessed the girl's age, roughly 11 or 12, and inquired, "Where are your parents, little one?" The girl replied, "Mom went to the restroom. I'm watching the stand for her." "Very well behaved," he remarked. Jiang Qinghuan, listening to their exchange, noted with curiosity that the junior seemed quite fond of children. Soon, she observed Fang Yanzhou genuinely perusing the items on the cart. A flicker of anticipation ignited within her. "Is he buying it for me?" Fang Yanzhou, with great focus, finally spotted a cat ear headband. Remembering the pajamas the senior had worn that day, he promptly picked it up and asked, "How much is this, little friend?" The girl obediently replied, 30 yuan. "All right then." After paying, Fang Yanzhou turned to Jiang Qinghuan and said, "Senior, I'm putting this on you." Jiang Qinghuan's heart raced. Yet she restrained her expression, retorting with feigned aloofness, "How childish." However, the very next moment, she dutifully lowered her head. Fang Yanzhou delicately placed the cat ear headband atop her head. "Done." Jiang Qinghuan lifted her gaze, awkwardly asking, "Does it look good?" "It looks great." "No, it's adorable." The rosy, plush cat ears perched atop her head starkly contrasted with her cool and haughty demeanor. One must wonder, what man could possibly resist such charm? Certainly, Fang Yanzhou could not. At that moment, the little girl, with her big, dark eyes darting between them, exclaimed, "Brother, sister will be your little cat from now on." Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Qinghuan blinked, her ears turning crimson. Is this what children say nowadays? However, she was soon called away by her mother. Nonetheless, her words had made an indelible impact, leaving Fang Yanzhou and Jiang Qinghuan in silent contemplation throughout their journey. As Fang Yanzhou pondered how to break the ice, he suddenly spotted a small house not far away. "Senior, let us take some photos." "Photos?" Jiang Qinghuan instinctively wore a look of confusion, which, combined with the cat ears atop her head, made her resemble a little kitten. Fang Yanzhou longed to cup the face of his companion and take a deep breath, akin to the way one would with a cat. Yet, for the moment, he lacked the courage to do so. He led his senior to a room adorned with the bold characters, "Photo booth." Such machines are quite convenient. With the right poses, a couple can obtain 8 delightful snapshots. A favored pastime among university couples. Previously, Fang Yanzhou could only envy those moments, but now he had found someone with whom to share this experience. Jiang Qinghuan curiously surveyed the narrow room, uncertain as she inquired, "Can we really take pictures here?" She had never heard of such a place before. "Of course," Fang Yanzhou replied, standing beside her as he tapped a button on the screen. "Senior, look at the camera," he softly reminded her, capturing the fleeting moment when she turned her head. The expression on her face was adorably bewildered. Her innocent gaze paired with cat ears made Fang Yanzhou inwardly scream. How could every little action of hers be so endearing? The two then attempted various poses, and with their appealing looks, the resulting photographs turned out splendidly. 8 pictures in total, for each of them, and as Fang Yanzhou admired the images on their way, he thought, how he wished to share this on social media. After all, it was a precious moment captured with his senior. "Do you have something like this?" he mused. "No, you don't. Only I possess it." Noticing Jiang Qinghuan glancing at the photos with a bemused expression, she smiled and asked, "Are you that happy?" "Of course. This is our first photo together," he exclaimed. "First?" She frowned, huffing. "It's not the first time at all. It's the second." The first was a picture of her in a qipao alongside a junior, which she had saved as the background for their chat, symbolizing their budding relationship. Even though the junior was still unaware that it was she who would be sleeping at 9 that night, it hardly mattered. He would find out eventually. "Senior, where would you like to go next?" Jiang Qinghuan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "The Ferris wheel." "Absolutely." The two immediately set off towards the Ferris wheel. When Fang Yanzhou was about to purchase the tickets, Jiang Qinghuan offered, "I'll take care of it." He considered her words and nodded in agreement. He understood that she was not the type to comfortably spend someone else's money. After securing the tickets, they boarded the ride. The Ferris wheel turned slowly, and as they ascended, the sight of the setting sun brought forth an unexpected sense of romance. This was Fang Yanzhou's first time riding a Ferris wheel with a girl, and gazing at Jiang Qinghuan's profile filled him with happiness. As the wheel reached its pinnacle, he noticed her gently closing her eyes and bringing her hands together in prayer. 10 seconds later, she opened her eyes. "Do you know the legend of the Ferris wheel?" Fang Yanzhou shook his head. Jiang Qinghuan looked at him earnestly and said, "The legend states that if you make a wish at the highest point, love will endure eternally." Seeing that she remained silent, Fang Yanzhou inquired further, "So, what did you wish for just now?" Jiang Qinghuan looked up at him and simply replied, "Fang Yanzhou." This was the first time the senior called his name, and for reasons unknown, hearing it from her lips sent a delightful shiver coursing through him. "Let us take another picture," she suggested. "All right," he replied. "Use my phone," Jiang Qinghuan added. Although he didn't understand why she preferred her own device, he complied without question. He was always eager to heed her words. Next, Jiang Qinghuan retrieved her phone and set it to selfie mode, raising it at a 45-degree angle before them. "All set." "Huh, that was so quick. I think I blinked," he exclaimed. "Senior, let us take another one. The last shot didn't capture my handsome face well." With a playful smirk, Jiang Qinghuan swiftly tucked her phone into her pocket, teasingly declaring, "No, I won tea." But I really like it this way, she added. This was the first time Fang Yanzhou witnessed such a vivid expression on her face, and in that fleeting moment, he forgot everything else. If she wanted to share it, so be it. After all, it's not like anyone else would see that picture. After a while, as the Ferris wheel descended, they reached the ground, and upon exiting, the sky had darkened significantly. Josie, in the distance, and Joie and the other 5 were waiting for them. For a brief instant, Fang Yanzhou felt a pang of guilt towards his friends, for he could discern a hint of resentment, a touch of helplessness, and a sprinkle of curiosity in their gazes. And Joie, in particular, seemed quite displeased with today's outing. Why do I feel like I'm the most superfluous person here? He couldn't help but ponder. Lao Qin was entangled with his ex-girlfriend. Lu Yuancheng was engaged in light-hearted banter with 2 seniors. And the worst of all, Josie was flirting with the senior. And what about me? I'm left all alone. On the way back, and Zhuo poured out all his grievances from the day, only to find his 3 good brothers fast asleep in the car, each one looking utterly drained. He vowed never to participate in any team-building activities again. If he did, he would be akin to a dog. By the time they arrived at school, everyone was ready to head home. Fang Yanzhou glanced at the senior, who suddenly turned to the already drowsy Xiong Jiang and said, I'm going back to the dormitory tonight. I have an early class tomorrow. Huh. If you're going back, then just go. Why mention it? He thought, finding her behavior rather peculiar. Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou immediately draped his arm around Zhuoye's shoulder and said, let us hurry back to the dorm. Oh, if the senior wasn't going home. He had no desire to return either. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown accustomed to her presence. The thought of returning to a life of solitude, just him and his dog, filled Fang Yanzhou with a sense of profound boredom. Once back in the dormitory, he quickly messaged Jiang Qinghuan. Senior, sleep early. Good night. He initially expected her to wash up first upon returning, but to his surprise, she replied almost instantly. Rest well. Good night. He felt a surge of exhilaration at her words. His earlier fatigue evaporated, and within 10 minutes, he had completed his evening routine, then lay on his bed, scrolling through social media. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a name that felt both familiar and foreign. Sleeping at 9 tonight, she posted along with a picture. Fang Yanzhou opened the image, revealing a photograph of a sunset, seemingly taken from atop a Ferris wheel. It appeared to be the very Ferris wheel he had visited with his senior that day. What a coincidence. He casually liked the post without further contemplation and was about to continue scrolling when he received a message from the account tonight at 9. What are you up to? Fang Yanzhou frowned. He had intended to treat this person as inconsequential and had no desire to delete anyone unless absolutely necessary. However, it seemed prudent to sever this connection. Without replying, he promptly clicked to remove the friend. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan was resting her chin on her hand, adorned with a cat ear headband. Her expression a mixture of confusion as she stared at the screen. How strange. Why hadn't he replied to her message? Logically, after liking her post, he should have received her message immediately. Growing impatient, she sent another message. What's the result? To her dismay, the response was that she was no longer on his friend list. Had he actually deleted her? For the first time, Jiang Qinghuan felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. After much contemplation, she opened her contacts and dialed a certain number. At that moment, Fang Yanzhou was engrossed in a novel, buried under the covers, feeling despondent as the male protagonist unknowingly deleted the female lead's contact information, leading to deepening misunderstandings and ultimately a heartbreaking separation. Just as he contemplated sending the author a scathing message, he noticed who was calling. In an instant, he leapt up. It was his senior. Without pausing to put on a jacket, he ran into the hallway, and upon answering, he blurted out, Senior, what's the matter? It was the first time she had called him, especially at such a late hour, so it must be important. To his surprise, he heard a cold voice on the other end. Add me back. Huh, add back. Tonight at 9 is me. This revelation struck Fang Yanzhou like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The girl he had added was actually his senior? What? You don't believe me? Jiang Qinghuan pressed, noticing his silence. Hang up. Before Fang Yanzhou could fully grasp the situation, Tonight at 9 sent him a friend request. This time, he accepted without hesitation. Moments later, a video call popped up. His mind was in disarray, causing his body to react before his thoughts could catch up. Upon connecting, a beautiful face appeared on the screen. Now do you believe it? Jiang Qinghuan inquired, observing the astonishment on his face. She furrowed her brow slightly, wondering if the junior had been rendered speechless. Senior, It really is you, Fang Yanzhou stammered, still in disbelief. What have I done? I deleted your green bubble. I'm sorry, senior. Upon hearing his apology, Jiang Qinghuan quickly replied, it's not your fault, it's mine. It was her mistake, and she could hardly blame the junior. Fang Yanzhou smiled shyly, his mind rendered incapable of coherent thought. Not only had he acquired the green bubble from his senior, but at this very moment, they were engaged in a video call. Noticing the silence from the other end, Jiang Qinghuan seemed to have realized something and asked with curiosity, what are you wearing? Fang Yanzhou instinctively glanced down, only to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had forgotten he was clad in an old man's undershirt, which could only be described as utterly unflattering. He wished to request just a minute, only a minute, to compose himself. He acted quickly, but then he heard his senior earnestly declare, you look quite handsome. Really? He thought, astonished. Was he truly handsome in this 9-yuan undershirt? For a fleeting moment, he nearly questioned his senior's taste. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qinghuan had already taken a screenshot of his bewildered expression, finding it endearingly cute. They had previously conversed face-to-face, and this was their first attempt at video chatting, which felt somewhat unfamiliar. Moreover, Fang Yanzhou believed the green bubble's beauty filter had distorted Jiang Qinghuan's natural beauty, which was already exquisite. There's a saying that goes, a natural beauty should not be overly enhanced, lest her features become peculiar. The two of them silently gazed at one another, the sound of a junior's breathing filling the headphones. Jiang Qinghuan relished this moment, reminiscent of the time she quietly observed her junior on the bus. Life is about discovering little joys amidst the mundane, after all. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed her mind. Would you keep me company while I sleep? Fang Yanzhou opened his mouth, struggling to form a response. The occasional phrases from his senior were enough to make his heart race. Don't misunderstand. It's merely a matter of sharing a call while sleeping. Is that even possible? He asked, curiosity piqued. May I ask why? He was eager to understand, particularly how his senior could harbor such unusual ideas. Jiang Qinghuan paused for a few seconds before calmly stating, I'm alone in the dormitory, and it frightens me. At that moment, Xiong Jiang, who was brushing her teeth in the bathroom, sneezed unexpectedly. Strange, is someone talking about me? She wondered. Suspecting it was that dog of a man, Qin Yuji. I'll keep you company, Fang Yanzhou exclaimed, completely forgetting who had once screamed in terror during a game of escape room. His mind was solely focused on his senior's fear. He felt compelled to protect her. However, he needed to mention one thing beforehand. But, senior, our roommate snores at night, like a chainsaw. He feared that his senior might not get a good night's rest and thought this would deter her from wanting to share a call while sleeping. To his surprise, she replied, that's all right, I'll bring earplugs. Fang Yanzhou couldn't comprehend the rationale behind this. What, then, was the point of sharing a call while sleeping? The intricacies of a woman's thoughts were indeed perplexing. Nevertheless, since his senior wished for this arrangement, he was determined to oblige her. As they spoke, the two individuals transitioned their video call to voice mode. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fang Yanzhou carefully held his phone, as if the senior sister truly resided by his side. After settling into bed, he placed the phone beside his pillow and softly inquired, Senior sister, are you going to sleep now? Jiang Qinghuan pondered for a moment before replying, you can sleep first. I still have not washed up. Then I'll wait for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan couldn't help but smile faintly, a gentle grin spreading across her lips. When Xiong Jiangyi emerged, she was greeted by the sight of the poised and aloof campus beauty lost in a dreamy smile at her phone screen. TSK, TSK, TSK. Upon hearing a voice from behind, Jiang Qinghuan swiftly muted the microphone, not wishing for the junior to uncover her little deception. Oh, it seems I will soon see headlines on the confession wall, she mused. Frowning, Jiang Qinghuan asked, what? Xiong Jiangyi widened her eyes, teasingly responding, of course. The news of the aloof campus beauty from Beijing University and a certain charming freshman revealing their relationship. I wonder how many hearts will break when that happens. As she spoke, Xiong Jiangyi wore an expression of delight, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. That scene would undoubtedly be breathtaking. She could hardly contain her excitement. You're ridiculous. Jiang Qinghuan thought little of others' opinions. If that day ever arrived, she would certainly protect her beloved, shielding them from any harm. Jiang Qinghuan hurriedly completed her evening routine, and while drying her face in the bathroom, she heard Xiong Jiangyi's exaggerated scream from outside. What is this? Xiong Jiangyi stormed in, brandishing her phone. Presenting the evidence before Jiang Qinghuan, Initially, Jiang Qinghuan feared that their voice call had been discovered, but instead, she saw Xiong Jiangyi showing her the back of the phone. What happened? Jiang Qinghuan replied nonchalantly, puzzled by the commotion. What happened? Xiong Jiangyi looked at her incredulously, glancing back at the photo on the phone. There, on the back of Jiang Qinghuan's phone case, was a large sticker photo featuring her best friend and the junior. It was evident that this picture had been taken earlier that afternoon at the amusement park. You actually placed a photo of the two of you in your phone case? Is there a problem? Jiang Qinghuan questioned, bewildered by her friend's overreaction. After all, it was her photo, and she could display it as she wished, without needing to concern herself with others' thoughts. Did you peek at my phone? Jiang Qinghuan asked sharply. Nonsense. Your phone was conveniently resting on the table, and I happened to walk by and see it, Xiong Jiangyi retorted. Then, with a mischievous grin, she added, TSK, 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 who would have thought, Huan, that you could be so romantic? Romantic? Is this romantic? Jiang Qinghuan was unsure. She had merely acted upon her feelings. Very nice, very nice. I shall do the same when I fall in love. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan immediately snatched her phone back, declaring, no way. Although everyone had the right to do so, Jiang Qinghuan simply did not want her innermost thoughts exposed to others. Oomph, you stingy person. Xiong Jiangyi huffed, climbing onto her bed in a huff. After extinguishing the lights, Jiang Qinghuan lay in bed with her phone. She initially burrowed into the covers before activating the microphone and softly inquired, Fang Yanzhou, are you asleep? She listened intently, fearing she might miss something, only to be met with the sound of deep, rhythmic breathing. It appeared he had succumbed to slumber while waiting for her response. A smile crept onto her lips as she placed her phone beside her pillow, feeling as though her junior was sleeping alongside her. This night was destined for sweet dreams. The following morning, the first thing Jiang Qinghuan did upon waking was check her phone, discovering that her voice call with her junior had lasted an astonishing 7 hours. This was the second time they had conversed for such an extended duration since their previous encounter on the bus. After taking a screenshot, she reached for her power bank, realizing her phone was nearly out of battery after a night of use. Yet her junior remained asleep. She was reluctant to end the call. Chapter 71. I miss you. Jiang Qinghuan donned her headphones and exited the dormitory with Xiong Jiangyi, who looked at her with a puzzled expression. One. What music are you listening to so early in the morning? She queried, utterly exhausted from the early start, especially with morning classes looming. Jiang Qinghuan replied mysteriously, guess. Xiong Jiangyi hummed softly, and then took Jiang Qinghuan's headphones, placing them in her own ears, only to find them eerily silent. What on earth? Imperial music? She scoffed, yanking the headphones away. One, I've noticed you're becoming increasingly abstract. Wearing headphones and not playing any music in the morning is utterly nonsensical. Jiang Qinghuan inserted the headphones back into her ears and replied enigmatically, to me, this is celestial music. Xiong Jiangyi couldn't hear anything because she wasn't listening closely. But Jiang Qinghuan perceived every breath of the boy distinctly, relishing the sensation. Upon arriving at the classroom, the professor had yet to arrive. Although she was now a junior, certain specialized courses remained mandatory. As the top student in the computer science program, Jiang Qinghuan would never miss a class. During the lecture, Xiong Jiangyi dozed off beside her while Jiang Qinghuan diligently took notes. Professor Zhang Qiping was renowned as the most distinguished professor in the computer science department at Beijing University, and his classes were filled with invaluable knowledge, so Jiang Qinghuan dared not be negligent. Lacking the familial support that Xiong Jiangyi enjoyed, she had to rely solely on herself. While she was engrossed in the lecture, a sound suddenly emanated from her headphones. Had her junior awakened? Sure enough, the next moment, a languid voice emerged from the device. I don't want to get up. If only I could have a hug from my senior. When Fang Yanzhou woke, he found himself in a daze, having completely forgotten about their ongoing conversation. He had dreamt of being embraced by his senior, only to awaken to the coldness of the bed and the snoring of his roommate. No one could understand this feeling, and he felt as though the sky had fallen. Jiang Qinghuan heard his words clearly and typed back, okay. Upon hearing the vibration of his phone, Fang Yanzhou initially presumed it to be yet another piece of trivial news. However, upon unlocking his device, he was taken aback to find a message from his senior. Most astonishingly, he realized that they were still connected by phone. Confusion clouded his mind as he began to recollect the events of the previous night. He had first mentioned going to bed at 9, then his senior called him, revealing that she intended to sleep at the same hour. They had even engaged in a video call, culminating in her suggestion to share a sleep session together. What had he just said? His gaze lingered on Jiang Qinghuan's recent reply, which implied that she had indeed heard his words. Initially shocked, a wave of panic washed over him, only to gradually transform into realization. His senior had acquiesced. This meant she not only heard him, but also agreed. The notion that he could hold her in his arms sent his heart racing, prompting him to reflect on their interactions over the past few days. They had shared numerous experiences, drawing closer with each moment. Although Fang Yanzhou had never been in a romantic relationship, he sensed that his senior regarded him differently than others. Perhaps, at some point, she too had felt a flutter of affection towards him. The extent of that feeling, however, remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan, attending class, noticed that the junior had fallen silent, appearing somewhat distracted even during the lecture. Could he be frightened? She contemplated retracting her earlier message, just as she received a notification from him. "Senior, I miss you." Her face flushed crimson. How had her junior suddenly become so forthright? Embarrassed, she caught the attention of Professor Zhang, who, noticing her reddened complexion, inquired with concern, "Qinghuan, are you feeling unwell?" Instantly, the focus of the entire class shifted to the campus bell. "No," she replied, her face still hot, but her tone cool and detached. "That's good. If you're not feeling well, remember to take a leave," Zhang Qiping remarked, his concern evident. Throughout history, diligent students have always been favored by their teachers, especially someone as gifted as Jiang Qinghuan, a rare talent indeed. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou lay in his bed, cradling his phone with a sweet smile. Anxiously, he stared at the screen, fearful of missing any message from his senior. Moments later, a new message arrived. "Shall we have lunch together?" Lunch. He pondered this phrase, sensing that its underlying meaning was akin to "I miss you too." It reminded him of a popular saying. If someone tells you the moonlight is beautiful tonight, they are subtly expressing their longing for you. "What shall we eat, senior?" he inquired eagerly. Jiang Qinghuan replied, "Sichuan cuisine." He knew well that she had a particular fondness for spicy food. Thus, Fang Yanzhou began searching for highly rated Sichuan restaurants near North City. However, he soon discovered that all the notable establishments were located in the city center, quite far away. He wondered if she would be willing to travel. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, tonight at 9 sent another message. "Come to my house. I'll cook." Go to her house. Although the senior had previously cooked at her home, this time she invited him to her residence, making it impossible for him to conceal his excitement. After all, this would mark his second visit to her home, the first having occurred while he was inebriated. Observing the boy punctuating every sentence with exclamations, Jiang Qinghuan couldn't help but smile. The junior appeared to be in high spirits. After class, Xiong Jiangyi awoke from her slumber and sleepily suggested, "Wan, let's go out for a meal." Jiang Qinghuan paused in her packing, suddenly recalling her promise to accompany Jiang Qinghuan for Japanese cuisine that day. "I can't go," she replied. Xiong Jiangyi immediately perked up, exclaiming, "What? Why not?" "I have something important to attend to," Jiang Qinghuan replied calmly. Xiong Jiangyi, however, was unconvinced and questioned, "What could be more important than dining with me?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Qinghuan earnestly stated, "There may not have been before, but there is now." She needed to rush home to prepare a meal for the junior. Moreover, she required a locksmith to open her door and had to stop by the supermarket for ingredients, leaving her with little time to spare. Xiong Jiangyi blinked, then began to pout, asserting, "I don't care. You promised me. Accompany me for Japanese food. We'll go another day." Jiang Qinghuan attempted to negotiate. Xiong Jiangyi, with her lips pursed and large eyes glistening, looked as though she might cry. Faced with this dramatic display, Jiang Qinghuan relented. All right. You come to my house, and I will cook." Chapter 72. The understanding with the senior. Xiong Jiangyi's eyes lit up, her disbelief evident. "Wan, are you serious?" She had long wished to visit Jiang Qinghuan's home and had often expressed her desire to taste her culinary skills, only to be met with firm refusals. Yet today, this formidable woman was offering to cook. Something felt amiss. Jiang Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, coolly stating, "If you don't want to go, you don't have to." Xiong Jiangyi immediately slammed her hands on the table and shouted, "I will go." Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone with the senior, Fang Yanzhou sprang from his bed and stood before his wardrobe, contemplating which outfit to wear. What styles do girls typically favor? Fashion was not Fang Yanzhou's forte, so he decided to seek advice from the most flamboyant man in the dormitory. "Lao Qin, help me pick an outfit." Just finished with his morning routine, Qin Yuji Noticing Fang Yanzhou's intent to go out, suddenly recalled something. Josie, have you forgotten something? Fang Yanzhou's eyes darted around as he pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head. What? Japanese cuisine. Fang Yanzhou smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten. He had promised Lao Qin to treat him to Japanese food, yet the senior had just told him she would cook for him. Which of these two events held greater significance? It was indeed a difficult choice. After 2 seconds, Fang Yanzhou declared, Lao Qin, how about we postpone it? Qin Yuji squinted, recalling the torturous experience of being dragged by that insufferable woman on 3 rounds of the drop tower and 2 of the roller coaster, and cruelly replied, no way. He endured both mental and physical torment yesterday, a suffering that no one could truly comprehend. Fang Yanzhou felt utterly dejected. However, having previously promised old Qin, he reluctantly picked up his phone and messaged his senior. Senior, I can't join you for dinner today. Heartbroken. Why? Jiang Qinghuan was in the supermarket shopping for groceries when she received the message from the junior. She paused immediately to respond. I had promised old Qin to treat him to a meal. Old Qin? Jiang Qinghuan was quite familiar with this individual, being the junior's roommate and Xiong Jiangyi's ex-boyfriend. Yet, if the junior was not coming, was there any need for her to cook? As she observed Xiong Jiangyi perusing snacks in the aisle, an idea blossomed in her mind. Since her lunch with the junior had already fallen through, she wouldn't mind adding another person to the mix. Moreover, it was high time to deal with Xiong Jiangyi's dramatic tendencies. Thus, she messaged the junior, invite your friend to join us. Fang Yanzhou replied, isn't that too much trouble for you, senior? Not at all. With that assurance, Fang Yanzhou turned to the already dressed Qin Yuji and said, old Qin, let us go. Which restaurant are we heading to? Fang Yanzhou replied mysteriously, don't worry, it's definitely a 5-star establishment with top-notch chefs. His words immediately piqued Qin Yuji's interest. Half an hour later, Qin Yuji looked up at the residential building with confusion and asked, why did you bring me here? Fang Yanzhou maintained his composure and said, private kitchen, you know? Qin Yuji nodded, finding it quite novel. However, his smile soon faded. The moment the door swung open, both Xiong Jiangyi and Qin Yuji turned pale. Why are you here? They exclaimed in unison, then simultaneously turned their gazes toward Fang Yanzhou, one filled with anger, the other with confusion. At that moment, Jiang Qinghuan appeared behind Xiong Jiangyi, her eyes fixating on someone as she commanded, come in. Like a savior appearing, Fang Yanzhou rushed over, saying, senior, let me help you wash the vegetables. In the kitchen, Fang Yanzhou quietly asked, senior, why is Xiong Jiangyi here too? Jiang Qinghuan swiftly sliced the meat, responding nonchalantly, I owe her a meal. Understanding dawned on Fang Yanzhou. The senior was in the same predicament as he was. This meant she had already known that they could not dine alone today, and upon realizing he also owed old Qin a meal, she immediately adapted her strategy. He suddenly perceived a mischievous side to her. What are you thinking? Jiang Qinghuan finished slicing the meat and noticed the junior lost in thought while washing cucumbers. Be careful not to break the skin of the cucumber. Jiang Qinghuan sighed. This fool has been washing one cucumber for 5 minutes. Finally releasing the cucumber, Fang Yanzhou picked up another and continued scrubbing. This might take ages. I'll handle it. Jiang Qinghuan rolled up her sleeves, swiftly snatched the cucumber from Fang Yanzhou, and washed it with remarkable efficiency, placing it on the cutting board with a decisive chop. Impressive, senior. Fang Yanzhou felt a deep sense of emotion. For this was the first occasion he witnessed his senior sister cooking in person. Previously, when he had tasted her culinary creations, they had merely been prepared meals. This time, however, he observed her in the act of cooking. It must be said, the senior sister in the kitchen was an entirely different being from the one he usually encountered. Typically, she presented as a youthful girl, yet now she exuded the aura of a mature woman. You need not concern yourself with this. Why not step outside and wait? She suggested. No way. Jiang Qinghuan replied with curiosity. Why? I wished to keep her company. Fang Yanzhou stated earnestly, genuinely feeling that his senior sister was overburdened. What was initially a meal for 2 had unexpectedly transformed into one for 4. Although he lacked culinary skills, he understood that cooking could be an arduous task. From washing and chopping vegetables to stir-frying, it was not merely a physical exertion but a mental strain as well. At his words, Jiang Qinghuan's hand trembled as she was chopping, nearly cutting her finger. Perhaps this was the essence of affection, being stirred by an unintentional remark from someone you care for deeply. Noticing his senior sister's silence, Fang Yanzhou recognized it as tacit approval of his presence. When one truly understands another, A mere glance or a subtle gesture can convey a multitude of thoughts. This is the beauty of unspoken understanding. While the two enjoyed a serene moment together, the atmosphere in the living room was rife with tension. Qin Yuji and Xiong Jiangyi sat at opposite ends of the sofa, engrossed in their phones. Yet it was evident that their minds were elsewhere. The air was thick with an unspoken animosity. How unpleasant, Xiong Jiangyi remarked coolly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuji's expression darkened instantly. Ungrateful, he retorted. He had indulged this woman in numerous rounds on the amusement ride the previous day. Yet she showed no appreciation for his kindness. Don't presume that your behavior yesterday will earn my forgiveness. A scoundrel is a scoundrel, beyond redemption. I maintain my stance. I have neither cheated nor been a kept man. What have I done to deserve this? Xiong Jiangyi's face flushed with indignation. Indeed, Qin Yuji's words contained a kernel of truth, yet she could not swallow her pride. How could he so coldly declare his disinterest? Just then, as Fang Yanzhou emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, he sensed the charged atmosphere and quickly interjected, "Friends, shall we commence our meal?" But before he could finish, Xiong Jiangyi abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Wine! I demand wine. We shall not return until we are inebriated." Hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan stepped out of the kitchen with a frown. What madness is this? She was acutely aware of Xiong Jiangyi's propensity for excessive drinking. She was the type to succumb after a single glass. The most concerning aspect was that once Xiong Jiangyi succumbed to drunken revelry, no one could restrain her. With a pout, Xiong Jiangyi replied, "I merely wish to drink." Jiang Qinghuan, feeling exasperated, relented. "The wine is in the cabinet above in my kitchen. Help yourself." "Oh, I think I might just adore you." Fang Yanzhou, overhearing their exchange, was taken aback to learn that his senior sister occasionally indulged in alcohol as well. Surprisingly, it was not an aspect he had anticipated. Soon after, he witnessed Xiong Jiangyi placing a hefty case of strong liquor on the table. Goodness, it seemed there was quite a stockpile. Xiong Jiangyi was not particularly surprised. After being friends with Jiang Qinghuan for 3 years, she was well aware that Jiang possessed an exceptional tolerance for alcohol, though she seldom indulged. When she did, no one could rival her capacity. Upon seeing the grand spread of dishes laid out before them, Xiong Jiangyi was thoroughly impressed. "Wan, you never mentioned your culinary skills, and they are quite remarkable." Jiang Qinghuan neatly arranged the chopsticks and replied nonchalantly, "You need not know. As long as one person in this world is aware of my cooking abilities, that suffices. What are you dawdling for? Sit down," she urged, noticing Fang Yanzhou still standing there in a daze. In truth, Fang Yanzhou was contemplating how best to take his seat, whether to sit across from his senior or beside her. He had always believed that sitting next to someone felt more intimate than facing them directly. Just then, Xiong Jiangyi and Qin Yuji had already taken their seats opposite one another. "Well, it seems I must sit next to old Qin," he thought. "Josie, you have deeply wounded me," he whispered to Fang Yanzhou as he settled in next to him. Aware of his own culpability, Fang Yanzhou offered a sheepish smile and handed him a bottle of wine, saying, "I was wrong, brother. I shall make amends with this wine." They shared half a bottle together. Fang Yanzhou was not a heavy drinker. The last time he had indulged was due to Zhang Ziyo, and reflecting on it now, he felt quite foolish for lamenting over someone so unworthy. This realization had further enlightened him to the fact that true love is a mutual endeavor. As he pondered, he glanced down and noticed a chicken leg had mysteriously appeared in his bowl. He looked up to find himself locking eyes with his senior, and the understanding dawned upon him. She had placed it there for him. "What about mine?" Xiong Jiangyi inquired expectantly, turning to Jiang Qinghuan. Jiang Qinghuan blinked and replied coolly, "Your what?" Xiong Jiangyi, with an expression of defiance, then saw a chicken wing added to her bowl. "You can't silence me with food," Qin Yuji remarked impatiently. With only 2 legs on a chicken, it was only natural that the other leg would go to the one who cooked. This foolish girl was competing for attention. What chance did she have? Seeing it was Qin Yuji who had served her, Xiong Jiangyi awkwardly expressed her gratitude. "Thanks." Fang Yanzhou was relishing the meal. The table was laden with his favorite dishes, and he felt compelled to eat quickly. He noticed that apart from his senior, the other 3 were engrossed in their meals. Even Qin Yuji, who usually had discerning tastes, was silent in his enjoyment, a testament to how delectable Jiang Qinghuan's cooking was. If he didn't eat faster, the others would finish everything. "Slow down," Jiang Qinghuan admonished, unable to contain herself as she observed him devouring his food. The younger student appeared as if he might not have another meal to look forward to. It wasn't as if she would stop cooking for him in the future. so there was no need to compete with the others. After her gentle reminder, Fang Yanzhou moderated his pace. Don't just focus on eating, we should drink, Xiongjiang exclaimed, raising a bottle of wine and pouring it into her mouth. The other three followed suit, though with less fervor than her. Hey, why don't we play a game? Xiongjiang suggested, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Jiang Qingwan felt an unsettling premonition and inquired, what game? Truth or dare? Boring, I won't play. Jiang Qingwan immediately dismissed the idea. She was not one to indulge in games. Observing her reaction, Xiongjiang leaned closer to her ear and whispered in a tone meant only for their ears. Don't you wish to uncover the thoughts of the junior? In that fleeting moment, Jiang Qingwan wavered. It sounded remarkably enticing. All right. Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou was somewhat puzzled. The senior had changed her mind rather swiftly. Meanwhile, Qin Yuji smirked and remarked, this woman surely has ulterior motives. Xiongjiang placed an empty bottle flat on the table, stating, the person at the mouth of the bottle must choose between truth or dare, understood? It was a rather simplistic game, one that had been played to exhaustion. Yet for Xiongjiang, the essence lay not in the game itself, but in unearthing gossip, especially concerning her dear friend and the junior. There was bound to be much she was unaware of. Let the games begin. With a swift motion, Xiongjiang set the bottle spinning. Oddly enough, Fang Yanzhou felt a twinge of anxiety. He closed his eyes, silently praying that the bottle would not land on him. As the sound of the spinning bottle began to slow, Fang Yanzhou opened his eyes, and to his dismay, the bottle pointed directly at him. Xiongjiang leaped up in excitement and asked, truth or dare? In such a situation, a reasonable person would typically opt for truth, right? Truth. After all, it was merely speaking honestly. It posed no challenge for him. If you had to date someone present, who would it be? Take note, this includes Qin Yuji. Qin Yuji rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. This question was, in fact, quite easy to answer. Fang Yanzhou quickly formulated his response, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment at declaring it in front of the senior. Hurry up. You have 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Senior. At the very moment Xiongjiang counted down, Fang Yanzhou promptly provided his answer. Upon hearing his response, Xiongjiang feigned distress and asked, which senior do you mean? There are 2 of us here. Jiang Qingwan's lips curved into a subtle smile. She suddenly found herself enjoying the game. Qin Yuji, delighting in the unfolding drama, added, you must state the name of the person. Jiang Qingwan. Fang Yanzhou stammered out, swiftly glancing towards the senior, only to find her countenance composed, betraying no emotion. This was due to the angle at which he viewed her. He could only see her upper body. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qingwan's fingers, resting on her thigh, trembled subtly. This was a small gesture she exhibited when she felt pleased. The bottle continued to spin, and Fang Yanzhou fervently hoped it would not point to him again. This time, however, the bottle did not land on him, but rather on another individual. Chapter 74. Whispering secrets. Jiang Qingwan raised an eyebrow at the bottle, now aimed in her direction, while Xiongjiang was already brimming with anticipation. Finally, an opportunity had arisen. Truth. Xiongjiang, with a mischievous grin, posed an intriguing question. What would you do if you encountered someone you fancy? While the answer to this question may seem broad, it takes on a fascinating dimension when directed at 2 individuals entangled in a delicate phase of flirtation. Every response from one could evoke a plethora of thoughts in the other. Fang Yanzhou felt his heart leap to his throat, curious about what his senior would say. Suddenly, Jiang Qingwan fixed her gaze upon him with unwavering determination and declared, I would cook for him. In that instant, Fang Yanzhou felt a jolt in his heart. His pulse raced as if time itself had come to a standstill, leaving him solely focused on his senior. However, Xiongjiang, the one who had posed the question, was far from satisfied. Hey, is that even an answer? I've tasted your cooking, and that scoundrel has too, she exclaimed, referring to Qin Yuji. In response, Jiang Qingwan retorted, that's different. Her intention was to cook specifically for the junior. Had it not been for the intrusion of these 2, it would have been a private meal between her and the junior. Qin Yuji seemed to have grasped this nuance long ago. The esteemed school beauty had indeed prepared this meal for his good friend, while he and Xiongjiang were merely uninvited guests. In essence, they were merely there to enjoy a free meal. Unfortunately, this dense girl couldn't quite comprehend the situation. All right, let us move on to the next round. Qin Yuji skillfully regained control of the situation. Jiang Qingwan cast a faint glance in his direction, and from her eyes, he perceived gratitude. He had an inkling that his dear friend's future might be filled with happiness, as he sensed that the school beauty was sincere in her intentions. The game continued. And this time, the bottle pointed at Fang Yanzhou. He felt utterly helpless. Could he possibly be the fabled black hole of games? This time, I choose a dare, he declared, driven by concern, fearing that this senior might pose yet another challenging question. However, he soon realized that he had underestimated her. He was no match for her wit. Are you really choosing dare? Xiongjiang asked with a sly smile. Fang Yanzhou nervously nodded, reassuring himself internally. It's all right. It's just a matter of doing something embarrassing, he thought, envisioning tasks like shouting "I am a pig" 3 times in the hallway. Then, Xiongjiang produced several small paper balls from seemingly thin air and placed them on the table. Draw one. Whatever you pick, that's what you must do, she instructed. Jiang Qinghuan looked at her best friend in surprise, wondering when she had prepared these surprises. Fang Yanzhou casually picked one. Upon opening it, he immediately regretted his earlier decision. Quick, what does it say? He stammered, his face flushed. He instinctively glanced at his senior, then awkwardly asked, "Can I draw again?" The challenge was simply too outrageous. The note read, "Blow gently on the most sensitive spot of the person to your right for 5 seconds." The person to his right was none other than his senior. Upon reading the content, Xiongjiang erupted into fits of laughter, saying, "A bet is a bet. You can't back out now." And so, the situation took a decidedly awkward turn. Fang Yanzhou sought assistance from his senior, believing she would certainly intervene, as she was the one taking the considerable risk. However, he was met with a moment of silence from Jiang Qinghuan, who then earnestly stated, "Jiang Yi is right. One must accept the consequences of a wager." Qin Yuji remained silent, amusedly observing the spectacle. With a sigh, Fang Yanzhou, his face flushed, inquired, "So, senior, what is your most sensitive spot?" The question was quite intimate, and he immediately regretted voicing it. To his surprise, Jiang Qinghuan actually pondered the question seriously. Just as he began to feel anxious, she calmly replied, "The nape of my neck." In truth, her most sensitive area was her waist. But she could hardly allow the junior to blow air on her waist in front of the other two. Although she looked forward to it, she reasoned that there would be ample time in the future to engage in this act, thus there was no need to rush. Upon hearing her response, Fang Yanzhou instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not as he had imagined. "However, I have one condition," Jiang Qinghuan continued. "You two must turn away." It was clear to all that she was referring to Xiongjiang and Qin Yuji. Xiongjiang immediately protested, "Why? What if you two cheat?" Jiang Qinghuan shot her a cold glance, her eyes conveying a hint of warning. She would not permit anyone to spectate, well aware that having an audience would only make the junior more self-conscious. All right, we'll turn away," Qin Yuji said, pulling Xiongjiang to face away without further ado. Observing this, Fang Yanzhou felt a slight release of tension. Truthfully, it was quite uncomfortable to be under someone else's gaze. He gradually approached the senior, nervously swallowing his apprehension. Jiang Qinghuan sensed the junior's gradual proximity, her heart racing uncontrollably. It was rather exhilarating. To facilitate the act, she tucked her hair behind her ear and softly urged, "Go ahead." Fang Yanzhou, captivated by her delicate profile, found himself momentarily entranced. His senior was indeed beautiful, and there was a subtle fragrance about her. He gently blew air near Jiang Qinghuan's nape. In that instant, her body involuntarily quivered. Fang Yanzhou naturally noticed this reaction. It turned out that the senior was genuinely quite sensitive. Furthermore, he observed her ears gradually turning crimson. Those 5 seconds felt interminable to Fang Yanzhou, akin to 5 minutes. Given the sensitivity of the area, Jiang Qinghuan dared not let the junior continue, for she knew she would be unable to contain herself. "All right," she called to halt the proceedings, prompting Fang Yanzhou to immediately straighten up, while Xiongjiang and Qin Yuji swiftly turned around. "Did you two engage in any mischief while our backs were turned?" Xiongjiang's gaze darted between them, as if searching for any signs of wrongdoing. Unfortunately for her, she found none. Shouldn't there be something amiss? Xiongjiang expressed her disappointment, wondering if they had seized the opportunity to share a kiss while she and Qin Yuji had turned away. This certainly did not align with the romantic narratives she had read in novels. Fang Yanzhou shyly returned to his seat, taking several hearty sips of alcohol to steady his tumultuous emotions. However, he soon found himself choking. Coughing violently, Jiang Qinghuan swiftly approached, gently patting the young man's back. Casting a warning glance at Xiongjiang, appearing innocent, protested her lack of wrongdoing. By the heavens, she had done nothing at all. In the ensuing rounds of games, fortune seemed to favor Fang Yanzhou, as the bottle's neck consistently pointed in his direction, almost as if it were conspiring against him. Yet, Fang Yanzhou, displaying remarkable cunning, opted to refrain from making any selections, a choice that inevitably led to excessive drinking. By the end of several rounds, he had consumed 4 bottles of potent liquor, the highest quantity among the 4 participants. In truth, by the 3rd bottle, he was already feeling overwhelmed. However, glancing at the 3 empty bottles before the senior and observing her composed demeanor compelled him to swallow the words, "I can't do this," back down. As a man, how could he so readily admit defeat, especially in the presence of someone he admired? What he remained oblivious to was that alcohol had a tendency to flush his face, and his current state rendered him with a dazed expression, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. "I'm done playing," Jiang Qingwan suddenly declared. Xiong Jiangyi, reveling in the merriment, pouted in protest. No, I haven't had enough fun yet." Following her exclamation, she let out a drunken belch and staggered over to Jiang Qingwan, grinning foolishly. "Wan. The junior hasn't said he is done playing. Why are you so anxious?" Jiang Qingwan, her face stern, glanced at the dazed Fang Yanzhou and coldly instructed, "Qin Yuji, take her away. There's no point in conversing with this drunken fool." Qin Yuji, understanding her intent, realized that Xiong Jiangyi was a quintessential example of someone possessing intelligence yet lacking emotional acumen. If he didn't remove her soon, she would likely find herself in a perilous situation. With that, Qin Yuji pulled the still-acting foolish Xiong Jiangyi closer, draping a coat over her. Despite her numerous attempts to break free, she eventually found herself helpless. He hoisted her onto his shoulder, casting a concerned glance at the slumped Fang Yanzhou before departing. "Leaving him alone here should be fine, right? Is there anything else?" Jiang Qingwan interjected, blocking his line of sight. "No, nothing at all. Take care, my good brother." Once Qin Yuji and Xiong Jiangyi exited, the room fell into an immediate hush, with only the sound of the junior's heavy breathing breaking the silence. Occasionally, he would mumble incoherently, his words barely audible. Jiang Qingwan gradually leaned closer, straining to listen. Senior," she softly called. "I'm here." Then she heard the junior's plaintive voice. They are bullying me." The they he referred to was undoubtedly Qin Yuji and Xiong Jiangyi. Thus, Jiang Qingwan reassured him. "It's all right. I have already sent them away." Internally, she resolved never to allow Xiong Jiangyi into her home again, especially when the junior was present. Nevertheless, to be frank, the younger student indeed lacks a capacity for alcohol. Yet what of it? As long as her tolerance is commendable, that suffices. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qinghuan discovered that the young man had long succumbed to slumber. She noted that he appeared rather docile in his sleep. Unable to resist, she took out her phone and captured several pictures of Fang Yanzhou's sleeping visage. How delightful it would be if she could use one as her profile picture. As this notion crossed her mind, Jiang Qinghuan promptly opened an orange-hued application and sought out a hand-drawn studio specializing in transforming photos into cartoons. She contacted customer service and sent over the snapshots she had just taken. Although they informed her that the response would take at least 24 hours, Jiang Qinghuan felt no urgency, for she had ample time to wait. The foremost priority was to ensure the younger student was comfortably settled. She could not allow him to remain asleep in such a state. Thus, she grasped the young man's arm and draped it over her shoulder, supporting his waist to help him rise. Fortunately, he was not excessively intoxicated. Otherwise, she would truly struggle to move him. After assisting him onto the bed, she removed his shoes. At that moment, Fang Yanzhou lay flat on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, appearing utterly at her mercy. Jiang Qinghuan suddenly felt that the meal she prepared had not been in vain. Otherwise, how could she have seamlessly brought the younger student back to her abode? With this realization, she considered that the meal indeed had its merits. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she rested her chin on her hands, meticulously observing the young man. Unable to resist the urge, she gently caressed his face, moving her touch to his brows, eyes, nose, and finally resting on his lips. His lips were soft, and Jiang Qinghuan's fingertips glided over them. She even felt a fleeting impulse to delve deeper, yet she restrained herself. Many matters require patience. Although the younger student was currently inebriated, there is wisdom in the adage that one should not take advantage of another's vulnerability. She repeatedly admonished herself in her heart. Yet ultimately, she could not resist the temptation to lean her face softly against his neck. The younger student had dined on her cooking and now slumbered in her bed. Surely, claiming a small interest was not too much to ask. Jiang Qinghuan comfortably closed her eyes, quietly savoring the moment. She had previously researched online why, despite suffering from a condition of skin hunger, she was so averse to the touch of others, yet harbored such desire for one individual. The myriad answers from netizens varied, yet she found resonance in one particular response. There are not so many whys in this world. Emotions do not adhere to precise answers. Perhaps, in the very first second of encountering that person, one's genes had already chosen him for her. Thus, it is only natural to fall in love with him. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into slumber. When Fang Yanzhou opened his eyes, the sunlight was blinding. He instinctively squinted. He attempted to move, only to discover that he was ensnared by something. Could it be Chu Renmei? He lowered his gaze slightly and was taken aback. There lay his senior beside him, nestled against his neck, one arm tightly embracing his body, as if fearing he might flee. What transpired yesterday? He yearned to shift, yet was apprehensive of waking her. He began to reminisce about the events of yesterday, but alas, nothing came to mind. As he pondered what to do next, he noticed a movement beside him. To avoid the awkwardness of both opening their eyes simultaneously, Fang Yanzhou hastily closed his own. Jiang Qinghuan had slept soundly, for her sleep quality was exceptional whenever a junior was nearby. She rose from the bed feeling invigorated and leaned in to observe the boy who still had his eyes shut. She noticed his eyelashes fluttering incessantly, pretending to be asleep. A smile crept onto her lips as a sudden thought struck her. She picked up a strand of her hair and gently brushed it across the boy's face. Suppressing a laugh, she watched as his features began to twitch. How adorable. Her motions grew increasingly rapid until Fang Yanzhou could no longer endure it. With a swift motion, he opened his eyes and found himself locked in an exceedingly close gaze with his senior. In that fleeting moment, Fang Yanzhou was reminded of a saying, "Pure water emerges from the lotus, untouched by artifice." At such proximity, he could distinctly see the pores on her skin and marveled at the sculpted quality of her features, as if they were chiseled. "Senior, you are truly beautiful." He couldn't help but exclaim. Jiang Qinghuan was taken aback, blinking in surprise. How peculiar. She had intended to tease him, yet it felt as if she had been playfully flirted with by her junior. Sitting upright, she averted her gaze awkwardly and asked casually, "Really?" In truth, she was well aware of her striking appearance, having been complimented throughout her life. However, she couldn't fathom why she felt so uncomfortable whenever her junior praised her. Perhaps due to the directness of his words and the sincerity in his eyes. Of course, Fang Yanzhou observed that whenever he complimented her beauty, she would always respond with a question. Was she lacking in confidence? Without hesitation, he sprang from the bed, gazed intently into her eyes, and declared, "Senior, in my eyes, you are a celestial being, one of the two most beautiful individuals in the world." Jiang Qinghuan furrowed her brow. "Who is the other?" "My mother." At this response, Jiang Qinghuan burst into laughter, realizing that this silly boy had a knack for charming her. "Stop joking. Have you forgotten what we need to do today?" Fang Yanzhou scratched his head and inquired, "What is it?" "Rehearsal." "Oh right, New Year's is just around the corner, and our club hasn't properly rehearsed the performance yet." Chen Hao, the vice president, had claimed that as long as a senior was present, the quality of the program didn't matter. What was important was who was performing. He assured that no one would care about the content of the performance. Though this statement was somewhat exaggerated, Fang Yanzhou deeply resonated with it. He was well aware of Jiang Qinghuan's popularity at school. When Jiang Qinghuan finished freshening up in the bathroom, she discovered Fang Yanzhou still standing in her bedroom, seemingly engrossed in something. "What are you doing?" Fang Yanzhou chuckled lightly. He certainly couldn't admit that he was merely admiring the decor of her room. He recalled waking up on her bed for the first time when they were still strangers. However, the relationship between him and his senior has now entered a new phase. One cannot help but marvel at the wonders of fate, which can bring together two individuals who were once parallel lines. When he recalls the image of his senior resting her head on his shoulder that morning, Fang Yanzhou's heart feels as if it has been dipped in a pot of honey. He contemplates whether their relationship should progress further. Yet, despite his thoughts, taking action proves to be a daunting task. Should he ever muster the courage to confess, it would be with a serious, responsible demeanor, fully prepared for the endeavor. After all, he desires a love that lasts without separation. Furthermore, he is certain that his senior harbors the same sentiments. "Senior, shall we head to school together?" Jiang Qinghuan nodded in agreement. Why not? Subsequently, Fang Yanzhou hurried home, completing his morning routine in under 10 minutes. Upon exiting, he discovered his senior patiently waiting at the door. As they descended the stairs, a brisk wind stung their faces the moment they opened the building door. Fortunately, Fang Yanzhou had donned the scarf gifted by his senior, rendering him unfazed by the chill, while his senior had come unprepared. Noticing this, he promptly removed the scarf and wrapped it around Jiang Qinghuan's neck without a second thought. Jiang Qinghuan looked at him in confusion. "Senior, you should wear it." She nodded appreciatively, warmth spreading through her heart, and then added, "You can ride in my vehicle." After saying this, she went to retrieve her electric scooter. Returning to see Fang Yanzhou waiting patiently. With an air of confidence, she commanded, "Hop on." Fang Yanzhou took his place on the back seat once more. This time, however, while she had previously worn a knitted jacket, she was clad in a down jacket. He mused to himself how swiftly time passes. Yet, before he could dwell on it further, the piercing cold of Beijing's winter demanded his attention. Those who rode scooters at this hour were undeniably bold. "Senior, what kind of vehicle do you like?" He calculated the timing, noting that the final payment from his last advertisement would soon arrive, making it an opportune moment to purchase a vehicle. "I don't know. Why do you ask?" She truly had no clue what kind of car she preferred. Having only ridden electric scooters throughout her life and occasionally a tricycle during visits to her hometown, Fang Yanzhou recognized that girls generally lacked interest in vehicles and planned to visit a physical store for a closer look. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at Beijing University. Fang Yanzhou quickly dismounted and sought refuge in the lecture building. When Jiang Qinghuan approached, she burst into laughter at the sight of him. "Senior, what is so funny?" Fang Yanzhou instinctively touched under his nose, puzzled, as he had no runny nose. Jiang Qinghuan shook her head. She simply found his rosy cheeks amusing. It seemed she was doomed. Upon entering the rehearsal classroom, they found the other members of the troupe already present. The moment they walked in together, expressions of surprise and curiosity spread among the onlookers. Ever since Fang Yanzhou clarified their relationship was not familial, speculation had resumed. If they were not relatives, then what were they? Could they be a couple? This theory was swiftly dismissed on the university's internal forum. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Xiaohua appeared to embody an aura of chastity, making it seemingly implausible for her to harbor affections for anyone. Previously, rumors had circulated regarding her preference for women. However, it was later discovered that she simply lacked interest in romantic entanglements altogether. Upon the arrival of the two protagonists, Chen Hao promptly declared, "Now that everyone is present, let us commence our rehearsal without delay." In essence, the principal focus remained on Cinderella and the prince, while the other characters served merely as background figures. This marked Fang Yanzhou's inaugural foray into acting, and he felt a modicum of discomfort. Most significantly, he was performing alongside a senior. The thought of embarrassing himself in her presence was daunting. To foster familiarity among the actors, they decided to rehearse the ballroom scene first. Hearing Chen Hao's announcement only intensified Fang Yanzhou's trepidation. Alas, he had no prior experience in dancing. The type of dance they were to perform was social dance, a realm entirely foreign to him. He glanced towards Jiang Qinghuan for assistance, and upon witnessing her calm demeanor, he felt somewhat reassured. Judging by her expression, she appeared to be quite adept. What, then, was the first step in social dancing? Naturally, it began with hand-holding. As Fang Yanzhou approached Jiang Qinghuan, he found it perplexing that, despite their familiarity, he felt an overwhelming nervousness over such a trivial gesture. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to speak, only to be met with Jiang Qinghuan effortlessly grasping his hand, her expression unperturbed as she inquired, "What shall we do next?" Chapter 77. Come to my house tonight, what? Could it be that the senior was also unaware? Fang Yanzhou had no choice but to confess, "Senior, I've never danced socially before." "Neither have I," Jiang Qinghuan replied with remarkable composure, yet her grip on his hand remained steadfast. What should they do now? Surely, they could not simply stare at one another in silence. "Senior, I will look it up online," Fang Yanzhou suggested, attempting to withdraw his hand, only to find it firmly ensnared. Observing his struggle, Jiang Qinghuan reassured him, "No need. I can manage." Curiously, had she not just claimed ignorance? In truth, Jiang Qinghuan had no mastery of social dancing. She merely wished to retain her hold on the junior's hand. She discovered that his hand felt remarkably pleasant to grasp, and she was reluctant to release it. As for social dancing, even if she had never participated, she had certainly observed it. It could not be too difficult. She guided the boy's other hand to her waist while placing her own hand on his shoulder. Fang Yanzhou felt a surge of anxiety, No. To be precise, his heart raced. As he embraced the soft contours of her waist, he became acutely aware of her warmth, realizing, for the first time, how slender her waist was. In an age where ant waists were all the rage online, he mused that Jiang Qinghuan epitomized this trend, albeit with a more pleasing softness. Hold on tighter, she said, her expression inscrutable. Yes, senior, he replied. The two continued to experiment, and before long, they discovered the essence of the dance. Of course, their execution could not compare to that of seasoned professionals. At this very moment, sunlight streamed into the classroom, casting shadows upon the face of the senior girl. For a fleeting instant, Fang Yanzhou found himself mesmerized. He believed that the word beautiful could scarcely encapsulate the image she held in his heart. If he were compelled to choose a term, it would be magnificence. She was the very embodiment of magnificence. Suddenly, a sound shattered the tranquil atmosphere of the classroom. Fang Yanzhou turned toward the source of the noise and beheld a girl holding her phone up to him and the senior, her expression tinged with awkwardness. Oops. I forgot to silence my phone while taking a candid shot. I couldn't resist capturing such a beautiful moment, she chuckled. It was not just her. The entire classroom had been drawn to the captivating presence of the two individuals. For the first time, they perceived a unique aura surrounding the school's ice princess. If they had to describe it in a single word, it would be wife. Gentle, serene, exquisite, completely different from the Jiang Qinghuan they had previously known. The girl who had taken the picture hurriedly opened her album, intent on deleting the photo, only to see Jiang Qinghuan striding towards her, emanating a chilling aura. As if the dancer from moments ago were a different person altogether. Wow, that shift in atmosphere is astonishing, she thought. Jiang, I'll delete it right away, she exclaimed, her voice laced with fear. Yet, the school bell merely replied with an indifferent request. Let me see the photo. This was not what she had envisioned. Upon hearing this, the girl promptly extended her phone, her heart racing with trepidation. But soon, she noticed something peculiar. Jiang Qinghuan appeared to have slightly curled her lips. No? To be precise, she smiled. Surely, she must have been mistaken. Jiang Qinghuan gazed at the photograph with great satisfaction. The image of her and the junior was splendid. And most importantly, it was a moment that belonged solely to them. Send me the photo, she instructed, handing the phone back to the girl while sharing her contact information. Fang Yanzhou had initially intended to join the commotion, but he found himself unable to approach the girl who had taken the picture. You want the photo? He nodded obediently. After all, it was a picture of him and the senior, and he wished to preserve it. Jiang Qinghuan positioned herself between him and the girl, producing her phone as if to send a message to someone. The next moment, Fang Yanzhou's phone vibrated. He opened it to discover a message from the senior. Come to my house tonight at 9 if you want the photo. Upon reading those words, Fang Yanzhou felt his cheeks flush. Why did that sound so peculiar? Moreover, he realized that the senior was becoming increasingly mischievous. Yet, this side of her was rather alluring, compelling him to obediently comply. The attention of everyone else in the classroom was now entirely focused on the two, and they were astonished to find that the pair seemed to share a unique atmosphere that made it impossible for anyone else to intrude, including Qinghao. Qinghuan, are you tired? Would you like to take a break? It seems this individual remains infatuated with the senior, Fang Yanzhou mused silently. Just as he contemplated whether to take action, the senior cast him a frosty glance and inquired, Is there something you need? Unfazed by her cold demeanor, Qinghao, with his thick skin, replied, Yes, indeed. In the tale of Cinderella, a pair of crystal shoes is essential. Our society can provide the other costumes. But the crystal shoes pose a challenge due to insufficient funding, leaving many items to be covered by the actors themselves. Understood, Jiang Qinghuan responded nonchalantly. Eager to showcase his own worth, Qinghao immediately declared, Qinghuan, I will buy them for you. This was an opportune moment to display his financial capabilities. He understood that for Jiang Qinghuan, a pair of crystal shoes would be a luxury. Girls, after all, possess a touch of vanity. Moreover, for a significant occasion like a stage performance, lacking a beautiful and costly outfit could be somewhat embarrassing. For Jiang Qinghuan, the campus belle, maintaining face was undoubtedly crucial. He awaited her acceptance with great anticipation, only to be met with a perplexed expression, as if to question his standing. Qinghao, I recall telling you in my freshman year that I do not like you, Jiang Qinghuan stated coldly, her tone starkly differing from the warmth she exhibited while dancing with Fang Yanzhou. At this moment, her gaze directed at Qinghao was imbued with an icy demeanor. Upon hearing this, Qinghao felt a pang of embarrassment, yet he persisted, But 3 years have passed. Jiang Qinghuan interrupted him sharply. Even if 3 years, 10 years, or 20 years pass, I will never develop feelings for you. You do not truly like me. You merely perceive me as a challenge. Tell me, are you genuinely willing to understand me? Chen Hao quickly replied, I am. No, you are not. If you were truly willing to understand me, you would not have made such remarks, she countered. Chen Hao, indignant, defended himself. We all comprehend the reasoning, yet in practice, understanding is not so simple. Isn't the essence of romance simply to find joy? Jiang Qinghuan asserted firmly. No, some are willing. Chen Hao instinctively asked who. Jiang Qinghuan fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly stating, Fang Yanzhou. Chapter 78. The Crystal Shoes Ah? Fang Yanzhou instinctively replied. Let's go. Jiang Qinghuan took the lead, with Fang Yanzhou closely following. Chen Hao remained behind, feeling a sense of loss, for she had been his crush for many years. However, truth be told, his feelings were not as profound as they seemed. Ultimately, he merely desired the prestige that came with dating someone of Jiang Qinghuan's caliber. Yet, with his dreams shattered, especially in front of so many witnesses, he felt a touch of humiliation. What are you staring at? Dismissed. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou observed the senior's increasingly swift pace and could not resist asking, Senior, where are we headed now? I will follow your lead, Jiang Qinghuan replied, pausing to regard him earnestly. Let us go to the mall, Fang Yanzhou suggested. Recalling Chen Hao's recent words, Fang Yanzhou immediately set his sights on the next objective, selecting a splendid pair of crystal shoes for his senior. Jiang Qinghuan, well aware of the young man's intentions, chose not to reveal her thoughts and simply replied, All right. After their exchange, they promptly hailed a taxi and journeyed to a large shopping mall situated some distance from the school, primarily chosen for its extensive collection of luxury brands. For his senior, only the finest would suffice. Upon entering the mall, Fang Yanzhou led his senior directly to the designated counter. Despite battling the nausea brought on by motion sickness during the ride, he had diligently researched where crystal shoes could be found, discovering that this was the sole store in North City offering them, and furthermore, this year's limited edition. As they stepped inside, the sales associate was initially taken aback by their striking appearances, but her gaze quickly shifted to scrutinize their attire. After all, what good is beauty without wealth? The young woman's outfit was rather ordinary, yet the young man beside her donned understated luxury brands that only those in the know could appreciate. Thus, her demeanor transformed instantly, and she approached them with enthusiasm. How may I assist you today? Fang Yanzhou cut to the chase, stating, I would like to see your crystal shoes. The sales associate's eyes lit up. She relished customers with a clear purpose. What size do you require? After contemplating, Fang Yanzhou replied, size 37. At this, Jiang Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, curious about how the junior knew her shoe size. Please hold on a moment, the sales associate said, promptly pouring them both a glass of water before hurrying to retrieve the merchandise. Once she left, Jiang Qinghuan smirked and inquired, Now, tell me truthfully, how did you know my shoe size? Were you perhaps spying on me while I slept? Of course not. Fang Yanzhou quickly defended himself. I happened to see the size while you were staying at home. Jiang Qinghuan narrowed her eyes, pressing, Is that so? I thought you might have been sneaking a look. Impossible. While he had a slight foot fetish, he was not deranged enough to stoop to such behavior. Just to clarify, I want to let you pay for them. Fang Yanzhou was taken aback. How could that be? He had initiated the plan to buy the crystal shoes, and they were not inexpensive. Sensing his internal conflict, Jiang Qinghuan remarked, If that is how you feel, then what distinguishes you from Chen Hao? With that, she turned away, no longer meeting his gaze. Indeed, she was right. If he paid for the shoes, he would be no different from Chen Hao, failing to regard her as an equal. Wasn't he this precisely what set her apart from other girls? Fang Yanzhou was suddenly overcome with shame for his previous thoughts. He glanced at his senior, who had turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Senior, I was wrong. Jiang Qinghuan huffed softly and then turned back to him, declaring, I must punish you. Fang Yanzhou blinked, recalling that the senior had previously mentioned the prospect of punishing him. Senior, how do you intend to punish me? He inquired, displaying an eagerness to comply. Jiang Qinghuan, with a hint of playful arrogance, replied, You'll find out tonight. At that moment, the sales associate, holding a pair of crystal shoes, overheard their exchange and mused silently. Have the youth of today become so playful? Are they already indulging in such punishments? She felt like an old aunt, unable to keep pace with the times. Sir, here are the crystal shoes you requested, she said. Fang Yanzhou accepted them and then performed an unexpected gesture. He slowly crouched before Jiang Qinghuan and carefully removed her sneakers. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qinghuan hurriedly interjected, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You should get up. Fang Yanzhou, with earnest sincerity, replied, is it not the duty of a prince to exchange crystal shoes for his princess? This fool was truly immersed in his role. Grasping the senior's ankle, he delicately slipped the crystal shoes onto her feet. They were exquisite, and when paired with the senior's flawless feet, the beauty was nothing short of perfection. The sales associate, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but praise, Miss, these crystal shoes seem tailor-made for you. Jiang Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, pondering the exaggeration. She felt they were merely satisfactory, but since the junior took delight in them, wearing them was worthwhile. As they exited the boutique, Fang Yanzhou, holding the shoes, inquired, Senior, where shall we go next? Accompany me for a little longer. She found herself unexpectedly interested in shopping. Previously, outings with Xiong Jiang had seemed tedious and a waste of time. Yet now, with the junior by her side, shopping didn't seem so dreadful. They then ventured into a trendy men's clothing store. What brings you here, Senior? Fang Yanzhou followed Jiang Qinghuan as she examined a jacket, then a shirt. Ultimately selecting a leather jacket. She held it out to him, saying, try it on. Fang Yanzhou looked around, then pointed at himself, bewildered. Me? Jiang Qinghuan, exasperated, remarked. Is there anyone else here? After some back and forth, he realized she intended to buy him clothes. Senior, I cannot accept clothing from you, he protested, aware of her modest means and the effort she put into her part-time job. Just as the words left his mouth, a powerful force pulled him into the fitting room. Inside the fitting room, Fang Yanzhou and Jiang Qinghuan exchanged wide-eyed glances. Take it off, Jiang Qinghuan commanded with authority. Conversely, Fang Yanzhou hesitated, stammering. Perhaps it's best if you don't. Jiang Qinghuan, holding the clothing, gradually approached him and suggested, shall I help you remove it? At her words, Fang Yanzhou's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly declared, I'll do it. He swiftly removed his outer jacket. Truth be told, disrobing in front of the senior was rather embarrassing. He then attempted to retrieve the jacket from her, only to find that he couldn't pull it away at all. What was happening? He gazed at the other person with a hint of confusion. Allow me to assist you. Raise your arms, he instructed. Fang Yanzhou obediently lifted both arms. Jiang Qinghuan draped her coat over him and began to scrutinize him carefully. Ultimately, she shook her head. Fang Yanzhou's anxiety surged as he inquired, Senior, does it not look good? Jiang Qinghuan replied earnestly, No, you look quite handsome. In the cramped fitting room, their eyes locked, and Fang Yanzhou could even hear the rhythm of their heartbeats echoing in the silence, resonating within their souls. This was Jiang Qinghuan's first time openly complimenting a man so candidly, and after she spoke, she felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Odd. Why was it so suddenly warm? Let us step outside. They had lingered in the fitting room for quite some time. Remaining any longer might raise suspicions. Clad in his senior's new attire, Fang Yanzhou felt a surge of delight. After Jiang Qinghuan settled the payment, she noticed that the junior had yet to change out of the new clothes, immediately grasping his intentions. It was indeed a pleasurable experience to spend money on someone she cherished. Consequently, she purchased a sweater, pants, and even socks for him. Just as she was about to enter the lingerie store, Fang Yanzhou hastily stopped her. Senior, that's enough. Having already transformed his wardrobe entirely, he felt it was excessive. Moreover, they had not yet defined their relationship. How could he accept so many gifts from her? Jiang Qinghuan looked at him in bewilderment and asked, What's wrong? She was far from finished shopping. For the first time, she found joy in shopping, and it did not feel exhausting in the least. Fang Yanzhou insisted, Senior, we are not in any relationship. I cannot accept so many things from you. Not in any relationship? Jiang Qinghuan quickly discerned the weight of his words and began to ponder. Was the junior subtly hinting at a desire for a defined relationship? Perhaps it was time to find an opportunity to confess her feelings. However, such an important matter as a confession could not be taken lightly. Every detail, from the venue to the timing, required meticulous consideration, with success being the only acceptable outcome. As Fang Yanzhou observed the girl lost in thought, he too began to reflect. He was acutely aware of the feelings Jiang Qinghuan harbored for him. Despite his occasional obliviousness, he was certainly not foolish. Yet, precisely because of this, he felt compelled to cherish such an outstanding senior. As for confessing, he resolved to thoroughly prepare himself upon returning home. Both of them were silently contemplating the same matter when suddenly, A soft rumble echoed from Jiang Qinghuan's stomach. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Fang Yanzhou to hear. That wasn't me, Jiang Qinghuan said, her cheeks tinged with pink, her tone defiant. Fang Yanzhou suppressed a chuckle. How endearing she was in moments like these. With a perceptive smile, he said, "Indeed, senior, I am hungry. Let us go dine." They chose a popular Japanese restaurant nearby. Once the dishes arrived, Fang Yanzhou snapped a photo and shared it on social media, only to be bombarded by messages from Qin Yuji. Japanese cuisine? With whom? Have you forgotten something? Breakup. Fang Yanzhou had just finished dinner with his senior when he saw these messages. Jiang Qinghuan noticed him staring intently at his phone and inquired, "Is something the matter?" "It's a message from Lao Qin," Fang Yanzhou replied candidly, and to substantiate his claim, he showed the chat history to his senior. Jiang Qinghuan cast a fleeting glance at it. Humph, who said she cared? After they returned to school by taxi, Fang Yanzhou hurried back to the dormitory, ready to make amends. "I was wrong, Lao Qin. I promised to treat you to dinner tonight," Fang Yanzhou said, seeking to appease. These past few days, he had been preoccupied with his senior and had indeed somewhat neglected his good friend. Upon hearing this, Enjua and LV Yuansheng pretended to be sorrowful, saying, "A son forgets his father for a wife. It doesn't matter, perhaps this is the fate of a father." Fang Yanzhou sighed. Dealing with this group of dramatic individuals, they truly deserved an Oscar next year. "All right, I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. How does that sound?" "It's settled, you can't change your mind this time," Qin Yuji insisted repeatedly. "I promise." The group swiftly decided on a Japanese restaurant. Fang Yanzhou initially intended to take a nap, but suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. "Fang Yanzhou, someone is looking for you at the dorm." "Who is it?" "I don't know, go check it out." Could it be his senior? With that thought, Fang Yanzhou's drowsiness vanished, and he rushed downstairs, only for his smile to freeze upon seeing who was at the dorm entrance. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Xiaohe felt a bit awkward under his indifferent gaze. Summoning her courage, she extended the item in her hand towards him. "This is for you." Fang Yanzhou did not take it and replied, "I don't want it." Zhang Xiaohe frowned. "Aren't you even going to ask what it is?" "It's unimportant." To Fang Yanzhou, anything concerning Zhang Xiaohe had lost its significance. Observing his expressionless demeanor, Zhang Xiaohe was struck by the pang of heartbreak for the first time, murmuring to herself, "This is chocolate I made for you." They had known each other for many years, and this was her first time gifting him something. Previously, she had always demanded that Fang Yanzhou do things for her, often complaining that he did not do enough. But now she understood that no one was obligated to do anything for her unconditionally. She had always assumed Fang Yanzhou would stand behind her, but upon her sudden realization, she found that the boy had already distanced himself. Taking a deep breath, she earnestly said, "This time, let me pursue you, all right?" At her words, Fang Yanzhou was taken aback. The Zhang Xiaohe before him was a stark contrast to the arrogant girl he once knew. He shook his head. "There's no need." "Why?" She was perplexed. "I remember telling you that I like someone." Fang Yanzhou had indeed mentioned this to her, but she had never believed it. Unwilling to accept, she pressed, "Who?" "Zhang school bell." Hearing those 3 words from him, Zhang Xiaohe nearly burst into laughter, incredulously asking, "Are you joking?" Chapter 80. The Queen's Judgment. "I'm not joking. He truly likes the senior. What is wrong with that?" Upon witnessing the serious demeanor of Fang Yanzhou, Zhang Xiaohe found herself unable to smile, feeling that he was rather overestimating his own worth. Recalling the posts on the school's confession wall, she couldn't help but utter, "Fang Yanzhou, do you truly believe that after exchanging a few words with the school bell, you might actually end up together? Don't be ridiculous. A girl of her caliber would never be interested in someone like you." She even speculated that Fang Yanzhou's confusion stemmed from the blow he had received from her. "That has nothing to do with you," Fang Yanzhou replied, his expression impassive. Zhang Xiaohe was about to retort when a sharp female voice interrupted her. "Scoundrel!" Following the sound, Fang Yanzhou noticed Xiong Jiangyi standing at the foot of the dormitory building, her face alight with indignation. Assuming that Jiang Qinghuan had accompanied her, he hurried over, only to find Xiong Jiangyi alone. Zhang Xiaohe, unwilling to further embarrass herself, departed with the unreturned chocolates in hand. Xiong Jiangyi glared at Zhang Xiaohe's retreating figure before turning to Fang Yanzhou, unleashing a torrent of accusations. "Aren't you fond of Qinghuan? Why are you being ambiguous with another girl? I entrusted her to you, believing you to be honest, yet here you are." Fang Yanzhou was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected barrage of criticism, only to realize that he had been misunderstood. "Jiangyi, It's not what you think, he attempted to explain. But Xiong Jiangyi interjected. I've already sent photos of you two to Qingwan. You're in trouble now. Fang Yanzhou couldn't help but admire the speed of this senior's gossip. With an innocent expression, he remarked, Senior, is that why you came here? Xiong Jiangyi paused, realizing her intention was actually to return an errant jacket to Qin Yuji, merely coinciding with this scene. Humph, prepare yourself for the queen's judgment. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou took out his phone to message the senior. Zhou, Senior, I feel wronged. Sleep at 9 tonight. Come over. After pondering for a few moments, he realized that come over meant for him to wait at the foot of the dormitory. He immediately dashed toward the girls' dormitory. Watching him leave, Xiong Jiangyi pulled out her phone to message Jiang Qingwan. Qingwan, don't be soft-hearted. Don't let him off the hook. On the other side, Jiang Qingwan coldly closed the chat window with Xiong Jiangyi. She then retrieved the cat ear headband that a junior had gifted her and donned her pink cat-themed pajamas before heading downstairs. Upon seeing the senior, Fang Yanzhou rushed forward, eager to explain, only to be met with an unexpected object. Wait, chocolates? Senior, what is this? He asked, bewildered. Jiang Qingwan replied coolly, it's a gift for you. Don't you like chocolate? The junior can only have what I give him. Without hesitation, Fang Yanzhou accepted the chocolates, joyfully exclaiming, Senior, when did you buy these? I won't tell you, she replied. In truth, she had dashed to the nearby supermarket immediately after seeing that photo, moving with utmost urgency. Fang Yanzhou chuckled foolishly. Then recalling the purpose of his visit, he quickly said, Senior, there's no need for explanation. I trust you. He had seen the photograph, and he recognized the girl within it, Zhang Xiaoa, the junior who had captured his heart for 3 years. Initially, upon seeing the image, a sense of heaviness settled in his chest, but then he reasoned that since the junior had relinquished his affection, she had become a relic of the past. After all, isn't the essence of life to relish the present moment? Moreover, if there was no trust between him and the junior, wouldn't their future be fraught with difficulties? Hearing the senior's words warmed Fang Yanzhou's heart. He realized the profound feeling of being trusted. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to clarify. The senior's trust was her own matter, but he could not overlook the necessity of explaining his actions. Senior, I no longer harbor feelings for her, and I did not accept the chocolates she gave me. Under the dim lights, as he observed the earnest expression on the junior's face, Jiang Qingwan felt an impulse to embrace him. I understand. Fang Yanzhou suddenly noticed the cat ears atop the senior's head from their last encounter and exclaimed in surprise, Senior, why are you still wearing that? Jiang Qingwan instinctively touched them, cleared her throat, and blushed as she replied, You said they were cute, right? Indeed. Utterly adorable. The senior is like a little cat, proud on the outside, yet soft-hearted within. The two exchanged a tranquil gaze, their intimate atmosphere abruptly shattered by the ringing of a phone. Reluctantly, Fang Yanzhou answered, and a familiar voice came through, Josie, what happened to our dinner plans? Where did you run off to? I'm on my way back. He replied, Senior, I'm going out for dinner with my roommates tonight. He reported honestly. You remember tonight, right? Of course. Jiang Qingwan had promised to punish him, and Fang Yanzhou felt elated at the thought. Jiang Qingwan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the junior had not forgotten. After bidding farewell to the senior, Fang Yanzhou hurried to the dormitory and encountered Xiong Jiangyi on his way back. Senior, take care, he called out excitedly as they brushed past each other. Is he out of his mind? Did he get spurned by Nuanyuan and lose his senses? Xiong Jiangyi shook her head, thinking the boy had truly gone daft. Upon returning to the dorm, she found Jiang Qingwan in high spirits, humming a tune while reading. Queen, what about your judgment? She exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Qingwan looked at her in confusion. What judgment? Regarding that scoundrel. Upon hearing the term scoundrel, Jiang Qingwan's expression turned serious. He is not a scoundrel. He is simply too kind. Huh. It's all in Chinese characters. How can it not make sense when combined? Xiong Jiangyi forced a smile, asking, how do you figure? Jiang Qingwan pondered for a moment and replied, You see, it is precisely because the junior is so kind that the girl continuously entangled him and inflicted harm. Isn't that kindness in itself? The more she contemplated this, the more Jiang Qingwan felt that such matters would ultimately rest upon her shoulders. You've lost your mind. You truly have. Once ensnared by the throes of love, Jiang Qingwan appeared quite foolish. Realizing her misunderstanding, she took it upon herself to elucidate the entire matter, for she certainly did not wish for her friend to harbor any biases against the junior student. Chapter 81. Cross-dressing. Upon grasping the context, Jiangyi offered an awkward smile, realizing that it had been her own misunderstanding all along. Strangely, she now felt like an outsider, despite being the one who had known Huan the longest. Huan, you have changed, her mournful gaze seemed to convey, as if accusing her of betraying their bond. Jiang Qinghuan had just updated her profile picture on an orange-themed app. The image was a cartoonish and adorable rendition. Since the photo of the junior student had been taken with his eyes closed, his true identity remained a mystery, known solely to her. She found satisfaction in this secrecy, admiring her avatar while casually responding, "What has changed?" Jiangyi moved closer, cradling her head in her hands, compelling her to meet her gaze. "You prioritize romance over friendship." Jiang Qinghuan began to ponder this statement earnestly. Did she? Ultimately, she concluded, he is a junior. You should be accommodating towards him. This assertion seemed reasonable at first glance, yet Jiangyi sensed something amiss. "By the way, I won't be staying in the dorm tonight," Jiang Qinghuan remarked as she commenced changing clothes. All the while Jiangyi gazed at her with a sorrowful expression, which went unnoticed. In a Japanese restaurant, Yanzhou's voice echoed with disdain. "Is this all we eat every day? Is this salmon truly delicious?" His genuine bewilderment contrasted sharply with Qin Yuji, who relished his meal with great enthusiasm. Yuanqing managed to tolerate the fare, though he seemed to be the only one struggling with it. Undeterred, he took another bite and muttered, "I still prefer the culinary delights of our great China. I can't quite acclimate to Japanese or Korean cuisine." Everyone has their own palate, and it is entirely normal to have preferences. Concerned that Yanzhou might leave unsatisfied, Fang Yanzhou ordered a serving of udon noodles for him. A group of men ate swiftly, and before long, they had finished their meal. As they prepared to leave, Fang Yanzhou hailed a cab for himself, not forgetting the important matter yet to be addressed that evening. "Josie, aren't you returning to the dorm?" Yanzhou inquired. Fang Yanzhou shook his head. "No, I have matters to attend to." Qin Yuji wore an expression that hinted at his understanding, clicking his tongue. This had to be related to the campus beauty, Jiang Qinghuan. Upon arriving at the residential complex, Fang Yanzhou jogged to the elevator. This time, he did not even enter his own home, but instead knocked on the door across the hall. Moments later, the door swung open. Jiang Qinghuan noticed the young man slightly breathless, his chest rising and falling, and raised an eyebrow. "Are you in a hurry?" Fang Yanzhou grinned foolishly, not denying it. Of course, he was anxious. The thought of seeing his senior had his heart racing. "Don't just stand there, come in quickly." In the depths of winter, an icy wind howls outside, and even the corridor exudes a chill. Upon entering, Fang Yanzhou realizes that his senior is clad in a bathrobe, seemingly just emerging from a shower, her body radiating the refreshing scent of her recent bath. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Fang Yanzhou feels enveloped in her fragrance. "What are you staring at?" Jiang Qinghuan inquires, her curiosity piqued by the sight of the boy gazing at her in a daze. "Senior, you smell wonderful." Although she has long grown accustomed to the straightforwardness of younger male students, each unanticipated remark from him causes her ears to flush. Yet, determined to reclaim her composure, she boldly responds, "Would you like to come over and take a whiff?" Fang Yanzhou shyly asks, "Is that all right?" Wait, this is not quite what she had envisioned. She had expected him to decline. When did he become so audacious? Jiang Qinghuan, feeling somewhat flustered, steps closer and in a haughty tone queries, "How do you intend to smell it?" A smile dances in Fang Yanzhou's eyes as he chuckles softly, clarifying, "Senior, I was just joking." Having often observed her serious demeanor, he could no longer resist the urge to tease her. Moreover, he had discerned that beneath her composed exterior, she was quite flustered. He mused that this might be what is termed as being cold on the outside, yet warm within. Realizing that the younger student was merely jesting, Jiang Qinghuan playfully swatted him. The gesture was light, akin to a kitten's pawing, and he found it endearing. "I won't talk to you anymore," she declared, seating herself on the sofa, clutching a cushion, her expression one of feigned grievance as she gazed ahead. This display nearly melted Fang Yanzhou's heart. It seemed that her little moods were becoming more frequent in his presence, perhaps a sign that their relationship was growing closer, in tune with her whimsical feelings. He promptly settled beside her, coaxing gently, "Good sister, please don't be upset. How about you punish me instead?" This remark instantly reminded Jiang Qinghuan of a prior agreement. "Oh right," she replied, her anger flaring, as she pointed toward her bedroom. "You will wear my clothes and take a selfie." "What?" Fang Yanzhou exclaimed in dismay. "Senior, isn't there any other punishment?" "No," she retorted, She had long been curious about how he would look in women's attire. Subsequently, she rummaged through her wardrobe, producing a lovely yellow dress, even retrieving a wig left behind by Jiang Hui. Fang Yanzhou stood in stunned silence, realizing how thoroughly prepared she was. Since it was a punishment, he had little choice but to comply. After all, it was merely cross-dressing, and if it brought her joy, he was willing to oblige. With a heart full of resolve, he took the dress and wig into her bedroom, cautiously shutting the door behind him. Outside, Jiang Qingwan awaited, her heart fluttering with anticipation. The dress was easy to put on, and within minutes, Fang Yanzhou had changed. However, he felt exceedingly uncomfortable, not daring to look in the mirror. He hastily placed the wig atop his head and, hesitantly, opened the bedroom door. "Senior," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Upon hearing him, Jiang Qingwan turned, her eyes wide with astonishment as she approached him. A hand gently lifts the chin of the other, meeting the shy gaze of the boy. It is truly captivating. The dress is not particularly form-fitting, which makes Fang Yanzhou appear less awkward, paired with a cascade of waves adorning his face. He resembles a pure and beautiful maiden. Jiang Qinghuan, who seldom takes selfies, now retrieves her phone and opens the camera, aiming it at their faces. Fang Yanzhou, rigid with trepidation, dares not look at the lens. Observing his discomfort, Jiang Qinghuan wraps her arm around him, drawing them close together. With a click, the photo is captured. Satisfied with the result, she decides to post this as her first ever update on her social media. Chapter 82. The familiar knock. No sooner had she sent the post than Xiong Jiangyi commented below. "Who is this? Have you forsaken your dear friend?" Her social circle is quite small, primarily consisting of familiar teachers, a few classmates, and some family and friends. Within minutes, nearly everyone had liked the post. This marks Jiang Qinghuan's inaugural update since activating her green bubble, and Fang Yanzhou leaned closer to the screen, perplexed. "Senior, have you changed your profile picture?" Jiang Qinghuan paused for a moment before nodding. "Yes, do you think it's cute? How could this fool not recognize himself?" "It's all right, I suppose. It's just hard to discern what it is," he replied, noting the awkwardness of his attire. "Senior, may I take off this dress?" Jiang Qinghuan set her phone down, admiring the young man before her, growing more fond of him with each glance. However, she understood that he must feel uncomfortable in the dress, so she said, "Go ahead and change." As she watched him awkwardly retreat, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Just then, her phone vibrated. Upon checking, she discovered a message from Jiang Hui. "Sister, have you and the handsome guy become a couple?" With her keen eyes, she quickly recognized that the wig beside her sister belonged to her, and upon recalling their intimate pose, she couldn't resist the impulse to gossip. "Are you still single?" Jiang Hui inquired via voice message. "No way, sister, you're too slow. It's been ages and you haven't made a move." This girl, daring to lecture her. However, Jiang Qinghuan had a question she needed to pose. Planning to confess, do you have any suggestions? Jiang Qinghuan had never confessed her feelings before, nor had she observed others do so, but she was well aware that a mere, "I like you," would lack sincerity. A confession? You've come to the right person. I have professed my feelings to dozens of males and emerged victorious each time. Jiang Qinghuan was somewhat skeptical, yet she had no one else to consult. Xiong Jiangyi was hardly reliable. "Please, enlighten me." Thus, Jiang Hui sent several voice messages, each nearing 60 seconds. As Jiang Qinghuan watched her screen light up incessantly, she furrowed her brow and opted to convert the voice to text. Before she could finish reading, Fang Yanzhou emerged. "Senior, you haven't sent me that photo yet," he gently reminded her. Jiang Qinghuan suddenly recalled this, exited the chat with Jiang Hui, and opened the conversation with her junior, sending him that atmospheric photograph. With her purpose achieved, Fang Yanzhou cheerfully remarked, "Senior, I shall take my leave now." However, pausing for a moment, he remembered Jiang Hui's words in the voice message and inquired, "Are you free on New Year's Day?" With the holiday combined with the weekend, it offered a perfect 3-day respite. "Some seniors are available," he replied honestly, "for university students are indeed the most unencumbered group." "Oh, that's fine then." Jiang Qinghuan responded nonchalantly upon receiving a positive reply. "Good night, senior." After uttering these words, he departed from her home and returned to his own. Once home, he played with his pet, Xiaobai, for a while, then proceeded to freshen up before lying down in bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. Initially believing he would enjoy a peaceful and restful night, he was startled awake by the familiar sound of knocking in the middle of the night. Fang Yanzhou had developed a conditioned reflex, He sprang out of bed immediately. It was obvious that at this hour, only the senior would be knocking at his door. He opened the door with ease, and indeed, he found the senior, clad in pajamas, standing drowsily at his doorstep, mirroring her previous state. "Senior," he began. But his words were cut short as the girl once again enveloped him in an embrace. This time, however, Fang Yanzhou distinctly sensed a difference. Previously, when she embraced him, it was with a forceful grip, as if fearing he might escape. Yet now, her embrace was gentle, her head resting softly on his shoulder, her entire demeanor softened. Fang Yanzhou pondered the reason behind this change, but before he could contemplate further, Jiang Qingwan released him, sporting a look of tranquility, and retraced her steps back to her own home. Gazing at the firmly shut door across from him, Fang Yanzhou's confusion deepened. Could it be that sleepwalking truly manifested in such a manner? If this continued, when would the senior next experience her nocturnal wanderings? Having nearly forgotten this matter over time, this incident prompted him to resolve that he must converse with her earnestly the following day. Thus, the next morning, Fang Yanzhou rose early and waited at the entrance for the senior to emerge. When Jiang Qingwan stepped out, she exchanged glances with the boy standing in the corridor. "Why are you standing out here?" she asked. Fang Yanzhou smiled. "I was waiting for you." With furrowed brows, Jiang Qingwan replied somewhat irritated, "You could have called me. It's freezing outside. What if you catch a cold?" Fang Yanzhou scratched his head, honestly admitting that his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the senior's sleepwalking, and he had overlooked this concern. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Qingwan sighed in exasperation, thinking, "This fool. Speak your mind if there is something on your mind," she urged, recognizing the weight of his expression and knowing he must have something significant to discuss. Fang Yanzhou took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Senior, you sleepwalked again last night. If sleepwalking becomes severe, it might interfere with your normal life. I believe you should see a doctor." If she was reluctant, he added, "My mother happens to be a psychologist. I can ask her to help you." After Fang Yanzhou spoke, he noticed his senior nodding her head, then casually remarked, "Are you saying I knocked on your door again?" "Yes." "No. Is that the main point? The crux of the matter is sleepwalking." Jiang Qingwan began to ponder. It seemed her previously installed surveillance outside the door would prove useful. "All right, I understand." Observing the girl's nonchalant and even somewhat excited demeanor, Fang Yanzhou felt a twinge of confusion. Anyone hearing about their own sleepwalking would instinctively be frightened, wouldn't they? After all, one can easily engage in perilous actions while unconscious. Yet, the senior appeared to treat it as if it were of no consequence. Fang Yanzhou, growing anxious, urged, "Senior, you must take this seriously." Jiang Qingwan nodded, assuring him she would, but for some reason, Fang Yanzhou couldn't shake the feeling that she was indulging in a childish charade. In truth, she seemed more concerned about what she had done after knocking on the junior's door than whether or not she suffered from sleepwalking. Ultimately, it could not have been as simple as merely knocking. Life and death are fated, and fortune lies in the heavens. If one is ill, they ought to seek treatment. Worrying alone is futile. Seeing the boy still wearing a worried expression, Jiang Qingwan sighed. "If we don't leave soon, we'll be late." Chapter 83. A chance encounter at the cafeteria. "Oh, all right." Fang Yanzhou hurriedly followed her. To avoid any misunderstandings, he had deliberately chosen to ride his small electric scooter today. After all, they were heading to school, and it wouldn't do for others to see them together. Upon arriving at the classroom, Fang Yanzhou promptly took a seat next to Yanzhou. The boy's face was etched with fatigue, and upon noticing this, Yanzhou teased, "Josie, you weren't up to any mischief last night, were you?" Fang Yanzhou could hardly muster a smile, and replied in a muffled tone, "Don't say such nonsense." It was all because of the senior's sleepwalking that his mind was now preoccupied with how to remedy her condition. He wished for her to take it seriously, yet it appeared she was utterly unconcerned. Before long, the teacher arrived, and Fang Yanzhou forced himself to focus, trying to absorb the key points being taught. With the new year just past, final exams were looming. The dreaded review week was a nightmare for every university student. After enduring a tedious morning, the group from dorm 214 ventured to the cafeteria. Spotting Qin Yuji there, Fang Yanzhou found it rather peculiar. "Old Qin, I've noticed you've been rather well-behaved lately. No more nightclub escapades, no returning to hotels, just quietly gaming in the dorm every day. This hardly fits the usual demeanor of a wealthy playboy." Qin Yuji cleared his throat, his gaze wandering. "I just find my previous lifestyle rather dull. Perhaps I'm getting older." He attributed his recent atypical behavior to the notion that as one ages, they tend to favor a quieter existence. Women, it seemed, held little interest for him now. Fang Yanzhou pondered thoughtfully, was it truly so? When they arrived at the cafeteria, it could only be described as overcrowded. Scanning the scene, he realized there were no available tables. No way, I thought we were quick enough. And Zhuo exclaimed in despair. Their 4 figures, holding trays of food, resembled lost beggars as they gazed around in confusion. Suddenly, Fang Yanzhou's eyes brightened as he pointed excitedly in a certain direction. There was an available spot, and Zhuo and the others turned to look, and amidst the bustling tables, they noticed one table occupied by only 2 individuals. If they didn't seize the opportunity now, when would they? Just as they prepared to rush over, the voice of a nearby classmate reached their ears. Forget it, the campus bell is sitting there. I wouldn't dare approach. Who among you would? If anyone dares. I'll call him Dad right now. The campus bell? It dawned on Fang Yanzhou that the empty table housed none other than the senior he had seen that morning. Alongside Xiongjiangi. Wan, why must we eat here? I recall you despising crowded places. Jiang Xingwan had rarely dined in bustling environments, especially in the cafeteria, where her presence was almost non-existent. Hence, when the students of Beijing University spotted the campus bell in the cafeteria, excitement rippled through the crowd. News spread rapidly, and the number of diners that day doubled compared to usual. Jiang Xingwan, savoring her chicken chop rice, remarked nonchalantly, I suddenly find the crowd quite lively. Xiongjiangi looked at her quizzically, disbelief evident in her gaze. Prior to spotting that junior, she had accepted this statement. But upon glimpsing the bewildered male student carrying his tray nearby, she realized that the notion of a lively crowd was utterly absurd. Cunning woman. Wasn't this just a ploy to chance upon the junior? As a loyal best friend, how could she not facilitate this? Over here. Xiongjiangi waved her hand. Fang Yanzhou hesitated, uncertain whether to approach, especially with so many eyes upon them. Qin Yuji, without hesitation, strolled over lazily, declaring, if you all aren't going, I certainly will. If we linger, I'll end up with a face full of embarrassment. Old Qin, wait for me. And Zhuo and Lu Yuanqing followed closely behind, with Fang Yanzhou bringing up the rear. During their approach, he could feel the stares of the entire cafeteria fixed upon them, their eyes filled with mocking skepticism regarding their audacity. After all, that was the campus bell. There had been others in the past who, unaware of their own folly, had attempted to ingratiate themselves, with predictable outcomes. However, what transpired next left everyone utterly astonished. The typically aloof campus belle surprisingly permitted this group to sit around her. Though she said nothing, sometimes silence speaks volumes. The table was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 6. The group instinctively left the seat next to Jiang Qingwan empty. While old Qin was privy to the underlying dynamics, and Zhuo and Lu Yuanqing found themselves intimidated by the campus belle's overwhelming aura, rendering them hesitant to draw near. Consequently, Fang Yanzhou, arriving last, naturally took the vacant spot. The moment he settled in, he noticed Xiongjiangi leaning in from across the table, her large eyes scrutinizing him thoughtfully. Fang Yanzhou, feeling uneasy under her gaze, stammered, Senior, is there something on my face? You seem so familiar. You bear a striking resemblance to someone in the photo Wan posted last night. Could it be that you have a sister? The 2 individuals were seated closely together, and Jiang Xingwan cast a fleeting glance before casually remarking, enjoy your meal. Oh, both Xiongjiangi and Fang Yanzhou responded in unison, promptly resuming their consumption of the rice in their bowls. Don't leave after class tonight. Upon hearing this, the others at the table looked at Jiang Qingwan in bewilderment. And Zhuo, with a mischievous grin, nudged Fang Yanzhou with his elbow and whispered, Darling, does the campus bell intend to implement some hidden rules with you? Scram. He then turned to Jiang Qingwan, saying, All right, Senior. Jiang Qingwan raised an eyebrow and inquired, Aren't you curious about what it is? This fool seemed overly trusting of her. The boy shook his head. Despite his curiosity, he preferred to keep it a secret between her and himself, as there were too many people around. And Zhuo found the atmosphere between his good friend and the campus bell rather peculiar, though he couldn't quite articulate what was strange about it. Ever since discovering that his close friend and the campus bell were acquainted, he felt as if the world had transformed into something unrecognizable. Typically, the campus bell would finish her lunch within half an hour, yet when Xiongjiangi noticed that Jiang Qingwan still had half a bowl of rice left, he couldn't help but comment, Wan, why are you eating so slowly today? It wasn't just her. Her junior had yet to finish as well. Wasn't it said that boys eat quickly? At the table, Only Jiang Qingwan and Fang Yanzhou remained at their meal, while the others had already completed theirs. Do you not understand the beauty of savoring each bite? Jiang Qingwan retorted. Before Xiong Jiangyi could respond, Qin Yuji interjected. Well then, take your time. We shall take our leave. With that, he pulled the still-seated Xiong Jiangyi out of the cafeteria. Observing this, Lu Yuanqing suddenly exclaimed, Zhuozi. I've just realized I've left something in the classroom. And Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. Huh? He recalled that this fellow hadn't even brought his books to class. So what could he possibly have forgotten? However, before he could voice his thoughts, he was whisked away by Lu Yuanqing. In an instant, only Fang Yanzhou and Jiang Qingwan remained at the table. Despite the bustling atmosphere of the cafeteria, Fang Yanzhou found being with the senior to be exceptionally tranquil and comforting. Senior, what was it you mentioned earlier? Jiang Qingwan hesitated. She herself was unsure why she wanted her junior to stay after class. She merely wished to see him. Nothing. I simply wanted to see you. Her words were refreshingly straightforward, and Fang Yanzhou had grown accustomed to her candor. I also wish to see you, senior. Jiang Qingwan's forthrightness dispelled Fang Yanzhou's timidity. He longed to see her, every day. Their lunch extended until the cafeteria was nearly empty. It was only when the cafeteria staff urged them to conclude their meal that they realized how long they had lingered. Senior, are you full? Jiang Qingwan immediately understood the implication behind the question and replied, quite full. In reality, given her usual appetite, this amount of food was hardly substantial. Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou's eyes immediately brightened. Shall we take a stroll around the playground? It would be a pleasant way to digest, he suggested. Sounds good, she replied. As they walked side by side on the playground, accompanied by the melodies from the loudspeakers, this moment felt exclusively theirs. Given that it was winter, the playground was largely deserted. The two could be considered atypical in their demeanor. Gazing at the delicate profile of the girl beside him, Fang Yanzhou felt an overwhelming urge to confess his feelings. However, he swiftly suppressed this impulse. A healthy romantic relationship should not stem from mere impulse. It must be approached with careful contemplation. In essence, even if he were to confess, it certainly could not occur in such a hasty manner. Such a wonderful senior deserved a more heartfelt declaration of affection. Senior, what kind of flower do you like? He inquired. What flower? Jiang Qingwan wondered, puzzled by the sudden question. After a moment of reflection, she replied, I don't know. She had never received flowers for over 2 decades. The only flower she had truly noticed was the chrysanthemum, present at her parents' funerals and every year on the anniversary of their passing. It was the flower she had encountered most frequently. Fang Yanzhou observed the girl beside him with earnest attention, acutely sensing a hint of sorrow in her demeanor. He swiftly changed the subject, saying, Senior, let us travel during the new year. Travel? Where to? Jiang Qingwan asked. Fang Yanzhou considered for a moment before responding, Dianqi City. He had secretly set a goal. If he ever found someone he liked, he would take them to Dianqi City. Sounds good. Upon hearing the senior-s agreement, Fang Yanzhou let out a quiet sigh of relief. In his plan, confessing his feelings beneath the snow-capped mountains would likely yield a higher success rate. Thus, he needed to quickly devise a plan that intertwined travel with his confession. As they ambled leisurely, exchanging a few words now and then, noon soon slipped by. You should head to class, Jiang Qingwan reminded him. Heaven knows how much Fang Yanzhou wished there were no afternoon classes, allowing him to remain with her. What about you? Senior? He asked, gazing at her with a somewhat forlorn expression. Jiang Qingwan chuckled. Me? I'm heading home. As a third-year student, her course load was light, and she had no classes in the afternoon. All right, Fang Yanzhou said, somewhat dejectedly, only to catch a teasing glint in her eye. However, I can write my thesis in the library and wait for someone to finish class. The previously despondent boy's eyes instantly brightened upon hearing this. Great. I'll head to class now, senior. Watching him depart, Jiang Qinghuan slightly curled her lips into a smile before making her way to the library. Inside the library, she found a seat tucked away in a corner, isolated from others. She then took out her phone and opened the surveillance software, pulling up the footage from the previous night. Initially, the hallway was eerily quiet. As she rewound the time, she suddenly noticed her door opening. The video revealed her in her pajamas, walking straight towards the opposite door. Just as the junior had described, she knocked on the door of her neighbor. Jiang Qingwan gazed with keen interest, completely oblivious to the reality of her apparent issues, her anticipation growing for what would unfold next. Before long, her junior opened the door. In that instant, Jiang Qingwan found herself clinging to him like a koala, her head nuzzling against his neck incessantly. Enlarging the video, she witnessed her junior embracing her with a look of resigned familiarity etched upon his face. Wait, is this truly her? Although Jiang Qingwan had contemplated countless outcomes in her mind prior to viewing, the scene before her was overwhelmingly shocking. Her face flushed crimson, as if ignited by an internal flame. Her somnambulism had been disclosed by her junior long ago, implying that prior to this incident, she had been habitually knocking on his door at night, seeking his embrace. It was crucial to note that they had been complete strangers before this. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Had she perhaps committed even more outrageous acts? She yearned to message her junior immediately to inquire, yet hesitated. The courage she exhibited at night starkly contrasted with her daytime timidity. For the first time, Jiang Qingwan felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Suddenly, she grappled with a pressing question. Did she truly suffer from somnambulism? Yet, before her acquaintance with her junior, she had resided in the dormitory for 2 years without any signs of such a condition. At least, her friend Xiong Jiang had never mentioned anything. Contemplating this, Jiang Qingwan began to confront her predicament. To ascertain whether she indeed had somnambulism, she needed to consult someone, Dr. Yuya. However, to her knowledge, Dr. Yuya had long since departed from Beijing. With this thought, she exited the library and opened her phone, dialing a number directly. The call was promptly answered. A gentle and warm female voice greeting her. Qingwan, what can I do for you? Jiang Qingwan smiled and replied, Dr. Yu, I have a matter I'd like to discuss with you. Dr. Yuya closed her computer and asked seriously, is it a physical ailment? Jiang Qingwan rarely initiated calls, even when she had queries, typically only responding when prompted. The fact that she was calling uninvited led Dr. Yuya to suspect a grave issue had occurred. Chapter 85. The antidote. Jiang Qingwan paused momentarily before recounting the incidents of her nocturnal knocking on her neighbor's door, omitting many details, such as her tight embrace around her junior. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yuya fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, she spoke gravely, Qingwan, do you recall what I previously advised? If you continuously suppress your desires, that longing will manifest through uncontrollable means to alleviate a certain craving within your body. I believe you are not experiencing somnambulism. Rather, it is your body activating a protective mechanism. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingwan began to reflect deeply. Thus, it appeared she did not suffer from somnambulism after all. In essence, the root of her predicament lay in her skin's yearning. Yet, she could sense that since her interactions with her junior, her skin's longing had significantly abated, especially in recent times. She has nearly forgotten the distinction between herself and ordinary people. She recalls that Dr. Yuya once mentioned that skin hunger is, in fact, a psychological disorder stemming from an acute lack of love within her heart. Therefore, if she were to experience love and warmth, perhaps this psychological issue would be resolved. Qingwan, are you listening? Dr. Yuya inquired with concern. She was not in Beijing and could not witness the girl's living conditions firsthand. Jiang Qingwan exhaled deeply, her tone suddenly becoming cheerful. Dr. Yu, I believe I have discovered the antidote. It was an antidote uniquely her own. The entire afternoon of classes felt excruciatingly long for Fang Yanzhou, as thoughts of his senior waiting for him in the library consumed him. He wished he could fly to her side at once. Unfortunately, the dreaded review week compelled him to focus, even prompting Yanzhou, who had previously played games during lectures, to pick up a pristine textbook and diligently highlight key points. Zhuozi, I always thought you lost your book, he remarked, considering he hadn't seen her use it all semester. And Zhuo's expression was one of pride. Just wait and see my triumphant comeback. By the way, what are your plans for New Year's? I can't tell you. It's a secret, and no one can know. TCH, I'm planning to find my sweetheart. Isn't that Jianghui, your senior's hometown? Suddenly, Fang Yanzhou recognized a serious issue. If Zhuozi and Jianghui were to become a couple, wouldn't that mean he and Yanzhou would be relatives? This thought struck him as quite amusing. But then he recalled he hadn't confessed yet. What if it ended in failure? With this in mind, Fang Yanzhou sighed. What's wrong? Are you troubled? Old Qin asked with concern upon noticing his demeanor. The moment Fang Yanzhou spotted Qin Yuji, his eyes sparkled. After all, he was sitting next to a romance expert. Old Qin, what do you usually prepare when confessing to a girl? Old Qin replied nonchalantly, I'm sorry, but it's always others confessing to me. A rather insufferable statement, yet undeniably true. Qin Yuji had countless admirers at school, with many girls vying for his attention. However, his expression grew contemplative. There was one instance when I took the initiative to confess. Fang Yanzhou immediately became inquisitive. Who was it? Qin Yuji scoffed, falling silent for a moment before continuing. When confessing to a girl, the most crucial factor is the atmosphere. Once the ambience is set, the success rate is approximately 60%. The remaining 40% depends on whether the girl has any interest in you. He then shifted his tone, looking mysteriously at Fang Yanzhou. But you need not worry. Why is that? Because the campus belle will package herself and present it to you. However, he did not articulate this thought, instead gazing ahead with an inscrutable expression, marveling at his own cleverness. After conversing for quite some time, without gaining any useful advice, Fang Yanzhou realized his friends were rather unreliable. Finally, the class concluded, and he hurriedly dashed to the library, pulling out his phone to message Jiang Qinghuan. Senior, I'm at the library entrance. She promptly replied, come to the club. What are we going to do at the club? When Fang Yanzhou arrived, he was surprised to find everyone in the club present, including the senior sister. He naturally approached Jiang Qinghuan and quietly inquired, Senior sister, is there something going on in the club? Jiang Qinghuan replied nonchalantly, we are rehearsing the program. It struck him as odd since they had agreed to rehearse only on the weekend. Time is of the essence and the tasks are weighty. We must complete the rehearsal today. Those members not participating in the performance will serve as the audience, observing any shortcomings so that we can discuss them together. We must present a flawless show, Chen Hao proclaimed confidently. Zhang Xiaohua had been watching intently as Fang Yanzhou entered. Her brow furrowed when she saw him walk directly to the campus belle. Was he now pursuing someone else in the same way he had pursued her? She perceived Fang Yanzhou as overly naive and self-assured. How could a girl of that caliber be won over by mere persistence? In the end, it would only lead to his own embarrassment. With Chen Hao's call to begin the rehearsal, everyone dispersed. Zhang Xiaohua crossed her arms, her curiosity piqued. She had originally been cast as the leading lady in the Cinderella role, but for reasons unknown, it had been reassigned to another girl. Despite her repeated inquiries, Chen Hao had remained tight-lipped, intensifying her resentment. Who could possibly replace her? Then, she observed Fang Yanzhou and the campus belle move to the center stage, exchanging lines from the script. Wait. Zhang Xiaohua's heart sank, her expression darkening. She slowly approached Chen Hao, whispering, why is the campus belle the leading lady? I remember she never participated in such activities. Chen Hao, admiring the scene before him, casually remarked, the campus belle should always be the leading lady wherever she goes. She is simply too beautiful. But Fang Yanzhou said he wouldn't play the male lead. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed. Perhaps he changed his mind? Listening to Chen Hao's response, she felt a surge of frustration. So, Fang Yanzhou had agreed to take on the male lead merely to get closer to the campus belle? His efforts to win Jiang Qinghuan's affection were indeed elaborate. The resentment in her eyes deepened as she watched the two dance in the center. That position was rightfully hers. At that moment, she felt like an outsider. Well, how splendid. After a round of rehearsal, Chen Hao led the applause. Although he felt disheartened after being rejected by the campus belle, he realized he had no chance and thought it better to let go early. Life is about the journey. Why obsess over the outcome? Chen Hao expressed excitedly, our program will surely be the most popular, with handsome men and beautiful women, who wouldn't be enamored. However, before the official performance, he urged, you must keep this a secret, do not leak our program. Everyone nodded, beginning to feel a hint of anticipation for what promised to be the liveliest New Year's Eve gala yet. After the rehearsal, the sky outside had nearly darkened. Fang Yanzhou had been holding it in for an entire afternoon, and with palpable distress, he turned to the person beside him and said, Senior, I need to use the restroom. Go ahead, she replied, and without a moment's hesitation, the boy vanished. What a fool. He wouldn't actually burst, would he? Jiang Qinghuan stood waiting, when suddenly, a figure appeared before her. Raising an eyebrow, she coolly inquired, is there something you need? Zhang Xiaohua found herself standing in front of the campus belle for the second time. The first encounter had left her intimidated by the aura exuded by this enchanting figure. However, this time she steeled herself, only to realize upon approaching that the beauty of the senior was indeed breathtaking, evoking in her a sense of inferiority. Senior, are you quite familiar with Fang Yanzhou? She asked with newfound confidence. Jiang Qinghuan let out a soft laugh, though it lacked warmth. Please, continue. Zhang Xiaohua lifted her chin and stated, he liked me for 3 years, but I turned him down. Eventually, he gave up, but not long after. I noticed he was always drawn to you, whether intentionally or not. Drawn to me? Jiang Qinghuan's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of sweetness blooming within her. And then, For some inexplicable reason, Zhang Xiaohua felt that upon finishing her statement, the campus bell had smiled, even if just momentarily. It must be an illusion, surely. Someone so quick to abandon and fickle in affection. My advice is for you to keep your distance from him. After all, the way he pursued me is how he will pursue you, and how he relinquished his affections for me will be the same for you. Be quiet. Jiang Qinghuan's expression abruptly turned frigid. Where there had been a hint of warmth before, now it was as sharp as a knife. Zhang Xiaohua felt a pang of anxiety. Yet she pressed on. As a fellow woman, I'm only trying to offer you a kind warning. No sooner had she spoken than she heard a cold laugh from the girl across from her. As a fellow woman, I feel pity for you. Spending 3 years to truly understand someone, that was worth it. But you are the truly pitiable one, trampling upon another's sincerity. Do you find it satisfactory? I can only imagine the regret you must feel watching such a genuine person slip away from you, your heart aching. You're talking nonsense, Zhang Xiaohua retorted. Her face flushed. She certainly didn't feel heartbroken, nor did she regret anything. Losing him was Fang Yanzhou's misfortune. Yes, that must be it. Observing the girl's embarrassment and anger, Jiang Qinghuan coldly replied, but rest assured, someone who values him will come along. Also, please keep your distance from him, for he belongs to me. Upon hearing that final statement, Zhang Xiaohua felt utterly defeated. Watching the senior walk away, she realized that her chances were completely gone. Fang Yanzhou finished in the restroom, releasing a contented sigh. How relieving. After washing his hands, he stepped out to find the senior waiting at the door. Senior, why are you here waiting for me? He asked, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he scratched his head. Surely, she hadn't heard him while he was relieving himself? Jiang Qinghuan did not respond to his query. Instead, she offered a faint smile and said, let us go. Wait, did the senior just smile? Fang Yanzhou found the situation quite intriguing. After all this time, he had long realized that his senior was not one to openly display her emotions. Did you just smile? He inquired. Jiang Qingxian had already reverted to her usual expression management, feigning confusion as she tilted her head. Did I? Indeed. Fang Yanzhou insisted with unwavering certainty. Yet, no matter how persistently he probed, she remained tight-lipped. Only Jiang Qingxian knew the reason behind her fleeting smile. At the moment she spotted the boy emerging, a thought suddenly illuminated her mind. How fortunate she was to have encountered such a young man. She felt a sense of relief for herself. Before long, the eve of the New Year's gala arrived. Fang Yanzhou lay in bed, unable to sleep due to nervousness. This marked his debut performance on stage. The last time was during elementary school. Most importantly, this occasion held profound significance as he would be partnering with his senior. In a moment of desperation, he took out his phone and opened the chat with her. I can't sleep. He placed the phone against his chest, anxious to feel its vibration. In the next instant, he felt a buzz against his chest. Open the door, came Jiang Qingxuan's message. Fang Yanzhou sprang up from his bed and hurried to the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of her holding a case of beer. Aren't you going to invite me in? She inquired. Fang Yanzhou promptly stepped aside, graciously accepting the beer from her hands. To his surprise, he wondered if she intended to get him intoxicated. Jiang Qingxian was already familiar with his home, making her way directly to the kitchen to retrieve 2 glasses. Noticing the boy still standing there in a daze, she casually instructed, sit. It felt as if she were the true owner of the house. Fang Yanzhou obediently took a seat, gazing at the beer before him as he sheepishly admitted, Senior, I have a low tolerance for alcohol. Jiang Qingxian was well aware of his limitations, which was precisely why she encouraged him to drink. I know, you mentioned feeling anxious, right? A little alcohol might help you sleep. So, this was for his sake. Fang Yanzhou thought earnestly, Senior, you're truly kind. He was convinced that she was the best to him. Suppressing a laugh, Jiang Qingxian poured him another glass while saying, have another drink, and I'll help you to bed later. In truth, Fang Yanzhou was already feeling a bit lightheaded. However, his mind mechanically complied with her requests. If she asked him to drink more, he would oblige. By the time he leaned on the table, several bottles of beer lay empty before him. Jiang Qingxian looked upon her handiwork with satisfaction. For reasons unknown, she found a peculiar delight in the sight of the inebriated boy, who would allow her to do anything and, most importantly, would have no recollection of it the following day. It provided her with an ideal setting for her intentions. As before, she assisted him to bed, her entire body pressing down upon him. She relished this position, feeling as though she were recharging. The young man was her power source. Whenever her energy waned, A brief moment with him would swiftly rejuvenate her. Leaning over him, she placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Chapter 87. Buy one get one free. Another gift for you. The next morning, Fang Yanzhou awoke from a nightmare. In his dreams, he felt as though a great weight bore down upon him, only to awaken and discover that, indeed, a person lay atop him. Glancing down, he found it was none other than his senior, peacefully slumbering on him. The sight that greeted him upon awakening filled his heart with joy. This was no nightmare, but rather a delightful dream, one from which he wished never to awaken. Moreover, he noted that her delicate hands rested upon his chest, instantly recalling a kitten from his childhood that his family had once cared for. Each morning, that little feline would sit atop him, kneading away merrily. Was there truly a distinction between his senior's actions and that of the kitten? Before long, the figure atop him stirred. This time, Fang Yanzhou chose not to feign sleep, but instead engaged in a leisurely gaze with the drowsy senior. Jiang Qingwan, her eyes still heavy with slumber, blinked at the boy before her, bewildered, and asked, "What are you doing in my house?" Fang Yanzhou suppressed a chuckle. "Perhaps you might want to take a closer look." Jiang Qingwan paused, scanning her surroundings, and soon realized the unsettling familiarity of the room's layout. It belonged to her junior. Memories from the previous night flooded her mind. Oh no, she had deliberately intoxicated him, intending only to rest upon him for a moment, yet succumbed to the comfort of sleep. How to explain this? After a moment of contemplation, the typically aloof campus belle resorted to playful banter. "Indeed, why am I in your house? That question is better directed at you." Fang Yanzhou blinked innocently. "But senior, I distinctly recall you bringing a whole box of alcohol to my home." At this, Jiang Qingwan froze, he remembered. And furthermore, she had been sleeping on him. Caught in the act, Jiang Qingwan feigned calmness, rising from his side with an air of nonchalance, stating, "Your body is more comfortable than a mattress, thus I had to commandeer it for a while." Wait, what a brazen remark. Jiang Qingwan felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself for uttering such words. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she quickly sought an excuse. "I must return home to freshen up." As she hurried away, Fang Yanzhou couldn't help but chuckle softly. Leaning down, he inhaled the lingering scent of the girl that clung to his clothes. Today was New Year's Day. Although he and his senior were set to perform last, they still needed to head to the auditorium early. After freshening up and shaving, he scrutinized his reflection in the mirror. Quite handsome, if he did say so himself, comparable to Peng Yuyan. Stepping out with confident strides, he found his senior waiting at the door. A sudden realization struck him. Today, she appeared different from her usual self. Typically, she donned a bare face, rarely even applying lipstick, but today, she seemed to have made an effort with her makeup. As he approached, leaning in to observe her features closely, he pointed at her eyes and exclaimed, "Senior, why are your eyelids shimmering? Did you not clean them properly?" At this, Jiang Qingwan sighed in exasperation. Truly, he was a straightforward boy. That is eyeshadow. Hearing her response, Fang Yanzhou scratched his head, marveling at the wonders of makeup. Today, of all days, there is a performance, and applying some makeup is a gesture of respect, she explained to her junior. Fang Yanzhou earnestly remarked, "Senior, you look truly beautiful when you wear makeup." After saying this, he felt his words were overly sweet, certain that he would receive praise from her. To his surprise, the girl suddenly gazed at him with deep eyes and said coolly, "So, am I not beautiful without makeup?" Fang Yanzhou hurriedly clarified, No, both with and without makeup, you are stunning. In my eyes, you are the most enchanting fairy in the world." Jiang Qingwan then huffed proudly, her mood lifting as she said, "All right, let us go. I'll accompany you." Watching the silhouette of his senior, Fang Yanzhou let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, through his cleverness, he had averted an impending eruption of emotions. He quickly followed her, effortlessly taking a seat on the back of her little electric scooter, a journey he had undertaken countless times before. Due to the New Year's celebration, the campus was particularly lively today. After all, it was the turn of the year, and everyone felt a bit of excitement. Jiang Qingwan parked the scooter in the shed and, glancing at the boy, inquired, "Where are you headed?" Fang Yanzhou pondered for a moment and replied, "I'm going to meet my good friends." Jiang Qingwan nodded. "Then let us get in touch when we reach the auditorium." The male and female dormitories were in opposite directions, forcing them to part ways for a while. Upon arriving at her dormitory, the moment she opened the door, a shrill scream erupted from inside. Jiang Qingwan immediately covered her ears, bewildered as she looked at the girl before her, who was clutching her chest. She closed the door and crossed her arms, scrutinizing the girl from head to toe. What on earth are you wearing? During her absence, what absurdity had this girl concocted? The girl was clad in a strapless Christmas-themed dress paired with an ultra-short skirt, and most ludicrously, a bell hung around her neck. Upon realizing it was Jiang Qingwan, Xiong Jiangyi finally relaxed and excitedly approached, tugging at her arm. So how do I look, Wanwan? Is it pretty? Pretty, but a tad too flashy. Came the brutally honest assessment, a remark only Jiang, the campus flower, could utter so candidly. Xiong Jiangyi shrugged nonchalantly. I specifically bought this Christmas outfit online. But Christmas has long passed. Xiong Jiangyi rolled her eyes. I know, but it doesn't stop me from wearing it. Jiang Qingwan scoffed lightly, dressed so provocatively. Who are you trying to impress? Xiong Jiangyi stammered, her guilt evident as she replied. What do you mean, impress? I'm just wearing it for my own enjoyment. A fib, another fib. Jiang Qingwan wore an expression that suggested she was aware, but chose to remain silent. College students have the freedom to date. And she couldn't interfere too much, as long as her dear friend didn't cross any lines. Pouring herself a glass of water, Jiang Qingwan then noticed Xiong Jiangyi stealthily presenting something to her. What is it? A sense of foreboding washed over her. Hee, buy one get one free. This one's for you. Jiang Qingwan decisively refused. No, thank you. She had never worn such things, and who would she wear them for? Suddenly, a boy's visage flashed in her mind. Xiong Jiangyi was fervently promoting her treasured item. Wan, trust me, once you wear it, no man will be able to resist. Jiang Qingxian frowned, finding something off about those words. Do you not wish to see how the junior reacts when you don this outfit? Jiang Qingxian remarked softly. Is the junior what you call him? All right. Xiong Jiangyi promptly muted herself, thrusting the clothing into the girl's hands before indulging in a delightful selfie. Chapter 88. Unwavering affection after a prolonged silence. Jiang Qingxian quietly placed the garment into her bag. She did not intend to wear it. Rather, she was curious about the junior's reaction. Yes, that was precisely it. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou returned to the dormitory, only to discover that his companions were conspicuously absent. How odd. Where could they have gone so early in the morning? He pulled out his phone, opened the group chat, and sent a message. Sons, your father has returned. Where is everyone? Momentarily, he received a location from Yanzhou, the grand auditorium. What could this group be doing so early? The New Year's Eve gala was scheduled for the evening. It was still quite early. Qin Yuji replied, seizing advantageous territory. Surely not. Upon arriving at the grand auditorium, Fang Yanzhou was astonished to find that half the seats were already occupied. He sat down beside Yanzhou and exclaimed, No way. Are these people really here to claim seats? Yanzhou nodded, explaining, Of course. I've heard there will be a significant surprise at today's New Year's Eve gala. As soon as everyone got wind of this, they rushed over to secure their spots. Fang Yanzhou pondered, suspecting that the surprise must pertain to their club's performance. Yet, they had no idea what the surprise entailed. What if it turned out to be a trick? Yanzhou, with an enigmatic expression, patted Fang Yanzhou on the shoulder. Josie, you wouldn't understand. Even without a surprise, students from Beijing University would still flock here. And why is that? Don't you know? Every year, the New Year's Eve gala at Beijing University features a lottery. Last year's grand prize was a new model smartphone. How could you not be tempted? Goodness, they really went all out this time. Fang Yanzhou contemplated. A smartphone is fine, but if it were a car, that would be something. Josie, if you weren't my brother, I would have suspected you were just showing off. Fang Yanzhou chuckled, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait, what about that senior? What if she comes, and there's no seat for her? He quickly opened his phone to message her. Senior, I've heard there will be a huge turnout for the New Year's Eve gala. Should I save a seat for you? The reply was prompt. Yes. Sit next to you. Fang Yanzhou hurriedly removed his jacket and placed it on the adjacent seat, vigilantly guarding it to prevent anyone from claiming the senior's spot. By noon, the group decided to order takeout. There was no way they would leave their seats, even for a moment. Fang Yanzhou ordered spicy shredded pork over rice, snapped a photo, and sent it to the senior, asking, Senior, have you eaten yet? In the next moment, the other party sent an image. Fang Yanzhou opened the picture and discovered that his senior was indulging in a bowl of snail noodles. Through the screen, he could almost perceive the distinct aroma wafting through the air. Consequently, he typed 2 words, stinky. Jiang Qinghuan was savoring her meal when she noticed the message from the junior and replied, It's delicious. He was taken aback to learn that his senior had a fondness for snail noodles, a dish typically favored by girls. For instance, at the school gate, throngs of students. Mostly female, queued up daily for spicy hot pot and fire noodles. Josie, what are you grinning at while staring at your phone? Yanzhou innocently inquired, before exaggerating. You're not telling me you have a girlfriend, are you? Not yet. Oh, that's a relief. Yanzhou patted his chest, then widened his eyes. Wait, not yet? Fang Yanzhou replied candidly. I haven't confessed yet. Who is this girl? Have I met her? You have. We've even hung out together. Yanzhou fell into contemplation, trying to recall the girls he had encountered, but after some time, he could not pinpoint who it might be. Fang Yanzhou's social circle was quite limited, primarily revolving around their group of roommates, and he had never seen him close to any girl. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked at his good friend in shock. After a few seconds, he resumed his lewd grin. That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Although Zhang's schoolflower had indeed been quite close to his friend during their outing, it could only indicate that they were reasonably good friends. It was well known that before attending Beijing University, he had learned that Zhang, the schoolflower, had spent 3 years without a male companion. She was always so solitary. Yet, why would the solitary Zhang form a friendship with his good friend? This was troublesome. The logic was failing to align. Yanzhou lost his appetite. Noticing this, Fang Yanzhou asked, Zhuozi, aren't you going to eat the chicken leg? Yanzhou shook his head, expressing his discontent. I want tea. All right then. With that, Fang Yanzhou unceremoniously transferred the chicken leg from Yanzhou's bowl to his own. By the time Yanzhou realized what had happened, a chorus of lamentations erupted in the hall. Fang Yanzhou, give me back my chicken leg. As evening descended, Fang Yanzhou groggily straightened up from the table and glanced around. Noticing that the hall was now filled with people, he looked at the seat beside him in confusion, wondering why his senior had yet to arrive. Just as he was about to message her, he received a green bubble notification. Come to the backstage. Seeing this, Fang Yanzhou wasted no time and told the still drowsy Yanzhou, I'm going to relieve myself. Yanzhou nodded, waving him off to hurry. Upon arriving backstage, he found Jiang Qinghuan already dressed in her performance costume. As the initial Cinderella attire was quite tattered, Zhang's appearance appeared rather rough at this moment. Noticing the boy's unwavering gaze upon her, Jiang Qinghuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Is it ugly? To stay true to the original story, she had smeared a few dark streaks across her face, yet even this could not obscure her exquisite beauty. Not ugly at all. In fact, you are breathtaking. Fang Yanzhou's earnest expression elicited a laugh from Jiang Qinghuan. She had initially been regretting the time she spent perfecting her makeup that morning, only to see it all vanish in an instant. Concerned that the boys would ridicule her appearance, she felt a wave of anxiety. However, the moment she heard his words, she realized that no matter how she looked, there would always be someone who steadfastly adored her. When Chunhao arrived, he found his leading man and lady gazing at each other in silence, as if they were enacting a romantic drama. Ancestors, stop staring. Quickly change your clothes. As the chief director of the show, he could not allow any mishaps, especially since this was the final program of his university life. His reminder jolted Fang Yanzhou to the realization that he hadn't yet changed, prompting a hurried dash to the fitting room. After changing, he was once again pressed in front of the makeup mirror by Chunhao. A foreboding feeling washed over him. Surely, I won't have to wear makeup again? Of course, Chunhao replied. Although you are indeed somewhat handsome, a little enhancement is necessary. Otherwise, you will soon discover that everyone else appears fairer than you. Chapter 89. Her leading man Fang Yanzhou let out a groan but complied with the arrangements. Half an hour later, dressed and made up, he dawdled off to find Jiang Qinghuan. As they were the final act, Chunhao had designated a separate room for the two leads to remain secluded. Upon entering, he found his senior playing on her phone. She tilted her head upon noticing him and scrutinized him from head to toe. Fang Yanzhou lowered his head and murmured, Senior, look up. He obediently raised his gaze, only to be met by her face, mere centimeters away. Very handsome. Those two simple words instantly restored his confidence. Really? He had feared that she might find him effeminate, but her affirmation relieved him. After all, not every girl appreciates men who wear makeup. Jiang Qinghuan nodded, believing that no matter what, her junior appeared striking. Was this the effect of a filter? The two rehearsed their lines for a while longer until they heard the host outside announcing the official commencement of the New Year's Eve gala. Meanwhile, Yanzhou glanced at the still empty seat beside him and curiously remarked to Lu Yuancheng, Why has Josie been in the restroom for so long? Lu Yuancheng replied earnestly, Perhaps he's constipated. Just then, Fang Yanzhou, rumored to be suffering from such a plight, sneezed. Jiang Qinghuan, noticing, inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, senior." The New Year's Eve Gala at Beijing University is renowned for its captivating content each year, featuring not only dance and song, but also skits and comedic dialogues performed by the students. This year, a stand-up comedy segment was added to the mix. The performances on stage were enthralling, and the audience was completely absorbed. So much so that, after more than 2 hours, Yanzhou had completely forgotten that his friend had yet to return. As the last skit concluded, everyone was left wanting more. "What? Is that it? I haven't had my fill yet," Yanzhou lamented while clutching a bag of chips. Just as everyone anticipated the drawing segment, the host stepped to the center of the stage. "Dear friends, this year's New Year's Eve Gala is unlike any before," the host enigmatically announced. "Our New Year's Eve Gala features a special program, but to maintain the element of surprise, we have reserved it for the final act. Now, it is time to unveil the mystery." The audience below expressed their bewilderment. Who could possibly command such prestige that the school would dedicate the closing performance to them? Next, let us welcome the Performance Society with their rendition of Cinderella. The Performance Society? Yanzhou inadvertently glanced at the empty seat beside him and exclaimed, "What the heck? Why hasn't Josie returned yet?" Then he turned around. "Wait, why is Josie on stage?" Immediately, gasps erupted from the crowd. There stood Jiang Qinghuan, the aloof campus beauty of Beijing University, clad in Cinderella's attire. "Wow, how did the campus belle make it to the stage? Am I seeing things? How did our school persuade her to perform?" The audience erupted in a flurry of excitement. "No matter what, the campus belle looks stunning. My goddess, I adore her." In an instant, the audience was abuzz, each person raising their phones to capture the moment. After all, this was Jiang Qinghuan's first public performance. Missing this would mean potentially never witnessing it again. Half an hour later, the curtain fell on Cinderella. Jiang Qinghuan, adorned in a princess gown with crystal shoes, appeared on stage, encountering the prince at the ball. As the melodious music filled the air, the two shared a gaze, hands intertwined at the waist. Under the spotlight, Jiang Qinghuan resembled a true princess, captivating not only the audience, but also Fang Yanzhou, who was spellbound. Who understands? Jiang Qinghuan is simply breathtaking. Yanzhou overheard murmurs behind him and proudly declared, "That's my bro. Did you see that? My brother is performing alongside the campus beauty, and as the male lead." For some reason, the collective sentiment in room 214 was one of pride, as if they were witnessing a child's triumphant moment. "Josie has kept this under wraps quite well," Qin Yuji remarked. Even he couldn't have guessed. This final act truly elevated the atmosphere of the gala. Although most attendees were not particularly focused on the content of the performance, it left Chun-Hao exhilarated. Guiding such a splendid show marked a perfect conclusion to his university life. As the performance concluded, all the cast members took to the stage to bow to the audience. Thunderous applause erupted as Fang Yanzhou, while bowing, whispered to the girl beside him, "Happy New Year, senior." Jiang Qinghuan smiled softly in response, "You too." Following the performance was the thrilling lottery segment. As Fang Yanzhou prepared to change his attire, he was halted by Jiang Qinghuan. "Let's take a photo. Let me change first." He replied. "No, let's do it in this outfit," she insisted, pulling out her phone. Despite not understanding her reasoning, Fang Yanzhou complied. He leaned closely with her, posing for the camera with a peace sign. Afterward, Jiang Qinghuan gazed at the captured photo, a faint smile gracing her lips. This was a moment shared with her leading man, imbued with profound significance. After the two changed into their costumes backstage, Fang Yanzhou led Jiang Qinghuan to his designated spot. Throughout this process, countless pairs of eyes in the auditorium were fixated on him, imparting a sensation akin to traversing a treacherous path. It was akin to feeling the prick of 1,000 needles on his back. Once seated, Yanzhou mischievously leaned in and remarked, "Well done, brother." Silent yet impactful. "You have already gained notoriety within the school." Fang Yanzhou felt a sense of helplessness. This did not appear to be a favorable circumstance. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent. Turning to see the fatigue etched on his senior's face, he expressed concern. "Senior, shall we leave now? You ought to rest." He wished for her to recuperate. To his surprise, Jiang Qinghuan shook her head, stating, "No, we still have the lottery to attend to." Fang Yanzhou was taken aback. It seemed his senior also held interest in this event. His enthusiasm was minimal, as he perceived the odds of winning to be exceedingly slim and even suspected foul play. The host on stage rambled on, but during pivotal moments, everyone perked up, listening intently. "The grand prize is the latest model of a smartphone," exclaimed the host. Goodness, I must win. And Zhuo exclaimed excitedly. The second and third prizes were a tablet and a hairdryer valued at 2,000 yuan, respectively. Upon hearing this, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the hall. It was important to note that the previous New Year's lottery at Beijing University had never offered such substantial prizes. For instance, the last grand prize was indeed a phone, but its value was far inferior to this year's offering. Chapter 90. Winning the lottery. The rules for the lottery were straightforward. One merely needed to scan a QR code with their mobile phone to participate. It required no particular skill, relying solely on luck. In a sense, the absence of rules equated to absolute fairness. Initially, Fang Yanzhou had no intention of participating, yet when he observed his senior pulling out her phone to scan the code, he wavered. He noticed that her phone appeared to be an outdated model from years past, with numerous cracks adorning the screen. Reflecting on this, he promptly retrieved his phone and scanned the code. Seeing this, Jiang Qinghuan chuckled. Didn't you say you weren't interested? Could she truly perceive his reluctance? His disinterest stemmed not from a lack of desire, but rather from a belief that it was unnecessary. He could afford a phone. He already owned a tablet, and a hairdryer was even more superfluous. Then, he watched as the grand spinning wheel on the screen kept rotating, while the audience below held their breath in tense anticipation. "Stop," commanded the host, and the backstage personnel quickly pressed the halt button. Unfortunately, the first draw yielded the third prize, a hairdryer. The winner wore a wry smile, leaving it ambiguous whether he was pleased or disappointed. Next came the draw for the second prize, a tablet. The electronic wheel continued to whirl, and silence enveloped the auditorium, with every gaze fixated ahead. "Stop." Once again, the wheel came to a standstill, revealing a character resembling a cartoon pig on the screen. "Wait, this looks somewhat familiar." Upon closer inspection, he read the name. "I am Old Pig." It was becoming increasingly recognizable. At that moment, Fang Yanzhou heard an uproarious laugh erupt beside him. "Ha ha ha! It's me. It's me." And Zhuo was in stitches, her face flushed with excitement. Fang Yanzhou found it utterly astonishing. Could this fool have struck an incredible stroke of luck? Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy for his brother, for this fellow had long been expressing his desire to save up for a tablet. "Your wish has been fulfilled." Upon hearing this, Zhuo gleefully remarked, "Indeed. Once I receive the prize, I shall promptly send it to my darling." At this, Fang Yanzhou gazed at him in astonishment, questioning, "So, you always intended to give it to Jiang Hui?" And Zhuo nodded with unpretentious sincerity, "Of course. What would an adult man like me do with a tablet? I neither binge watch nor engage in such activities. It is perfect for my darling who is in need of one." What a good man. A true gentleman indeed. Inspired by Zhuo's words, Fang Yanzhou began to feel a sense of anticipation for the forthcoming lottery results. The tension that had previously eluded him began to seep into his palms. "Now, let us draw the lucky winner of the grand prize," the host exclaimed with fervor from the stage, igniting a restless energy among the audience. No one dared to breathe audibly. The spinning wheel commenced its rotation, and with every passing face, muffled gasps of excitement echoed throughout the auditorium. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until the host's final call to halt reverberated in the air. With bated breath, the audience collectively swallowed hard. The pointer continued its slow, inevitable drift, and Fang Yanzhou noticed that his senior was equally anxious, her fists clenched tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the large screen. It appeared that she truly needed a new phone. While he was lost in contemplation, an uproar erupted around him, and all eyes turned towards him in unison. Fang Yanzhou's heart raced as he looked in the direction of the commotion. The pointer had come to rest on a very familiar face, a male student with his eyes closed in his profile picture. Quickly, Fang Yanzhou turned to Jiang Qinghuan beside him and exclaimed, "Senior, it's you." Jiang Qinghuan nodded with quiet acknowledgement. Truly, she was the epitome of composure, even winning a prize. She remained unfazed. Yet, Fang Yanzhou felt genuinely happy for her, as this meant she could finally acquire a new phone. When the crowd realized that Jiang, the campus belle, had won the grand prize, they lamented in dismay. "Pindudu, did you not claim that I was the luckiest of all?" As the lottery concluded, the New Year's Eve gala reached a splendid finale, and the three winners made their way backstage to claim their prizes. And Zhuo dashed ahead, fearing that if he delayed, the prize would slip from his grasp. "Senior, you go ahead. I will wait for you at the entrance." Jiang Qinghuan nodded and followed Zhuo inside. Upon their exit, Zhuo held a tablet in his hands, while Jiang Qinghuan clutched a new phone, evoking envy among passing classmates. Fang Yanzhou approached, his face alight with joy. as if he himself were the recipient of the prize. You seem quite elated? Jiang Qinghuan inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity at his incessant grin. Of course. I am thrilled that Senior can get a new phone. Jiang Qinghuan remained silent for a few moments before saying, what if I were to give you the new phone? Would you be happy? Absolutely. Fang Yanzhou's foolish smile faltered for an instant, only to be replaced by confusion as he processed her words. Huh? What do you mean? Jiang Qinghuan extended the phone towards him, her expression serene. This is for you. Fang Yanzhou glanced down at his phone before raising his gaze to the senior, only to discover her serious demeanor, which suggested she was not joking. Immediately, he frantically waved his hands, exclaiming, No, 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 I cannot accept it. This was something the senior earned through her own efforts. How could he take it? Jiang Qinghuan furrowed her brows and inquired, why not? She recalled that the junior's phone screen was shattered beyond recognition, and she had previously noted that his memory was already insufficient. That was precisely why she had participated in the lottery, hoping to replace his phone. Fang Yanzhou explained, Senior, you should also consider getting a new phone, shouldn't you? Moreover, such a valuable item, I cannot accept. At that moment, Yanzhou, who had not yet departed, listened intently to their conversation, his eyes widening in astonishment. He remarked, If you don't want it, you can give it to me. I wouldn't mind, he. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Qinghuan coldly lifted her eyelids. Yanzhou immediately felt a chill run down his spine and quickly stated, I'll take my leave now. May we meet again by chance. The two remained at an impasse, and realizing this was unproductive, Jiang Qinghuan spoke first, let us head back to the dormitory. Since the junior was unwilling to accept the phone, she could not press the issue. After all, the phone would eventually find its way to him in one manner or another. Once she had voiced this sentiment, Fang Yanzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. As they walked back to the dormitory, they began to chat casually. The conclusion of the New Year's Eve party marked the official commencement of the holiday. Thus, their travel plans, and more importantly, his confession plan, were set to unfold. Senior, when do we depart? He inquired. Understanding his implication, Jiang Qinghuan replied, the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Fang Yanzhou began to contemplate that if they were to leave the day after tomorrow, he needed to hurry and purchase tickets today, otherwise, they might miss out completely, as Jian City was a renowned tourist destination. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fang Yanzhou found Yanzhou engaged in a voice call with Jiang Hui, discussing sending the newly won tablet to her. He couldn't help but marvel at Yanzhui's admirable character. However, when he emerged from the bathroom after washing up, he found Yanzhou sitting on the bed. A frown etched across his face as he sighed quietly. What's wrong, Zhuzi? He inquired with concern. Yanzhou exhaled deeply, expressing his frustration. The baby refuses to accept it. Do you think she no longer wants to be with me? Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou asked, what did she say? She mentioned that such an expensive item is something she cannot accept and advised me to keep it for myself. Wait a moment. Why did that sound so familiar? Wasn't that precisely what he had just told the senior? Realizing this, Fang Yanzhou suddenly felt enlightened and comfortingly patted Yanzhui's shoulder, saying, she cares for you. Cares? Yanzhui's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Fang Yanzhou nodded sagely, cryptically remarking, Brother, you must ponder this on your own. Just as he and the senior had participated in the lottery with the intention of providing each other with new phones, now, having won the phone, the senior wished to gift it to him. Conversely, had he won, he would undoubtedly have presented it to her as well. Perhaps the pinnacle of love lies in the desire to offer the finest to one's beloved, to empathize with their circumstances. Fang Yanzhou felt a delightful warmth in his heart as he opened his phone, discovering a message from his senior sent merely 5 minutes ago. Senior, it seems I left my bag at your place. Bag? Fang Yanzhou glanced at his bed and smacked his forehead. Oh no. During their return, he had been carrying her bag, and in the midst of their conversation, he had inadvertently taken it with him. I should deliver it to her now. The reply came instantly. No need, just keep it for now. In the girls' dormitory, Jiang Qinghuan was applying a facial mask while messaging her junior. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling premonition, a sense of unease gnawing at her. Was she overthinking? At that moment, Xiong Jiangyi dashed in wearing her festive Christmas attire, her face aglow with excitement. Huan, hurry and check the confession wall. Jiang Qinghuan's gaze fixated on the scant fabric of the vibrant red Christmas skirt, and for the first time, a crack appeared in her serene demeanor. It seemed she had placed her outfit into her bag, which was now in the possession of her junior. However, as long as he refrained from rummaging through her belongings. She hoped he wouldn't uncover anything. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. She had indeed been foolish to heed Xiong Jiangyi's mischievous words. As the instigator beamed at her, she retorted with an air of annoyance. What is so special about the confession wall? She held little interest in such trivial matters. Xiong Jiangyi placed her phone on the table and gestured for her to see for herself. A fleeting glance drew Jiang Qinghuan's attention to the enticing headline, "Rescue Needed." The charming prince from the New Year's Eve party. Who is he? A photo accompanied the post, and an ominous feeling crept over Jiang Qinghuan as she clicked to view it. Indeed, it was her junior. But that was not the end of it. Xiong Jiangyi, reveling in the unfolding drama, urged her to scroll further. As she did, she discovered that out of 10 confessions, 7 were directed towards her junior, with inquiries about his relationship status. Jiang Qinghuan closed her phone and remarked nonchalantly, "Is that it?" Xiong Jiangyi was taken aback by her reaction. "Aren't you jealous?" Jiang Qinghuan let out a cold chuckle. A mature woman does not succumb to jealousy over such trifles. With that, she pushed past Xiong Jiangyi and headed straight to the restroom. Watching her retreating figure, Xiong Jiangyi muttered to herself, "You're just putting on a brave front." In the restroom, Jiang Qinghuan sat on the toilet, cradling her phone, her cheeks flushed. On the screen was the very confession wall that had unsettled her. She registered a new QQ account, renaming it to Junior's girlfriend, and proceeded to comment on the confessions. Junior's girlfriend. He has a girlfriend, and their bond is profound. No sooner had she posted her comment than a response appeared. "How do you know? Are you his girlfriend?" Junior's girlfriend. Why not? Sooner or later, it will be true. Is it wrong to assert my rights a little early? Any photos? Any evidence? You even created a new account. Are you here to stir trouble? Her name alone suggests that she might be a sister afflicted with paranoia, a notion that raises eyebrows. Paranoia? Her? While she lay asleep atop the younger student. Those individuals were likely unaware of her existence. A wave of frustration welled up within her. Had she known the younger student would garner such popularity, she would have insisted he perform with his face concealed. No, she should have hidden him away entirely, preventing anyone from discovering him at all. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou found himself bewildered, holding a red dress in his hands. Heaven bear witness, he had no intention of peering into the senior's bag. It merely happened that while tidying his bed, the bag was lifted, causing the dress to tumble onto the sheets. To evade his roommate's notice, he hastily snatched it up, burrowing beneath the covers. Should the others catch sight of him, they might mistakenly label him a pervert. But why on earth did the senior have such an item in her bag? How on earth was one supposed to wear this? And what of the bell attached? Was this even proper attire? He snapped a photo of the garment and sent it to the senior. Jiang Qinghuan was still engaged in a heated debate, yet her thoughts were consumed with a desire to flay the younger student alive. Thus, when she received the picture from Fang Yanzhou, her earlier panic evaporated. "Senior, what is this?" Fang Yanzhou promptly replied. "Is this your dress, senior?" "Senior? Who else's could it be?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, Fang Yanzhou sensed a palpable tension through the screen. Could it be that the senior was experiencing her period? No, the dates didn't align. The mind of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. He could not provoke her, but could certainly avoid her wrath. Thus, he quickly texted, "Senior, you truly have an eye for fashion. I find this dress quite lovely." When Jiang Qinghuan read his message, her brow furrowed. Could it be, as Xiong Jiang suggested, that boys actually favored this style? She glanced at the infatuated girls on the confession wall, and for the first time, the aloof campus beauty felt a sense of crisis. "Do you want me to wear it for you?" In the past, Jiang Qinghuan would never have expressed herself so straightforwardly, but now she found herself unable to hold back. Upon reading her words, Fang Yanzhou's face flushed crimson. Goodness, the implications were overwhelming. To claim he didn't want to see it would be a falsehood. Yet he felt compelled to respond, "I don't want to." "Senior, are you incapable?" Fang Yanzhou was immediately provoked by her words. A man must not admit to weakness. Chapter 92. A young man's essentials I can. I want to see. The internet was right. The art of provocation indeed proved effective. Jiang Qinghuan snorted. But the thought of so many vying for her younger student left her feeling irked. She had to ensure he was bound to her, ensnared in a manner that left no room for separation. Time was of the essence. She needed to confess her feelings during the upcoming New Year's trip. As she pondered her next move, the younger student sent another message. "Senior, please give me your ID number. I'll purchase the tickets." After providing her ID, Jiang Qinghuan began searching online for tips on how to confess her feelings. Throughout her life, she had never confessed her feelings to anyone. Was a confession merely a matter of uttering the words "I like you"? 1. You haven't fallen into the toilet, have you? The voice of Xiong Jiangyi echoed from outside the restroom, jolting her back to reality as she realized she had spent an excessive amount of time inside. Hastily, she rose and flushed the toilet before stepping out. Upon opening the door, she found Xiong Jiangyi leaning against the wall, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. You must be the girlfriend of the junior, right? Humph. Nothing escapes her keen eyes. She suspected that the mysterious account that had commented under her confession was none other than Jiang Xiaohua. I have no idea what you're talking about. Unfazed by the revelation, Jiang Qingwan maintained her composure, a testament to her remarkable psychological fortitude. Xiong Jiangyi couldn't help but envy her ability to remain unfazed. He wished he could possess such audacity. Originally intending to freshen up, she was surprised to see Jiang Qingwan pulling a suitcase out and packing clothes into it. 1. Are you taking your spring clothes home? No, I'm going on a trip the day after tomorrow. The clothes in the dormitory were limited, so she needed to take only a few items, planning to return home the following day for more. Upon hearing this, Xiong Jiangyi quickly turned back, eyes wide with curiosity. A trip? With whom? Jiang Qingwan replied nonchalantly. With the junior. What? So you two are going to be alone together? At Xiong Jiangyi's comment, Jiang Qingwan paused in her packing, frowning. What kind of description is that? With a playful smirk, Xiong Jiangyi teased, Oh come on, 1, don't be shy. A trip is merely your pretense. I understand the underlying intentions behind it. Get lost. Jiang Qingwan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Although she yearned for a complete connection with the junior, she certainly did not wish to be as crude as Xiong Jiangyi. In the next moment, several small pink-wrapped items were tossed into her suitcase. Jiang Qingwan picked one up, and upon reading the label, her face flushed crimson. What are you giving me this for? Xiong Jiangyi feigned innocence. It's a necessity for modern young people. I don't want you returning with a little one. I don't need it. Xiong Jiangyi pouted, for that was her prized possession, something she rarely shared with anyone else. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, upon learning that Fang Yanzhou would not be going home for the new year, but instead traveling elsewhere, the three others gathered around him, and Zhua, in particular, wore a look of indignation. Josie, as one of the two pure souls in this dormitory, you wouldn't betray me, would you? What nonsense are you talking about? Fang Yanzhou sighed in exasperation, regretting having shared his plans with them. Their minds were filled with nothing but frivolous thoughts. Qin Yuji chimed in with a mysterious smile. Josie, you must take good care of yourself. Fang Yanzhou asked in confusion. Why do you say that? Is Jinqing dangerous? Qin Yuji shook his head with an enigmatic grin. No. The city itself isn't dangerous. It's the people around you. Be cautious, lest you find yourself completely consumed, leaving us unable to rescue you. Fang Yanzhou sensed there was more to Qin's words than met the eye, but he couldn't quite grasp their meaning. Are you talking about the senior? She's a good person. You can rest easy. Lao Qin and LV Yuansheng exchanged a knowing smile, falling into a comfortable silence thereafter. By the way, Lao Qin, I recall you mentioned visiting Dianqing last year. Do you have any hotel recommendations? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuji became animated. He had stayed in countless hotels, yet most chain establishments were rather similar. Regarding Dianqing, Qin Yuji suggested, I recommend you stay at a guest house. A guest house? Fang Yanzhou had never experienced such an accommodation. Indeed, Dianqing boasts stunning scenery, and there are numerous guest houses with splendid environments, many featuring terraces. In short, they surpass hotels in every aspect. This was a first for Fang Yanzhou, who felt an eagerness to try it out. After all, wasn't it said that girls tend to favor picturesque locales? He mused that his senior would surely appreciate it. With this thought, Fang Yanzhou expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Lao Qin, you truly are reliable. Lao Qin chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Gazing at the view from the guest house while sipping on a drink, the two would find themselves in a wonderfully intimate moment, easily drawing closer. Brother, that's all the help I can offer you. The following morning, Jiang Qinghuan emerged from her dormitory, dragging her suitcase behind her. As she prepared to leave, Xiong Jiangyi looked at her with a reluctant gaze, his eyes filled with sorrow. This melodramatic fellow, Jiang Qinghuan thought to herself, I'm not gone forever. Xiong Jiangyi pouted and remarked, For some reason, I have a premonition that when you return, you might bring back some rather explosive news. Such as a woman's intuition. Jiang Qinghuan pondered this, then replied, Perhaps you are right. Without waiting for the girl's lamentations, She hailed a cab outside the campus and headed home. Initially, she had intended to return with the younger student, but realizing he likely hadn't awakened yet, she decided to let him sleep in. As she suspected, Fang Yanzhou was indeed still in slumber. It was around 11 in the morning when he finally stirred from his dreams. Having spent the previous night researching travel guides on his phone, he had even compiled a document. Once completed, he began to fantasize about the moment he would confess his feelings to his senior. Countless scenarios flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. When one harbors affection for another, myriad concerns often cloud their thoughts, worrying about this and that. He scoured numerous confession threads and even explored the inner thoughts of girls when a boy confessed to them. Ultimately, he arrived at a singular conclusion. Sincerity is an unwavering trump card. After washing up, Fang Yanzhou made sure to take with him the bag his senior had left behind the previous day. The mere thought of its contents sent a rush of exhilaration through him. Had she truly said she would wear it for him to see? Throughout his journey home, Fang Yanzhou could not help but envision his senior standing before him in that garment. And then, as fate would have it, he encountered her just as she was descending the stairs to discard some trash. He, alas, suffered a nosebleed. Chapter 93. Perhaps a favoritism, you've got a nosebleed. Jiang Qinghuan pointed out. Fang Yanzhou quickly wiped his nose, discovering blood on the back of his hand. How embarrassing, he thought, utterly mortifying. Just as Fang Yanzhou was in a fluster, unsure of how to proceed, he noticed his senior walking up to him, pulling out a tissue from her pocket. She raised her head, and Fang Yanzhou obediently lifted his gaze. Jiang Qingxian carefully folded the tissue into a small bundle and gently inserted it into the freshman's nose. Did the senior not mind it being dirty? This thought crossed Fang Yanzhou's mind. All right, thank you, senior, he said, feeling a bit embarrassed. This foolish boy was being so polite to her. Noticing he had just returned, Jiang Qingxian asked, "Can you pack your luggage?" Of course. Fang Yanzhou nodded firmly. He didn't want the senior to think he was the kind of boy who couldn't do anything. Let me check. Jiang Qingxian arched an eyebrow. Stepping confidently to the freshman's door and tilting her chin. Open the door. After Fang Yanzhou opened the door, Jiang Qingxian casually walked into his bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and remarked while inspecting, "We're only going for 3 days. You don't need to bring too many clothes. The temperature in Dian City is slightly higher than in Bay City. So leave the down jackets and thick coats behind, understood?" Standing a short distance away, Fang Yanzhou was reminded of how his mother would advise him on what to wear and how to dress warmly whenever his father went on business trips. Suddenly, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Seeing the freshman lost in thought with a silly grin, Jiang Qingxian sighed. "Idiot, come and pack your luggage." "Okay, senior." Fang Yanzhou opened his suitcase and randomly pulled out a few pieces of clothing and a jacket from the wardrobe, then added a pair of gray sweatpants. Stuffing everything into the suitcase, with a bright smile, he turned to Jiang Qingxian and exclaimed, "Senior, all done. Packing isn't that complicated, is it? It only takes 3 steps. Open the suitcase, put the clothes in, and finally close it." This entire process took him less than 15 minutes. Fang Yanzhou admired his packing prowess, looking at the senior with eager anticipation for praise, but she wore a troubled expression, unable to watch any longer. "Is this how you usually pack your luggage?" Fang Yanzhou nodded yes. "Is there a problem? Do you know why your clothes always end up with a mess of creases?" Fang Yanzhou blinked his large, innocent eyes. No. He had always attributed it to the fabric. "All right, go have fun," Jiang Qingxian said, pushing Fang Yanzhou aside. Then gathered her hair and rolled up her sleeves, squatting down. She began to take out the jumbled clothes from the suitcase. Fang Yanzhou stood by, still astonished that his senior was actually helping him pack, when he saw her first pick up a black sweatshirt. Before he could react, she had folded it into a neat square shape and rolled it up. She continued this process, and 15 minutes later, all his clothes were neatly folded and arranged in the suitcase. Fang Yanzhou blinked. "Is this still my suitcase? Where are your underwear?" Jiang Qingxian asked nonchalantly. Fang Yanzhou shyly remarked, "Senior, I'll handle this myself. Less chatter, just hand it over," she commanded with an air of authority, compelling him to comply. Reluctantly, he retrieved 2 cartoon-themed undergarments from the cabinet, feeling a flush of embarrassment as he presented them to her. Cursed be the thought. Had he known, he would have opted for a more sophisticated style. He anticipated mockery from her, yet she accepted the garments nonchalantly, unfolding and neatly folding them before placing them in a small storage pouch within her suitcase. As he observed her hands moving over his intimate attire, a strange sensation gripped him, akin to being observed in a vulnerable state. All done, Jiang Qingwan announced as she stood up, looking at the once chaotic suitcase now transformed into an orderly arrangement. Fang Yanzhou felt a pang of self-consciousness. Previously, he believed his packing was quite tidy. But in this comparison, he recognized the roughness of his earlier efforts. "Senior, you are truly impressive," he genuinely praised her. "There are even more remarkable facets of me that you are yet unaware of," Jiang Qingwan replied, her lips curving into a proud smile at the compliment from her junior. It was curious how, whether preparing meals or organizing his belongings, the moment she witnessed his astonishment, an ineffable sense of satisfaction enveloped her. Such feelings had never manifested with anyone else. Perhaps this was what favoritism felt like. Then I shall look forward to witnessing them. Humph. You will have ample opportunity in the future. Jiang Qingwan suddenly felt the urge to learn more, so she could apply her knowledge in front of him. By the way, Senior, remember to set an alarm for our high-speed train ticket tomorrow morning at 7:30. Fang Yanzhou, having booked the early train to reach Dian City, was concerned about her potentially oversleeping, so he made sure to remind her. "You ought to be more worried about yourself," Jiang Qingwan replied. She was typically very disciplined and had a habit of running every morning, so waking up at 7:30 posed no challenge for her. However, her junior was another matter entirely. His concern now seemed excessive in light of her reassurance. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Qingwan suddenly had a thought. She took out her phone, opened a post from the confession wall where she had expressed her feelings for him, and placed it before him, playfully demanding, "Humph, have you seen this? What is it?" Fang Yanzhou leaned in, perplexed. Upon discerning the content, his immediate reaction was to explain, "Senior, I know nothing of this." Jiang Qingwan was well aware of his ignorance. Her intent was merely to tease him, devoid of any jealousy. Before she could respond, his tone turned urgent as he pointed to the screen, declaring, "Senior, this person is spreading rumors. I don't know her at all." He emphatically gestured towards her alternate account. Jiang Qingwan quietly closed the screen, maintaining her composure. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. In her amusement at teasing him, she had nearly overlooked this detail. Fortunately, her alternate account was unknown to him. "Well, I must take my leave now. See you tomorrow." With that, she swiftly turned and departed. "Goodbye, Senior," he called after her. Strangely, as Fang Yanzhou gazed at the silhouette of his senior, he felt an inexplicable sense of her fleeing in panic. Yet, the realization that the one spreading rumors was his girlfriend compelled him to unlock his phone and locate the comment. He discovered that the individual, known as the junior's girlfriend, was merely a fake account, devoid of any level. Thus, he promptly reported it. No one shall jeopardize his relationship with his senior. Chapter 94. The obedient senior. Upon returning home, Jiang Qinghuan retrieved her phone, switched to her secondary QQ account, and prepared to delete her previous comment. However, the system unexpectedly sent her a notification indicating that someone had reported her for spreading rumors. It was evident who the perpetrator was. That foolish person. Although Jiang Qinghuan had been reported, she felt no anger. Why? Because it was the junior who filed the complaint. Why would the junior report her? To ease his own concerns. With this thought, Jiang Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle, and when she glanced up, she saw her own rosy-cheeked, smiling reflection in the mirror. Is this really her? She blinked, attempting to force her lips into a frown, but she could not control her expression. Ultimately, she decided to disregard it. Her smile only grew more radiant. If the people at Beijing University were to witness the legendary aloof campus beauty grinning foolishly at her reflection, their perception would be utterly transformed. Such a profound change in one individual was solely attributable to one thing: love. The entire night, Jiang Qinghuan tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. The thought of embarking on a solo trip with the junior the next day sent her heart racing. Moreover, this excursion held significance beyond mere travel. It was an opportunity to confess her feelings to him. Just thinking about it made her cheeks flush with heat. She had recently posted on a social media platform, "What should girls consider when confessing to someone they like?" However, the responses overwhelmingly urged her against taking the initiative, cautioning that it would diminish her value in the eyes of the boy. Why should girls be the ones to confess? What role do boys play in this dynamic? Perhaps her peers were of average appearance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to worry about confessing. The boys would have already taken the lead. After perusing the comments for a while, Jiang Qinghuan ultimately deleted the post. She did not concur with those opinions. At least in her view, the act of confession should be mutual. Boys can confess to girls, just as girls can confess to boys. There is no inherent loss of dignity in doing so. Those who espouse such notions are inherently insincere. Furthermore, the junior was not the type to judge based solely on appearances. Not everyone is the same. At least she understood the junior well. It is truly remarkable how scarce it has become in today's society to encounter someone who compels one to act without hesitation. Everyone carries their guards and ulterior motives. Yet Jiang Qinghuan was unwilling to conform to this norm. At the very least, she believed the junior was worthy of her unwavering commitment. Meanwhile, Fang Yanzhou lay in bed, equally restless with excitement. Eventually, unable to calm his racing heart, he resorted to doing push-ups on his bed. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed. In a drowsy haze, he succumbed to a night filled with disturbing dreams. The most unsettling of them featured him confessing his feelings to his senior under a snowy mountain, only to be met with rejection. When the alarm clock rang the next morning, he awoke feeling utterly drained. If he had been anxious before, now he was consumed by trepidation. His mind was plagued by the image of his senior turning him down, to the extent that he even forgot to bring his identification when leaving the house. "Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Qinghuan asked with concern, noticing his distracted demeanor. Fang Yanzhou shook his head. On his way back home to retrieve his ID, he caught sight of his senior holding a bottle of an unknown substance. "Come here." She beckoned. Obediently, he approached her, watching as she squeezed a white lotion from the bottle and gently cradled his face, applying it with utmost care. "The UV rays in Dian City are strong. It's important to apply more sunscreen to prevent sunburn," she said softly, their faces mere inches apart. He found himself momentarily entranced by her proximity, her damp palms gliding across his cheeks. In an instant, the cloud of doubt that had lingered in his mind dissipated. Why had he allowed a mere dream to cast shadows over his senior's affections for him? Ultimately, it was his own anxiety that had obscured the warmth of her feelings. With this realization, Fang Yanzhou broke into a smile and remarked, "Senior, you are truly thoughtful." Seeing the smile return to the younger student's face, Jiang Qinghuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Though she remained unaware of the reasons behind his earlier gloom, she wished to comfort him in her own way. The effect was evident. He had brightened up, and she found a sense of satisfaction in the soft, comforting texture of his face. "Let us set off," he declared, taking hold of her suitcase. They hailed a taxi at the school gate, embarking on their journey to the North City high-speed railway station. Throughout the ride, Fang Yanzhou chose to remain silent. "Don't ask. The answer is simply motion sickness," he thought. Jiang Qinghuan, however, seemed to have anticipated this situation. She produced an orange from her pocket, skillfully peeling it and offering the segments to him one by one. Previously, he might have felt embarrassed by such attentions, but given his nausea, he prioritized his well-being. The driver, witnessing the scene, teased, "Young man, you and your girlfriend must have been together for quite some time. With a bond like that, it's no wonder you get along so well. I envy you. My wife and I have been married for over a decade. Yet I lack such thoughtfulness." With his eyes closed, Fang Yanzhou refrained from responding. Unbeknownst to him, his senior exchanged a knowing glance with the driver, seemingly in agreement with his words, even nodding in affirmation. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the high-speed railway station. The moment he stepped out of the vehicle, he felt rejuvenated. After retrieving their luggage from the trunk, they prepared to enter the station. As it was the peak season for travel during the new year, many flocked to Dian City, attracted by its pleasant climate. The entrance was bustling with people, and with one suitcase in hand. Fang Yanzhou found it challenging to attend to his senior. He cautioned her, "Senior, hold on to my shirt tightly, don't let go." Observing his earnest demeanor, Jiang Qinghuan found it amusing. Did this fool truly perceive her as a child? Though such thoughts crossed her mind, she obediently grasped the boy's clothing, as if genuinely fearing she might lose her way. With her tall stature, striking appearance, and cool temperament, Jiang Qinghuan drew attention wherever she went. In the bustling train station, onlookers discreetly admired this pair of attractive young lovers. Undoubtedly, the most envious sight was that of an ethereal beauty, typically aloof, now following her companion like a devoted attendant, embodying an amusing contrast. Chapter 95. Massage. After passing through security and ticketing, they comfortably settled into their seats aboard the train. Fang Yanzhou thoughtfully reserved the window seat for his senior. At this hour, many travelers headed to Dianqing, predominantly couples of university students, their faces alight with joy. Watching them, Fang Yanzhou felt an inexplicable emotion swelling within him. Noticing his excitement, Jiang Qinghuan inquired, "What are you thinking about?" His eyes sparkling, Fang Yanzhou replied, "Senior, This is my first time traveling alone. Prior to university, he had always ventured out with his parents, which had its perks. He need only follow along without concern. Yet, it also meant playing the role of a third wheel and serving as a free photographer, often facing criticism from Yuya when the photos failed to impress. Consequently, he had declined any future trips with couples. But now, it was different. He was traveling with someone he cherished. It is said that travel is a vital test of compatibility between two individuals. This is my first time as well, Jiang Qinghuan softly responded. But I believe it will not be our last. Her gentle words resonated in Fang Yanzhou's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. For reasons unknown, he felt as if his senior were confessing her feelings to him. Surely, he was overthinking it. Jiang Qinghuan cautiously observed his expression and, upon realizing he did not seem averse, felt a wave of relief. These were the flirtatious phrases she had learned online the previous night. It appeared that the junior did not mind. Subsequently, she pulled out her phone, opened QQ Music, inserted her headphones, donned one herself, and offered the other to Fang Yanzhou. He accepted it with confusion. Let us listen together. All right, senior, he replied, placing the headphones on his ears. A distinct male voice filled the air, singing, Say you will always be with me, my everlasting wings, allowing me to soar yet providing a place to return. The voice was familiar, yet Fang Yanzhou's mind momentarily faltered. Turning to his companion, he asked, Senior, what is the name of this song? Jiang Qinghuan looked at him and replied nonchalantly, It's just Love You. What? Perhaps due to the early hour, Fang Yanzhou's brain momentarily malfunctioned. Upon hearing those 4 words from his senior, his face flushed crimson as he stammered, I also. However, before he could finish, Jiang Qinghuan interjected, It's just Love You by David Tao. Haven't you heard it? Suppressing her laughter, she took in the junior's expression, while Fang Yanzhou chuckled awkwardly, saying, Haha, I've heard it. Fortunately, disaster was averted, and embarrassment was narrowly avoided. The high-speed train swiftly set off. The journey from North City to Dian City would take at least 7 hours. To stave off boredom during the trip, Fang Yanzhou had thoughtfully purchased a plethora of snacks beforehand, including the senior's favorite, Spicy Prince. Here you go, senior. Witnessing the boy's considerate gesture, Jiang Qinghuan felt her heart soften. This fool always knew how to touch her heart with these little details. Given that the train was predominantly filled with university students and young people, the atmosphere remained remarkably tranquil. With music playing through her headphones and picturesque scenery gliding by outside the window, one could easily succumb to drowsiness. Fang Yanzhou leaned back, eyes closed, when suddenly he felt a weight on his shoulder, prompting him to open his eyes. He found Jiang Qinghuan resting her head against him, her eyes shut and breathing steady. Having unknowingly drifted into slumber, frozen in place, Fang Yanzhou dared not move, fearful of disrupting this unexpected bliss. He turned his head slightly and met the gaze of a boy seated beside him. Like him, the other boy hesitated to stir. In their exchanged glances, they discerned a complex mix of emotions, painful yet pleasurable. Time seemed to lose its meaning until Jiang Qinghuan awoke. Startled to realize she had unknowingly leaned on the younger boy's shoulder. Rubbing her eyes, she was relieved to find no drool had escaped her lips. As she carefully straightened up, her gaze met that of a girl across the aisle, who had also just awakened. The girl blinked in astonishment, taken aback by the beauty before her. It was a known fact that sometimes girls admired beauty even more fervently than boys. She swallowed hard, casting a covetous glance at the boy beside Jiang Qinghuan, still deep in slumber. Noticing he was quite handsome as well, she couldn't help but marvel at how this world seemed to be a grand stage for captivating appearances. Jiang Qinghuan was not particularly skilled in social interactions, so she simply offered the girl a faint smile. Observing quietly, she noticed that when the girl's boyfriend awoke, he immediately began to massage her shoulders, their laughter and chatter filling the space between them. Perhaps this was what mutual affection looked like. With this thought, Jiang Qinghuan glanced pensively at the sleeping junior beside her. She couldn't bear to disturb him and instead turned her attention to the scenery outside. After a while, she heard some movement nearby and turned to see the drowsy junior meeting her gaze. Senior, he murmured, awakening to the sight of an ethereal beauty. Upon noticing he was awake, Jiang Qinghuan recalled the scene she had just witnessed and eagerly proposed, Shall I give you a massage? Massage? Fang Yanzhou's mind was still in a fog, yet he soon found Jiang Qinghuan's hands already at work. To his surprise, the petite girl possessed considerable strength. Her technique was precise and effective. The stiffness in his shoulders, a result of prolonged inactivity, melted away under her skilled touch, leaving him feeling utterly rejuvenated. How delightful! Fang Yanzhou sighed, eyes closed, savoring the moment. Jiang Qinghuan was adeptly applying all she had recently learned, ensuring that her junior received the same care as any other man might. All right, senior. Fang Yanzhou, unable to bear seeing his senior sister toil, promptly called for a halt. Yet, Jiang Qinghuan appeared almost addicted. Having completed a shoulder massage, she inquired of Fang Yanzhou, "Are there any other discomforts?" "None, senior sister." He pondered. Why did it seem as though she took pleasure in providing him relief? Surely, it must be his mere illusion. After uttering this thought, he noticed a flicker of disappointment cross Jiang Qinghuan's features, prompting him to add, "Actually, my lower back does feel a bit sore. Sitting in the car for so long, it's only natural." Jiang Qinghuan's expression brightened. "I'll help you with that." At that moment, she resembled a playful kitten, striving to satisfy her master. However, the setting was less than ideal. Being on a high-speed train necessitated a degree of decorum. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Qinghuan suggested, "Let us wait until we reach the hotel." Fang Yanzhou discerned that this massage was destined to occur, and since his senior sister desired it, he would certainly oblige. "I'll follow your lead." Chapter 96. The innkeeper's request. Traveling by car often leads to exhaustion, and after nearly 7 or 8 hours of a long journey, Fang Yanzhou felt utterly drained. Upon disembarking, his back ached, and his posterior throbbed painfully. In stark contrast, Jiang Qinghuan appeared vibrant and full of energy, prompting Fang Yanzhou to recall her previous teasing remark, "Are you up to it?" With that thought in mind, he summoned his resolve. Before his senior sister, he absolutely could not falter. The temperature in Dian City was higher than in Bay City, and due to its geographical position, the daylight lingered longer. As they exited the train station, Fang Yanzhou, as before, advised Jiang Qinghuan to hold on to his clothing to prevent them from becoming separated. Outside, numerous drivers were vying for passengers, and given that the two of them naturally attracted attention, many approached them in hopes of securing a fare. Fortunately, Fang Yanzhou had summoned a vehicle via an app prior to their arrival, and shortly, their car arrived. The accommodation Fang Yanzhou had booked was situated within the ancient city, chosen for its convenience. Observing how well he had arranged everything, Jiang Qinghuan felt a warm glow in her heart. Sometimes, it is not the grand gestures that reveal a person's reliability, but rather these small acts. Clearly, her junior was a dependable young man. "May I see your identification, please?" The innkeeper, a middle-aged man with a notably eccentric demeanor, upon seeing the attractive pair, immediately proposed, "How about I take a photo of you too?" Fang Yanzhou was indifferent, glancing at Jiang Qinghuan, who queried, "What is the purpose of the photograph?" If it were merely a casual snapshot, that would be one thing. However, if it were intended for commercial gain, they might find themselves in a predicament later on. The innkeeper chuckled heartily, jesting, "Young man, your girlfriend is quite astute and cautious." Fang Yanzhou smiled in agreement. "Of course, just look at who she is." Then, the innkeeper, assuming a serious tone, explained, "It's simply for promotional purposes. If you look at the entrance, you'll see many photos of couples who have visited." Fang Yanzhou approached to take a look and indeed found it to be true. Thus, this establishment was a trendy inn. However, neither of them possesses the beauty that you two do. If your photographs were displayed, surely the number of visitors to the quaint shop would increase significantly. It is no wonder that the proprietor seeks to seize this opportunity. "My dear lady, what are your thoughts?" The innkeeper, astutely, refrains from inquiring of Fang Yanzhou, for it is evident to all who holds the reins of decision-making. Upon receiving Jiang Qinghuan's consent, the innkeeper was elated and promptly retrieved his professional equipment from the cabinet, cheerfully exclaiming, "Now, you two shall sit upon the threshold of the inn." Following his instructions, Fang Yanzhou and Jiang Qinghuan complied. A white samoyed lay languidly at the entrance, and Jiang Qinghuan, unable to resist the allure of the fluffy creature, reached out to pet it, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The sunlight bathed her face, rendering it akin to a masterpiece. Fang Yanzhou stole a glance, captivated by her beauty. In that moment, the innkeeper seized the opportunity, swiftly raising his camera and capturing several frames. Satisfied with his creation, he mused that if this photograph were shared on his social media account, it would undoubtedly go viral. Embarrassed yet hopeful, he asked, "Handsome young man and beautiful lady, may I post this photograph on my account?" Jiang Qinghuan approached, casting a glance at the image. She barely recognized herself. Could it be that she possessed such gentleness? Noticing the gaze of the junior, filled with admiration, she acknowledged the photograph's emotional depth. With calm composure, she replied, "Certainly, but we cannot promote your establishment for free. Can we?" In this moment, the senior appeared particularly mature. The innkeeper pondered her words and realized the truth in them. With a generous wave of his hand, he proclaimed, "Then how about this? Your accommodations for the next few days will be entirely complimentary. What do you say?" Jiang Qinghuan smiled slightly and replied, "All right. Soon." The innkeeper cheerfully made his way to the front desk, and within 2 minutes, Fang Yanzhou received a notification of the transaction refund on his phone. The entire exchange transpired in a mere 10 minutes, leaving Fang Yanzhou in a state of bewilderment as he silently followed his senior, observing her negotiation skills. A single photograph had saved him 2,000 yuan. Though such an amount was trivial for Fang Yanzhou, he was nonetheless astonished by his senior's cleverness. When Jiang Qinghuan turned around, she found her junior gazing at her with admiration. She raised an eyebrow playfully. "What is it?" Fang Yanzhou's eyes sparkled. "Senior, you are truly remarkable. Whoever marries you will be incredibly fortunate in this lifetime." However, he mused, that person must be him. Jiang Qinghuan sighed, recognizing that he might be a bit of a spoiled young master. "Then why not cling tightly to my leg?" Fang Yanzhou nodded vigorously, jokingly asserting, "Senior, I will hold on tightly and never let go." The innkeeper watched the young couple flirt before him, feeling a twinge of envy. Oh, but such is the beauty of youthful love. Fang Yanzhou expressed immense satisfaction with the charming inn, which boasted a spacious courtyard, a private hot spring, and a pavilion, all set against a picturesque backdrop and maintained with remarkable cleanliness. It seemed that old Qin's assertions were indeed accurate. Staying at a guest house in Dianqing was decidedly preferable to lodging in a hotel. The second floor was designated for slumber, and as Jiang Qinghuan ascended, she fell into silence upon encountering the glaring sight of 2 beds. Turning to Fang Yanzhou, who had accompanied her, she inquired, "2 beds?" The young man nodded enthusiastically, proclaiming, "Yes, senior. I managed to book these with great difficulty, ensuring we won't encounter a repeat of the previous situation." While Fang Yanzhou felt quite clever, Jiang Qinghuan experienced a pang of disappointment. The presence of 2 beds implied that she would have to sleep apart from the junior. Although her intentions were innocent, the prospect of sharing a bed with him was an entirely different sensation than sleeping alone. Noticing her subdued demeanor, Fang Yanzhou mistakenly assumed she was fatigued and promptly expressed concern. "Senior, why not take a nap? When you awaken, we can explore outside. It is said that the ancient town is even more beautiful at night." Jiang Qinghuan contemplated this suggestion and replied, "All right, but what about you?" Fang Yanzhou pointed out, "I will sleep beside you." It seemed that his interpretation of beside diverged from hers. With a hint of resentment, Jiang Qinghuan huffed and climbed into bed, defiantly shutting her eyes. Observing her actions, Fang Yanzhou laid down on the other bed and soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinghuan opened her eyes. Chapter 97. Bonfire Party. It was simply impossible to compel her to sleep alone. As she watched the young man gradually succumb to sleep, Jiang Qinghuan quietly slipped out of bed and skillfully nestled beside him. The narrow single bed of the inn felt somewhat cramped for 2, yet Jiang Qinghuan was undeterred. Was that not the very effect she sought? She pressed herself into his embrace, creating enough commotion to surely rouse him. Indeed, just as she closed her eyes, she sensed movement beside her. Fang Yanzhou, groggily awakening, discovered a fluffy object resting on his chest. Instinctively, he reached out to touch it. "Ah, hair. Wait." He was instantly wide awake, realizing that the senior, who ought to have been on the other bed, was now squeezed beside him. Although she often found ways to snuggle into his arms, Fang Yanzhou could not help but feel a bit helpless at this moment. Surely, she wasn't experiencing a bout of sleepwalking again. "Senior," he decided to rouse her this time. As for the reason, well, you understand. "Senior, senior." Yet no matter how he called her, the girl in his arms remained unresponsive. Initially intending to tease the junior further, she ultimately opted for mercy, considering his feelings. Jiang Qinghuan slowly awakened, her gaze bewildered as she murmured, "How did I end up here?" "Senior, have you succumbed to sleepwalking again?" Fang Yanzhou reasoned that this was the only plausible explanation. Jiang Qinghuan nodded, her expression one of feigned grievance. "Perhaps I have inconvenienced you." "Not at all." Fang Yanzhou quickly retorted, "Honestly, senior, who could possibly endure this? However, there remains a pressing issue." "Senior," Fang Yanzhou awkwardly pointed. Jiang Qinghuan glanced over and feigned surprise, retracting her hand. "Oh dear, I apologize, it was unintentional." She lowered her head, her ears tinged with crimson. For reasons unknown, Fang Yanzhou felt that the current version of his senior was vastly different from before. Her tone was now sweet and delicate, yet it left him feeling unsettled. "Senior, I need to use the restroom," he said, and before Jiang Qinghuan could respond, he hurriedly fled to the bathroom. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Qinghuan chuckled silently. Why was teasing the junior so amusing? Suddenly, she realized a grave concern. Wasn't her behavior tantamount to being lewd? This was a serious matter, to uphold her image. She must hasten her pace. Of course, it could not be immediate. Rushing would only cause her to lose what was at hand. 10 minutes later, Fang Yanzhou emerged from the restroom, feeling refreshed. Noticing that the senior was still lounging on his bed, gazing at him intently, he nervously inquired, "Senior, are you still sleeping?" In truth, he was no longer tired. "Not at all," Jiang Qinghuan replied, also not feeling drowsy. "Shall we take a stroll outside? The night has fallen beautifully." "Sounds good." With that, the two descended together. As they approached the entrance of the inn, they were halted by the innkeeper at the front desk. "Hey there, young man. Come here." Fang Yanzhou, puzzled, glanced at his senior, who nodded encouragingly before he approached the innkeeper. "Is there something you need?" he asked. The innkeeper mysteriously handed him a card, which read, "Private Hot Spring Pass." Fang Yanzhou looked at him in confusion. The innkeeper, with a look of exasperation, replied, "You can enjoy the hot spring. Generally, I do not open it to the public, but you understand, right?" Fang Yanzhou sighed. The innkeeper certainly retained a certain charm. "Thank you," he said, accepting the card and returning to Jiang Qinghuan. Though she initially refrained from asking, Jiang Qinghuan could not help but probe. What did the innkeeper want with you? Surely, he wasn't considering marrying off his daughter to the junior, was he? One must admit, a girl's imagination can be both vivid and absurd. Fang Yanzhou replied honestly. The innkeeper gave me a private hot spring pass. He had no intention of using it, as they had not brought bathing attire for such an occasion. Moreover, sharing a hot spring was an inherently intimate affair. Imagine two individuals clad in minimal attire, confined to a small pool together. The physical contact would be unavoidable. The thought of it struck Fang Yanzhou as sheer torment. "That sounds wonderful. I've never been to a hot spring," Jiang Qinghuan softly remarked. "You've never been to a hot spring?" Fang Yanzhou echoed, immediately responding, "Senior, let's go to the hot spring when we return to the inn tonight." He was eager to fulfill her wishes. Jiang Qinghuan secretly rejoiced, though she maintained an outward expression of distress. "However, we lack clothing. I cannot possibly remain unclad, can I?" Fang Yanzhou's face flushed, and after a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "There must be places within the ancient city that sell garments." Jiang Qinghuan nodded slightly. The ancient city at night is exceptionally enchanting, illuminated by bright lights, bustling with people who savor the leisurely pace of the moment. Along the roadside, numerous elderly vendors offer jewelry and flowers, alongside various stalls selling delectable snacks. As the two walked quietly, a sudden rumbling sound interrupted the ambience. Jiang Qinghuan's cheeks turned crimson. "It wasn't me." Fang Yanzhou smiled, choosing not to address the senior's embarrassment, and thoughtfully said, "Senior, I am quite hungry." Thus, they began to explore the local delicacies lining the streets of the ancient city. Along their journey, they indulged in roasted sweet potatoes, tofu, grilled rice cakes, flour pancakes, and nashi rice cakes, eventually treating themselves to cups of fermented yogurt. Nonetheless, many more delicacies remained untasted. After consuming these, they felt nearly overwhelmed. Attesting to the plethora of culinary delights in Yunnan, the ancient city is vast, and even after their extensive stroll, they had yet to explore it fully. Suddenly, Fang Yanzhou noticed a throng of people gathered ahead. Driven by the innate curiosity of the Chinese people, he and his senior approached for a closer look. It was a bonfire party. A group of individuals donned in traditional ethnic attire held hands, dancing joyously around the flames, with some tourists joining their revelry. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Naturally, as newcomers, Fang Yanzhou and Jiang Qinghuan would not initiate participation in such festivities. However, the overwhelming warmth of the local residents soon drew them into the center of the gathering. "Handsome man and beautiful lady, come here." A young girl beamed with joy, without hesitation pulling Jiang Qinghuan's hand. In response, Jiang Qinghuan instinctively grasped Fang Yanzhou's hand, and before they knew it, they found themselves in the midst of the crowd. The enthusiastic girl introduced herself. I am Zhao Nan, but you can call me a Zhao. Fang Yanzhou and Jiang Qinghuan exchanged glances, the name's meaning being quite straightforward. Jiang Qinghuan gently replied, I am Jiang Qinghuan, and this is Fang Yanzhou. The senior's voice was soft, and it was the first time Fang Yanzhou witnessed her tender side in the presence of strangers. The number of participants at the bonfire party grew, expanding the circle around the fire. A Zhao smile revealed dimples, and looking at the beautiful young woman beside her, she sincerely asked, Sister, you are all university students, right? Yes, came the reply. How wonderful. I haven't attended school since graduating from middle school. My parents said they needed to save money to marry off my younger brother and buy a house. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan and Fang Yanzhou fell silent. Although society progresses, it is undeniable that certain places still cling to antiquated feudal notions. As outsiders, they felt it unwise to comment. As long as you desire it, you can pursue anything you wish, Jiang Qinghuan said, looking at the petite girl beside her. A Zhao sighed softly, shaking her head. I have no opportunity left. The day after tomorrow, I shall marry him, and he is 10 years my senior. Realizing that her words had rendered the two individuals somewhat speechless, A Zhao deftly shifted the topic, cheerfully inquiring, Sister, when are you and the handsome gentleman beside you getting married? With the junior? Jiang Qinghuan cast a glance at the profile of the person next to her and bashfully replied, I'm not sure yet. Both she and the junior had yet to graduate from university, and marriage was a notion that felt exceedingly distant to her. Sister, I must say, you two are quite a match, A Zhao continued, her vivacious spirit illuminating the atmosphere. Throughout the bonfire evening, she regaled everyone with amusing anecdotes from her time in the ancient city. When the night concluded, she beckoned Jiang Qinghuan over, producing two bell-like trinkets from her pocket. One was called the Dragon Bell, and the other the Phoenix Bell. Presenting the Dragon Bell to girls and the Phoenix Bell to boys symbolized everlasting love and harmonious union. As she spoke, she extended the bells towards Jiang Qinghuan. Frowning, Jiang Qinghuan shook her head. No, I cannot accept your gift without reason. A Zhao insisted. The moment I saw you, I felt an instant connection. This is a token for you and your boyfriend, a memento of our meeting. Even if we may not cross paths again. A Zhao's sincerity was palpable, and not wishing to reject her goodwill, Jiang Qinghuan cautiously accepted. Thank you, A Zhao. Sister, life is fleeting. If you encounter someone you wish to share your journey with, do not let them go, A Zhao said before darting away. Jiang Qinghuan stared at the two bells in her hand, A Zhao's words echoing in her mind. At that moment, Fang Yanzhou approached, cradling a stray kitten in his arms. His expression contorted in concern. Senior, this kitten is so pitiful. Jiang Qinghuan looked over to find a little tabby. Witnessing the compassion in Fang Yanzhou's eyes solidified her resolve. She gently stroked the kitten, but the timid creature recoiled at her touch. Senior, let us take it back to the inn, Fang Yanzhou suggested. Jiang Qinghuan readily agreed to this plan. On their way back to the inn, they passed a store selling thermal swimsuits. In the interest of time, they made quick decisions. Fang Yanzhou selected a pair of large shorts while Jiang Qinghuan chose a black one adorned with lace. Upon returning to the inn, they found the proprietor grinning at his phone. Upon noticing their arrival, he rushed over to embrace Fang Yanzhou, exclaiming, Bro, your video has gone viral. What do you mean by viral? The proprietor handed over his phone, revealing a striking image of him and Jiang Qinghuan from that day, accompanied by evocative music and a poignant narrative. In essence, it depicted a couple's journey from love to the heart-wrenching moment when the girl fell gravely ill. Yet the boy remained steadfast by her side, capturing this moment on the very day she departed from this world. The likes had surged to 50,000, with nearly 80,000 comments. The proprietor chuckled at his phone, while Fang Yanzhou was left speechless. Truly, there is no business without deception. We're both perfectly fine here. He protested to the proprietor. Isn't this spreading rumors? The rapid development of the internet, coupled with the viral nature of the video, could potentially have adverse effects on him and the senior sister. The innkeeper's smile faltered. He was aware that his actions were somewhat unscrupulous. Hesitantly, he proposed, Why don't I pay you something? No need, Fang Yanzhou replied, as he was not in want of money. The situation became precarious. It was impossible to compel the innkeeper to delete the video. Just as the standoff persisted, Jiang Qinghuan spoke up. You may keep the video, but on the condition that you take in this little cat. The small tabby mewed in Fang Yanzhou's arms. Observing this, the innkeeper readily agreed, Absolutely. The benefits from this video far outweigh the costs of adopting a cat. Seeing the proprietor's consent, Jiang Qinghuan turned to her junior. Is that all right? After all, the cat had been found by him, and she couldn't decide unilaterally. Fang Yanzhou pondered. If they were to bring the kitten back to Beijing, it would require pet shipping. While transporting an adult cat might be manageable, this kitten appeared to be merely 2 or 3 months old, making such travel perilous. Thus, finding an adoptive owner seemed the wisest course. The innkeeper appeared to be the most suitable choice. All right. Upon hearing her junior's agreement, Jiang Qinghuan added, "Let us exchange contact information, and we'll ensure you receive regular updates with photos." The innkeeper nodded vigorously, realizing he was dealing with a formidable character. After their arrangement, he personally escorted the 2 benefactors to their room, playfully reminding Fang Yanzhou the hot spring room is on the 3rd floor, before descending with a mischievous grin. Once inside the room, Fang Yanzhou collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. Indeed, travel was a tiring endeavor. He sighed deeply, only to notice that the senior sister was standing by the bed, gazing at him with a serious expression. What's wrong? He thought, sensing an ominous premonition. Have you forgotten something? Jiang Qinghuan squinted, then added, "Ahem, massage." Chapter 99. The senior sister is quite the trickster thanks to her reminder. Fang Yanzhou recalled the matter at hand. He had to admit, the senior sister had an impressive memory to recall such details after so long. He chuckled awkwardly. Aren't we supposed to soak in the hot springs? Right. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, just as Fang Yanzhou felt a sense of relief. She delivered an unexpected bombshell. We can soak in the hot springs while I give you a massage. Is that appropriate? The situation was unfolding in a manner he had never anticipated. Change your clothes. Jiang Qinghuan disregarded the somewhat tragic expression on his face as she tossed his large shorts into his arms before heading to the bathroom to change. The attire for the hot springs was akin to swimwear. Inside the bathroom, Jiang Qinghuan regarded her black lace outfit and suddenly felt it was even more revealing than the Christmas garb given to her by Xiongjiang. In addition to concealing her vital areas, it seemed that every other part of her body was laid bare for all to see. She snapped a photograph and sent it to Xiongjiang. Your Christmas attire has been eliminated. The reply came instantaneously. Wow. 1-1. You are even more daring than I am. I never expected you to be so subtly provocative. Jiang Qinghuan chose not to respond further. Instead, she swiftly removed her clothing and donned her swimsuit. Gazing into the mirror, Jiang Qinghuan flashed a satisfied smile. She possessed a strong confidence in her figure, as she was well endowed in all the right places, complemented by her regular visits to the gym, which had rendered her 2 most significant attributes remarkably full. Surely, this would captivate the younger male students. Indeed, when Jiang Qinghuan emerged from the restroom, Fang Yanzhou was left utterly speechless. He swallowed hard. No one had informed him that this swimsuit would be so alluring. Before him was the sight of his senior's pristine, porcelain legs, her slender waist, and a daringly large cutout at the back, showcasing her exquisite silhouette. Who could possibly resist such a vision? Noticing the dazed look on the younger student's face, Jiang Qinghuan teased, "Do you like it?" Without processing the thought, Fang Yanzhou instinctively nodded. It was pure instinct, undeniably so, an involuntary reaction all men experience. In response, Jiang Qinghuan, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Humph." To enchant someone she admired brought an unusual joy to the otherwise aloof Jiang Qinghuan. It served as validation for her. Once Fang Yanzhou regained his composure, he realized he had been playfully teased. "Senior, you are becoming quite mischievous." However, he found that he quite enjoyed it. As they stepped out, both donned bathrobes, and upon reaching the hot spring room mentioned by the innkeeper, they shed their robes once more. The room was exceedingly private. Upon entering, they were greeted by a large pool filled with steaming hot spring water, accompanied by a sofa likely intended for relaxation. "Senior," Fang Yanzhou said, feeling a touch nervous. In contrast, Jiang Qinghuan appeared entirely at ease, stepping into the pool first. Noticing the younger student's hesitation, she playfully urged, "Why are you just standing there? Come on in." At that moment, Fang Yanzhou was reminded of a fairy tale, the tale of the woodcutter and the sea siren. He felt as though Jiang Qinghuan resembled that siren, luring him in only to consume him wholly. Yet, unlike the woodcutter, he was willingly drawn to her. Fang Yanzhou obediently stepped into the water, albeit maintaining a considerable distance, positioned opposite her. Jiang Qinghuan found amusement in the boy's demeanor, thinking how silly he looked, as if she might actually devour him. Was she truly that intimidating? The hot spring water was quite warm, and Jiang Qinghuan's lovely legs swayed gracefully in the pool, nearly mesmerizing Fang Yanzhou. He couldn't help but grasp her ankle, saying, "Senior, please stop moving. If you keep that up, I want to be able to take it." Jiang Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, and upon realizing that her previous action might have been a tad intrusive, Fang Yanzhou quickly released his hold. One could not deny that her skin was as smooth and flawless as that of a freshly peeled egg. The pool is neither too large nor too small, but both Fang Yanzhou and his senior sister possess tall and slender physiques, inevitably brushing against each other as they move. For instance, when the senior sister attempts to change her position, she inadvertently makes contact with him. Alarm bells ring in Fang Yanzhou's mind, and he presses tightly against the wall of the hot spring. It is not that he is timid, rather, everything is exceedingly apparent in the water. He certainly does not wish for his senior sister to perceive him as a pervert. However, in the next moment, a soft gasp escapes, followed by a sudden sinking sensation for Fang Yanzhou. Both he and the fallen senior sister stare wide-eyed at each other, momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Jiang Qinghuan is the first to break the silence, exclaiming, "I slipped." Gazing at the senior sister's almost ethereal beauty, Fang Yanzhou swallows hard, expressing concern. "Senior sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "That's good." It is only then that Fang Yanzhou realizes how closely they are positioned, prompting him to hastily release his hold. He cautiously observes the senior sister's expression, noticing that aside from her embarrassment, she does not appear angry. Wait, is she blushing? Although Jiang Qinghuan is well versed in theoretical knowledge, she feels somewhat timid when faced with practical situations. For instance, she quickly rises from the boy's embrace and retreats to the opposite side of the hot spring. Watching the senior sister shyly escape, Fang Yanzhou is tempted to capture the moment but fears the repercussions. After the brief episode, the two settle into a serene silence in the hot spring, when suddenly, music begins to fill the room. What on earth? At that moment, his phone vibrates. Fang Yanzhou glances at it and sees a message from the hot spring owner. "Little brother, I can only help you this far." Smirking emoji. The owner certainly knows how to add drama to the situation, as the soft melodies resonate throughout the room, intermingled with their rhythmic breaths. Fang Yanzhou feels it is the most beautiful music of the day. This ambience is indeed perfect for a confession. Yet, he restrains his inner urges, deciding instead to hold hands with his senior sister under the golden rays of the sun, believing that only such a declaration would truly be worthy of her. After a while, Jiang Qinghuan regains her composure, reverting to her commanding demeanor, and says to the still entranced Fang Yanzhou, "Go lie on the sofa." "What?" Fang Yanzhou is taken aback as he watches Jiang Qinghuan gracefully exit the hot spring and approach the sofa, declaring, "Massage." The senior sister is quite persistent, indeed. Since avoidance is futile, he resolves to embrace the moment. Fang Yanzhou rises from the water, initially intending to don a bathrobe, but is halted by the senior sister. "Do not put it on." "Why not, senior sister?" Jiang Qinghuan answers with unwavering resolve, "There is no reason. If I say do not wear it, then you shall not." All right. What else can Fang Yanzhou say? He complies and obediently lies on the sofa. Jiang Qinghuan positions herself beside the junior, slowly kneeling down, her damp palms resting on his waist. Out of Fang Yanzhou's sight, she subtly curves her lips, her hands unable to resist the smoothness of his skin, continuously gliding over it. At this moment, Fang Yanzhou, sprawled on the sofa, deeply regretted acquiescing to his senior's request for a massage. Fortunately, he was lying down, otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing. Although it was termed a massage, Fang Yanzhou sensed that the senior's intentions were not entirely innocent. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "Senior, are you really massaging me? What are you rushing for?" Jiang Qinghuan replied nonchalantly, then increased her pressure. Her touch was neither too light nor too heavy. And to be honest, it was rather pleasant. Throughout the subsequent massage, Jiang Qinghuan's hands traversed from his waist to his shoulders, and then further down to his thighs. Fang Yanzhou swiftly restrained her wandering hands, chuckling awkwardly, "Senior, there's no need to go down to my thighs. If you do, it might lead to complications." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan displayed a look of profound regret, saying, "Very well." She glanced at him, perplexed, and asked, "Why haven't you gotten up yet?" Fang Yanzhou smiled sheepishly. "Well, this sofa is quite comfortable." Jiang Qinghuan regarded him as if he were a fool. "Senior, perhaps you should head back first. I'll just stay here for a while longer." Jiang Qinghuan scrutinized him for a moment before smiling. All right, I'll take my leave. Once she departed, Fang Yanzhou finally exhaled in relief. He turned over, reclined on the sofa, glanced at his surroundings, and remained in that position for approximately 10 minutes before exiting the hot spring room. Upon returning to the homestay, he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom, indicating that the senior was taking a shower. Thus, he lay on the bed, indulging in his phone and browsing videos. However, it wasn't long before a barrage of message notifications inundated him, as relentless as a death knell. Upon opening the chat, he was greeted by a plethora of unread messages. What was going on? Had he been targeted? Initially, he opened the temptation of returning to the dormitory. The group had sent dozens of messages, and he began to read from the start, wherein Zhua had tagged him. Goodness, Josie, you've gone viral. Next, they sent a screenshot. The content was a video shared by the homestay owner, and he was astonished at how swiftly the video had circulated, reaching this group of mischief makers. Scrolling further revealed a flood of messages from 3 individuals. Wait, when did you and the campus belle have such a touching story? Heartless scoundrel. Did you enjoy your time with the campus belle? Now you've truly made a name for yourself, Josie. As Fang Yanzhou remained silent, they began to speculate. TSK. Little Josie, it seems you are about to lose your innocence. Bro, why the silence? Are you perhaps? My son has finally grown up. I am very pleased. At this point, Fang Yanzhou was utterly speechless. This group of morally questionable individuals made it evident that he needed to clarify the situation. First, the photo was genuine, but the story was fabricated. Second, nothing inappropriate occurred between him and the senior. Third, all you single fellows should wash up and go to bed. Ahem, although he was also currently single, that did not hinder him from mocking others. Furthermore, after tonight, he would no longer be single. Regrettably, his explanations seemed flimsy and utterly unconvincing. Qin Yuji chimed in. I don't believe you. Send proof. In an attempt to vindicate himself, Fang Yanzhou casually snapped a photograph and sent it over. Subsequently, he noticed that the other party immediately sent over his photo again. Upon opening it, he found a particular area circled in red. Qin Yuji remarked, you claim to have done nothing, yet the sheets are drenched. Fang Yanzhou, feeling irked, retorted, that's just water I inadvertently splashed on myself after returning from the hot springs. He was exasperated. He could no longer engage with such individuals, lest his mind be infected with their unhealthy notions. Setting his phone aside, the bathroom door swung open just then, and Jiang Qinghuan emerged wrapped in a bathrobe. Seeing her junior had returned, she instructed, go take a shower. Sure, Fang Yanzhou complied and headed for the shower. For some reason, whenever he spent time with his senior, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, akin to that of an old married couple, despite the fact that they were not yet together. Jiang Qinghuan chose not to lie on his bed this time, feeling a bit anxious. The thought of confessing her feelings to her junior the following day filled her with trepidation. This sensation was entirely new to her, even during the college entrance examination. She had never felt such nerves. Yet, merely contemplating confessing to the person she admired made her palms sweat. While showering, her mind began to conjure countless scenarios of her confession. Surely, her junior would agree, wouldn't he? The typically self-assured Jiang Qinghuan found herself in a state of uncertainty. It wasn't just about confessing. It entailed revealing everything about herself, including her struggles with a skin condition. Although her symptoms had improved, she would never conceal such a truth for the sake of a relationship. Authenticity and trust were paramount in any partnership. If the beginning was tainted with deceit and concealment, how long could such a relationship endure? When Fang Yanzhou emerged, he found his senior deep in thought on the bed, her brow furrowed. He approached her with concern, asking, Senior, what's on your mind? He sensed that she seemed burdened by something. Jiang Qinghuan shook her head and replied mysteriously, it's a secret. You'll find out tomorrow. His senior was indeed playful. Fang Yanzhou chuckled, then suddenly recalled something important, reminding her, Senior, we're heading to the snow-capped mountains tomorrow, so remember to dress warmly. Understood. As it was already quite late, Fang Yanzhou turned off the lights and said into the darkness, Good night, Senior. Sweet dreams. Good night. In an instant, the room fell into silence. Yet in reality, both were tossing and turning, unable to sleep, wide awake. Chapter 101. I like you. The next day at 7 o'clock, Fang Yanzhou awoke groggily. The first thing he did was glance at the adjacent bed, only to find it empty. Where's the senior? Just as he was about to take out his phone to call her, the door to their lodging swung open, revealing Jiang Qinghuan, who entered carrying a bag of steaming breakfast dumplings and 2 cups of soy milk. Noticing her junior was awake, she said, "Go freshen up. Then come eat breakfast." She seemed accustomed to this routine, placing the breakfast on the table and waiting for him to join her. Once again, he had risen later than his senior. Fang Yanzhou felt that if this continued, he would inevitably earn her scorn, prompting him to say, "Senior, I apologize for always waking up later than you." The fool, why does he suddenly appear so dejected? Jiang Qinghuan was not particularly adept at offering comfort. Yet upon witnessing the one she cherished in such a state, she pondered momentarily and remarked, "Is this truly something to apologize for? As long as there is one diligent individual in the household, it suffices." Implicitly, she suggested that he could sleep as late as he desired. Fang Yanzhou, upon hearing this, paused for a second, feeling an inexplicable sense of being cherished by his senior. Consequently, he hastened through his morning routine and joined his senior for breakfast. During their meal, his thoughts inadvertently drifted to the forthcoming scene of confessing his feelings on the snow-capped mountains. Although he had pursued Zhang Ziyo for 3 years, he had never felt this anxious before. The internet often asserts that first loves are unforgettable, yet Fang Yanzhou believed that Zhang Ziyo was hardly a true first love. It was merely his unrequited affection. In contrast, with his senior, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Similarly, Jiang Qinghuan harbored her own clandestine thoughts, and the two of them finished breakfast together, each with hidden intentions. After their meal, they changed into appropriate attire, donned thick coats, and set off towards the snow-capped mountains. A dedicated bus service operated from the ancient city to the mountains, and upon arriving at the bus station, they promptly purchased tickets. The bus was not yet full when they boarded. Such buses in scenic areas typically wait until all seats are occupied before departing. Fang Yanzhou and his senior chose seats in the middle, and shortly thereafter, the bus driver came aboard to promote oxygen canisters. "Senior, shall we purchase a couple of canisters?" he suggested, recognizing the importance of safety given the high altitude of the mountains. A lack of oxygen was no trivial matter. "All right," she replied. Subsequently, Fang Yanzhou approached the driver to buy 2 canisters, stowing them in his bag, ready for their departure once the bus filled. Approximately 15 minutes later, the bus reached full capacity, and as they journeyed towards the snow-capped mountains, Fang Yanzhou's mood unexpectedly settled. Even if his confession did not succeed, he had no regrets about knowing his senior. After all, is not the essence of life found in experiences? As for the outcome, one must simply do their best without undue expectations. In stark contrast, Jiang Qinghuan's thoughts were entirely different at that moment. What if the junior rejected her? Her first instinct was to bind him and compel him to love her. Ahem, is this not the typical trope in novels? The female lead initially harbors no affection for the male lead, yet through a series of events, she ultimately falls for him, and they live happily ever after. Amused by this notion, Jiang Qinghuan chuckled softly to herself. Perhaps she would even bear him a child, ensuring that he could never leave. "Senior, are you feeling lightheaded?" Fang Yanzhou asked innocently, mistaking her sudden laughter for a sign of oxygen deprivation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan swiftly regained her aloof demeanor and replied coolly, "No." An hour later, the bus arrived at the visitor center, where patrons needed to purchase tickets to access the mountains. After acquiring their tickets, they proceeded to board the cable car. As they ascended, the staff specifically instructed them to inhale oxygen immediately if they experienced any discomfort. Fang Yanzhou listened attentively, as it was his duty to ensure his senior's well-being during their outing. However, to his embarrassment, he was the first to feel unwell. As the senior remained unfazed, completely unaffected, the altitude began to take its toll on him. He first felt a slight dizziness, followed by a struggle to breathe. Upon noticing this, Jiang Qinghuan promptly opened the oxygen tank and brought it to the junior's mouth and nose, encouraging him to take a few breaths. Fortunately, thanks to the oxygen tank, Fang Yanzhou instantly felt much better. It was truly embarrassing. The senior seemed to sense his unspoken thoughts and, with a gentle expression, reassured him, "Everyone's constitution is different. Experiencing oxygen deprivation is quite normal and does not signify anything significant." The senior was always so understanding. The gondola ride to the mountain base took approximately 15 minutes. As all the tourists disembarked, they were awestruck by the breathtaking scenery before them. The snow made progress difficult. Fang Yanzhou extended his hand towards the senior, and Jiang Qinghuan, without hesitation, placed her hand in his. Together, they navigated through the crowd, the cold wind brushing against their faces, yet it brought no discomfort. This was my first encounter with a snow-capped mountain, and evidently, Jiang Qingwan was equally captivated by the majestic sight. Fang Yanzhou turned to look at her, noticing that her eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears. If I were to distill the essence of my 20-plus years, it would undoubtedly be loss. Loss of parents, loss of home, loss of a joyful childhood, loss of health. Jiang Qingwan had often felt as though her life resembled a stagnant pool, until someone unexpectedly entered her world, bearing sincerity and courage. Standing at the foot of the snow mountain, hand in hand with the one she cherished, happiness seemed to descend upon her once more, revitalizing her spirit and allowing her to shed some burdens while blossoming anew. But now, I have regained something. Do you know what it is? Jiang Qingwan turned to the person beside her, smiling earnestly as she said, Fang Yanzhou. Fang Yanzhou glanced at her nervously, his heart fluttering with uncertainty. In his mind, two little figures were at odds. One urged, brother, confess your feelings. You came to the snow mountain for this very purpose. The other cautioned, no. This is a moment of vulnerability for the senior. It would be wrong to take advantage of her sorrow. Jiang Qingwan's tension was palpable, her grip on his hand tightening involuntarily. Sensing this, Fang Yanzhou suddenly found his courage. He resolved to take the plunge. I like you. Chapter 102. Would you accept me as I am? At the foot of the snow mountain, the biting cold wind was relentless, yet at that moment, Jiang Qingwan felt an overwhelming warmth. She beamed a gentle smile, silently observing as the boy before her closed his eyes in nervousness. After a prolonged silence without a response, Fang Yanzhou opened his eyes and gazed at the calm expression of his senior. Unable to contain himself, he ventured, Senior, let us go ahead and take a look. With that, Jiang Qingwan took Fang Yanzhou's hand and led him forward. Observing her retreating figure, Fang Yanzhou found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Had he truly confessed his feelings? Was it merely a figment of his imagination? They arrived at a well-known landmark, a popular spot for photographs. Suddenly, two girls appeared, fixated on Fang Yanzhou, asking, Hey there, could you take a picture of us together? They blatantly disregarded Jiang Qingwan, not even sparing her a glance. Their intentions were unmistakably clear. In this world, some women admire those more beautiful than themselves, while a small fraction harbor jealousy. Though it was merely a request for a photograph, to refuse would seem rather ungracious. Yet, they could have easily sought assistance from another woman. After all, enlisting the help of a straight male for photography was not their primary intention. Fang Yanzhou understood this all too well and was about to decline when he heard Jiang Qingwan, her expression impassive and tone icy, say, I'm sorry. My boyfriend cannot assist you. Immediately, Fang Yanzhou echoed, yes. Wait, what? Did you just say boyfriend? His heart swelled with immense joy as he turned to Jiang Qingwan, his eyes sparkling. She had referred to him as her boyfriend. She had consented. The two girls, taken aback, shot a sarcastic glance at Jiang Qingwan and remarked, You're so controlling. He'll soon get tired of it. Fang Yanzhou, hearing this, bristled. I'm perfectly fine being controlled. It's none of your business. Witnessing the juniors stand up for her, Jiang Qingwan couldn't help but smile. He certainly possessed a commendable emotional intelligence. The two girls, clearly defeated, retreated. Fang Yanzhou, brimming with excitement, turned to Jiang Qingwan and inquired, Senior, what is our relationship now? He felt compelled to confirm repeatedly, fearing he had misheard earlier. This time, Jiang Qingwan refrained from teasing him. Instead, she looked directly into his eyes and sincerely proclaimed, Fang Yanzhou, you are now Jiang Qingwan's boyfriend. In her heart, she added that he would eventually be her husband, but kept that thought to herself. Upon hearing her words, an uncontrollable joy surged within Fang Yanzhou. He yearned to shout with elation, but stifled himself for the sake of decorum. However, she continued, but there is something I must tell you. At this, Fang Yanzhou's smile faltered. Could this be the so-called joy leading to sorrow? Was she about to retract her words? He inhaled deeply, fearing he might faint from overwhelming sadness. Senior, please tell me, he urged. Jiang Qingwan felt a pang of anxiety, but knew she had to disclose this matter. She didn't wish to keep it from him. In truth, I do not suffer from sleepwalking. Fang Yanzhou, hesitant to interrupt, awaited her continuation. During my high school years, I one day found myself overwhelmed by an intense yearning to touch the skin of others. This unnerved me greatly. I feared I had contracted some peculiar affliction. I fought against these feelings, yet gradually, I became reclusive, developing a profound aversion to physical contact. The immense conflict within my heart and body rendered me exceedingly miserable, and I despised the person I had become. Upon hearing this, Fang Yanzhou was profoundly shocked. He had never anticipated that his senior had such a past. Jiang Qinghuan continued. Later, when I entered university, I sought the counsel of a psychologist, and ultimately, I was diagnosed with skin hunger. Skin hunger? This was the first time Fang Yanzhou had encountered such a term. Jiang Qinghuan nodded. Yes, until I met you. Me? Fang Yanzhou pointed to himself, puzzled as to how this could involve him. He wished to hear more, yet his senior fell silent, gazing at him intently, as if she had been contemplating this for a long time. Her voice was notably subdued. So, are you willing to accept me as I am? An imperfect version of myself. No one knew the depths of Jiang Qinghuan's fear at that moment. She longed to grasp happiness, to seize the light, and to hold on to the person before her. The seemingly unflappable campus beauty, with her cool exterior, was merely a little girl yearning for love. After a moment of silence, which felt interminable, just as Jiang Qinghuan's heart threatened to plunge into despair, the boy spoke softly, his tone more resolute than ever. Senior, I feel for you. To love someone is to feel a pang of sympathy upon witnessing their vulnerability and struggles. The instinct is to embrace them. With this thought, Fang Yanzhou stepped forward and gently enveloped the girl in a tender embrace, cherishing her with utmost care. In that moment, Jiang Qinghuan's heart was finally filled. She understood that the junior accepted her. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, and she blinked rapidly to prevent them from spilling over. No, she would not cry in front of her junior. When Fang Yanzhou released her, he suddenly noticed a crowd had gathered around them. Together, together, they chanted. It seemed he and his senior were being observed. Engrossed in their own world, they had been oblivious to the surrounding onlookers, who appeared to treat their moment as a public declaration of love. After all, many couples often stage proposals on the snowy peaks. Although he had already successfully confessed his feelings moments ago, Fang Yanzhou whispered to Jiang Qinghuan, Senior, let us get out of here. With that, he took her hand, and they hurriedly escaped the crowd, walking a considerable distance before finally breaking free. Gasping for breath, they exchanged a glance and suddenly burst into laughter. Jiang Qinghuan's radiant smile left Fang Yanzhou mesmerized. Against the backdrop of the snowy mountains, her beauty shone even brighter. Noticing the way her junior looked at her with unabashed admiration, Jiang Qinghuan felt a rush of shyness. In the past, she would have playfully teased him, but now, she found herself at a loss for words. Their relationship had shifted dramatically, leaving her uncertain about how to engage with him. Sister, why are you feeling shy? Unlike Jiang Qinghuan, Fang Yanzhou suddenly became bold, shedding her previous bashfulness. This transformation intrigued Jiang Qinghuan. It is my first experience being a girlfriend, and I may not excel at it, but I shall strive to improve.